All who slept with goblins know they are a low intelligence race, yet they can crossbreed with all races, from sacred dragons to despicable slaves. As long as they fit, any female can become breeding tools, because they have an inhuman skill. Ignore reproductive isolation. Once crossbreeding succeeds, the offspring will definitely be goblins. Normally, boars and rats are their top targets. With enough food, their offspring grow in a month. So adult goblins hunt daily. Even if not full, must bring back enough food, or be tortured by the chief, or become food for the tribe. But exceeding the hunt quota earns crossbreeding rights. Mate freely in front of the tribe. Though now I'm one of them. Survival makes me accept reality. I hunt daily for strength and crossbreeding rights. Only offspring are absolutely loyal to their father. Crossbreeding allows leading a squad. Hunting normal beasts rarely stands out. So I decided to challenge stronger beasts. One day I went hunting with the squad. But with past life wisdom, I subdued 10 followers. Then I left the squad and went to a creek. To ensure safety, I called the system for a life simulation, a rebirth bonus, besides 2 monthly simulations. It allows consuming beasts for skills and prize choices after. Simulation start, choose to take the squad east, west, south, north to hunt, or stay put. Thinking hard, the goblin nest was south, hunters went north, so I chose east. You went east and a bear beast charged out. Luckily you escaped quickly, only 3 goblins died. Next choose to admit weakness and return to the hunters. Think it was bad luck and keep finding weak beasts. Decide the slow bear can be killed. High risk, high return, I decisively chose 3. You and followers dug traps for 3 days and made the bear fall into a deep pit. But you despair as no means can kill the bear. Viciously you use poisoned mushrooms to kill the bear, and succeed in the end. Then you eat the bear and gain iron bone skill. You return and challenge the hunt leader, becoming deputy leader. With great gains, you return and earn crossbreeding rights from the chief. A female boar is brought forth, choose to mate with it. Gain glory, refuse mating, let the previous deputy take credit. The first choice is unacceptable, I'd never made a boar. Though a simulation, it sets the future, can't choose casually. Second seems tricky, refusing publicly may lead to unknown consequences. So I choose the third. You gave up credit. The angry chief sees it as insulting goblin glory. You are tortured and eaten by past followers. Simulation ends, score 35, choose, 5 points for +1 level, 5 points for +5 attributes, 10 points for +1 life. I spent it all on level, strength is most important now. Next second my view is higher, hands thicker. Boss you evolved? Seeing the stronger boss, followers cower more. You walk in front, after crossing the river I sent 3 followers to walk in front. If 3 goblins must die, none can be skipped. To get a good result, can't change things before killing the bear. The 3 goblins look at each other, unwilling to walk in front but have to obey. Soon the squad enters the deep, dark forest. Suddenly a beast roar comes from the left side and a huge shadow charges out. The front goblins scream and try to flee but too late. The bear opens its huge mouth and bites a goblin, then swings its paw, sending 2 more goblins flying tens of meters. Seeing this, I run with the followers back the way we came, only stopping after half an hour. Tier 2 beasts are really scary. Luckily the bear doesn't know magic, or none could have escaped. Facing death, the followers' ugly faces twist even more. Don't be afraid, want bear meat? Hearing food, the goblin's eyes light up and fear is gone. I then send 3 goblins to catch rats and gather poison mushrooms, then lead the rest towards the bear, stopping when smelling goblin blood and flesh, so the bear is near. Under my command, the goblins dig pits with effort. But goblins dig so slow, the 3 days in simulation is true. Before the pits are done, the bear must stay nearby, and food attracts beasts most. So I grab some rats and go deeper into the woods. Reaching the bear, I rip open a rat's belly. Soon the bear comes, lured by the smell. The already dark forest is covered in shadow. Hiding in bushes, I'm shocked by the bear's imposing presence. After eating its fill, the bear lies down and sleeps heavily. In following days, I periodically throw more bait nearby. While enjoying the food, its doom approaches. After 3 days, the pit is done, now is the critical moment. Carrying 3 rats I go deeper into the woods, throwing the first at about 500 m from the pit, the second at 300 m, the last within 100 m of the pit. After some time, a huge shadow emerges from the woods, chewing the rat bait happily. Hiding behind a tree, I viciously give it the finger, then turn and run for my life. Next second the bear roars and chases me by instinct. Until I enter some bushes, and the bear suddenly falls into the pit with a heavy thud. Bear meat, bear meat. The goblins cheer excitedly. Though the bear is scary, now it's just a lump of fat meat to them. I quickly order them to throw the poison mushroom rats in, but the bear is cautious and ignores the food, struggling to climb out. I smile coldly, mindless beasts can't be too smart. Sure enough, in less than an hour, the bear's agonized roars rise from the pit, struggling for half an hour before falling silent. Seeing its death in the system, I leap down and bite into its heart. Devouring the skill, I gain iron bones, strength plus 20, defense plus 20, agility plus 5. After 2 hours, the goblins all have bulging bellies, yet only 1/5 of the corpse is eaten. Boss, there's so much meat, let's stay a few more days. A goblin's greatest wish is a full belly, especially rare bear meat. Hearing this, I firmly refuse. Bear meat is good, but the bloody smell is too strong, it'll definitely attract bigger beasts. Let's go find the hunt squad. I nimbly climb out of the pit. The other goblins quickly follow, fear of the chief defeats greed. Soon, noisy sounds rise from the front woods. A group of goblins feast happily. One seems to notice something. Its warning alerts the others, who ready their weapons. Under their gaze, I lead goblins out of the bushes. Seeing kin, they lower their weapons in relief. Just then a big goblin with a wolf fawn club comes over the squad leader Gobold. My goblins cower in fear at the sight. Only I stay calm, pointing my club at him and shouting, "Gobold, die," as the system shows he isn't that strong. A big goblin but weak stats. Hearing this, Gobold grins viciously, already imagining smashing my head. But just as the club is swinging down, I grab it barehanded. Gobold shrieks in shock and struggles wildly but can't budge it an inch. Next second I seize the club and smack Gobold flying tens of meters. Boss wins, boss wins. My goblins cheer excitedly. Hearing the cheers, the other goblins join in. Grinning, I'm now the hunt leader. But to avoid the simulation outcome, I have to change things. So I go to Gobold smiling and say, "You're still leader but must listen to me, okay?" Confused, but Gobold nods without thinking too much. Simulation cooldown is half a month. I'll just be a weak goblin during this time. This world is too dangerous, I could die anytime without the system's predictions. After this, the hunt squad returns to the goblin nest. "Chief, this is my gift," Gobold bows obsequiously. Seeing the mountain of food, goblins around the chief are greedy, only evolving to warriors grants being a guard. Guards don't need to hunt, just wait for the squad's tributes. Now the chief Gobbid bites a leg and says, "Gobold, you've earned crossbreeding rights." Just then pained squeals come from the right cage, a warrior brings out a sow. Seeing this, Gobold is excited and pounces on it. Watching Gobold, I sigh in relief for changing the script. Just then an unsatisfied roar rises in the cave. "Boar and rat meat every day, I'm sick of them." Gobold shivers in shock and falls down. "I want man flesh, go catch humans or I'll eat you." Gaba grins greedily at Gobold. Realizing, Gobold scrambles out. The goblins follow in frightened haste. I'm shocked that this world really has humans. Next morning, Gobold leads the squad towards human lands, traversing mountains and rivers. Finally, after half a month, they reach a mountain. Just over it are human lands. During the rest, I call out the system again. The 1-month cooldown has passed, I can simulate again. Simulation start, chief demands capturing humans. You lead the squad and reach the forest edge. After crossing a river, you find a gale hare. Choose. Hunt gale hare 2. Avoid gale hare 3. Do nothing, scare away gale hare. I think hard. Gale hare is advanced wind hare, tier 2 beast. Dumb and easily scared into trees. So I decisively choose 3. The scared gale hare hits a tree and dies. You gain windblade skill eating it. Then you enter a spider web forest. Choose 1. Continue. 2. Feel something's wrong, detour. 3. Expect spider beasts, hunt them. After thinking, I choose 2. 1 is clearly suicidal. 3 is too risky against unknown beasts, foolish to hunt blindly. You detour, but a human squad ambushes and kills you. Simulation ends, score 30, choose 5 points for +1 level, 5 points for +5 attributes, 10 points for iron bones, +1 level. I unhesitatingly pick iron bones, the familiar feeling surges again. My skin and muscles visibly expand, but I can't follow the system's predicted path or I'll die. After the forest, we enter a valley, a front goblin happily runs over. "Boss, boss. Gale hare, yummy gale hare, let's catch it." Hearing this, I'm delighted, just wanting a magic skill, and here it is. In a sunny spot, a giant white hare sunbathes, over 2 m tall. A goblin sneaks up, then suddenly jumps out yelling. The gale hare startles up, then runs around wildly. Just ahead, another goblin jumps out from bushes. After repeated scares, the gale hare slams into a tree and collapses, convulsing, soon dead. Seeing this, I'm speechless. Incredible, something so dumb to ram itself to death. Gobold quickly brings the heart obsequiously, having learned my tastes. I eagerly bite it and gain wind blade, finally getting the skill I wanted. I wave my hand and a visible wind blade shoots out. A tree trunk 10 m away explodes. Soon the hunt squad continues towards human lands, entering a dark damp forest reeking of decay. Then Goblin suddenly finds something, runs over frightened and says, "Boss, this is spider territory, we must leave quickly." Hearing this, I quickly gesture for all the goblins to stop. Then I go to an abandoned spider web. Out of curiosity, I lightly touch it. Next second the web violently shakes, a buzzing rapidly spreads deeper into the forest. Seeing this, I change colors and yell at the goblins behind me to run quickly. After saying these words, Li Chen ran in the direction he came from. Although the other goblins didn't know what had happened, since their leader had run away, they naturally followed. Li Chen was not a fool. Of course he knew what had happened. His act of touching the spider web must have alerted the ghost spider deep in the forest. In the dim forest, dozens of goblins ran wildly. They ran for several kilometers before stopping. In the dim forest, Li Chen leaned against a big tree, panting heavily. He looked down at the spider web in his hand, his face showing a look of curiosity. It was a bit sticky, but very resilient. Looking left and right, Li Chen walked towards a nearby puddle. He squatted down in front of the puddle and put the spider web into the water. Li Chen grabbed the spider web and scrubbed it vigorously. Soon, the stickiness of the spider web was washed away. The originally large spider web turned into a transparent thread. Li Chen straightened the thread, holding one end in each hand, and pulled hard. The thread stretched a bit, but did not break. Good stuff. The elasticity and resilience of the thread impressed Li Chen. The spider web of the ghost spider was an excellent material for making bowstrings. With a bowstring, it would be no problem for Li Chen to make a simple crossbow with the knowledge in his mind. If the goblins had crossbows as weapons, their combat power would definitely be greatly enhanced. "Boss, what are you doing?" Goblin Chang approached with a curious look. "You'll know later." This small spider silk was the key to his conquest of this world. He would use his knowledge from Earth to bring the goblins into the Iron Age. Vara! Just then, a disturbance arose in the forest. A rough roar was heard, and a group of strong and tall figures rushed out. They pounced on the resting goblins and swung their large machetes at them. The resting goblins didn't even have time to react before they were decapitated. The sudden attack startled the goblins. "It's Lizardmen! It's Lizardmen!" Faced with the Lizardmen, who were nearly 2 meters tall and covered in black scales, the goblins panicked and ran around in confusion. The goblins wanted to escape, but the Lizardmen were faster. The rusty machetes in their hands knocked down one goblin after another. Some goblins tried to resist, but the power difference was huge. The sticks in their hands were shattered upon impact, and the machetes almost cut off half of their bodies. The Lizardmen could kick the goblins more than 10 meters away with one kick. There were only a dozen Lizardmen, but they chased and killed the goblins in the forest. The sudden attack startled Li Chen and Goblin Chang. One Lizardman targeted the two of them. Its golden eyes stared at them, and it charged towards them with a large machete in hand. Lizardman, level 22, strength 37, defense 31, agility 33, magic 5. Li Chen glanced at the Lizardmen in the forest. He found that none of them were below level 20. They were all between levels 20 and 30. "Humph, I'm not afraid of you." Li Chen snatched the wolf tooth club from Goblin Chang, who was about to join the battle, and stepped forward to meet the Lizardman. Seeing a small goblin daring to charge at it, the Lizardman's eyes flashed with mockery. It grinned, leaped up, and swung its machete towards Li Chen. Li Chen didn't dodge, but raised the wolf tooth club to meet it. Bang! The weapons collided, and there was a loud bang sound. The Lizardman felt a tremendous force coming from the wolf tooth club. It made its wrist numb, and the machete flew out of its hand. "Die!" Li Chen grinned at the Lizardman, who had a face full of disbelief. He used his left hand to strike the Lizardman's heart with Black Tiger's Heartseeker. Sizzle! The Lizardman's heart was pierced. The seemingly heavy Lizardman was lifted up by the small Li Chen. Li Chen swung downwards, throwing the Lizardman away. He now had an extra, still beating heart in his hand. Looking at the warm heart in his hand, Li Chen greedily took a bite. The heart of intelligent beings is indeed delicious. Li Chen's face was filled with satisfaction, his gruesome mouth covered in blood. A nearby Lizardman noticed the situation and rushed over, shouting loudly, "What are you saying? I can't understand." Li Chen threw away the heart in his hand and swung his wolf tooth club with force. The club spun and flew out. accurately hitting the lizardman's head dozens of meters away. With a loud thud, the lizardman's head flew off, and the club was also knocked away. The lizardman fell to the ground, convulsing. Its twisted and deformed head oozed a large amount of blood from its mouth and nose. Li Chen ran towards a large cleaver not far away, picked it up, and charged towards the lizardman. Kill them, goblins! Goblins! Seeing their leader instantly kill 2 lizardmen, the goblin named Gobking showed excitement on his face. It roared and shouted. The fleeing goblins, seeing their leader's bravery, regained their morale. Gobmen! Gobmen! The goblins no longer fled and excitedly rushed towards the lizardmen. What are you looking at? Li Chen quickly approached a lizardman. With the rusty cleaver in his hand, he swung it at the lizardman. The lizardman reacted quickly and hurriedly blocked with its own weapon. Clang! A metallic clash was heard, and sparks flew. The immense force made the lizardman's face change slightly, and its body slid back several meters before the force dissipated. The attack was blocked, and Li Chen quickly closed in, slashing with his cleaver. This time, the lizardman wasn't so lucky. Li Chen spun his body, and the cleaver grazed the lizardman's chest. The tall lizardman's body split in half, and its upper body flew off. Blood splattered all over, and the pungent smell of blood made Li Chen restless. Kill, kill, kill! With his eyes burning red, Li Chen charged at the lizardman like a wild beast. There was no technique, just brute force hacking and slashing, one after another. The lizardmen were knocked down by Li Chen. At this moment, the lizardmen finally noticed Li Chen, the anomaly, but they couldn't care about anything else because the goblins, with their soaring morale, surrounded them from all directions. Although the lizardmen were strong, they couldn't withstand attacks from all sides. Some lizardmen were already knocked down by the goblins and brutally killed. La la la! Seeing the situation turning bad, one lizardman suddenly let out a scream. The remaining 5 lizardmen quickly turned and fled into the depths of the forest. The lizardmen's escape boosted the goblins' morale. They shouted and chased after them. Come back! Li Chen shouted, stopping the goblin minions from pursuing. This roar frightened the fanatical goblin minions, freezing them in place. Eat them all! Hearing their leader's words, the goblins' eyes lit up. They eagerly rushed towards the nearest corpses and feasted. For a while, the dim forest echoed with the sound of munching. First, the lizardmen's bodies, then the bodies of their own kind. While the goblin minions enjoyed their feast, Li Chen returned to the puddle to wash off the blood. He looked down at the large cleaver on the ground, his face showing curiosity. The cleaver was not made of iron. The main body was wood, with a sharp stone blade embedded on top. The stone blade was smeared with some rotten mud, making it look like rust. There were traces of polishing on the stone blade, making it very smooth. This stone tool was much stronger than the goblin's clubs. Li Chen's gaze shifted to the now red water. The first battle made his whole body tremble. Although it was dangerous, the exhilarating feeling of hot blood rushing through his veins made him addicted. The smell of blood ignited the fire in his heart. Although he had human consciousness, his mentality was gradually becoming more like a goblin. This wasn't a bad thing. With a human mentality, one couldn't survive in this world, boss. We're done eating. They'll come back. We need to leave. Gobstrong ran over, looking at the boss by the waterhole with admiration. The boss was just an ordinary goblin, but powerful enough to suffocate it. The mighty lizardmen became weak trash in front of the boss. Li Chen carefully put the spider silk into the pouch around his waist. Let's go back to the river. The future predicted by SimLife has changed. From this moment on, the future is uncertain. Li Chen doesn't plan to use the remaining SimLife immediately. At least the journey to the river should be safe. Let's go. Everyone move. Under Gobstrong's scolding, the goblins, who were full and satisfied, got up with their big bellies. The hunting team suffered heavy losses in the battle against the lizardmen. More than 30 goblins were killed in less than 5 minutes of fighting. The entire hunting team was left with less than 30 goblins. Boss Goblin, are you dead? Li Chen suddenly shouted in the dim forest. One of the goblins in front shivered and ran towards Li Chen with a flattering face. Boss, I'm still alive. Li Chen glanced at Boss Goblin. Boss Goblin had become stronger. His body had grown bigger. His level had also reached level 8, not far from evolving into a great goblin. After eating the lizardmen's corpses, the other goblins were also rapidly growing their bodies. Follow me. Boss Goblin grinned and followed behind Li Chen. It's much safer to be with the boss than to walk in front. Boss, if we go back like this, I'll be eaten by the leader. Gobstrong approached Li Chen with a disappointed face. It was full of anxiety and fear. Li Chen glanced at the remaining goblin brothers. The goblins were really too weak. More than 60 goblins were knocked down in a flash by just a dozen lizardmen. Gobstrong, why didn't we detect the lizardmen's tracks earlier? The lizardmen suddenly rushed out of the forest. This means that the lizardmen used some method to conceal their scent and quietly approached them. Boss, the lizardmen smeared some rotten mud on themselves, and that mud gives off a swampy smell. Li Chen understood. So that's how it was. Those lizardmen did indeed smear some dark mud on themselves. It seems that the lizardmen know the goblins well. They know that goblins have a keen sense of smell, so it's difficult to approach them secretly. That's why they used rotten mud to cover their own scent. Before long, the sky gradually darkened. In order to avoid the danger of the lizardmen, Li Chen and the remaining goblins returned to the riverbank overnight. That night, the forest beside the darkness was quiet. The silver moonlight spread across the earth, slightly dispelling the darkness. Suddenly, there was some movement in the forest by the riverbank. A group of shadows rushed out of the forest and stopped at the riverbank. In the moonlight, those shadows were a group of ugly creatures with green skin. System, start SimLife. For the sake of his own life, Li Chen used SimLife for the second time this month. In the moonlight, Li Chen stood by the surging river. Start SimLife. On this night, you brought the goblin brothers to the riverbank. Looking at the shimmering water, contemplating your future life, before dawn, what do you plan to do? Please make the following choices. 1. You decide to cross the river overnight, avoiding the threat of the lizardmen and returning to the lair. 2. You know that returning to the lair will be seen as food by the angry goblin overlord, so you decide to go downstream to the human territory. 3. Do nothing. Rest on the riverbank for the night, becoming a wandering goblin. 3 options again. 3 choices for future life. The first option is reasonable. Staying on the riverbank is dangerous, and there might be lizardmen chasing after them. The hunting team suffered heavy losses, so returning to the lair is the most reasonable choice, but the reasonable choice is not necessarily the correct one. Returning to the nest like this, Gobstrong will die, and these goblins might also be implicated. The second option is a compromise. As long as we go to the human territory and capture a few humans to bring back, the crisis will be over. Although the hunting team will suffer heavy losses, it is still possible to secretly capture a few ordinary human civilians. However, the second option is also the most dangerous. It's all about luck. Who knows when it will disappear? And the third option is to become wandering goblins, which is also a good choice. With enough food, the existing goblins can independently go out and develop a new tribe. Gobstrong, continue to the human territory downstream, or return to the nest by crossing the river, or wander outside to avoid being treated as food. Choose 1. In the end, Li Chen decided to leave the choice to Gobstrong. After all, these goblins might not necessarily die if they go back, but Gobstrong is different. If it goes back like this, it will definitely be eaten by the angry gob tyrant. Gobstrong's ugly face twisted into a knot. The boss asked it to choose, which made it very difficult. It didn't know how to choose. If it chooses to wander, will the boss abandon it? Boss, I don't want to die. I can't go back. This is Gobstrong's answer, and Gobstrong's choice. Very well, then let's wander outside and establish a new nest. Gobstrong's choice is also the choice Li Chen wanted. Going to the human territory is too dangerous. Only by wandering outside can they become stronger and more free. There are too many variables in returning to the nest, and the daily life of hunting for food is not what Li Chen wants. System, the third option. You choose to wander outside. A new goblin nest appears in the forest on the north bank. You lead the goblin brothers upstream along the river. You choose a dense forest as a new home. A new species of forest goblins appears to strengthen the tribe. You capture female creatures with the goblin brothers. You discover ogres. You trap them and, through your whipping and torture, make them submit. You find an open iron mine at the foot of a barren mountain. You try to make charcoal. Succeed. And then try to make a blast furnace. After several failures, you succeed. You successfully make the first crossbow in your life. The first crossbow arrow, you discover traces of pigmen. Please make the following choices. 1. Follow the traces to find the pigmen. 2. Do nothing. You don't think this matter is important. 3. You sense the crisis and prepare for battle. Arm the goblins. Among the 3 options, the third option is obviously more reasonable and conservative. Choose the third option. You decided to prepare for an emergency and made more charcoal kilns and iron furnaces. The thick smoke in the forest caught the attention of the Lizardmen, who launched a massive attack. You wanted to escape, but your display of strength led the Lizardmen to surround you, and you died. The short-lived goblin tribe in the forest was wiped out and disappeared into history. The goblin managed to escape and stole your body, eating it. Your skull became a collection item for the goblin, moistened daily with urine, the only proof of your existence. The Lizardmen noticed your charcoal kilns and furnaces, but they didn't pay much attention. A group of pigmen discovered the charcoal kilns and iron furnaces, which piqued their curiosity. Many years later, the pigmen rose to power, giving birth to the legendary Golden Pigman King. As a traveler, you left behind something that would trigger a war with your knowledge, so your death was not in vain. At least you changed the fate of a certain race. The simulation of life ended. Score, 50. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Spend 5 points to increase 1 level. 2. Spend 5 points to increase 5 attributes. 3. Spend 30 points to increase 1 charm. Li Chen was somewhat disappointed with the rewards this time. The reward for skill level was what he needed the most. Choose option 2. Increase magic points. Your magic points have increased. There was no feeling at all. Let's go. We need to move away from the swamp and go upstream. Although Li Chen wanted to beat up the goblin, he ultimately gave up. He had to admit that the goblin was indeed lucky. Except for the first simulation of life where he died, he was the last survivor in the other simulations. That night, the goblins that had stayed on the riverbank returned to the forest. Soon, the riverbank returned to calmness, with only the rushing river making sounds. In the following days, Li Chen led the goblin minions upstream along the river. The goblin forest was not a flat forest, but a mix of mountains and valleys, with various small plains in between. On the morning of the third day, in a forest on the riverbank, "Boss, look, I see a bald mountain." Goblin Chan climbed up a tall tree and looked into the distance. About 10 miles away, there stood a bald mountain on one side of the valley. Goblin Chan quickly slid down from the tree. "How far is it?" Li Chen asked Goblin Chang, who had climbed down from the tree. He could find many useful key information from the future of the simulation of life. The bald mountain and the iron mine were the most important. If he could discover the iron mine first, he would have more development time. "It's right ahead. We'll be there soon. Let's go. Keep moving forward." The goblins that had rested in the forest continued their journey. After about an hour, Li Chen stopped in a forest. The other goblins looked at each other when they saw their boss suddenly stop. They also had to stop and cautiously look around. Li Chen lowered his head and looked at the ground, stomping on it. The terrain of this forest was very flat, unlike other places with scattered rocks. The ground was also dry, indicating that it was higher than the river, unlike other places that showed signs of being soaked by water. This indicated that at some point, the river would flood and submerge the forest. Goblin Chang, this will be our lair. Take 10 goblins with you to hunt, and make sure to catch some female field mice. This is the lair? Goblin Chang looked around the forest with some doubt. It didn't seem possible for this place to become a lair. Although he was skeptical, Goblin Chan didn't think too much about it. Now, Goblin Meng was the boss, and the boss's word was law. You, and you, come with me. Goblin Chang selected 10 strong goblins and went into the forest to hunt. Li Chen also started to get busy. The rest of you, climb up the trees and remove the branches, leaving only the canopy. Under the command of Li Chen, the remaining goblins climbed up the trees one after another. The lizardman's big machete was still very useful. Although it was a bit difficult for goblins to use, it was not impossible. In no time, the sound of chopping trees echoed through the forest. While the goblin minions were busy, Li Chen strolled around the forest. Increasing the tribe's population was the most important thing at the moment. The animal pen and the breeding room had to be built first. The animal pen was used to confine female creatures, while the breeding room was used to take care of pregnant females. Goblins without females can't become protagonists, right? Li Chen felt a headache when he thought about this flaw of goblins. Goblins that relied on other female creatures to reproduce could never become the protagonists of this world. Li Chen understood this reality very well, but as a goblin himself, he could only rely on the goblin species to survive in this world. He had to do even the most disgusting things. Shaking his head, Li Chen dismissed his random thoughts. Let's choose this place. The terrain here was relatively flat. and the ground was dry. From then on, the goblins worked hard under Li Chen's command, sweating profusely. As the branches of a large tree were removed, the space under the tree became much wider. Under Li Chen's guidance, the goblins trimmed suitable branches into wooden bars that could be used as fences. "Boss, I'm back." In the afternoon, Goblin Chang returned. The goblin minions were carrying 3 female groundhogs that were tightly bound. Li Chen examined the appearance of the 3 female groundhogs. They were all quite large and suitable for breeding. "Put them all in the animal pen." The animal pen had already been built, although it was not very large. Not far behind Li Chen in the forest, there was a fenced animal pen made of branches. Goblin Chang quickly instructed the minions to carry the female groundhogs over. Once inside the animal pen, the untied groundhogs started running around. Fortunately, groundhogs couldn't dig holes. Otherwise, the animal pen wouldn't be able to contain them. "Goblin Chang, you did well. You have the qualifications to reproduce. Go!" There was only one Goblin Chang here. The higher the evolutionary level of a goblin, the faster their offspring would grow. To quickly develop the population, they couldn't do without Goblin Chang's genes. Goblin Chang's face lit up with excitement. It drooled as it looked at the female groundhogs in the animal pen. "Boss, I'm going." With a strange cry, Goblin Chang rushed towards the animal pen eagerly. The goblin minions looked at Goblin Chang running towards the animal pen with envy. Li Chen smiled and turned away. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he had already gotten used to it. But he was different. After all, he wasn't entirely a goblin. For him to accept, the other party had to be a humanoid female creature. "Everyone, follow me." While Goblin Chang was busy reproducing, Li Chen started building the breeding room with the goblin minions. Compared to the animal pen, the breeding room had to be relatively comfortable. The forest wind was cold, and an open environment would easily freeze them to death. Due to the lack of manpower, it took 5 days to build the breeding room. On the 5th day, a larger wooden house appeared in the forest. The house was made by stacking and binding tree branches of various sizes. A large tree served as the main load-bearing structure. It looked like a huge barrel. The roof and outer walls were covered with dry leaves to increase insulation. "Finally, it's finished." Looking at the somewhat crude breeding room in front of him, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. After all, it was his first time making a wooden house, and it was already quite good. Although it was a bit small, it would suffice for now. They could increase the number when needed. Moreover, with some simplified modifications, this kind of wooden house could become a comfortable nest for goblins. Boss. Just then, Goblin Chang ran over. "What's got you so excited?" Li Chen asked curiously. Seeing the excitement on Gobstrong's face, Gobstrong smirked proudly and raised his head high. "Boss, it seems like all 3 female mice are pregnant," he said. Li Chen's eyes lit up with interest. "Let's go take a look." Shortly after, Li Chen and Gobstrong went to the animal pen together. In a moment, they appeared outside the first enclosure. Li Chen curiously observed the female mice in the pen, munching on leaves. There were quite a few of them, at least 10. Ground mouse, level 4, strength 4, defense 2, agility 3, magic 0, abnormal status, pregnant. 3 of the female mice had noticeably larger bellies. It had only been 5 days, and their bellies were already so prominent. If these 3 litters were successfully born, they could increase the goblin population by at least 30. Send those 3 pregnant mice to the breeding room for proper care. Gobstrong nodded and beckoned to his subordinates behind him. Over 10 goblins climbed over the wall and grabbed the ears of the female mice. Amidst the struggling and squeaking, they were pulled out of the pen. "And this one, and this one, and this one. Send them all to the breeding room." Pregnant ground mice would exhibit abnormal behavior. Goblins grabbed the ears of the remaining female mice and left the pen. "Gobstrong, is there plenty of food nearby?" The biggest factor affecting the goblin population was food. If there was an abundant food supply, the goblin population could increase to tens of thousands in just a few years. Gobstrong nodded. "Boss, there are many ground mouse burrows, and the scent of ground mice is strong." Ground mice were the most common type of monster in the forest. They held a similar position in nature as rats on Earth. However, relying on ground mice to obtain enough food was unrealistic. As the tribe's population grew, the demand for food would also increase. To obtain enough food, they would have to expand their hunting area. But once they expanded the hunting area, they would encounter other tribes living in the goblin forest. the ultimate result would be war. In the depths of the goblin forest, battles between goblin nests were common. Many goblin nests would reduce their population through battles with their own kind, achieving a perfect balance between population and hunting area. Although they didn't need to worry about food for now, there would come a day when food would become the tribe's biggest challenge. Boss, boss. Just then, Gobbig came running over in a hurry. It was filled with excitement, its eyes greedily fixed on the female mice in the pen. Gobbig patted its chest in front of Li Chen. Boss, I've evolved into a big goblin. Li Chen looked Gobbig up and down. Name, Gobbig, race, big goblin, level, 10, strength, 14, defense, 15, agility, 17, magic, 3. Not only had its attributes doubled, but its physique had also become stronger. It had grown to a height of 1.7 meters, exuding a sense of power. Gobbig's gaze was fixed on the female mice in the pen, drooling. Seeing Gobbig's eager desire for the female mice, Li Chen smiled. Reproduction was a natural instinct for goblins. Go ahead. Li Chen patted Gobbig's shoulder, granting it the right to mate. That's great. Gobbig cheered and eagerly leaped into the pen. Li Chen glanced at Gobbig in the pen and smiled wryly before turning away. The tribe couldn't only have Gobstrong's offspring. Otherwise, he, as the boss, would eventually be overthrown by his subordinates. To solve this problem, he had to reproduce his own offspring within the tribe. Li Chen didn't mind having his own descendants. What he minded was the mating partner. Even if the partner wasn't human, they should at least be humanoid creatures. Gobu Chang, standing next to the animal pen, looked at Gobude in disgust. If he had known that this guy could evolve into a big Gobu goblin, he would have eaten him long ago. Humph, I'll eat you sooner or later. With a flash of fierceness in his eyes, Gobu Chang turned and left. Gobude seemed to sense the murderous intent from Gobu Chang. It looked at Gobu Chang's departing figure with confusion, but it was quickly pulled back by desire and focused on reproducing offspring. The next morning, Li Chen started another busy day. The Goblin brothers split into 3 groups. One group went out hunting, another stayed in the tribe to build nest houses, and the last group followed their leader, Li Chen, to the barren mountains in the north. In the northern forest of the tribe, 7 goblins walked cautiously. They walked while sniffing with their noses twitching. The goblins' keen sense of smell allowed them to distinguish various scents. Suddenly, one of the goblins stopped. Its halt immediately caught the attention of the other goblins, who also stopped in their tracks. Li Chen crouched down and pulled out a stone from the weeds. It's indeed iron ore. The stone was gray-black, indicating a high iron content. Li Chen glanced sideways and scanned the ground to the west. He noticed many similar stones in the nearby forest, which was about a mile away from the barren mountains. Li Chen threw away the stone in his hand, stood up, and continued walking forward. The iron ore had been found. Now he needed to figure out how to hide the smoke. Iron smelting required burning carbon, which would produce a large amount of smoke. The appearance of smoke would attract the attention of nearby intelligent races. Based on the future information predicted by the simulation of life, Li Chen could at least determine the existence of the Lizardmen and Pigmen tribes nearby. Bringing any intelligent race over would be a disaster for the tribe. If only there was a cave, Li Chen thought to himself as he walked through the forest. It would be best if it was a deep cave with multiple exits. Sealed caves couldn't be used, otherwise the smoke would be like a deadly poison. Although the smoke would eventually be expelled, it wouldn't be as noticeable after being diluted in the cave. But Li Chen also knew that finding a cave wouldn't be easy. In the following days, Li Chen crossed mountains and searched for a place to smelt iron. It took him 3 days to find it. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a goblin ran to Li Chen excitedly. Unconsciously, Li Chen and the Goblin brothers had arrived at the foot of the mountain. The steep cliff almost reached the sky, with a height of hundreds of meters. Li Chen's eyes lit up with joy. Lead the way. Guided by the goblin, Li Chen and the others hurriedly walked forward. After walking for about 200 meters, a steep cliff appeared in Li Chen's eyes. There was a cave entrance on the rock wall at the bottom of the cliff. Judging from the shape of the crack, it seemed to be naturally formed. It was about 3 meters wide and pitch black inside. Outside the cave was a piece of barren black soil with no grass. The soil was somewhat damp, and there were giant footprints visible on it. Such a strange smell. I've never smelled it before. Neither have I. The Goblin brothers outside the cave discussed among themselves. They smelled a strange scent coming from the cave. Since it was an unfamiliar smell, they didn't know what it was. Li Chen also smelled a foul odor. It was the smell of feces mixed with other unpleasant odors. Could it be ogres? Li Chen thought of the future predicted by the simulation of life. In that future, he would encounter ogres. Boss, there's movement. Just then, there was movement in the cave. It was the sound of heavy footsteps. Hide, quickly. Realizing something, Li Chen's face changed slightly. He turned around and ran towards the depths of the forest. Seeing their leader run, the other goblins followed closely behind. Li Chen, who had returned to the forest, did not stray far from the cave. Instead, he hid in a thicket of bushes outside the cave. The other goblins did the same, hiding in various hidden vegetation. The commotion in the cave grew louder and louder. After a while, a huge shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. In the terrified eyes of the goblins, a gigantic creature walked out of the cave. It had gray skin and a bald head. It was incredibly muscular, standing nearly 5 meters tall, even bigger than the goblin leader. Its massive body appeared round and its limbs were unusually thick. Its large eyes rolled around, looking somewhat foolish. Cave Ogre, level 71, strength 317, defense 614, agility 151, magic 36, enhanced stone skin, LV3, defense plus 300, physical regeneration, LV1, increased healing speed. Oh my god. Li Chen was shocked by the terrifying attributes of the Cave Ogre. How did he manage to capture such a powerful monster? With traps? Traps were not foolproof. How deep of a trap would it take to trap this creature? And even if it was trapped, how would he capture it? The ogre outside the cave sniffed its large nose. It seemed to smell a strange scent, but with its dull sense of smell, it couldn't detect the goblins hiding in the forest. After a while, it started walking towards the forest, taking one step at a time. The cave ogre, now in the forest, was like a giant. Wherever it went, low branches and leaves were forcefully pushed aside. Follow it. Li Chen cautiously followed it, taking advantage of the vegetation for cover. Although the other goblins were very afraid, they still followed behind their leader. Before long, the cave ogre stopped in front of a huge tree. It grabbed the trunk with both hands and shook it forcefully. Fist-sized purple fruits fell from the tree with a rustling sound. After doing all this, it sat down under the tree. Its hands skillfully picked up the fallen purple fruits and started eating them. The ogre eats plants? Li Chen muttered to himself as he watched this scene from his hiding spot in the forest. With such a large size and being named Cave Ogre, he didn't expect it to be a vegetarian. Of course, it could also be an omnivore. After all, most humanoid creatures were omnivorous, unlike goblins, who were purely carnivorous. Time passed slowly, and the ogre under the tree continued to eat the fruits. It ate for 2 hours straight before finally stopping. Just as Li Chen thought the ogre was going to return to the cave, it fell into a deep sleep under the tree. A strange smell wafted towards Li Chen, making him wrinkle his nose. Is this the smell of fermentation? Watching the ogre sleeping soundly, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be that the ogre was drunk? The fruits on the tree were obviously overripe and rotting. Rotting would cause fermentation, which could make the ogre intoxicated. With such high defense, I probably can't kill it. Instead of trying to subdue it, Li Chen hoped to kill it and obtain its skills. Either of the two skills would greatly increase his strength, but killing it would be a waste. Such a large creature would be the best labor force. Go bug, take all the goblins and make tree bark ropes. Li Chen instructed the goblin next to him. It nodded and scurried away, calling all the goblins to run towards the depths of the forest. Watching the sleeping ogre, Li Chen's face showed a pensive expression. The future predicted by the simulation of life could only be used as a reference. In this situation, there was no need to set traps. If the ogre really was passed out, it wouldn't easily wake up. This was his chance, the opportunity to capture the ogre. About 5 hours later, Gobug returned with the goblins. Each goblin held a bundle of bark rope in their hands. Come on, follow me. Li Chen bravely left the bushes and walked towards the ogre under the fruit tree. Although the goblins were scared, they still gathered the courage to follow their leader. Li Chen quietly approached the ogre with the goblin brothers. Li Chen gestured with his hand, and a goblin brother quickly handed him the bark rope. Li Chen carefully tied the ogre's feet with the bark rope. Although it may not be effective, it's better than nothing. The ogre was sound asleep and didn't wake up despite Li Chen's efforts. Li Chen used 5 ropes to tie the ogre's feet in circles. Come on, push it. The goblin brothers quickly came to the leader's side. With fearful expressions, They placed their hands on the ogre's back. The ogre was lying on its side against the mountain, so it wasn't difficult to push. Push! Li Chen gave the order, and the goblins exerted their strength together. The ogre's huge body turned over and lay flat on the ground. A gust of wind blew up the dust on the ground. Quick! Bring the bark rope over. Li Chen quickly tied the ogre's hands from behind. To prevent the ogre from exerting force, a good binding method was needed. Li Chen first tied the ogre's hands together, then used 3 bark ropes to connect the hands to the neck. This way, if the ogre struggled, it would make its neck very uncomfortable. The harder it struggled, the tighter the bark rope around its neck would become. Even if the ogre was strong, its strength would be useless if it couldn't be exerted. No, we need an extra precaution. Li Chen used several more bark ropes to tie the ogre's feet to its neck in several loops. This way, if the ogre tried to break the rope on its feet, it would pull the rope on its neck forward. This pull would tighten the bark rope that bound its hands and neck together. Looking at the ogre bound like a dumpling with bark ropes in front of him, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Let's go! Hide it in the forest. Whether it worked or not would only be known when the ogre woke up. Hearing that they could stay away from the terrifying ogre, the goblin brothers ran back to the forest. In the following time, Li Chen patiently waited for the ogre to wake up. Time passed slowly, hour after hour. As the sun was about to set and darkness fell, the ogre finally woke up. Roar! A panicked roar echoed through the forest, scattering the birds. Under the fruit tree, the ogre rolled around in panic. The huge force made the bark ropes on its body creak. The more it struggled, the stronger the choking sensation on its neck became. The ogre howled in agony as it continued to struggle, its voice becoming hoarse. It struggled for 2 hours before finally lying on the ground, panting heavily. By this time, 1/3 of the bark rope on its neck had already snapped. Seeing the ogre stop struggling, Li Chen, hiding in the bushes, breathed a sigh of relief. If the ogre continued to struggle, the bark rope would eventually be torn apart. All right, it's time for me to take action. Li Chen stood up and walked out of the bushes. He now had a whip made of bark rope in his hand. The whip was also entwined with some thorny vines. The thorny vine was a poisonous plant in the forest. It had only one function: once stung, it would cause intense pain. Although not lethal, it would make a person suffer for several days. Even goblins were not immune to this toxin if they were stung. The ogre, despite its high defense, did not have a body of steel. The moment Li Chen appeared, the ogre noticed him. Its huge eyes stared at Li Chen intently. It opened its massive mouth and let out a roar. Li Chen smirked as he approached, swinging the whip. With a loud crack, the sound echoed far and wide. Li Chen swung the whip again, lashing it on the ogre's back. Roar! The cannibal monster roared in pain and rolled towards Li Chen. Li Chen swung his whip and lashed it on the monster's buttocks, leaving a bloody mark. Stop resisting and become my little brother obediently, he said. The sound of the whip echoed through the forest as Li Chen continued to whip the monster. Time passed, and as the sun set and night fell, the whipping did not stop. The next morning, near the fruit tree in the forest, "You stubborn donkey," still being aggressive, Li Chen rolled his eyes at the monster, which was still growling at him. He threw away the deformed whip in his hand, exhausted from whipping the monster all night. Despite the continuous beating, the monster remained fierce. Its gaze towards Li Chen was filled with hatred. Come again! Li Chen's companion quickly handed him a new whip. The sound of the whip resumed in the forest. In the following days, Li Chen dedicated himself to training the monster. It was torture for the monster, but also for himself. On the 5th day, still under the fruit tree, "Be good. If you become my little brother, you won't lose out. I'll take you to enjoy the best things." Li Chen tempted the monster with a purple fruit. The monster on the ground was barely alive, with no spirit in its face, but its gaze towards Li Chen remained filled with hatred. In response to Li Chen's feeding, it roared and lunged towards him. Li Chen furrowed his brows, took a few steps back to avoid the monster's attack. His face turned cold, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. "It seems you're only fit to be a piece of meat." Li Chen threw away the whip in his hand and waved to his goblin companions behind him. "Eat it alive." After 5 days of relentless training, Li Chen was on the verge of giving up. He just wanted to finish this and go back to get a good sleep. The goblins' faces froze upon hearing their leader's words. Then they showed excitement, their mouths slightly open, revealing sharp teeth. The goblin companions cheered and greedily pounced on the monster. They crazily gnawed at its body, tearing off a large piece of flesh with one bite. The monster let out a roar of pain. However, the weakened monster had lost its ability to resist, but a miraculous scene unfolded. The wounds caused by the goblin's bites visibly healed at an astonishing speed. This scene intrigued Li Chen. Could it be the effect of the regeneration ability? His eyes lit up as he pounced on the monster and tore off a piece of flesh from its thigh with his ferocious mouth. Tough. The monster's flesh was very difficult to chew. It was tough and dry, like a rubber band. But in order to obtain the skill, Li Chen didn't care. He chewed on the monster's flesh, one bite after another, but there was no system prompt. Could it be that eating the heart has the highest chance of obtaining skills? Both the steel body and wind blade skills were obtained by eating hearts. Suddenly, the system prompt appeared, dispelling Li Chen's doubts. It seemed that obtaining skills had nothing to do with the heart. Li Chen stopped eating the monster. All right, stop eating. The leader's command made the goblins reluctantly end their feast. Although they were not full yet, the goblins, with blood all over their mouths, looked satisfied. Since you don't want to become my little brother, then you shall become the tribe's meat, Li Chen said. This giant creature in front of him was a level 70 monster. Eating its flesh would allow the goblins to evolve quickly. It has the ability of physical regeneration. As long as the amount is controlled, it will not affect its life. That's how Li Chen cruelly announced the fate of the ogre. Go bug, give it some fruit to eat, but don't feed it too much, just enough to keep it from starving. At this moment, Li Chen had lost interest in the ogre. He looked expressionless into the ogre's eyes, then turned and walked into the forest. After delaying for so many days, it had to make up for the lost time. Woo woo! The ogre seemed to understand its own fate. The hostility in its eyes disappeared. It called weakly towards Li Chen. The weak cry from behind the ogre made Li Chen pause. Li Chen turned around and looked at the ogre behind him, grinning. Very good. You should be afraid. Seeing the pleading look of the ogre, Li Chen knew he had succeeded. Li Chen walked towards the ogre. He picked up a fruit from the ground and fed it to the ogre again. This time, the ogre opened its mouth. Li Chen threw the purple fruit into the ogre's mouth. The ogre, who hadn't eaten for several days, chewed it with relish. Next, Li Chen fed the ogre several fermented fruits. The fact that the ogre could feel fear indicated that it was an intelligent creature with rich emotions. It would be different if it were a goblin. Goblins would either run away or fight to the death, with no third option. Bring all the fruits over. The goblin minions hurriedly ran towards the fruit tree. In the following time, Li Chen appeased the ogre with fruits. The ogre, who had been hungry for 5 days, devoured them eagerly. Watching the ogre devouring the fruits, Li Chen smiled. Then, Li Chen made a surprising move. He climbed onto the ogre's body and untied the bark rope on its hands. This scene filled the goblin minions with fear. They involuntarily stepped back. When the last piece of bark rope was untied, the ogre's hands regained their freedom. Just as the goblin minions were about to turn and flee, they found that the ogre did not attack their leader. The ogre, with its hands free, stood up and started picking up the fruits on the ground to eat. Li Chen continued to untie the bark rope on the ogre's legs. In no time, Li Chen untied the bark rope on the ogre's legs. The ogre, who had been bound for 5 days, regained its freedom once again. And so, Li Chen gained a cave ogre minion. Half an hour later, Li Chen followed the newly acquired minion into its home. Is there wind? The cave was quiet, pitch black. Li Chen could feel a cold breeze brushing past his ears. The cave had an air inlet, which meant there was another exit. The space in the cave was larger than Li Chen had imagined. When he went deeper into the cave, the space became extremely spacious in less than 30 meters. Is this water vapor? The air was very humid, and Li Chen faintly heard the sound of water flowing. In the maze of rocks, Li Chen continued to move forward. The goblin minions and the big ogre silently followed behind him. The goblins were filled with fear towards the big ogre. They followed the ogre from a distance, not daring to get too close. They were afraid that the ogre's huge hand would grab them and stuff them into its mouth. In contrast to the fear of the goblin minions, Li Chen remained calm. The ogre was simple-minded and wouldn't hide its emotions. It didn't attack him when it regained its freedom, so it would never attack him in the future. From now on, I'll call you Dum Dum. Dum Dum, did you live here before? Well, this isn't a good place. The wind enters through the cave entrance, lowering the temperature inside the cave. More importantly, there seems to be an underground river deep in the cave. After entering the cave, Li Chen felt a chill. Dum Dum looked at the leader with a puzzled expression. Unable to understand what he was saying, it raised its strong right hand and pointed to the cliff. Li Chen looked up and immediately understood. It turned out that the clumsy nest was in a cave on the cliff. The cliff was not steep, but rather like a staircase. Although it was difficult for goblins to climb mountains, it was easy for clumsy. Let's go ahead and take a look. Li Chen continued forward with his little brothers. After walking for a while, they went deep into the cave for about a few hundred meters, and an underground river appeared in front of Li Chen. The place where the water flowed out was a spring on the right side. The water flow was very turbulent, and the constant washing over the years had formed a clear and bottom visible stream in the cave. Clumsy walked forward confidently, staring at the water's surface by the water's edge. Just as Li Chen was wondering what Clumsy was doing, Clumsy suddenly reached into the water, as if trying to catch something. When Clumsy withdrew its hand, it was holding a huge cartilaginous fish. Blackrock fish, level 6, strength 3, defense 2, agility 7, magic 1. It resembled an electric eel and was completely black. Clumsy grabbed the blackrock fish and brought it to its mouth, taking a bite. The first bite split the cartilaginous fish in half. Li Chen smiled as he watched this scene. Clumsy was not a vegetarian, but an omnivorous creature. Clumsy handed over the half-eaten cartilaginous fish to Li Chen. Looking at the half-meter-long fish in front of him, Li Chen caught it with both hands. He opened his mouth and tore off a big piece of fish meat. It was sticky, but tasted really good. Here, after eating a few bites of fish meat, Li Chen threw the remaining fish meat to the goblin little brothers. The goblin little brothers rushed forward and fought over the fish meat on the ground. Li Chen went to the water's edge and washed his hands. Just as he squatted down, a huge creature suddenly rushed out of the water in front of him. A 1.5-meter-long blackrock fish opened its sharp jaws and bit down at Li Chen. Seeing the attacking blackrock fish, Li Chen rolled his eyes. He threw a punch, hitting the fish's chin directly. The tremendous force sent the blackrock fish flying and it collided with Clumsy beside it. Clumsy instinctively caught the blackrock fish. It looked at its boss next to it, then looked at the fish in its hand. It was a bit puzzled but started eating the fish meat. How did the fish end up in its hand? Li Chen casually picked up a stone from the riverbank and stood up. Let's go. Let's get out of here. The cave was large. There was no need to go deeper. The space here alone was enough. With wind and water, it was an excellent place for iron smelting. Li Chen then led the goblin little brothers out of the cave. Outside the cave, Li Chen began to assign tasks to the goblin little brothers. You, and you, go to the forest and pick up stones like this. Li Chen showed the stones in his hand to the goblin little brothers. The stones in his hand were picked up from the riverbank in the cave. They were grayish and were iron ore. This indicated that the cave was a natural iron mine. The three goblins pointed out by Li Chen hurriedly ran towards the forest. Gobgug, you go find dead wood. Gobgug nodded and led the remaining goblins into the forest. Clumsy, let's go find clay. Clumsy obediently followed behind Li Chen. In the forest, as Clumsy followed behind Li Chen, it reached out and poked Li Chen's back. What's wrong? Li Chen turned around and looked at Clumsy. Clumsy pointed at itself and let out a deep voice. Bang bang? Li Chen smiled and pointed at Clumsy with his right hand. Clumsy. Then Li Chen pointed at himself. Boss. Clumsy looked at the boss, then lowered its head and looked at itself. It pointed at itself with its right hand. Clumsy? Li Chen nodded. Clumsy pointed at Li Chen again. Boss. Li Chen nodded again. In this way, under Li Chen's guidance, Clumsy learned its new name. In the following days, Li Chen only did one thing. That was to prepare for the iron smelting experiment. In the western part of the cave, on the riverbank. Boss, what are you doing? Gobug asked curiously as he saw the boss neatly stacking the split wood. Pay attention. You guys will have to do the same thing in the future. Li Chen spread the firewood and placed a piece of iron ore on top. Put all these iron ores on top. The boss's command made the goblin minions quickly start placing the iron ores that were piled aside onto the stack of firewood. Just one layer. Don't stack them on top of each other. After giving the instructions, Li Chen knelt down on the ground. This sudden action startled the goblin minions. Li Chen ignored their surprise and took the dry wood and fluff that had been prepared on the side to start drilling for fire. The wooden stick made a rustling sound as Li Chen rubbed it. Bumpy sat on the side, curiously watching the busy goblins. In less than 10 minutes, Li Chen smelled the scent of smoke. Soon, Billowing white smoke emerged from the fluff. Li Chen quickly put down the wooden stick and carefully blew on the fluff with both hands. After a while, a flame appeared in the darkness. "It's fire! Human fire!" Gobug exclaimed at the sight of the flame. "Shut up!" Li Chen glared at Gobug and quickly used the flame to ignite the dry grass in the stack of firewood. As the dry grass ignited, the flame burned vigorously. Bumpy was also startled by the flame, causing its huge body to tremble. In a moment, the stack of firewood was burning fiercely. The goblins looked at the blazing fire with curiosity. They never expected that the boss could obtain human fire so easily. "Bumpy, fetch water." Clapping his hands, Li Chen pointed to the bamboo buckets next to Bumpy. Li Chen had found some bamboo in the forest while searching for clay. Those bamboos were extremely large, requiring several people to hold them together. Li Chen used those bamboos to make some bamboo buckets. Bumpy stood up and fetched 2 buckets of water from the river with one in each hand. Not far away, there was a pile of yellow clay. "Pour it in and mix it with your hands." Under Li Chen's guidance, Bumpy mixed the yellow clay with its huge hands. Soon, the yellow clay gradually turned into clay. When the consistency was about right, Li Chen began using the clay to make a blast furnace. "Gobug, continue stacking and splitting wood, just like I did earlier." Seeing that the first stack of firewood was almost burned out, Li Chen instructed Gobug. Gobug nodded, seemingly understanding. The group of goblin minions started frantically laying the firewood. In no time, a stack of firewood was barely piled up. The goblins then placed more iron ores on top. "Don't use your hands, use wooden sticks to pick them up." When Gobug tried to pick up the charcoal from the fire with his hands, Li Chen scolded him. Gobug's hand trembled, and he quickly withdrew it. Carefully, he used 2 wooden sticks to pick up a piece of charcoal and placed it in the stack of firewood. As the dry grass ignited, the second stack of firewood started burning. By this time, the first stack of firewood had already burned out, leaving only charcoal and burnt iron ores on the ground. Take those burnt iron ores and smash them into powder on the nearby stone. Remember, don't use your hands. The goblins imitated Gobug and used wooden sticks to remove the hot iron ores. They placed the burnt iron ores on a smooth stone nearby and began smashing them with the stone. Due to the high temperature, the iron ores became brittle and easily split into pieces with a light strike. The small pieces of stone were also easily crushed into powder. After smashing the iron ores into powder, it became iron or powder. Since it was an experiment, the first blast furnace was not large. Li Chen spent 5 hours making a 1.5-meter tall blast furnace. It took another 2 hours to dry the blast furnace. "It should be fine now." Li Chen nodded repeatedly as he looked at the well-formed blast furnace in front of him. Although the surface was not very smooth, he had to accept some flaws since it was his first time making a blast furnace. The top of the blast furnace was small, while the bottom was large. There is only a small smoke outlet and feeding port on the top. In order to increase the temperature inside the furnace for oxygen supply, there are 3 ventilation ports at the bottom of the blast furnace. Each ventilation port is connected to a bamboo tube. The other end of the bamboo tube is a simple bellows made of animal skin and bamboo. The structure of the bellows is simple and Li Chen didn't put much thought into it. "Alright, let's start. Benben, feed the materials." After waiting for a long time, Benben took a bamboo bucket and poured the charcoal into the blast furnace through the opening on top. Then came the iron or powder, followed by charcoal on top of the iron or powder. Finally, the feeding port was closed, leaving only a chimney made of bamboo. Finally, Li Chen opened the iron outlet, and a piece of burning charcoal ignited the dry grass at the bottom. As the dry grass ignited, the blast furnace gradually started to burn. "What are you waiting for? Start blowing." Li Chen quickly called on the Goblin brothers to operate the bellows. The Goblin brothers worked in pairs, pulling the bellows with a wheezing sound. As the bellows were pulled, billowing smoke emerged from the chimney. Before long, the blast furnace became scorching hot. "Keep pulling, don't stop." Temperature is the most important factor in iron smelting. The temperature needs to be raised to at least 1,300 degrees to melt the iron or powder into molten iron. "I hope it won't fail." Li Chen frowned as he looked at the furnace emitting astonishing heat waves. The larger the blast furnace, the easier it is to store heat, and the pressure will also be higher. Higher pressure can lower the melting point of iron. If the blast furnace is too small, the heat will quickly dissipate through the furnace wall. It is also difficult to quickly raise the temperature inside the furnace to 1,300 degrees without sufficient airflow. "Boss, Are we done? The goblins sweating profusely while operating the bellows. They were not only hot, but their hands were also sore and painful. Keep going. The goblins continued to pull with a pained expression on their faces. Boss, my hands are going to be useless. Don't stop. Just as the goblin brothers were wailing, time was passing bit by bit. 5 hours later, on the bank of the underground river in the cave, the blast furnace on the bank emitted astonishing heat. Even 5 meters away, one could feel the surging heat waves. Standing next to the blast furnace, Li Chen felt the temperature without touching it. An hour ago, the temperature inside the blast furnace stopped rising. Li Chen knew that the temperature inside the furnace had reached its limit. Let's start. Looking at the blast furnace in front of him, Li Chen thought to himself, whether it succeeds or not is important, but not that important. This is just the first experiment, and Li Chen is not afraid of failure. Even if he fails, he will gain experience and will not fail again next time. Li Chen took a few steps back, bent down, and picked up the mold placed aside. Then he placed the mold at the iron outlet and used a wooden stick to remove the stones blocking the iron outlet. As the stones blocking the iron outlet were moved away, the scorching molten iron flowed out. This scene brightened Li Chen's eyes. He didn't expect the first iron smelting in the blast furnace to be successful. The molten iron, like magma, continuously flowed into the mold. With pig iron, there is the possibility of steel making. When pig iron is placed in a damp place and reacts with air and water, a large amount of rust can be obtained. Smelting the rust with pig iron can produce low-carbon steel. Steelmaking is not limited to this method alone. Pig iron can also be crushed into fragments for secondary smelting. By stirring the molten pig iron, the contact area with oxygen can be increased, causing carbon in the iron to oxidize. By controlling the carbon content in the iron through experiments and terminating the smelting process, medium carbon steel and high carbon steel can be obtained. It is also possible to fully smelt the carbon oxide in pig iron to obtain low carbon wrought iron. Pouring pig iron into red-hot wrought iron for remelting can produce high-carbon steel. Strange, such a small blast furnace shouldn't reach the melting point of iron. Li Chen muttered as he watched the molten iron flowing out of the iron outlet. Could it be that the oxygen content in this world is different from Earth? The higher the oxygen content, the stronger the fire will burn. The stronger the fire burns, the higher the temperature will naturally be. Didn't think too much about it. Success is success. And the result is the most important thing. With the success of the first experiment, we had a good start. In the following days, Li Chen only did one thing, which was to teach the Goblin brothers how to familiarize themselves with the process of iron smelting. He also taught them some knowledge about iron making, tempering, quenching, forging, and so on. Although goblins are not very smart, they have strong imitation abilities. Li Chen didn't need them to think about the principles of iron smelting. He just needed them to follow the steps of iron smelting and iron making. Half a month later, on the riverbank of the cave. This is an hourglass. When the sand inside runs out, it's time to start the furnace. Do you understand? Li Chen held a simple hourglass made of bamboo in his hand on the riverbank. Goblins have no concept of time. Or more accurately, they don't have a way to measure time. The goblin brothers on the riverbank nodded. Good. Starting today, you will make your own blast furnace and smelt iron. If you can produce molten iron, it will be considered a success. If you succeed, each of you will have a day of mating rights. If you fail, you can forget about reproducing for the rest of your life. When they heard that they could gain mating rights by succeeding, the goblins on the riverbank's eyes lit up. They looked eagerly at their leader. Their drool was almost dripping from the corners of their mouths, because the goblin brothers on the riverbank had all eaten the flesh of the cave trolls. In just over half a month, the 7 goblin brothers had evolved into big goblins. Facing the excited goblin brothers in front of him, Li Chen waved his hand. Go, you have 5 days. Upon hearing this, the goblin brothers on the riverbank quickly turned and ran towards the cave entrance. They had to start from scratch and select iron ore with a higher iron content. They also had to find clay for making blast furnaces and firewood for charcoal burning. Watching the goblin brothers running towards the cave entrance, Li Chen smiled. Li Chen intentionally trained these 7 goblin brothers to become blacksmiths. Once they became blacksmiths, their descendants would inherit their skills. At that time, the tribe would have a large team of blacksmiths. System, start simulating life. Unconsciously, another month of cooldown time had passed. Li Chen was full of expectations for the future development of his life. Start simulating life. You have started your career as a blacksmith, and your efforts have paid off. The tribe has entered the Iron Age. You have made the first spear, you have made the first crossbow, you have armed your tribe, and it is thriving. Your hunting team was ambushed and wiped out by lizardmen while collecting spider silk in the ghost spider forest. Eastern scouts discovered traces of the pigmen tribe, and a pigmen tribe entered your territory due to the rapid increase in the tribe's population. The pressure on food has led you to decide to launch a war. Please make the following choices. 1. Seek revenge against the lizardmen. 2. Annihilate the pigmen tribe that entered your territory. 3. Cross the river and expand the hunting territory on the south bank. Li Chen sat down on a large stone on the riverbank. How should he choose among the 3 options? Sitting on the stone, Li Chen stared blankly at the water's surface. The lizardmen had survived in the swamp for who knows how many years. It would be irrational to bite this hard bone, but the ghost spider forest was near the swamp. If the lizardmen were not eliminated, obtaining spider silk would become a big problem. The second option was a big pitfall. Li Chen hadn't forgotten the future predicted by the simulation of life last time. In that future, the pigmen tribe grew and gave birth to a golden pigmen king because of the blast furnace he made. This indicated that the pigmen tribe was a large social group. Eliminating the migrating pigmen tribe might attract the tribe behind them. As for the third option, it could potentially trigger a civil war. Once they crossed the river, they would enter the territory of the Goblin Overlord. Li Chen didn't have the confidence to defeat the Goblin Overlord at the moment. If he lost in the leader's duel, he would lose everything for him now. The third option is also a big pit. Choose to seek revenge on the lizardmen. In the end, Li Chen still chose to seek revenge on the lizardmen. The ambush of the lizardmen on the hunting team made you furious, so you chose to seek revenge on the lizardmen in the night. You led the goblin army to raid the lizardmen tribe. Although the lizardmen were prepared, they were no match for your goblin army, and you successfully wiped out the lizardmen tribe. You killed all the young lizardmen and left only the lizardmen children and females shorter than the goblins. You discovered an albino female lizardman who is the high priestess of the lizardmen tribe. She has the skill mind speak and can communicate with all races. You had a conversation with her and found her beautiful. Feeling the urge to mate for the first time, you obtained her and claimed her. And 1 month later, you had your own offspring. Her name is Bai Ling, and from her, you learned that besides the white scale tribe, there are also the black scale tribe and the gray scale tribe in the swamp. Please make the following choices. 1. Continue the march and eliminate the black scale tribe. 2. Continue the march and eliminate the gray scale tribe. 3. Do nothing and lead the army back to the tribe. Continue the march and eliminate the black scale tribe. Although he didn't know how much damage his goblin army suffered after the battle with the lizardmen, the third option was definitely not an option. If the black scale tribe and the gray scale tribe were to learn that the lizardmen tribe where Bai Ling was located had been wiped out, these two tribes would likely unite and cause trouble for him. Only by continuing the march, creating a time difference, and gradually eliminating the lizardmen tribes to unify the swamp would be the safest choice. You chose to march on the black scale tribe in one night. Your goblin army raided the black scale tribe, and the tribe was wiped out. You left behind the children and women and sent them to the white scale tribe. The war caused many big goblins to evolve into goblin warriors, and you were challenged by Goblin Gu. You accepted the challenge and slapped it 10 meters away, impressing all the goblins with your strength. Please make the following choices. 1. Continue the march and attack the gray scale tribe. 2. You feel that the goblin army has suffered heavy losses and temporarily give up attacking the gray scale tribe. Choose 1. Continue the attack on the gray scale tribe. At this point, of course, we must continue to dominate the swamp with one breath. You chose to continue the attack on the gray scale tribe in one night. You raided the gray scale tribe, but found that the tribe was empty. The white scale tribe and the black scale tribe were frightened by the destruction of the lizardmen tribe and had already fled. Migrating elsewhere, you decided to pursue the gray scale tribe, but their traces disappeared on the riverbank. You ruled the northern swamp and became the swamp king. You established 12 taxes, and every year, the white phosphorus tribe had to contribute 2/10 of its population for labor rotation. With the lizardmen females, the population lost in the war was quickly replenished. Your tribe grew strong, and the population skyrocketed. For food needs, you taught the white scale tribe farming knowledge, and the swamp became your fishing ground. Your hunting team ambushed a group of pigmen. The pigmen launched a major attack. Please choose the following options. 1. Launch a proactive attack. 2. Defend passively and build wooden forts on a large scale. 3. Abandon the breeding ground and take refuge in the cave. Why not give a timeline? Another 3 options that made Li Chen feel troubled. If there was a timeline, he could calculate the strength of the tribe through time. Choose 1. Launch a proactive attack. You chose to launch an attack on the Pigman tribe. Your goblin army fought against the Pigman army in the forest. You emerged victorious, and the Pigman army was driven back. As you were about to pursue them, you received news from the swamp. The fleeing Grayscale tribe brought back a large Lizardman army, and the White Phosphorus tribe surrendered. White Spirit betrayed you, and the Lizardman army learned that your tribe possessed the ability to make iron weapons. Please make the following choices. 1. Continue advancing eastward and completely eliminate the Pigman tribe. 2. Lead the Goblin army to the swamp and confront the Lizardman army. 3. Retreat to the tribe and build wooden fortifications to resist the Lizardman attack. It seems that letting the Grayscale tribe escape was a big mistake. Li Chen did not expect the future situation predicted by the simulation of life to change so quickly. He knew that the escape of the Grayscale tribe was a turning point in his life. At this point, no matter what he chose, it seemed that there would be no good outcome. The Pigman army had already been defeated, and pursuing them was necessary but not feasible. The Lizardman army posed a threat from behind, and pursuing the Pigman tribe could lead to the rear being breached. The third option was too passive, which Li Chen disliked. Choose option 2. Confront the Lizardman army. You chose to confront the Lizardman army. You led the Goblin army to the White Scale tribe, but it was already deserted. The Lizardmen had withdrawn from the swamp, and you found traces of their retreat on the riverbank. You could only lead the Goblin army back to the tribe without any achievements. You decided to continue advancing eastward and completely eradicate the Pigman tribe. You found the Pigman tribe, but it was already deserted. One day, the Lizardman army appeared again in the swamp. On that day, a large Pigman army appeared in the eastern forest. Your tribe was caught in a pincer attack by the Lizardmen and the Pigman tribe. White Spirit accused you, and you and Bumble were surrounded by the Lizardmen and the Pigman tribe. 2 different races joined forces against you and Bumble. Bumble died, exhausted, and you died, exhausted as well. Goblin survived. It cut off your head and gave it to Goblin Lord while crossing the river. Goblin Lord crushed your head and devoured it amidst the screams of Goblin. As a time traveler, your glorious life came to an abrupt end due to the whims of fate. Your death benefited the rise of 2 barbaric tribes, and your death was not worthless, but it did not have much value either. You were just a member of the masses, with minimal impact on this world. The simulation of life ends. Score, 60. Please choose one of the following reward options. 1. Increase 1 level for every 5 points consumed. 2. Increase 5 attributes for every 5 points consumed. 3. Increase 1 charm for every 10 points consumed. 4. Increase 1 level of wind blade technique for every 10 points consumed. Choose option 1. Many goblin minions have already evolved into big goblins. It is not conducive to rule if he remains an ordinary goblin. Consuming 10 points. Level plus 2. Consuming 50 points. Level plus 5. Your level has been increased. Current level, 15. After level 10. It takes 10 points to level up, right? Just as Li Chen was muttering in his heart, a severe pain swept through his body. Li Chen, sitting on the riverbank, made a crackling sound. His small body expanded, and the animal skin on his body burst open with a snap. Bumble, who was beside him, widened his eyes and curiously watched as the leader rapidly grew larger. In no time, Li Chen's height jumped from around 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters. His body was no longer slender but exceptionally strong. Phew! When the intense pain subsided, Li Chen collapsed on a rock, gasping for breath. With a thought, Li Chen opened the character panel. Name: Goblin, race, Goblin, level, 15, strength, 175, defense, 159, agility, 91, magic, 86, charisma, 0, luck, 11, devour, chance to obtain opponents' skills by devouring their flesh and blood, steel bones, LV4, strength, plus 80, defense plus 80, agility plus 20, wind blade technique, LV1, physical regeneration, LV1. The attributes have increased significantly after leveling up. Each attribute has increased by 30 to 40 points. It seems that the stronger my own attributes are, the higher the attribute bonus will be when leveling up. Li Chen is very satisfied with his current attribute values. Even without the bonus from steel bones, his attributes are not considered low. It's worth noting that he is only level 15. The attributes of an ordinary goblin at level 15 are between 15 to 25. His base attributes at level 15 are several times that of an ordinary goblin. Whether this is true, Li Chen doesn't know. It's just his speculation. Perhaps the attribute bonus when leveling up is related to skills. The more skills one has, the higher their talent. The higher the talent, the higher the attribute bonus when leveling up. Leader, you've evolved into a big goblin? Gobj, who came back with a bundle of firewood, was startled by the big goblin on the shore. The familiar scent made the goblin recognize the identity of the leader. It had only been a short while since it went out, and the leader had already evolved? Li Chen grinned and waved his arm. Yes, I've evolved into a big goblin. Gobj dropped the firewood in his hands. It took a few steps forward and knelt down, kissing Li Chen's feet. Leader, you're amazing. Time passed day by day. Li Chen, as an examiner, observed the Goblin brothers' iron smelting for several days. On the first day, the Goblin brothers prepared various iron smelting materials, such as finding dry wood for burning, clay for making a furnace, and iron ore for smelting. On the second day, they made charcoal and built the furnace. The furnace wall is too thin. Make it thicker. While observing, Li Chen sometimes gave instructions to the Goblin brothers. The brothers who were making the furnace quickly demolished the foundation and started over. On the third day, at Li Chen's request, the Goblin brothers built a furnace about 5 meters high. On the fourth day, the Goblin brothers started iron smelting. In the afternoon, before sunset, it's done! It's done! Cheers erupted from the underground riverbank of the cave. A large group of goblins danced and watched as molten iron flowed continuously from the iron outlet. Some goblins quickly piled up forging tools near the iron outlet. In this way, under Li Chen's guidance, the Goblin brothers successfully completed their training. Li Chen didn't rush to teach them how to make steel. The process of making steel is much more complicated than iron smelting. Having pig iron is enough for now. Although pig iron is hard and brittle, it is not suitable for making weapons, but the material requirements for spearheads and arrowheads are not as high. It wouldn't be too late to perfect the iron smelting process after overcoming this crisis. By then, they can use the Bessemer process to mass-produce steel. Very well, starting tomorrow, you will take turns returning to the tribe and have 1 day of mating rites. Li Chen won't go back on his promise to the Goblin brothers. The goblins, upon hearing this, showed excitement on their faces. After teaching the Goblin brothers iron smelting, Li Chen left the cave early the next morning. Instead of immediately returning to the tribe, he wandered around in the forest. Bang bang, break this tree. Bang bang looked down at the leader beside it, then looked at the small sapling in front of it. It slapped the tree with its palm. With a loud bang, the tree was snapped in half. Li Chen moved forward and took a piece of wood from the broken part. Too soft. Li Chen threw away the wood chips in his hand and continued walking towards the depths of the forest. Like this, Li Chen and Bum Bum began searching for hardwood in the forest. This is it. In the western heaven, Li Chen finally found the trees suitable for making crossbows, gun barrels, and arrow shafts. In the dim forest, Li Chen lowered his head and examined the branches in his hand. Even the branches were so resilient. The trunk would be even stronger. Bum Bum, carry it back. Bum Bum took 2 steps forward and hugged a not-so-big hardwood tree. In the forest, there was only the sound of cracking. The tall hardwood tree, tens of meters high, was uprooted by Bum Bum. In the afternoon, Li Chen returned to the tribe with Bum Bum carrying a large tree. The chief is back. The chief is back. The goblins showed excitement upon the chief's return, but Bum Bum's huge body also made them fearful. The tribe had changed a lot in nearly half a month. There were more than a dozen wooden houses resembling birthing huts. Chief, Goblin Strong came running with a group of goblins. Chief, the first batch of newborns in the tribe is about to arrive. The thought of their own offspring being born made Goblin Strong extremely excited. He glanced at the ogre behind the chief and shrank his neck. The ogre was too big. It could crush him with 1 foot. Slightly glancing sideways, Li Chen looked towards the birthing hut not far away. It was about time. The gestation period for female goblin creatures was only about 3 to 4 weeks. We need to prepare enough food for them to grow quickly. The tribe needs them. Goblin Strong nodded vigorously. Chief, rest assured, the food for the newborns to grow has already been prepared. In the following days, Li Chen began studying how to make a simple crossbow. Compared to bows and arrows, crossbows were easier to handle. Li Chen didn't expect his clumsy goblin brothers to become master archers one day. Their small bodies were not suitable for using bows and arrows. On the third day after Li Chen returned to the tribe, the first batch of newborns arrived. In the largest wooden house, Li Chen used a small knife to carve the wood in his hand. Looking around, the wood chips in the wooden house piled up like mountains. The various ideas that came to mind delayed the progress of making the crossbow. The more he sought perfection, the worse things turned out. Chief, it's born. It's born. In the afternoon, Goblin Big rushed into the wooden house. Li Chen put down his tools and got up to go outside. Before long, Li Chen followed Goblin Big to the front of a certain nursery. The entrance to the nursery was separated by a fence. Inside the room, a group of playful little goblins could be seen. They were very small, like little puppies. There were quite a few of them, more than 10. Once the little goblins were born, they had to be separated from their mothers. Otherwise, the hungry little goblins would see their mothers as food. At this moment, a group of goblins came over, each carrying 2 little goblins. Chief. Seeing the chief at the door, the goblins walking towards this side were startled. They dared not move forward and stayed outside the wooden house. Wow! The little goblins in their hands struggled. They screamed loudly, appearing fierce. The adult goblins grabbed their necks, making it impossible for them to break free no matter how much they struggled. They could only scream in frustration. Li Chen stepped aside, signaling them to continue. The goblins outside the wooden house quickly threw the little goblins in their hands into the house. Since they had just been born, the little goblins were still wet. The strong scent from the newborn stimulated the little goblins inside the house. They greedily looked at the struggling newborns. The birth time was less than an hour apart, and the latter became food in the eyes of the former. Behave yourselves, the goblin guarding the door roared. This startled the little goblin, who hid in the corner in fright. The newly born goblin couldn't speak yet. It would take 2 weeks for it to be able to communicate freely with adult goblins. That's the magic of goblins. Language and such things don't need to be taught. They naturally learn with time. Li Chen, who was outside the door, looked for a while before turning and leaving. He returned to the wooden house and continued his research on the crossbow. Boss, what do you think of this? The next morning, Gobj entered the wooden house carrying a bundle wrapped in animal skin. Gobj knelt in front of the boss and carefully unfolded the bundle on the ground. As the bundle opened, 3 cone-shaped spearheads, about 20 centimeters long, were revealed. Although the craftsmanship was a bit rough, they appeared sharp after being polished. In addition to the spearheads, there were more than 10 arrowheads. Li Chen picked up one of the spearheads and examined it carefully. Not bad. We'll use this as a template to mass-produce spearheads in the future. A furnace of molten iron could produce dozens of spearheads. Spearhead production was relatively simple. After the molten iron cooled in the mold, it could be used after a simple forging process. Li Chen looked inside the house, stood up, and walked towards the corner. In the corner, Li Chen found a tree branch with a pointed end. This branch came from a hardwood tree. Li Chen named the hardwood tree after it, as it was suitable for making gunstocks. Li Chen took the branch and sat back in his original position. He used a small knife to remove the branches and then sharpened the gunstock. After some processing and sharpening, he inserted the gunstock into the barrel. After a seamless pounding, a long spear took shape. Goblins were small in size, and a long spear that was 2 heads taller than them was the most suitable. Too long would be disadvantageous. The longer it was, the clumsier it became. The average goblin's height was about 1.3 meters, so a 1.5 meter long spear was the most suitable. Li Chen stood up, waved the long spear in his hand, and it made a whooshing sound. The goblin's neck shrank, and it quickly took a few steps back. After playing for a while, Li Chen got bored and threw the long spear to Gobj. He kept the arrowheads and gave everything else to Gobj. Make finished products according to this template. Go. Gobj nodded quickly. It ran out of the wooden house with the long spear and the bundle wrapped in animal skin. Meanwhile, Li Chen continued his research on the crossbow. System, start simulating life. Li Chen didn't forget that he still had one chance to simulate life this month. Consuming 21st grade magic crystals, life simulation begins. As a time traveler, you have made the first crossbow. With your knowledge, you start arming your tribe. And your tribe grows strong. Your hunting team was ambushed and wiped out by lizardmen while gathering spider silk in the ghost spider forest. The eastern region discovered traces of the pigmen tribe, and a pigmen tribe entered your territory. Due to the rapid increase in the tribe's population, The pressure of food forces you to decide to wage war. Please make the following choices. 1. Seek revenge on the Lizardmen. 2. Annihilate the pigmen tribe that entered your territory. 3. Cross the river and expand the hunting territory on the south bank. The future of the options in the first stage did not change at all. Even the options were exactly the same. Last time, Li Chen chose to seek revenge on the Lizardmen. This time, naturally, Li Chen would not choose to seek revenge on the Lizardmen again. Choice 2. Annihilate the pigmen tribe that entered the territory. The intrusion of the pigmen tribe into your territory infuriates you, and you lead the goblin army to attack eastward. The pigmen tribe flees at the sight of you, and you return without any achievements. Another goblin heading to the ghost spider forest is ambushed by lizardmen, and the entire army is wiped out. The ambush of the lizardmen hunting party angers you, and you choose to seek revenge on the lizardmen in the darkness of one night. You lead the goblin army to launch a surprise attack on the lizardmen tribe. Although the lizardmen were prepared, they were no match for your goblin army, and you successfully annihilate the lizardmen tribe. You kill all the young lizardmen, leaving only the lizardmen children and females. Shorter than the goblins, you come across an albino female lizardman, who is the high priestess of the lizardmen tribe. She possesses the skill Mind Speak, which allows her to communicate with all races. You engage in a conversation with her and find her beautiful. Feeling the urge to mate for the first time, you obtain her and claim her as your own, and 1 month later, you have your own offspring. Her name is Bai Ling, and through her, you learn that besides the white scale tribe, there are also the black scale tribe and the gray scale tribe in the swamp. Please make the following choices. 1. Continue advancing and eliminate the black scale tribe. 2. Continue advancing and eliminate the gray scale tribe. 3. Do nothing and lead the army back to the tribe going around in circles. Li Chen rolled his eyes and pondered. It seems that the third choice in the first stage will have an impact on the future. No, perhaps the overall situation will not change regardless of the choice, because the lizardmen are a threat as long as they are in the swamp, and the intrusion of the pigmen tribe into the territory is an unchangeable fact. In any case, these two threats from the lizardmen and the pigmen tribe cannot be avoided. Continue advancing and eliminate the gray scale tribe. The gray scale tribe is obviously the guide for the lizardmen army. Perhaps eliminating the gray scale tribe can prevent the appearance of the lizardmen army. You choose to advance and eliminate the gray scale tribe in the darkness of one night. Your goblin army launches a surprise attack on the gray scale tribe, and the tribe is annihilated. You leave behind the children and women and send them to the white scale tribe. The war has caused many big goblins to evolve into goblin warriors, and you are challenged by Goblin Gu. You accept the challenge and slap it away 10 meters. Your strength intimidating all the goblins. Please make the following choices. 1. Continue advancing and attack the black scale tribe. 2. You feel that the goblin army has suffered heavy losses and temporarily give up the attack on the black scale tribe. Choose 1. Continue attacking the black scale tribe. You choose to continue attacking the black scale tribe in the darkness of one night. You launch a surprise attack on the black scale tribe, only to find that the tribe is empty. The white scale tribe and the gray scale tribe being annihilated have frightened the black scale tribe, and they have already fled and migrated elsewhere. You decide to pursue the black scale tribe, but their traces disappear along the river bank. You rule over the northern swamp and become the swamp king. You establish 12 taxes, and every year, the white phosphorus tribe must contribute 2/10 of their population for labor rotation with the lizardman females. The population lost in the war is quickly replenished. Your tribe grows strong, and the population explodes to meet the food demand. You teach the white scale tribe about farming, and the swamp becomes your fishing ground. Your hunting party ambushes a group of pigmen tribe. The pigmen tribe launches a massive attack. Please choose the following options. 1. Launch a proactive attack. 2. Passively defend and build wooden forts. 3. Abandon the breeding ground and take refuge in the cave. It seems that the swamp is not the turning point to change the future. Li Chen looked down at the piece of wood in his hand and thought to himself, regardless of whether he chooses to attack the black scale tribe or the gray scale tribe first, the outcome will not change significantly. Choose 3. Take refuge in the cave. The other two options in this stage are certain death. The third option may offer a glimmer of hope. You choose to evacuate the cave and temporarily avoid the danger. The pigmen army has discovered the cave. Your goblin army and the pigmen army fought in the cave. You achieved victory and the pigmen army was repelled. You received news from the swamp that the fleeing black scale tribe brought back a large lizardman army, and the white phosphorus tribe surrendered. White Spirit betrayed you, and the Lizardman army learned that your tribe has the ability to make iron weapons. Please make the following choices. 1. Continue advancing east and completely eliminate the pigmen tribe. 2. Lead the goblin army to the swamp and confront the Lizardman army. 3. Retreat to the tribe and build wooden fortifications to resist the Lizardman attack. As expected, the guide this time is from the Black Scale tribe. This result was within Li Chen's expectations. However, Li Chen received a message from the future predictions of the simulated life. That is, there are other Lizardman tribes in the Goblin Forest. Choose option 3. Build wooden fortifications to resist the Lizardman attack. You choose to build wooden fortifications to resist the Lizardman attack. One day, the Lizardman army appeared in the swamp again. On that day, a large pigman army appeared in the forest to the west. Your tribe was caught in a pincer attack by the Lizardman and Pigman tribes. Two different races surrounded the wooden fortifications. The fortifications were breached. You died, and your tribe was completely destroyed. Simulated life ends. The future line remains unchanged. No score, no reward. An ineffective simulated life? The system's prompt made Li Chen furrow his brows. After so many simulated lives, this was the first time he encountered an ineffective one. If the future line doesn't change, does that mean there's no reward? Li Chen recalled the past. Does that mean you have to be at a turning point and make a choice to change the future? If that's the case, Li Chen could understand. After all, he had 2 chances for simulated life in a month. If the 2 chances were used consecutively, the second simulated life wouldn't have much change, because the trend of the first simulated life was already evident. No matter how he chose in the second simulated life, he couldn't escape the trend, unless he was at a turning point and changed the predicted future. Where will the turning point be? Li Chen wasn't too anxious. He would follow the predicted future. He would wait for the turning point to come and change the future line of the simulated life. Time passed bit by bit, and days went by. Since settling in the forest on the north bank, the tribe had grown strong. With the arrival of the first batch of newborns, the tribe finally took the first step forward. One day, more than a month later, in the morning, there was a commotion in the tribe, and the chattering of goblins echoed through the forest. In the forest, hundreds of goblins gathered in front of the largest wooden house. The goblin group consisted of both adults and children, with most of them being underage goblins. They were the most noisy, playing and laughing. They would only quiet down for a while when scolded by the adult goblins. The closest to the wooden house were a group of big goblins. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. They varied in size, but not by much. At this moment, a sturdy green-skinned goblin appeared at the door of the wooden house. The boss is here. Shut up. The appearance of the boss silenced the chaotic noise outside. The young goblins obediently lay on the ground in awe under the scolding of the adult goblins. Looking at the densely packed green-skinned goblins outside, Li Chen grinned. All the big goblins come in. After saying this, Li Chen turned and entered the wooden house. The big goblins outside hurriedly ran into the wooden house. The inside of the wooden house was messy, with piles of wood shavings on the ground. In the corner, there was a large bundle of spears. These are newly forged weapons. Take them and divide them. Hearing this, the big goblins greedily looked at the pile of spears in the corner. Iron weapons were much stronger than the wooden clubs in their hands. They had long known that the boss had sent a group of goblins to the cave to forge iron weapons. These days, they often saw some goblins entering the boss's wooden house with weapons in their hands, but without the boss's permission. They could only watch. Mine! Mine! As soon as Li Chen spoke, the big goblin rushed forward and snatched it. Seeing the goblin brothers fighting over the spears, Li Chen sighed. These goblins were indeed incredibly stupid. He let them divide the weapons, and this was how they divided them? Stop! All of you stop! Li Chen shouted, startling the big goblin in the midst of the commotion. All the big goblins quickly dropped their weapons. Then, they bent over, looking at the angry boss with fear on their faces. Gobstrong, you come and distribute. Gobstrong's face brightened when he heard the boss's words. The boss wanted him to distribute, which meant that all the weapons here belonged to him, right? This was great. Gobstrong quickly ran to the door. Gobstrong, I told you to distribute, not to take them all for yourself. Li Chen scolded, glaring at Gobstrong at the door. Just by looking at its expression, Li Chen knew what Gobstrong was thinking. Fine, he would do it himself. Helplessly, Li Chen walked towards the corner. Come back here. I'll do it. In the wooden house, Li Chen began to distribute weapons to his goblin brothers. Everyone has their own share. That's what it means to distribute. Understand? While distributing the weapons, Li Chen also lectured his brothers with great principles. Whether they understood or not didn't matter. They had to have the consciousness of sharing, even if they didn't understand. The Goblin brothers instinctively nodded. Gobbig, you don't need one. You won't need to go hunting in the future. I have other tasks for you. When it was Gobbig's turn, Li Chen skipped him. Gobbig stood aside with a disappointed look on his face. The weapons looked so beautiful. Even if he could just touch them, it would be great. Soon, every big goblin received dozens of spears. With the greetings of their brothers, the big goblin's subordinates rushed in and took the spears. It took more than half an hour for the wooden house to quiet down. The goblins outside also dispersed. The little goblins returned to their own nursery to continue eating and drinking. They would only join their father's hunting team when they reached adolescence. Goblins were absolutely loyal to their fathers. But the prerequisite was that the father's strength had to be stronger than the offspring's. Once the offspring's strength surpassed the father would be replaced. Goblins didn't have the concept of a father. Loyalty came from bloodline, and only the strongest goblin could become the leader of that bloodline. Adult goblins continued to go hunting with their own hunting teams. Gobbig, you don't have your own hunting team yet, right? Gobbig in the wooden house quickly nodded. It grinned and looked obsequious. Boss, my offspring haven't reached adulthood yet. Li Chen gave the mating rights to every goblin who evolved into a big goblin. Goblins already had strong reproductive abilities, so basically, one shot was enough. Li Chen picked up a crossbow from the corner and walked outside. Follow me. Gobbig obediently followed behind the boss. The two of them left the wooden house and entered the forest outside. Do you know what this is? Li Chen held the crossbow with both hands and loaded an arrow. Looking at the weapon in the boss's hand, Gobbig shook its head. It had never seen this kind of weapon before. Li Chen grinned and took the crossbow arrow from his waist. This crossbow had taken Li Chen almost a month to make. Its structure was very simple. It was like a bow combined with a rectangular piece of wood. This is a crossbow, a weapon similar to a bow. Gobbig had never left the goblin forest in its entire life, so naturally, it didn't know what a crossbow was. Li Chen aimed the crossbow at a large tree 50 meters away. Whoosh! Li Chen pulled the trigger, and the arrow shot out. In the forest, a black streak flashed by with a chi sound. The crossbow arrow was nailed to a tree trunk 50 meters away. The tremendous force made the tail of the arrow tremble. Li Chen walked towards the large tree 50 meters away. He checked the crossbow arrow nailed to the tree. He found that the entire combat section of the crossbow arrow, plus the arrowhead, had penetrated into the tree. Boss, this is amazing. Gobu was startled by the power of the weapon in the boss's hand. It was incredible that it could be nailed so deep from such a distance. If it were to be shot at him, he would surely die. Thinking of this, Gobu looked at the crossbow in the boss's hand with fear. If the boss wanted to shoot him, he would be doomed. The power is not bad. Li Chen was quite satisfied with the power of the crossbow. Let's go. Come with me. With the confirmation of the crossbow's power, the next step was to figure out how to mass produce it. In the following days, Li Chen began to teach Gobu how to make crossbows. This teaching lasted for over a month. At first, Gobu was the only apprentice, but soon dozens of adolescent goblins joined in. The sound of wood being shaved in the wooden house became more lively. Large amounts of wood shavings were swept out of the house every day. Well, it's not bad. Another day came, and Li Chen was inspecting the works of the Goblin brothers in the wooden house. There were piles of unstrung crossbows in the corner. The size of these crossbows varied, some larger and some smaller. The craftsmanship was extremely crude, but they were still usable. After all, they were handmade, and it was impossible for each crossbow to have consistent data. Next, we need to get spider webs to make bowstrings. Without bowstrings, these crossbows were just blocks of wood. The thought of the spider forest made Li Chen feel a bit painful. It wasn't difficult to steal spider webs. As long as they didn't go deep into the spider forest, there wouldn't be much danger. But the spider forest was too close to the swamp. Once the goblin hunting team went to the spider forest, they would surely be targeted by the Lizardmen of the White Scale tribe. It seems we can only make a large-scale move once. Looking at the mountains of crossbows in front of him, Li Chen thought to himself, a large-scale operation could effectively minimize losses and steal enough spider webs at once. After eliminating the Lizardmen tribe in the swamp, the spider forest could become a resource point for the tribe. Gobu, sound the war horn. Gobu, who was busy shaving wood, looked up in confusion at the boss. Why sound the war horn? When the war horn sounded, the hunting teams outside would return as quickly as possible. Was the boss planning to start a war? Gobu grinned and showed excitement. It quickly got up and ran towards the gate. Shortly after, a powerful horn sounded from a watchtower nearly 50 meters high in the forest. Woo! The long horn sound swept through the sky and earth. The hunting teams scattered everywhere almost simultaneously looked towards the direction of the tribe. All the hunting teams gave up hunting without any coordination. Quick! Return to the tribe. In the dim forest, a group of goblins with long spears were running frantically. At a glance, the forest was filled with the green figures of goblins running. Among them, there was a particularly tall and strong goblin named Gobukiang. It ran while urging its younger brothers. In just the afternoon of the second day, all the hunting teams that had gone out had returned to the tribe. In the tribe, a dense crowd of green-skinned goblins gathered in front of the largest wooden house. Their figures stretched out as far as the eye could see, covering a large area of the forest. Their number was no less than 500, if not more. Each goblin held a spear about 1.5 meters long. It was a formidable sight with spears standing tall. Gabuda, Gobuk, Gabuda, the three hunting teams, follow me to the spider forest. Gobuki, Gabulian, the two of you stay in the tribe and protect the breeding grounds. The rest of the hunting teams continue to go out hunting, responsible for supplying food to the breeding grounds. It has been over 2 months since we arrived in this forest. The population of the tribe is rapidly approaching 1,000. Currently, there are 11 hunting teams in the tribe, each with a different number of goblins. Some teams have 50 or 60 goblins, while others have only 30. But as time goes on, the number of goblins in the hunting teams will only increase. Li Chen, standing at the door of the wooden house, gave orders to the goblin brothers outside. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen said, "Go, Gobu, Gobu Ku, Gobu Day, let's go." The group of goblins gathered in front of the wooden house scattered. Shortly after, Li Chen led 3 hunting teams and left the tribe, heading west. That night, the forest was quiet. Occasionally, small shadows would flash by in the darkness. This world has monsters as well as ordinary animals. If they have magic crystals, they are monsters. If they don't, they are ordinary animals. Suddenly, a swoosh sound came from deep within the forest. Soon, the sound got closer. In a moment, a large group of shadows appeared in the forest. They were spread out all over the forest, moving in the same direction. The sound of trampled leaves echoed throughout the forest. Among those shadows was Li Chen. This time, Li Chen did not bring Bum Bum with him. Bum Bum was too big and not suitable for stealthy operations. Li Chen's goal this time was to collect ghost spider webs. It was necessary to avoid combat as much as possible. It had been 5 days since they left the tribe. During these 5 days, the hunting teams moved towards the ghost spider forest while hunting. The tribe was not far from the ghost spider forest, only about 20 kilometers away. If they marched quickly, they could reach the ghost spider forest in a day at most. Boss, it smells like a swamp. In the dark night, Gobu Strong found the boss based on the smell. Li Chen also smelled the damp and rotten smell in the air. The smell of the swamp meant that they were not far from the ghost spider forest. At the same time, in the forest near the goblin hunting teams, several shadows were hiding in the bushes. There's a lot of movement. It's the smell of goblins. There are too many. Be careful not to be discovered by them. They won't find us. We've smeared ourselves with mud, which can interfere with the goblins' sense of smell. What should we do now? Abu, as soon as the goblins move away, you immediately return to the tribe and inform the high priest of the situation here. Ada, hiding in the bushes, stared at the figures passing through the forest. Its brother had died at the hands of the goblins not long ago. Although it hated them, it wouldn't fight those disgusting creatures at night. What about you guys? We will continue to keep an eye on the goblins and see what they are up to. Understood. Soon, the movement in the forest gradually faded away. As the goblins moved further away, the forest became quiet again. Suddenly, there was some movement in a certain patch of bushes. A sturdy figure crawled out of the shaking bushes. Be careful, I'm going back. In the dark night, there was only a whisper in the forest. Abu turned around and hurriedly walked towards the deep part of the forest in the direction of the swamp. Whoosh! Just a few steps away, a sharp sound suddenly came from the forest on the right. With a swoosh sound, Abu, who was running in the forest, suddenly stopped. It was as if he had been hit by a force from a distance, and his body flew sideways. He flew out for 5 meters before rolling to the ground. Ah boo! The sudden change caused a cry of alarm from the bushes. Don't make a sound! Ada, hiding in the bushes, broke out in a cold sweat. It covered its companion's mouth with its hand. It knew that they might have been discovered by the goblins. Meanwhile, deep in the forest on the other side, Li Chen stood in the forest, holding a long spear, his gaze fixed on the depths of the forest. Boss, it's Lizardmen. Gob, who was behind Li Chen, looked at the boss with admiration. The boss's first strike accurately hit the Lizardman over 100 meters away. Even if there were 10 or 20 of them, they couldn't do the same. Li Chen shrugged and listened carefully to the sounds coming from the depths of the forest. There must be more Lizardmen hiding there. They wouldn't act alone, but Li Chen couldn't determine their exact location. Let's go. After a while, Li Chen turned and left. Gob glanced mockingly at the depths of the forest. It grinned and quickly followed the boss. One day, the Lizardmen would become nothing more than a pile of shit in its belly. Soon, the forest returned to tranquility. Half an hour later, murmurs could be heard from the bushes in the depths of the forest. No movement. Have they left? I don't know. They should have gone far. After a moment, several strong figures crawled out of the bushes. Ada quickly ran to Abu's body. Ada, what happened to Abu? He's dead, pierced through by a long weapon. Ada grabbed the spear lodged in Abu's chest and pulled it out forcefully. The spear was immediately removed from Abu's body. The goblins have discovered us, but they can't confirm our location. Let's go back. After a moment, the 3 Lizardmen in the forest hurriedly left, carrying their comrade's body. 5 hours later, in the swamp, the silver moonlight illuminated the land, dispelling the darkness of the swamp. Compared to the forest, the swamp seemed vast. It was like a large plain, covered with small and large puddles. 90% of the land was submerged in shallow water, no more than 20 centimeters deep. In the swamp, there was a small island with a thatched hut. On this night, in one of the larger unfinished thatched huts, the silver moonlight shone through the roof, dispersing the darkness inside. High Priest, this is the weapon used by the goblins. Abu knelt down and respectfully handed over the spear. In front of it, there was a grass cushion. Sitting on the cushion was a pure white lizard man. Its white scales shimmered in the moonlight. Although it was a lizard, its curves were beautiful and sexy. It reached out its delicate hand and took the spear from Abu. The white lizard man looked down at the spear in its hand, gently caressing the tip with its right hand. This is an iron weapon. Only humans would use such a weapon. Humans? Abu, who was bowing his head, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. A few years ago, Abu encountered human adventurers on the other side of the mountain. They used iron weapons, but they seemed different from the ones the goblins used. Although they are both made of iron, the quality is much worse than that of humans. The white lizard man gently put down the spear and looked at the lizard man sitting beside it. Elder Ada, we must not let those goblins pollute our swamp. Although the voice of the white lizard man was soft, there was only disgust in its gaze. In this world, no race would like goblins. These monsters. The sitting lizard man opened its eyes. It stood up and walked out. High Priest, rest assured, those goblins are not worth worrying about. Watching the elder's departing figure, the white lizardman's face showed a pensive expression. It looked down at the spear beside it. Lost in thought, Ada finally realized that Elder Ada had left. It quickly stood up and hurriedly walked out. Time passed slowly, and the night grew deeper. The next morning, there was a commotion in the tribe. 100-strong lizardman group left the tribe and headed east. In the afternoon, in a forest in the northeast of the swamp, a group of strong and tall figures are running in the dim forest. Each of them is holding a large machete and moving in the same direction. Elder, the spider forest is just ahead. Ada approached Elder Aldo. This forest is familiar to Ada, and they are getting closer to the spider forest. Elder Aldo frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The spider forest is a deadly place. Why would goblins go there? Let's go and see first. We don't have to enter the spider forest. Since they have come this far, they should at least take a look. In the dim forest, the lizardmen continue to move forward. 2 hours later, they reached the edge of the ghost spider forest. The forest was silent and dark. In the damp and blackened forest, nearly 100 lizardmen cautiously moved forward. The spider webs on the treetops let the lizardmen know where they are. Each lizardman tightly gripped their machetes, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Elder Aldo, the goblin's trail disappears here. Even though the goblins are gone, Ada can still smell the lingering scent of goblins in the air. The smell is nauseating yet unforgettable. Elder Aldo sniffed with his nose twitching, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The goblins are gone. So why is their scent so strong? It's as if the goblins are right beside them, within reach. But there are no traces of goblins in the surrounding forest. Just then, a scream came from the forest. A long spear suddenly pierced through the abdomen of a lizardman, emerging from the dry leaves on the ground. Walla walla! Numerous goblins crawled out from the ground, holding long spears and excitedly attacking the lizardmen who hadn't reacted yet. The forest suddenly became chaotic, with the number of figures multiplying. The lizardmen never expected the goblins to be hiding right under their feet. Some lizardmen even stepped on the bodies of goblins. The sudden attack caused the lizardmen to scream in agony. Dozens of lizardmen were stabbed through by the spearheads before they could react. It's the goblins! Kill them! Elder Aldo shouted, dodging the spear thrust by a goblin. He swung his machete and struck down the goblin. In the forest, the lizardmen who had reacted began fighting the goblins. Although the goblins outnumbered the lizardmen were far superior in combat. Even with their iron weapons, it was difficult for the goblins to defeat two lizardmen at once. They needed a 3-to-1 advantage to have a chance of winning. The intense battle filled the forest with noise. Get lost! In the midst of the battlefield, Elder Aldo was like a war god. His heavy machete swung without a gap. Wherever he went, the goblins fell under his blade. Despite his large and heavy body, he was surprisingly agile. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, able to dodge attacks from behind. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from the right. Elder Aldo's face changed slightly in the midst of the battle. He turned around and blocked the incoming spear with his machete. Clang! With a metallic clash, Elder Aldo's machete shattered. SSS! The spear continued its momentum and pierced through Elder Aldo's arm. The tremendous force sent the sturdy body of the lizardman flying backwards. It flew for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. He actually withstood it? Li Chen, not far away, was surprised to see the fierce lizardman withstand his attack. The machete broke, and his arm was pierced by the spear, but the spearhead did not reach his chest. The nearby goblin quickly handed him another spear. Li Chen grabbed the spear with one hand and locked his gaze on the injured lizardman. Taking a step forward, he forcefully threw the spear in his hand. A long spear broke through the air, crossing the battlefield and charging towards the lizardmen who were just about to get up. At that moment, a goblin suddenly collided with the spear's flight path. Swoosh! The goblin's body was pierced. The tremendous force propelled the spear, with the goblin's body still attached, to continue its forward sprint and collide with the lizardman. Although the lizardman was knocked over, it was not injured. Seeing that their leader had accidentally injured their own comrade, the goblin smirked. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Throwing a spear could hit enemies from a distance, but it was easy to accidentally harm their own allies in the chaotic battlefield. Retreat! Fall back! On the other side, Adeo, who had been knocked away by the spear, struggled to stand up. It let out a roar and issued the order to retreat. Adeo knew that if they continued fighting, they might be completely wiped out. Looking at the two big goblins not far away who were watching it, a hint of fear flashed in Adeo's eyes. The goblin attacking it was definitely much stronger than itself. How was this possible? That goblin was only slightly larger than the big goblins. Even if it was a goblin warrior, it could never be stronger than itself. But today, the strength of a big goblin far surpassed it. How could Adeo not be shocked? Retreat! Fall back! Adeo's order to retreat brought the lizardmen back to their senses from the frenzy of battle. The surviving lizardmen quickly turned and ran towards the depths of the forest. Elder Adeo, are you alright? Ada ran towards Elder Adeo and helped it limp towards the forest. Several lizardmen also ran over to cover them from behind. Seeing the lizardmen retreating, the goblins excitedly cheered. Their greedy faces pursued the lizardmen. Come back! Don't chase! Li Chen scolded, stopping the goblin squad from pursuing the lizardmen. The leader's command forced the goblins to stop. They could only watch as the lizardmen ran away and disappeared into the forest. Take all the lizardmen's bodies and the spears. Let's go! This was the leader's command, and the goblins had to obey. And so, as the lizardmen retreated, Li Chen hurriedly left with his goblin comrades. 2 hours later, in the forest by the riverbank, the sound of crunching echoed through the forest. Nearly 100 goblins were feasting on the lizardmen's corpses. Boss, Why don't we just kill all those lizardmen since we're so powerful? Sitting on a large rock, Li Chen ate heartily, holding a heart in his hand and taking bites. Goblin Chang, on the other hand, gnawed on a lizardman's thigh. Looking at the lizardman's thigh in Goblin Chang's hand, Li Chen thought of roasted meat. Li Chen had tried roasting raw meat into cooked meat before. How should I put it? Goblins could eat cooked meat. It was just that goblins' taste buds didn't allow them to eat cooked meat. The first time Li Chen ate roasted wild boar meat, he almost threw up. He also tried roasting fish, but the result was the same. We'll deal with them later. For now, we need to preserve our strength for the tribe. The goblins were still too weak. With the element of surprise and numerical advantage, they only managed to achieve a 1-for-1 exchange. The lizardmen lost half of their forces, and Li Chen's goblin comrades also lost nearly half of their numbers. If they continued fighting, even if they could defeat the lizardmen, Li Chen's goblin comrades would probably not have many left. Goblin Chang glanced at the leader, seemingly understanding but not quite. Why did they need to preserve their strength? Comrades could be replenished at any time. Even if they lost all their comrades, they could be born again. After finishing their feast on the lizardmen's corpses, the group continued upstream. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Li Chen returned to the tribe with the hunting party. Upon returning to the tribe, Li Chen only did one thing. That was to strengthen the army and teach the goblins how to use crossbows as soon as possible. Once his goblin comrades were equipped with crossbows, the efficiency of hunting would greatly increase. Their combat power would also increase several times over. The barbarians without armor had no resistance against crossbows. It's another new day. The weather is great today, with clear skies and bright sunshine. In the forest where the tribe is located, the elder goblins gather together. Elder, what is this? The goblins look curiously at the crossbows in their hands. This is a crossbow, a new long-range weapon. Pay attention. Li Chen holds the crossbow in his right hand and loads the string with his left hand. Stop staring. Do as I say. The elder's reprimand makes the goblins clumsily load the string. Although it's easy for Li Chen to load the string, it's not the same for the goblins. They grit their teeth and strain their arms to barely load the string. Now load the crossbow bolts. Make sure they fit snugly. Li Chen takes an arrow from his waist and loads it. The goblins follow suit. Now, aim at that big tree in the distance. Li Chen holds the crossbow with both hands and aims at a tree 30 meters away. The protrusion below is the trigger. Press it towards your body. As he speaks, Li Chen pulls the trigger. With a whoosh, the arrow flies through the air. Swoosh! In the next instant, the arrow deeply embeds itself in the trunk of the tree. Whoosh! The goblins hurriedly pull the trigger. The arrows fly through the air, but it's unclear where they go. After all the goblins have pulled the trigger, there is still only one arrow in the trunk of the tree. Now you know what this weapon is. The goblins nod excitedly. Elder, you're amazing. Elder, it requires too much strength. We can't pull it. Li Chen bends down and steps on the foot loop rope of the crossbow with his foot. It's made of bark rope and can be repaired with local materials if it breaks. Watch closely. You can also pull it with both hands. Li Chen loads the string with both hands. The goblins look enlightened. If they use both hands, they can also use the crossbow. From today onwards, you must learn how to proficiently use the crossbow and teach your younger brothers. Faced with the elder's instructions, the goblins nod repeatedly. In a month, I will randomly check. It could be any of you, or it could be your younger brothers. If anyone fails, they will become laborers in the Iron Cave for a year. Become a laborer in the Iron Cave? The goblins feel a tightness in their hearts and look down at the crossbows in their hands. Although they like the environment in the cave, being treated as laborers would be torture. The goblins quickly nod. Later, someone will deliver the crossbows to your wooden houses. Figure it out yourselves. Li Chen throws the crossbow to the goblin next to him. The goblin, Gobstrong, is startled by the elder's action and quickly catches the crossbow. Benny, come along. Li Chen turns and walks towards the depths of the forest. Benny obediently sits down. When he hears the elder calling him, he stands up. With his huge and heavy steps, he follows behind the elder. After half an hour, outside the Iron Cave, suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves echoes through the forest. After a moment, Li Chen and Benny's massive figures emerge from the forest. The Iron Cave has undergone significant changes in nearly 3 months. The originally narrow cave entrance has been excavated into a square-shaped gate. Upon entering the Iron Cave, Li Chen feels a wave of heat rushing towards him. Looking towards the depths of the cave, the fire on the riverbank disperses the darkness. Wherever the fire shines, there is a bustling scene. The riverbank is filled with fires of all sizes. When one fire goes out, another is ignited. The fires are not for illumination, but for burning charcoal and iron ore. In addition to the fires, there are more than 10 5-meter-tall blast furnaces standing on the riverbank. The furnaces are neatly arranged in a line. Hundreds of goblins are busy on the riverbank. Some are operating the bellows, while others are stacking firewood to burn charcoal and iron ore. Some were forging iron, and the sound of pounding echoed in the cave. Some couldn't resist touching the furnace and screamed in pain, causing laughter from their companions. Others were using iron picks to mine iron ore deep in the cave. The boss is here. The boss is here. The huge figure of Bum Bum at the entrance of the cave caught the attention of the goblins inside. Someone shouted, and all the goblins turned to look at the entrance. Goblin Bung Bung, who was busy by the furnace, quickly ran towards the boss. Boss, why are you here? Goblin Bung Bung asked obsequiously as he ran up to Li Chen. It had been a long time since the boss had been to the iron cave. Why did he come today? Li Chen looked up at Bum Bum beside him. I plan to personally forge a set of armor and weapons for Bum Bum. Is the rust ready? Li Chen had sent someone to inform Goblin Bung Bung to prepare some rust more than a month ago. Rust and smelting iron could produce low-carbon steel. Bum Bum was a big guy, and if he used raw iron to cast armor and weapons, they would be too brittle. Boss, everything you need is ready. In the following days, Li Chen and Bum Bum were busy. Bum Bum was nearly 5 meters tall and used giant-sized armor and weapons. In the first 5 days, Li Chen only did 2 things. One was to measure Bum Bum's body size. The other was to make giant molds with clay. On the 7th day, Li Chen started to smelt steel. Half a month later, in the iron cave, there stood an anvil nearly 2 meters high and 2 meters wide and long on the riverbank. Bum Bum stood in front of the anvil, holding a large iron hammer and hammering a piece of fiery red armor. Every strike would create a shower of sparks. Here, yes, here. Li Chen pointed with a wooden stick, guiding Bum Bum to hammer the fiery red armor. Sometimes, he used large iron tongs to anneal the armor before continuing to forge it. On the ground nearby, there were piles of armor, large and small. Although they looked rough, they would be transformed after further polishing. Boss. Just then, Goblin Bung Bung ran over. It didn't dare to get too close and shouted at the boss from 10 meters away. Li Chen waved his hand to signal Bum Bum. Bum Bum put down the large iron hammer and sat down on the ground. After hammering for a few hours, he was starting to feel tired. Li Chen turned and walked towards Goblin Bung Bung. What's the matter? Goblin Bung Bung smiled obsequiously. It turned around and pointed to the entrance of the cave. Goblin Strong is outside. It wants to see you. Boss. Goblin Strong? How did it come here? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Chen's eyes, and he muttered to himself. He didn't think too much about it and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Although there had been a small conflict with the Lizardmen on the edge of the ghost spider forest, it was just a minor skirmish and shouldn't have changed the predicted future of the simulation. Goblin Strong coming to find him couldn't be anything important. Boss. As soon as he stepped out of the iron cave, Li Chen saw Goblin Strong outside. Seeing the boss coming out, Goblin Strong quickly approached. Tell me, what's the matter? Goblin Strong grinned, and a greedy look flashed in its eyes. Boss, there's a lingering scent of lizardmen near the tribe's forest recently. They're coming. Lizardmen scent near the tribe's forest? Li Chen frowned slightly, showing a pensive expression. It seemed that there had been some changes in the predicted future of the simulation. In the predicted future, Lizardmen couldn't possibly appear near the tribe's forest at this time. Do you want to use the simulation? After thinking for a moment, Li Chen gave up. Although there had been a slight change in the future, the overall situation hadn't changed. The Lizardmen discovering the tribe wouldn't alter the course of the future. Goblin Strong. How is the crossbow coming along? When Goblin Strong heard the boss asking about the crossbow, it nodded repeatedly. Boss, the crossbow is amazing. We can easily hunt down prey that we couldn't catch before. The amount of food brought back by the hunting team is several times more than before, and the hunting area is rapidly expanding. It seems that the Goblin brothers are using the crossbow well. Goblin Strong's words made Li Chen feel relieved. It was not in vain that he put so much effort into making the crossbow. Goblin Strong. From today onwards, your hunting team doesn't need to go out for hunting anymore. Your only task is to eliminate the lizardmen in the forest between the swamp and the tribe. We can't let the lizardmen know our movements. If we let the lizardmen go unchecked, it could alert them. Fortunately, the tribe is not very large, with only a few scattered wooden huts. It shouldn't scare the lizardmen and let the white scale tribe escape. The stronghold in the forest is just a breeding ground. The hunting team doesn't usually gather in the tribe. After dropping off the prey, they will continue to go out for hunting. Goblin Strong was delighted and quickly made a promise. Boss, leave it to me. I won't let them get close to the tribe again. Just thinking about lizardmen meat made Goblin Strong drool. Boss, I'm off then. Goblin Strong ran excitedly towards the forest. Li Chen turned around and returned to the iron cave. Goblin Strong didn't stop at the tribe. He led the hunting team into the western forest without any delay. As the sun set, Goblin Strong welcomed the first night. The dense forest blocked the moonlight, making the space dark. But the forest was not quiet. There were footsteps and whispers. There was also a group of shadows moving in the forest. Boss, what are we looking for? A goblin brother approached Goblin Strong and asked. Since entering the forest during the day, the boss seemed very excited. Don't you smell the scent of the swamp in this forest? The scent of the swamp? The goblin brother wrinkled his nose and sniffed. A little bit. Boss, what's going on? Goblin Strong grinned in the darkness. We're so far away from the swamp. Where does the swamp smell come from? The lizardmen are so stupid. The goblin brother didn't quite understand the boss's words. Don't think too much about it. You're still a goblin. You'll understand what I mean when you evolve into a big goblin. Is that so? The goblin brother nodded, seemingly understanding. Crossbowman, load your bolts. Goblin Strong shouted in the darkness. The piercing sound startled a flock of birds. The goblins scattered throughout the nearby forest froze upon hearing the boss's voice. They quickly bent down, stepped on the footloops, and loaded their bolts. The goblin brothers held their crossbows and searched forward. Looking towards the nearby forest, there were no less than 100 goblins. The number of goblins with crossbows was no less than 30. At the same time, whispers could be heard from the forest not far away. Have we been discovered? I don't know. Maybe it's just the goblin hunting team. They love hunting at night. Behind a big tree, several sturdy figures could be seen. At a glance, there were 5 of them. The distance between the 5 was very close. Even if they spoke softly, they could be heard. AK, what should we do? Hide. Wait for them to pass. Hide in the trees. No, goblins can see in the dark. Once they're discovered, we won't be able to escape. Hide in the bushes. Don't make a sound. The 5 quickly left the tree and each found a dense bush to hide in. As the 5 hid in the bushes, the forest gradually quieted down. But soon, a noisy commotion swept in from the east. The forest was filled with moving shadows, accompanied by the sound of vegetation rubbing against each other. They're getting close. Don't let any bush go unnoticed. The goblins walking in the forest were not idle either, holding a long spear. He poked into the dense bushes. Oh no! The goblin's action of poking the bushes with his weapon was noticed by AK. It realized that something was wrong and felt a sense of unease. The goblin's behavior clearly indicated that it was not out hunting. It had obviously discovered their presence. It just didn't know where they were, so it entered the forest to search. Anning, ABA, retreat. AK quietly exited the bushes, trying to lower his voice as much as possible to alert his nearby companions. There's a sound over there. It's lizardmen. Shoot them. Although AK's voice was low, it was still heard by the goblins not far away. One goblin pointed in the direction of AK and his group and let out a loud roar. The nearby crossbowman quickly pulled the trigger in the direction indicated by the goblin. Whoosh! Arrows flew through the air towards the depths of the forest. In the next moment, a scream was heard from deep within the forest. A lizard man that had just crawled out of the bushes was shot in the back. The arrow pierced through its body, with the arrowhead protruding from its chest. As it tried to get up, it stumbled and howled in pain, falling to the ground and unable to get up. Let's go! The screams of their companions made AK's heart tighten. It had just heard the sound of something passing overhead, but it didn't know what it was. Over there, kill them! The cries of agony from deep within the forest excited the goblins. Crossbowmen who had gathered from other places quickly blind-fired towards the depths of the forest. For a while, the forest was filled with the sound of arrows flying through the air. Arrows hitting the tree trunks echoed with a tick-tick sound in the forest. Another scream came from deep within the forest. One of the fleeing humans was hit by multiple arrows. The environment in the forest was pitch black, making their companions completely unaware of what was happening. They only heard the sound of something rushing towards them from behind. They also heard something hitting a tree nearby, making a tick-tick sound. Spread out. Spread out. AK was lucky. As it ran at the front, its companions behind it took all the attacks for it. As soon as the words fell, AK lunged forward and rushed into the bushes on the right. The other two lizardmen quickly scattered to the left and right. The three of them desperately crawled and rolled through the forest, trying to escape. Chase them, don't let them get away. The goblin leader's face showed excitement as he shouted, "Charge! Kill them, lizardmen! Delicious!" The goblins ran wildly through the forest, shouting and screaming. Over 100 goblins launched a pursuit against the lizardmen. The forest was filled with noise for a while. The goblins' cries echoed in the forest. That's right, it's lizardmen. Behind a bush in a grassy area, Goblin leader discovered a lizardman corpse. Looking at the body lying on the ground with 2 arrows sticking out of its back, a trace of awe flashed in Goblin leader's eyes. The boss was truly clever. He was able to create such powerful weapons. Although lizardmen were much stronger than them, they could easily be killed by crossbow arrows. The commotion in the forest gradually faded away during the night. The next day, in the morning, at the riverbank forest, run, run, don't stop. In the dim forest, 3 strong figures ran in a sorry state. Although lizardmen had strong legs, they were not suitable for long-distance running. After a night of escape, the 3 of them were already exhausted. Their legs were extremely sore, and once they stopped, they would fall to the ground and be unable to get up again. The exhausted trio stumbled as they ran. The movement from deep within the forest behind them made AK's scalp tingle. It knew that the goblins were still chasing them. Although goblins were small in size, they had incredible endurance. Shortly after the 3 of them left, a group of goblins appeared in the forest. They moved through the dense vegetation, screaming and shouting, "Saw it! Saw it!" A goblin climbed up a huge rock. On top of the rock, it bounced and jumped, holding a crossbow aimed at the fleeing lizardmen in the forest. Some goblins climbed up trees to have a broader view. Whoosh! The crossbowman on the high ground pulled the trigger towards the escaping lizardmen. Arrows flew through the air, heading towards their targets. In the dim forest, black streaks flashed by, hitting the lizardmen first. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. An arrow hit a lizardman's thigh. The arrow pierced through its thigh, with the arrowhead coming out from the other side. The intense pain made the lizardman stumble and fall, howling in agony. "Aining!" AK shouted in grief. It quickly stopped and was about to run towards the fallen Aining. "AK, run!" ABA from behind pushed AK away. Swoosh! A sound cut through the air. An arrow hit the back of ABA's head. The arrow pierced through ABA's head, with the arrowhead coming out from his forehead. In AK's unbelieving gaze, ABA fell to the ground. "AK, run! Don't mind me. Tell the high priest what we saw." Aining, who was lying on the ground, howled in pain, urging AK to go. "Ah!" AK angrily roared. It turned around and ran towards the depths of the forest. At that moment, it forgot about the pain in its legs. It ran and ran, ignoring everything. It was lucky that the arrows whistling from behind all passed by its side. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a sound suddenly cut through the air from the deep forest on the right. A black streak flew through the dim space of the forest and hit AK's head. Just a swoosh sound was heard. AK, who was running, stumbled and fell to the ground. When the body stopped rolling and lay on the ground, a crossbow arrow pierced through its head. In the deep forest on the right, Gobstrong put down the crossbow in its hand. It was very dissatisfied with its shot. It slightly curled its lips and threw the crossbow to its companion beside it. Gobstrong had originally intended to hit the lizardman's neck to make it bleed. Unexpectedly, it hit the head and caused its demise. AK. Suddenly, a terrifying howl echoed in the forest. Seeing AK lying not far away, Aining's eyes were filled with rage. It fell. The strong smell of blood stimulated the goblins as they saw AK struggling on the ground. Nearby goblins cheered and rushed towards Aining. Several goblins surrounded Aining, looking at the ugly green creatures around it. Aining's eyes were filled with hatred. Gob! Aining let out a roar. Its eyes filled with hatred seemed to curse the ugliness around it. But before it could finish speaking, a greedy goblin stabbed it with a spear. "It's meat, lizardman meat, What is it saying? I don't know. Amidst the goblins' discussion, Aining was stabbed and covered in blood and flesh. The goblins that followed immediately swarmed in, fighting over the feast of Aining. Some goblins rushed towards the other two bodies, crazily devouring them. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 bodies were completely devoured by the goblins. Even the excrement inside their intestines was swallowed by the goblins. Only a pool of blood remained where the bodies fell. You all ate so fast, not leaving a single thing for me. When Gobstrong arrived and wanted to take a bite, it found that there was nothing left. Gobstrong angrily kicked the buttocks of the goblin companion. The nearby goblins shrank their necks and quickly ran away. Looking at the pool of blood emitting a strong smell, Gobstrong wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth. It glared at the nearby companions and rolled its eyes. What are you still standing there for? Keep moving forward. If anyone dares to snatch food again, I'll eat them. Faced with the gaze of their leader, the goblins lowered their heads in fear under the fierce scolding of the goblin leader. The goblins in the forest continued to move forward. Woo! Shortly after the team set off, a long horn suddenly sounded from behind. The sound was very faint, almost inaudible if one didn't listen carefully. But the goblins walking in the forest all stopped in unison. They turned around and looked towards the direction of the tribe, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Boss, it's the tribe's horn. The sound of the horn excited the goblin leader. It knew that the boss intended to take action against the lizardmen in the swamp. At the same time, in the goblin tribe in the forest by the riverbank, the war horn on the watchtower sounded again. Li Chen stood at the door of his wooden house, squinting his eyes as he looked at the watchtower not far away. After more than 3 months, it was time to deal with the threat of the lizardmen in the swamp. Li Chen glanced sideways at Bum Bum, who was lying on the ground outside the wooden house, sleeping soundly. Bum Bum's huge body was already clad in a set of iron-gray armor. The armor covered 90% of his body. There were 26 large and small pieces of armor covering his chest, back, hands, arms, and legs. Except for the joints and the area under the crotch and armpits, every other part was tightly covered by the armor. Even his big head was enclosed in a huge full-face helmet. Well, Bum Bum seemed to really like that helmet. After all, the only weakness of an ogre was its eyes. The helmet's visor was in a grid pattern. Although it affected his vision, it could protect his eyes. It would be difficult for weapons like bows and arrows to attack Bum Bum's eyes. It also gave Bum Bum a sense of security when he slept. With this set of armor on, Bum Bum became a giant Iron Man. Although it was a bit inferior to the fully armored knights of the medieval era on Earth, it wasn't far off. Bum Bum's weapon was a giant wolf tooth club. The club was made of low-carbon steel and was nearly 5 meters long, about the same height as Bum Bum. The shaft of the club was covered in sharp spikes. If this club were to strike, anyone would be turned into minced meat. With the armor and the wolf tooth club, the total weight reached a terrifying 3 tons. Such weight would be absolutely unbearable for humans, but for a giant like Bum Bum, 1 ton was roughly equivalent to 20 kilograms for a human. As time passed, the sound of the war horn brought the hunting teams back one by one. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, in the forest of the tribe, there was a commotion in front of the largest wooden house. The presence of over 1,000 goblins made the nearby forest crowded. At a glance, goblins of all sizes filled the area. Some goblins held long spears, while others carried crossbows on their backs. War, lizardmen, kill. Li Chen, standing in front of the wooden house, only said these words. As soon as he spoke, the goblins' faces filled with excitement. Kill, kill. The goblins raised their weapons high and shouted loudly. Their united shouts echoed through the forest, startling the birds. March! Li Chen waved his hand and gave the order to march. Over 300 goblins turned around and surged towards the western forest. This movement was like a green wave sweeping through the forest. The rumbling footsteps echoed through the forest. Following the predictions of the Sims, Li Chen began the campaign against the swamp. Before long, the commotion in the western forest gradually faded away. The next morning, in the forest by the riverbank, a large group of goblins marched through the dim forest. The dense green figures were scattered throughout the forest. With such a large number, even the most powerful monsters would retreat. Among the green crowd, there was an even larger figure. Wherever it passed, the lower branches were forcefully pushed aside. Sometimes, branches would even snap, making a crack sound. Where is the turning point? In front of Bum Bum, Li Chen walked briskly through the forest, deep in thought. He didn't know if this campaign against the swamp would encounter a turning point, but if he can't find a turning point in the swamp, his future is in danger. Even though the worst outcome won't be death, he can just escape the North Shore Forest with his goblin brothers. As long as he leaves the North Shore Forest, there won't be any conflict with the Pigmen tribe. If there's no conflict with the Pigmen tribe, the Lizardmen won't join forces with them to attack him. Although it's a bit cowardly, at least he can survive. As long as he can survive, there is hope for everything. It was a quiet night in the swamp. Under the moonlight, the White Scale tribe was silent. Only a few lizardmen could be seen on the outer wooden wall. What's happening in the eastern forest? Who knows? Several scouting teams have been sent out, but there's still no news. I heard goblins appeared in the eastern forest. Goblins? Those little monsters can be killed easily. Late at night, the lizardmen warriors on the wooden wall chatted together. The atmosphere in the tribe had been strange for the past few months. One time, Elder Aldo led the warriors out, but only half of them returned, and Elder Aldo was seriously injured. It's not that easy. Groups of goblins are the most troublesome. I can take on 10 goblins easily. Come on, even Elder Aldo got injured. What can you do? What's wrong with me? I've killed at least 20 goblins. While the lizardmen warriors chatted on the wooden wall, in the largest thatched house in the tribe, we sent out 5 scouting teams, and none of them have returned. Something's not right. No need to say. There was movement in the eastern forest when I came back today. The 5 of them sat facing each other, cross-legged on the grass cushions. In the main seat sat a white lizard man. Elder Aldo's face darkened as he looked around at the other elders. The goblins we encountered this time are different from the ones we're familiar with. They have unified weapons, made of iron. We can't be careless and unprepared. Just goblins. Why be so cautious? Even if the goblins use iron weapons, it doesn't change the fact that they are weak. Some of the lizardmen elders still look down on the goblins. They couldn't understand why Elder Aldo was so cautious about the weak goblins. Let's quickly deal with those ugly green-skinned monsters, just like we did before. Could the movement in the eastern forest be caused by goblins? Impossible. If it's goblins, then our scouts. Before Elder Aki could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped. The elders' hearts sank, their faces filled with uncertainty. There was movement in the eastern forest, and there was no news from the lizardmen scouting teams. If these two were connected, it would lead to a terrible outcome. All the elders looked at the high priest sitting in the main seat. Under the moonlight, the high priest was enveloped in a layer of white fluorescence. He looked so beautiful and sacred. Facing the gaze of the elders, the white lizard man opened his lizard mouth. A soft voice echoed in the room. Elder Aaron, immediately send people to the Ash Scale tribe and the Black Scale tribe to warn them. Let them know that if necessary, the White Phosphorus tribe hopes to receive their help. In this swamp, the lizardmen are united as one, and together we can defend against the enemy and survive. Elder Aaron nodded. No one knew what would happen in the future, but being prepared early on would never be wrong. Meanwhile, in another part of the swamp, deep in the marshes, under the moonlight, the swamp, overgrown with weeds, was covered in a layer of silver veil. In a knee-deep water area, a large group of dark figures were wading through the water. In the darkness, the figures spread across a large area of the swamp, and the sound of rushing water echoed in the night sky. The water surface was turbulent, forming ripples. Goblins are good at swimming. Even in marshes they can move freely. The loud noise made the marsh crabs living in the marshes leave their water holes and flee in panic towards the distance. Their speed was so fast that it only left a ripple on the water's surface. The nearly 5-meter-long marsh crocodiles revealed their heads in the distant waters. The goblins' movement in the water caught their attention. However, the commotion over there was too great, and there were too many prey, so they didn't dare to approach. It's a marsh crocodile. The nearby marsh crocodiles also made the goblins a little nervous. Marsh crocodiles are second-tier magical beasts and are invincible in water. They usually live in marshy areas and rivers. Once they get close to the water's edge, they are likely to be attacked by marsh crocodiles. The goblins have been attacked by marsh crocodiles many times when they went to the river to fetch water. The legendary marsh crocodile king is even a 5th-tier magical beast with magical powers. What are we afraid of? We have crossbows and long spears. That's right. If the marsh crocodiles dare to approach, we'll stab them and shoot them dead. When they thought about the weapons in their hands, the goblins no longer felt afraid. Their gaze towards the marsh crocodiles also became greedy. Marsh crocodile meat is delicious. Let's go hunting. No, tonight the Lizardmen will be our feast. If we leave the group, the boss's boss will be angry, right? That's right, we can't leave the group. Among the goblin group moving through the water, Li Chen was also among them. He glanced sideways and looked towards the water not far to the right. More and more marsh crocodiles were gathering in the water near the goblin army. Once a goblin fell behind, it would become their food. Marsh crocodile, level 32, strength 71, defense 88, agility 68, magic 11. The level was high, and the attributes were also high. But magical beasts were still magical beasts. Unlike humans who could learn magic skills after birth, without the blessing of magic skills, they were just slightly stronger animals. This was a shallow water area, and it was still uncertain who would die if the marsh crocodiles really rushed up. Compared to the goblins struggling to move forward, Bum Bum seemed much more relaxed. Although this was a marsh, not all of the ground under the water grass was mud. The reason why Li Chen was walking in front was to pave the way for Bum Bum. Otherwise, he would have long been sitting on Bum Bum's shoulder. Bum Bum also noticed the marsh crocodiles not far away. It opened its mouth and made some sounds. Its left hand also pointed at the marsh crocodiles not far away. Li Chen turned his head with a smile when he heard Bum Bum's voice from behind. Seeing Bum Bum's appearance, Li Chen knew that it must be talking about something related to food. Li Chen shook his head and pointed to the dark depths ahead. Bum Bum could only look at the marsh crocodiles with a face full of regret and continued to follow behind the leader. 3 hours later, White Scale Tribe. It was late at night, and the tribe behind the wooden wall was silent. Even the Lizardmen warriors standing guard on the wooden wall were drowsy. Hey, did you hear that? On a certain section of the wooden wall in the south of the tribe, a drowsy lizardman suddenly woke up. It rubbed its eyes and scanned the marsh outside the gate. It patted its drowsy companion next to it. The companion who was awakened yawned. It's probably the marsh crabs. Those things like to dig holes by the water's edge. The lizardman warrior scanned the water area outside once again. Under the moonlight, there were only scattered water grass and rippling water. When did that mound of soil appear there? Suddenly, the lizardman warrior's gaze fixed on a huge black shadow. That mound of soil was not far from the shore. It was only about 50 meters away from the wooden wall. Because it was too far, the lizardman warrior couldn't see clearly what it was. Let me take a look. Ha, that thing wasn't there just now. The lizardman warrior on the wooden wall exchanged glances. They had been standing guard here for so long, and they were very familiar with the marsh landscape outside. They could be sure that the black shadow just now did not exist. Could it be a marsh crocodile? It's impossible. Even if the swamp crocodile stands up, it's not that big. That's strange. It's not possible for a big rock to fall from the sky. Maybe it's a pile of water plants that drifted over from somewhere else. Who cares? It'll be light soon. Swoosh! Just then, a strange phenomenon occurred in the night sky. A burst of sound was heard, and black rays flashed under the moonlight. The lizardman warrior, who was observing the situation outside the swamp gate on the wooden wall, suddenly froze. Both of their heads were accurately hit by a crossbow arrow. Their strong bodies fell one after another, dropping from the top of the wall to the inner wall. In the moonlight outside, numerous figures emerged from the water plants. Bang bang! Attack! A loud shout was heard. The dark figure in the water suddenly moved. Bang Bang stood up and took huge strides towards the wooden wall. Kill! Kill! Meat! Meat! The goblins in the darkness shouted loudly. They rushed towards the shore along with Bang Bang's towering figure. The crossbowmen kept shooting at the lizardmen guarding the wooden wall. What's happening? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The commotion in the darkness outside startled the lizardman warriors on the wooden wall. But soon, they realized what was happening. In an instant, the lizardman warriors on the wooden wall quickly raised the alarm. The shouts of the lizardman warriors on the wooden wall caught the attention of the lizardmen in the tribe. The tribe immediately became noisy, and a large number of lizardmen armed with large knives rushed out of the thatched huts. The south side of the wooden wall is under attack. The lizardman warriors who ran out of the thatched huts all rushed towards the southern wooden wall. At this time, outside the southern wooden wall, Bang Bang had already come ashore and was rushing towards the wooden wall with its huge body. What is that? So big. The wooden wall of the lizardman tribe was only 5 meters high. It was mainly to prevent the swamp crabs and swamp crocodiles from entering the tribe. Bang Bang's height was almost the same as the wooden wall. In the eyes of the lizardmen, Bang Bang was like a giant. It's an ogre. Some Lizardman warriors recognized Bang Bang and exclaimed in surprise. Bang Bang, running wildly, seemed like a mountain crashing into the wooden wall. With a shoulder bump, its huge body collided with the wooden wall. Boom! In the dark night, a loud noise was heard, and wood chips flew everywhere. The wooden wall was hit by Bang Bang and a large hole was knocked open. Bang Bang's massive body lost balance and fell to the ground. When Bang Bang climbed up from the ground, the goblins behind it swarmed in through the gap. Wow! The goblins shouted excitedly. They rushed in through the gap one after another. It's goblins! It's goblins! The lizardmen who came to support finally realized that the attackers were goblins. How could ogres help goblins? Have they been tamed by the goblins? Kill them! Although the huge body of Bang Bang frightened the lizardmen, their home was behind them and they had nowhere to retreat. Hundreds of lizardmen wielding large knives roared and charged towards the goblins. Swoosh! Faced with the charging lizardmen, the goblins shouted and met them head-on. The crossbowmen ran and shot arrows. With so many lizardmen in front, there was no need to aim. The sound of arrows piercing through the air resounded through the night sky. Black rays attacked the charging lizardmen. SSS. The lizardman warrior running in the front suddenly froze. Then, like a field of wheat being cut down, a large number of lizardmen fell to the ground. The fallen lizardmen wailed in pain. The lizardmen behind them were startled when they saw their companions fall. They only heard the sound of arrows piercing through the air from the front. Then their companions fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Before the battle even started, a large number of lizardmen were killed or injured in the tribe behind the wooden wall. Goblins and lizardmen clashed with loud shouts. The chaotic battlefield quickly spread, and the cries of the two different species echoed through the night sky. Crossbows were already close-range weapons. As soon as they engaged in battle, with the cooperation of the goblin gunmen, the crossbow goblins mercilessly harvested the lives of the lizardmen. Close-range crossbow arrows were even more deadly. Although many goblins fell under the lizardmen warriors' large machetes, more lizardmen fell under the crossbow goblins' arrows. Hundreds of lizardmen could only withstand the goblins for a short while before dispersing. The entire battlefield quickly spread deeper into the tribe. A group of goblins rushed into a thatched hut. Inside the hut, there was only a female lizardman holding a child hiding in the corner. The goblins spotted her and eagerly rushed towards her with their guns. What are you doing? Suddenly, one of the goblins slapped his comrade's head. The bewildered goblin looked at his leader with a puzzled expression. The goblin leader grinned greedily, looking at the female lizardman. Our leader's leader said that female lizardmen cannot be eaten. The goblin who was slapped brightened up. He aimed his gun again at the child in the female lizardman's arms. Smack! The goblin was slapped on the head again. Leader, what's wrong now? The goblin glared angrily at his leader, who gave him a stern look. Our leader's leader said that we cannot kill the infant male lizardmen either. Why? I want to eat meat. The goblin comrade complained discontentedly. There's no reason. So, do you want to challenge our leader's leader? The goblin comrade shrunk his neck and quickly shook his head. Let's go. There's plenty of meat outside. The goblin who entered the house hurriedly ran outside again. In the following time, several groups of goblins rushed into the thatched hut. But when they saw that the lizardman mother and child were spared, even the goblins who were dissatisfied with this order left grumbling. What's going on? What happened? In front of the largest thatched hut in the center of the tribe, the elders hurriedly ran out of their respective homes and gathered in front of the high priest. It's the goblins. The goblins have invaded. A lizardman ran over in panic from the darkness. More lizardmen gathered around the elders from all directions. Goblins? The elders looked at each other in astonishment. How could the goblins dare to attack their tribe? Just then, another group of lizardmen came running from the south in fear. They looked as if they were being chased by something terrifying. Elders, we can't hold them back. The goblins are coming. Aldo frowned and strode forward, pushing aside the lizardmen in front of him. He came to the front of the group, raising his large machete high. Don't be afraid. Prepare for battle, Aldo shouted, inspiring his companions. Unbeknownst to them, more than 200 lizardmen had gathered behind Aldo. The elder Aldo's roar gave the frightened lizardmen a little courage. In the rear, more lizardmen gathered from the north. Suddenly, the darkness in the south quieted down. The previously noisy sounds of battle completely disappeared. Aldo stared intently into the depths of the darkness, tightly gripping his large machete. Whoosh! Suddenly, a disturbance arose from the depths of the darkness. The dense sound of breaking through the air resounded through the night sky as a group of black figures flew from the south. Countless black arrows attacked the Lizardmen. Bang! Just then, the door of the thatched hut behind the Lizardmen suddenly opened. A white mist surged out in a swarm. It instantly spread from under the Lizardmen's feet and extended towards the depths of the darkness. A miraculous scene unfolded. 10 meters in front of the Lizardmen, the white mist instantly transformed into an ascending ice wall. The arrows flying through the air were immediately blocked by the ice wall. The sound of sizzling filled the air as ice fragments flew around. Arrows were nailed one by one into the ice wall, turning the outer side of the ice wall into a hedgehog. It's the High Priest. The appearance of the ice wall caused the Lizardmen to burst into cheers. Amidst the Lizardmen's cheers, a white figure emerged from the thatched hut. Bai Ling stood at the door, looking solemnly into the darkness. The goblins' massive attack tonight was beyond its expectations. It never thought that the goblins would actively attack the tribe, and they came with great force. Unstoppable is the white lizard man who can use magic. Bai Ling? In the darkness of the south, Li Chen was observing the white figure at the door of the thatched hut. Lizardman, level 41, strength 17, defense 14, agility 21, magic 71, ice element control LV4, mind speech LV3. It seemed that Li Chen had figured something out and grinned. So, you're the turning point. When Li Chen saw the mind speech skill, he finally understood everything. Bai Ling was the mastermind behind the tribe's destruction. The mind speech skill allowed Bai Ling to communicate with other barbarians. Bai Ling was the key to the alliance between the pigmen and the lizardmen. Bang Bang, it's your turn. Bang Bang turned around and looked at the boss. He raised his left hand and pounded his chest with force. With a loud and heavy thud sound, Bang Bang turned around and walked towards the ice wall, dragging his wolf tooth club. Bang Bang, Bang Bang. The goblins behind him shouted excitedly. Their voices were so loud that they drowned out all other sounds. Hearing the goblins' synchronized shouts from the darkness, the lizardmen in front of the thatched hut felt a tightness in their hearts. The sound was so grand. How big was the goblin's force? Bai Ling, standing at the door, also felt a heaviness in his heart. At that moment, Bai Ling's pupils contracted. In the darkness in front of the ice wall, a huge figure slowly appeared. Ogre? Bai Ling exclaimed. His body trembled, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. The lizardmen outside the thatched hut also looked at Bang Bang, who was approaching the ice wall, with fear on their faces. Bang Bang's huge body was too oppressive. Goblin boss. Seeing the lizardmen behind the ice wall looking terrified, Li Chen secretly smiled. It was the right decision to leave Bang Bang behind. Without Bang Bang tonight, no one would be able to deal with that female lizardman. Boss, did you call me? The boss's call made Goblin boss quickly move forward. Bring all the female lizardmen and lizardman children here. Goblin boss nodded quickly, turned around, and led a group of minions away. At this time, Bang Bang had already arrived in front of the ice wall in the darkness ahead. Stop, ogre! Bang Bang in front of the ice wall suddenly trembled, as if startled. He turned his head and looked around with a puzzled expression. I'm here, the white lizard man at the door. I'm communicating with you. Bang Bang turned his head and looked at Bai Ling at the door of the thatched hut. Why are you helping the disgusting goblins attack us? The weak and pitiful ones? Bang Bang turned around and glanced at the boss in the darkness behind him. Then he turned back and let out a series of "oh-woo" sounds towards Bai Ling. It's just a weak goblin. You can easily crush it with a slap. You are free. Bang Bang shook his head. Roar! He let out a loud roar towards Bai Ling. He raised his wolf tooth club with one hand and hammered it down on the ice wall. Boom! With a loud noise, the ice wall shattered. Wait, I'm not your enemy. The goblin who took away your freedom is your enemy. Bang Bang shook his head and took a big step forward. The voices in his head made Bang Bang angry. He didn't like this feeling. His head was being invaded. Seeing that the ogre was unaffected, Bai Ling's face turned cold. Rolling white mist swarmed out from under its feet and spread towards the ogre, engulfing it as it passed by the lizardman's feet. The rolling white mist enveloped Bang Bang's body. Only the crisp sound of ka echoed through the night sky. The clumsy figure of Bengon paused. The white mist entwined around his body turned into ice, instantly freezing Bengon. From the appearance of the white mist to the freezing of Bengon, it all happened in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, with a ka sound, the ice shattered. The lizardman's gaze froze before he could even be happy. Stop, don't come any closer. Bai Ling's face changed slightly, and she waved her hand. More than 10 ice arrows, about 1 meter long and 3 feet in diameter, appeared out of thin air and shot out. The whistling sound of the arrows breaking through the air echoed through the night sky. The ice arrows turned into white light and instantly crossed 100 meters, hitting Bengon. In the moment of impact, there was a caw sound. The ice arrows shattered. More than 10 ice arrows collided and shattered one after another, causing ice debris to fly in all directions. Looking at the chest armor on Bengon's chest, there were more than 10 dents. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Bai Ling raised her right hand above her head. The white mist above her head instantly turned into ice. A huge ice cone hovered above Bai Ling's head. It visibly grew larger and thicker at a visible speed. Rolling cold air spread from the ice cone towards the Western Zhou dynasty. Wherever it passed, the ground was covered with a layer of frost. The cold air made the surrounding lizardmen retreat. Go! When the length of the ice cone above her head approached 10 meters, Bai Ling shouted. She threw her right hand forward. The huge ice cone shot out and hit Bengon not far away. Faced with the incoming ice cone, Bengon stopped in his tracks. Roar! He roared and swung his wolf-toothed club at the ice cone. This strike accurately hit the ice cone. Boom! In the moment of contact between the wolf-toothed club and the ice cone, a powerful shockwave erupted. The ice cone shattered immediately, and with the shockwave, it swept across the Western Zhou dynasty. The tremendous impact force caused Bengon's massive body to retreat repeatedly. The thatched cottages dozens of meters away on both sides were as if they had been swept by a hurricane. Ice blocks mixed in with the shockwave and lifted the thatched cottages. Even the nearby lizardmen were thrown into disarray. The rolling cold air swept through the area where Bengon was, covering the Western Zhou dynasty. Wherever it passed, the ground was covered with ice crystals, and everything was frozen. It seems it's not working. Seeing that the lizardman was unharmed, Bai Ling's eyes flashed with despair. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the lizardman had a strong resistance to magic. With just the lizardman, they could slaughter all the tribe members. Faced with the lizardman, the only chance of survival was to escape, but now they not only faced the lizardman, but also the lurking goblins. Bengon, come back! Just then, Li Chen's voice came from the darkness behind Bengon. Bengon, who was approaching the lizardman, stopped. He turned his massive body to look at the figure in the darkness behind him. In the eyes of the lizardman, a goblin slowly emerged from the darkness. Goblin, leave immediately. This is not where you should be. The voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Li Chen's expression changed slightly. He stopped in his tracks and looked up at the white lizardman in front of the thatched cottage. Although it looked like a lizard, it gave off a very sexy feeling. This was not an illusion, but rather the curves of its body that were very appealing to humans. Although the lizardman had a lizard's head and was covered in scales, with a tail, the rest of its body was more humanoid. Surrender, or you will all die. The mind speech skill allowed the two of them to communicate telepathically. This was not verbal communication, but rather a form of telepathy. They could understand each other's thoughts and understand what the other wanted to express. Li Chen greedily looked at Bai Ling in front of the thatched cottage. This white female creature aroused its desire to reproduce. Although it had a lizard's head, it was still acceptable, at least much better than those female monsters. Faced with Li Chen's greedy gaze, Bai Ling's face was full of disgust delusions. The Bai Lin tribe will never be slaves. Li Chen grinned and waved his hand towards the darkness behind him. In the darkness, footsteps echoed, accompanied by the cries of lizardmen women and children. A group of female lizardmen and lizardman children were driven out of the darkness by goblins. There were quite a few of them, numbering over 200. This caused a commotion in the darkness. Hurry up, or you'll be eaten. The goblin greedily looked at the female lizardman passing by his side. He picked up his spear and poked her. The pained lizardman let out a miserable scream and jumped in surprise. This caused the surrounding goblins to burst into laughter. The frightened female lizardmen walked while holding their children. The appearance of the women and children caused a stir among the lizardmen in front of the thatched huts. All the lizardmen glared angrily at the goblins who were driving the women and children away. Faced with the angry male lizardmen, Li Chen grinned and then turned to a female lizardman not far behind him and beckoned her over. The goblin beside him quickly used his spear to drive the female lizardman towards them. The terrified female lizardman came to stand in front of Li Chen. The ugly goblin made her legs go weak and she sat down on the ground. Li Chen grinned as he looked down at the trembling female lizardman in front of him. Then his eyes turned cold, and he reached out his right hand and grabbed the female lizardman by the neck. Li Chen lifted the female lizardman, who was even bigger than him, off the ground. The suffocating feeling made the female lizardman struggle violently, but her struggles were in vain. Li Chen held the female lizardman's neck and faced the crowd of lizardmen. You should have guessed what I want to do, right? Li Chen's gaze hooked onto Bai Ling, who was standing at the entrance of the thatched hut. Bai Ling glared back, trembling all over. Damn goblins! Go to hell! Several lizardmen couldn't bear to see their fellow tribesmen being bullied by the goblins like this. The leader of the group roared in anger. 5 lizardmen suddenly charged towards Li Chen. Come back! The reckless actions of their tribesmen startled Aldo. He quickly tried to stop them, but it was too late. Stupid moved, and his huge body took a few steps forward. He swung his giant wolf-tooth club. Bang! The massive club swept across the 5 lizardmen. At the moment of impact, the sound of crisp bones cracking echoed through the night sky. The 5 lizardmen were sent flying like ragdolls. They flew dozens of meters away and crashed into the thatched hut. The wall of the hut was smashed upon impact. Roar! Stupid let out a roar after completing all of this. The lizardmen looked at the ogre wrapped in steel with fear and retreated in panic. My patience is limited. Li Chen increased the strength in his hand. The female lizardman tightly held onto Li Chen's hand, saliva dripping from her mouth. Her neck made cracking sounds, as if it would be snapped in the next moment. Bai Ling gritted her teeth and looked at Li Chen with resentment. The Bai Lin tribe would rather die than be slaves. Li Chen grinned as he heard the final answer from the female lizardman. He loosened his grip and let go of the female lizardman. The lizardman, now able to breathe again, knelt on the ground, gasping for air. Li Chen pointed forward and stared at the lizardmen in front of him with a chilling gaze. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. He had originally planned to keep these adult lizardmen as laborers, but now it seemed that they all had to be killed. The leader's command brought a look of ecstatic joy to the goblins behind him. Kill, kill, kill. The ecstatic goblins rushed forward, competing with each other. Wah! The cries echoed through the sky. The sound of crossbow bolts piercing through the air resounded from the darkness once again. This caused the lizardmen in front of the thatched huts to change their expressions. Stop them! Kill! Aldo knew that the high priest had clearly been communicating with the goblins, and the result was obvious. The negotiations had failed. The lizardmen made a move, and Stupid followed suit holding a huge wolf-tooth club. It seemed like a heavy tank pressing towards the lizardmen. Just as the huge wolf-tooth club was about to swing and sweep through the enemy lines, a white mist quickly approached from the ground and enveloped the clumsy body. The white mist instantly turned into ice, freezing the clumsy body once again. Bai Ling chose to stop the clumsy one, but couldn't provide any help to the lizardmen. Arrows flew through the air, falling among the lizardmen like raindrops. The darkness was filled with cries and screams. The sharp arrows pierced through the lizardmen's bodies, causing a large number of them to fall. Aldo was strong, a standout among the lizardmen, but he was still flesh and blood. Aldo, who was at the forefront of the charge, received special attention from the goblin archers. His body was filled with arrows, turning him into a hedgehog. Even so, in the darkness, he staggered forward. His legs gave way, and Aldo fell to his knees. Goblin, I will kill. It looked into the darkness with resentment in its eyes. In its eyes, countless goblins wielding long spears emerged from the darkness. It wanted to pick up the large machete beside it and continue fighting, but its hands were already unable to move. Weak and powerless, the goblins ignored it, running past with loud cries, before losing consciousness completely. Aldo saw and heard it all. It saw the countless figures rushing out of the darkness and heard the rumbling footsteps. In the darkness, Aldo fell to the ground in despair and resignation. The night grew late, and the tribe was bustling under the moonlight. The sounds of shouting, roaring, and wailing filled the tribe. The brilliance of magic also shimmered in one corner of the tribe. Don't come any closer. Don't come! Bai Ling, in front of the thatched hut, looked at the approaching ogre with despair. The ogre seemed like a wall blocking its magic. It wanted to help its fellow tribesmen, to use magic to kill the goblins. Even if the Bai Lin tribe was destined to be destroyed tonight, it was willing to die together with the goblins, but its magic was blocked by the ogre's massive body. It couldn't break through the ogre's defense line at all. High priest, save me! In the darkness, a lizard man covered in blood crawled to Bai Ling's feet. 2 arrows were stuck in its back, and blood flowed from its mouth. Bai Ling, who had never seen blood before, screamed. It turned around in fear and ran into the house. The high priest's reaction made the lizardman lying on the ground look confused. With too much blood loss, it closed its eyes with a final trace of doubt. At this moment, the final slaughter was taking place in the surrounding darkness. Although it seemed like both sides were engaged in a melee, the lizardmen were quickly collapsing. They had no resistance against the crossbows. The darkness also affected the lizardmen's vision. The lizardmen, who were already inferior to the goblins, were being slaughtered due to various factors. It seems that the lizardmen are not such a powerful race. In the darkness, Li Chen walked on the battlefield, stepping on the corpses. Along the way, Li Chen didn't find a single lizardman with any skills. Although goblins were weak, their potential was clearly higher than that of the lizardmen. While the lizardmen also had high potential, especially with magic users like Bai Ling, it was clear that she was an exception. As long as goblins didn't die, they could evolve into goblin warriors without any problem. But the lizardmen had no concept of evolution. They could only enhance their strength through physical training and combat skills. Goblins, on the other hand, could become stronger by eating. The former had a high lower limit, while the latter had a high upper limit. When Li Chen arrived in front of the thatched hut, the sounds of battle were gradually fading away to the west. The lizardmen around the thatched hut had already been completely wiped out. The goblins were sweeping through the entire tribe. Looking at the ground around the thatched hut, one could see layers of lizardmen corpses. Oh, dumbfounded. Dumb was standing in front of the door of the thatched hut, worrying. It couldn't fit into such a small thatched hut. Looking down at the boss who had come to his side, Li Chen pointed to the thatched hut. He grinned and patted the boss's leg. "Boss, I'll take care of it from here." He looked at the open door of the thatched hut and smirked. For the past few months, he had been resisting the urge to procreate. Tonight, he had no intention of resisting his body's natural desires any longer. With that, Li Chen swaggered into the thatched hut. He had seen Bai Ling run into the hut earlier. Her mentality had already collapsed. As a high-ranking member of the tribe, she had never experienced death. How could she understand the horrors of death? "Don't come any closer." There was no darkness in the thatched hut. Moonlight poured in through the skylight, dispersing the darkness slightly. Li Chen entered the hut and saw Bai Ling curled up in a corner. "Those young lizardmen died because of you. Do you want the women and children to die because of you too?" Bai Ling's face froze as she stared blankly at Li Chen approaching. Li Chen came in front of Bai Ling, towering over her. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Bai Ling's hand. Then he forcefully pressed her down beneath him. "Live with this guilt. Only when you're alive can your people survive." With that, Li Chen grinned wickedly and tore off the animal skin from Bai Ling's body. Li Chen had thought that lizardmen laid eggs, but now it seemed he was wrong. Otherwise, Bai Ling wouldn't have mammalian features. Bai Ling didn't resist. She stared blankly at the full moon, allowing the ugly goblin on her to tear off her animal skin. "Ah!" Soon, a scream echoed through the thatched hut. The swamp was restless tonight, with the full moon shining above. 2 hours later, the noisy Bai Ling tribe gradually quieted down. In the darkness, the sound of chewing could be heard throughout the tribe. The goblins, famished after hours of battle, crawled on top of the corpses and feasted. The strong smell of blood gradually enveloped the entire tribe. The loudest chewing sound came from the largest thatched hut. Numerous goblins greedily devoured the lizardmen's bodies. Nearby, lizardmen, women, children, and infants looked on in horror as the goblins feasted on their fellow tribesmen. Ah! Just then, a scream suddenly came from the thatched hut, catching the attention of the goblins feasting on the lizardmen's bodies. The goblins, their mouths full of blood, looked up at the thatched hut. In their eyes, the boss walked out of the door, holding a thick white tail and tearing off a large piece of meat. Not bad tasting. The delicious smell of the meat surprised Li Chen. The meat from Bai Ling's tail was tastier than any meat he had ever eaten. It had a chewy texture and a faint milky fragrance. Devour skill activated. Obtain skill Heartswords. The system prompt made Li Chen grin. If Bai Ling wanted to survive, she could only offer her own tail to him. Otherwise, she would have no way out. Lizardmen could regenerate their tails, so cutting it off wouldn't have any lasting effects on Bai Ling. In about half a year, her tail would grow back as good as new. Standing at the door, Li Chen continued to enjoy eating Bai Ling's tail. Her other skill, Ice Elemental Control, was also a good thing. If he couldn't finish eating one tail, he could continue when Bai Ling grew a new one. Devour skill activated. Obtain skill Ice Elemental Control. The system prompt appeared again before he had finished half of the tale. Luck is not bad. Here, a reward for you. Seeing that he had obtained another skill so quickly, Li Chen was in a good mood. He casually threw the tail in his hand to a nearby goblin minion. The nearby goblin minions immediately pounced on it and fought over it. Li Chen squinted his eyes as he looked up at the full moon in the sky. Having learned from the lessons of simulating future predictions, Bai Ling could not stay in the Bai Lin tribe. Staying here, she will definitely betray him. Li Chen doesn't think that after he slept with her, Bai Ling will fall in love with him. This kind of thing only happens in illogical novels. He is a goblin, a despised and hated existence by all races. Bai Ling will only be ashamed of this and wait for an opportunity for revenge. Who cares? A hint of disdain flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he reached out to grab the moon. As a goblin, Li Chen would not do anything good as a goblin. Since goblins are despised by all intelligent races, he will trample on the pride and dignity of those races with his own body. No matter who you are, watch as I torture this world. Li Chen grinned ferociously, clenching his fists. His expression was as if he was declaring war on someone. After a while, Li Chen put his hand down. He glanced sideways and looked at the foolish one sitting in front of the thatched hut. Foolish. The sudden voice in his mind startled Foolish. His huge body trembled as he vigorously shook his big head. It's me, your boss. Foolish lowered his head and looked at his boss beside him. He extended his huge right hand and pointed at his boss. Yes, it's me, boss. How did you enter my mind? Foolish tapped his helmet with his hand. I didn't enter your mind. I used magic to communicate with you. Magic? The voice in my head is magic? Yes, it's magic. I see. Foolish understands. Li Chen sat down at the door, and the moonlight shone on the two figures. Foolish, do you have any family? Yes, a long time ago, they and I lived in a cave, but one day they suddenly disappeared. They disappeared suddenly? Foolish, have you tried to find them? Li Chen's face froze, understanding what was going on. It seems that once ogres become adults, they separate from their parents. However, most monsters would drive their children away, while ogres choose to leave themselves and leave the nest to their children. Foolish, have you encountered other ogres? Foolish nodded his huge head and tapped his helmet with his hand. He was not used to his boss using magic in his mind. I encountered them in the mountains. They were fierce, and Foolish didn't like them. Them? A family of ogres? I don't know. Foolish fought with them. They were strange. When they were seen by something hot in the sky, they turned into stone. Turn into stone when exposed to the sun? Li Chen's expression became thoughtful as he looked up and down at Foolish. It seems that Foolish is an exception among ogres. Is it because of the skill-enhanced stone skin? Time passed slowly, and the night grew deeper. The sound of chewing in the tribe continued for a long time. It wasn't until dawn arrived that the tribe finally quieted down. The well-fed goblins fell asleep on the spot. As for the female lizardmen and the young ones, they were driven back to the thatched hut. The goblin hierarchy was strict, and the mating rights were in the hands of the higher-ranking goblins. Even if the desire to mate was strong, they would not reproduce offspring privately. Ordinary goblins wouldn't even have the desire to actively seek mating rights because the information engraved in their genes suppressed their mating desires. This is a form of natural selection in biological evolution. The offspring of the higher-ranking individuals have greater potential. Only by reproducing offspring can the strength of the tribe be strengthened. Reproducing offspring will only make the tribe weaker. When the morning sun rose from the eastern sky, the battle scars from the previous night had disappeared. The tribe was filled with goblins sleeping soundly on the ground. Whether it was the goblin corpses or the lizardmen corpses, they had all disappeared. As for where they went, of course, they ended up in the goblins' stomachs looking at the goblins sleeping soundly. Each of their bellies is round and plump. How do you plan to deal with us? The morning sun shines brightly, and the tribe is quiet. Bai Ling walks out of the straw house weakly. The pain of losing her tail makes Bai Ling's voice tremble. She looks at the goblin sitting at the door, lost in thought, staring at the blue sky. Li Chen turns his head and looks at Bai Ling leaning against the doorframe. Bai Ling is still Bai Ling, but her tail is gone under the animal skirt. What she has lost is not just her tail, but also something else. After glancing at Li Chen, she withdraws her gaze and continues to look at the blue sky. I am a clever goblin. I won't let you become breeding tools, used until death and then eaten. Every 365 sunsets, contribute 20% of the population, half male and half female. and rotate again every 365 sunsets. A steady stream is the maximization of the lizardman's value. Goblins have innate defects. To reproduce, they must rely on other races. Therefore, the future tribe must have its own vassal race. What's the difference? A trace of despair flashes in Bai Ling's eyes. How could she not know the difference? The former is temporary pain, while the latter is lifelong suffering. The difference is huge. At least you can live, reproduce, and provide us with more females and labor. You demon! Bai Ling's face is filled with sorrow. She feels hopeless about the future of the tribe. Li Chen turns his head and looks at Bai Ling at the door, grinning. Goblins are much scarier than demons. As he finishes speaking, Li Chen stands up. After I destroy the Ash Scale tribe and the Black Scale tribe, all the lizardmen in the swamp will be under your rule. If you don't want your people to suffer, then do your best to serve me. Otherwise, you will only be fit to be food. With that, Li Chen pats the armor of the sleeping Bame Bame. Bame Bame moves and stands up. Roar! Bame Bame roars loudly. A huge roar resounds from the helmet, sweeping across the land. The goblins sleeping in the tribe are awakened one after another. Follow me. I can make the Ash Scale tribe and the Black Scale tribe submit to you at a lower cost. Li Chen turns his head and looks at Bai Ling, grinning. Then come alone. I'll wait and see. Li Chen can see through Bai Ling's thoughts. She just wants to preserve the lizardman's remaining strength for the future. At noon, under the scorching sun, Li Chen leads the goblin army away from the White Scale tribe, with Bai Ling as their guide. The goblin army approaches the Ash Scale tribe. 2 days later, in the swamp, the Ash Scale tribe. In a shallow water area, there are densely packed water houses. The vast expanse of water around the tribe provides a wide field of vision. Due to geographical reasons, the Ash Scale tribe did not build wooden walls to protect the tribe. As time passes into the afternoon, in the largest wooden house in the tribe, Ash Scale chief, the goblin army is attacking. The fortress of the White Scale tribe has been breached. This sudden news surprises the elders in the wooden house. The population of the White Scale tribe is close to 1,000, and their strength among the three tribes is not weak. Moreover, with Bai Ling, the high priestess, how could they be defeated by mere goblins? The elders in the wooden house look at each other in confusion. The Ash Scale chief, sitting in the main seat, looks expressionless at the lizardman who came to warn him. Nonsense! With the high priestess Bai Ling in the White Scale tribe, how can mere goblins shake us? The Ash Scale chief finds it hard to believe that the White Scale tribe has been breached by goblins. He has witnessed the immense magical power possessed by the high priestess Bai Ling. How could mere goblins be a match for her? With the Ash Scale chief's disbelief, the lizardman from the White Scale tribe becomes anxious. It quickly kneels on the ground. Chief of the Ash Scale tribe, every word I say is true. When I left the tribe, the wooden wall on the outskirts had already been breached. The high priest instructed me to warn the Ash Scale tribe and the Black Scale tribe. Is it true? Has the goblin breached the White Scale tribe, where the great priestess resides? The expression on the Ash Scale chief's face changed. The other elders also looked puzzled. If the White Scale tribe has really been breached by the goblins, how powerful must the goblin army invading the swamp be? Chief, something bad happened. Just then, a lizard man hurriedly ran over. It's the goblins. The goblin army is attacking. The lizard man who ran into the wooden house reported in a panic. What? How is that possible? So soon? The people of the White Scale tribe had just arrived, and the goblin army appeared? At this moment, the people in the wooden house finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The goblin army's attack meant that the White Scale tribe was finished. The Ash Scale chief stood up and walked outside. Notify all the tribe members. Follow me to face the enemy. At the same time, in the vast waters to the east of the tribe, under the scorching sun, a dense mass of green-skinned figures were wading through the water. There were so many of them that they covered a large area of the water. Among the many smaller green-skinned figures, there was an even larger figure. It was like a mountain walking in the water. Wherever it went, water splashed, and on its shoulders sat two figures, one on the left and one on the right. One was Li Chen, and the other was Bai Ling. Li Chen, sitting on Bumpy's shoulder, looked into the distance. In that direction, there stood a row of wooden houses on the water's surface. The scene of water and sky was quite spectacular. The Ash Scale tribe sure knows how to pick a spot. The surrounding waters were clearly visible, with a depth of no more than 1 meter. Anything approaching from a distance could be detected. As an amphibious intelligent race, This environment was more conducive to lizardmen in battle. Just then, there was a commotion in the tribe. Lizardmen rushed out of the tribe. Like dumplings, they plunged into the deeper waters. Ripples appeared on the water's surface and spread towards the direction of the goblin army. "Stop!" Li Chen, sitting on Bumpy's shoulder, shouted. The goblin army, wading through the water, came to a halt. The rippling water made the goblins unsteady. "How did you manage to defeat the Ash Scale tribe?" Li Chen thought to himself as he watched the goblins struggling to stand in the water. In this environment, the crossbow was of little use. Lizardmen were far more agile in the water than goblins. It was impossible for the goblin army to win against the lizardmen in the water. Even if they could win, their own losses would be great. With a leap, Li Chen jumped off Bumpy's shoulder. Just as he was about to fall into the water, a white mist emerged under his feet, and the water surface quickly froze. Li Chen stepped on the frozen water and ran forward. Wherever he went, the water under his feet froze. This scene made by Ling, sitting on Bumpy's shoulder, look incredulous. "How is this possible?" she exclaimed. "The goblins actually knew ice magic like her?" The goblins looked at their leader running on the water's surface with surprise. Their leader could use magic? Li Chen ran to the front of the group, extending his right hand with his palm facing outward. Freeze! Rolling white mist surged forward, spreading to the sides. Wherever the mist passed, the water surface quickly froze. After a while, a huge ice layer appeared in front of the goblin army. The mist gradually dissipated after spreading hundreds of meters. Magic is indeed useful. Li Chen was very satisfied as he looked at the vast expanse of ice in front of him. Now Li Chen understood why he was able to defeat the Ash Scale tribe. In the simulation of life, he had also obtained the skill of controlling ice elements from Bai Ling. However, the future of simulating human life predictions is not clearly stated. On the ice, prepare for battle. Li Chen climbed onto the ice and shouted loudly. The appearance of the ice layer excited the goblins. All the goblins looked at the leader on the ice with awe. "Goblin! Goblin!" someone shouted. All the goblins shouted "Goblin" and climbed onto the ice. The appearance of the ice layer also startled the lizardmen who were approaching. The lizardmen who were originally diving stopped. The lizardmen who stood up from the water looked at the ice layer not far away with a look of doubt. This is ice magic. How could the High Priestess of the White Spirit help the goblins? It's the High Priestess of the White Spirit. I saw her. She's over there. It's huge. What is it? Bumpy, being a big guy, was still very eye-catching. Although it was far away, many lizardmen saw the High Priestess of the White Spirit sitting on the giant's shoulder. The white scales of the High Priestess of the White Spirit were too conspicuous. It could be recognized at a glance. It's an ogre. How could an ogre be with the goblins? Damn it! The High Priestess of the White Spirit has been coerced. Many lizardmen realized what had happened and started discussing. They realized that the goblins had coerced the High Priestess of the White Spirit. This forced the High Priestess of the White Spirit to help the goblins. Damn goblins! Gray Scale, like the rest of the tribe, watched the goblins climbing onto the ice not far away. The High Priestess of the White Spirit being held hostage made it angrily slap the water surface. "Chief, what should we do now?" A group of elders approached Gray Scale. "Go and kill them. Take back the High Priestess of the White Spirit." A lizardman elder clenched his fists and stared at the white figure on the giant's shoulder. The High Priestess of the White Spirit was the dream lover of all male lizardmen. Almost all the elders had pursued the High Priestess of the White Spirit when they were young. Although they failed and were rejected by her, the High Priestess of the White Spirit did not belong to any individual, but to all lizardmen. No, if I'm not mistaken, the ogre sitting on the giant's shoulder is a troll. Gray Scale's words stunned the elders. A troll? That's impossible. No wonder the High Priestess of the White Spirit was held hostage. It wouldn't be strange if it was a troll. Trolls have strong resistance to magic. It is difficult for magic to cause effective damage to trolls. The only weakness of trolls is their eyes. They are afraid of human archers. At this time, all the goblins had climbed onto the ice. White Spirit, it's your turn. Li Chen glanced at White Spirit beside him. White Spirit walked forward expressionlessly. Without a tail, White Spirit's figure looked more like a human. The twisting waist and hips were seductive. It's strange. How can a lizard man be so sexy? White Spirit's graceful figure made Li Chen wonder if he had a perverted fetish. It's the High Priestess of the White Spirit. She's coming. White Spirit quickly arrived at the edge of the ice layer and stepped into the water without hesitation. As soon as her feet touched the water surface, It froze. White Spirit stepped on the water and approached the Lizardmen step by step. Seeing this, Grayscale dived into the water and swam towards the High Priestess of the White Spirit. Soon, the two stopped about 100 meters away from the ice layer. High Priestess of the White Spirit, where is your tail? Grayscale, standing up from the water, showed a look of anger. The High Priestess of the White Spirit's tail was missing? Although lizardmen could regenerate their tails, even male lizardmen found it difficult to bear the pain of tail loss. White Spirit shook her head and calmly looked at Grayscale, the chief in the water. Chief Grayscale, surrender! The two of them were saying something about 100 meters away from the ice layer. Grayscale in the water shook his head and slapped the water surface occasionally. He cast a resentful gaze at the goblins on the ice. The future must have changed, right? Li Chen muttered to himself as he watched the two people talking not far away. System, start simulating life. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to use up his monthly quota of simulated lives. Simulated life begins. You lead the goblin army to invade the Grayscale tribe, under the persuasion of Bai Ling. The Grayscale tribe surrenders to you and agrees to act as intermediaries to convince the Black Scale tribe to submit to you. The Black Scale tribe submits to you, and you successfully conquer the swamp. You lead the goblin army back to the tribe with the spoils of war. Your tribe grows prosperously. With the hunting area expanding rapidly, Bai Ling gives birth, and you have descendants. One day, a group of pigmen appears in the eastern forest, and you choose to ignore them. One day, a person wearing a black robe and an obscured face appears in the tribe and finds you. You obtain a summoning plate for the barbarian god from the person in the black robe. Please make the following choices. Option 1, to obtain powerful strength. You choose to summon the barbarian god. Option 2, you decide to seal the barbarian god's summoning plate, perhaps for future use. Option 3, as soon as the person in the black robe leaves, you crush the barbarian god's summoning plate. Barbarian god? A hint of doubt flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself. What is this? Is it some kind of summoning magic? Choose option 3. Something summoned must be related to the gods. Needless to say, it must be something ominous. Li Chen would never eat something that clearly had problems. Compared to the second option, Li Chen preferred the third option. You destroy the barbarian god's summoning plate. A large number of pigmen are discovered in the eastern forest, and you choose to retreat. Traces of goblins are found on the south bank. A lizardman army from the west arrives in the swamp. The Lizardman tribe and the swamp rebels on the day of rotation. And Bai Ling betrays you. The Lizardman army leaves the swamp and marches towards your tribe. You lead the goblin army to intercept the Lizardman army and encounter them in the eastern forest. You achieve victory. With only one Lizardman surviving, you lead the goblin cavalry to catch up with Bai Ling and capture her. You lead the goblin army to march towards the Black Mountain swamp. The Black Mountain tribe summons the barbarian god Akuya. The Black Mountain swamp is contaminated by the barbarian god and becomes the Great Wasteland, where all life is refined and becomes slaves. You choose to retreat and lead the goblin army back to the tribe. The 3-year time limit has passed. As a time traveler and a goblin, you have gradually strengthened your tribe with caution, and your efforts have paid off. Your life has just begun. Simulated life ends. Score, 100. Please choose one of the following rewards. Option 1, spend 10 points to increase 1 level of evaluation. Option 2, spend 1 point to increase 1 attribute. Option 3, spend 10 points to increase 1 level of charm. Option 4, spend 10 points to increase 1 level of the steel and iron skill. Option 5, spend 10 points to increase 1 level of the windblade technique skill. Great Wasteland. Slaves? For some reason, the future predicted by the simulated life gave Li Chen a chilling feeling. The appearance of the black robe, the summoning plate that could summon the barbarian god, the Great Wasteland, and slaves. Everything happened too suddenly. It was like a bomb suddenly falling from the sky in what was once a peaceful day. That thunderous sound brought about enormous changes in everything. Also, Li Chen didn't expect that simulated life could only predict the future within 3 years. Choose option 4. Spend 60 points. Increase steel and iron skill level by 6. The steel and iron skill has reached its maximum level and evolves into steel skin. Spend 40 points. Increase steel skin's skill level by 2. All your attributes have been improved. Humph. Li Chen suddenly groaned in pain. His face contorted in agony. He tightly gripped his thighs, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. The whole body was making a cracking sound. The intense pain made Li Chen feel like his shin bones were being crushed. The severe pain lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. When the pain disappeared, Li Chen was drenched in sweat. "Boss, are you okay?" Gobstrong, who was behind Li Chen, took a step back with a fearful expression. For some reason, Gobstrong felt that his boss had changed. Just standing behind him, it felt like there was a suffocating pressure. Its legs were trembling, as if kneeling before its boss. I'm fine. Li Chen took a deep breath and his mind moved. Name, Goblin, race, Goblin, level, 15, strength, 775, defense, 759, agility, 291, magic, 86, charisma, 0, luck, 11, devour, chance to obtain the opponent's skills by devouring the flesh of magical beasts, steel skin, LV2, strength, plus 600, defense, plus 600. Agility plus 200, Windblade Technique, LV1, Physical Regeneration, LV1, Mind Speech, LV1, Ice Elemental Control, LV1, oh my god. What just happened? The terrifying attributes left Li Chen dumbfounded. He never expected the attribute bonuses after advancing his skills to be so outrageous. His attributes now surpassed Gobstrong in every aspect. Although he looked small, his body contained astonishing power. This feeling is amazing. Li Chen clenched his fist with excitement. From this moment on, Gob Tyrant posed no threat to him. He could kill Gob Tyrant with just one finger. Boss, it's back. Just then, Bai Ling finished negotiating with the Lizardmen. She turned and walked towards them. Looking at the approaching Bai Ling, Li Chen's face was filled with greed. There was still time. There should be enough time. With his powerful body attributes now, mating with Bai Ling would produce offspring with even greater potential. Faced with Li Chen's greedy and wicked gaze, Bai Ling frowned slightly. In her eyes, there was a hint of disgust. She lowered her head slightly and reported the negotiation with the Grayscale tribe chief to Li Chen. The Grayscale tribe is willing to submit to you and offer 20% of their population as tribute. They are also willing to act as mediators to persuade the Black Scale tribe to submit to you. However, the Grayscale tribe has 2 requests. 2 requests? Li Chen glanced sideways at the Lizardman standing not far away. Faced with Li Chen's gaze, the Grayscale tribe chief lowered his head in humiliation. This was a gesture of submission. Speak, what are the requests? Seeing this, Li Chen turned to look at Bai Ling in front of him. First, the goblins must guarantee the safety of the tribute population and not treat the lizardmen as food. Second, there can be no goblins in the tribe. Alright, I agree. Li Chen agreed to the Grayscale tribe's 2 requests without hesitation. Bai Ling, tell them to send the tribute population to the White Scale tribe in 3 days. Bai Ling nodded and turned to walk towards the Gray Scale tribe chief. They exchanged a few words and soon after, the Lizardmen turned and swam away into the distance. Gobstrong, retreat. Taking 2 steps forward, Li Chen grabbed Bai Ling's hand as she returned to his side. He pulled her onto Bumbum's hand and sat on Bumbum's shoulder. Li Chen, sitting on Bumbum's shoulder, forcefully pulled Bai Ling into his embrace. His hands tightly held onto her waist and hips. What do you want to do? Bai Ling panicked and struggled. But to her despair, she couldn't move. The hands on her waist and hips firmly held her body in place. No, please, not here. The abnormality under her skirt made Bai Ling realize what the goblin in front of her wanted to do. She pleaded with a look of despair. Her kind was watching not far away. As the high priest, how could she bear this humiliation? Retreat. Immediately returned to the White Scale tribe. Under the scolding of Gobstrong, the goblins on the ice began to turn around and retreat. Looking at the boss who was bullying the female lizardman on Bumbum's shoulder, the goblins had greedy expressions on their faces. Some goblins even drooled. Ah! A scream was heard, and Bai Ling in Li Chen's arms was full of resentment. How could this happen? Damn it! The lizardmen not far away saw everything. Grayscale let out a mournful cry of anger. With a ferocious face, the hatred in its heart reached its peak. The elders around clenched their fists and trembled. Their high priest had become a breeding tool for goblins. Damn it! Damn it! Many lizardmen lowered their heads, afraid to look up. Some lizardmen angrily slapped the water to vent their anger. Chief, let's fight them. Yes, let's fight. The lizardmen were furious, all looking at Chief Grayscale, faced with the angry and expectant eyes of the young people in the tribe. Grayscale hesitated to speak. In the end, its face turned cold, expressionless, and it walked towards the direction of the tribe through the water. Everyone, go back. Chief. Some lizardmen wanted to say something, but they were stared back by Grayscale. The prestige of the chief made the lizardmen unwillingly follow behind. The elders also hesitated to speak. Although they didn't know what the chief had discussed with the high priest Bai Ling, the retreat of the goblins relieved them. Shortly after, in the chief's house of the Grayscale tribe, What? I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Chief, you are sending our people to the goblins as breeding tools. The elders looked at the chief in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the chief would agree to submit to the goblins. Elder Grey Ancient even roared at Grayscale. Grayscale faced the angry gaze of the elders without expression. Do you think the Grayscale tribe is stronger than the White Scale tribe? When Chief Grayscale asked this question, the elders were speechless. Among the 3 tribes in the swamp, the White Scale tribe was the strongest. Not only did they have a large population, but they also had the high priest Bai Ling. The White Scale tribe has been attacked by goblins. What do we have to fight against them? Faced with the chief's gaze, the elders all lowered their heads. Elder Grey Ancient wanted to say something, but never said it. Bai Ling personally told me that in the battle last night, the young people of the White Scale tribe were killed by goblins, leaving only women, children, and infants. If we want revenge, we can only temporarily submit to the goblins, pretend to serve them, and buy time to seek help from the Black Scale tribe. Forcing a battle will only lead to the same fate as the White Scale tribe. We will have our revenge, but not now. We must preserve our strength and prepare for the future revenge. Revenge! The words of Chief Grayscale made the elders clench their fists. Their eyes were filled with resentment towards the goblins. In order to seek revenge, they could only humiliate themselves and submit to the goblins. Chief, the people may find it hard to accept. Gray Yuan looked worried. It knew how big of a reaction this news would cause. Grayscale looked apologetically at his wife sitting beside him. I will lead by example and be the first offering. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of the elders changed. Elder Grey Ancient shook his head with a bitter smile. It can only be this way. If we don't become offerings, we won't be able to explain to our people. The elders looked at each other and nodded in unison. Chief, let us bear this sin together. Faced with the determined gaze of the elders, Grayscale felt relieved. If only it became an offering, the elders would become the objects of resentment for the tribe. But if the elders and the chief became offerings, the tribe would understand their intentions. Shortly after, Chief Grayscale led the elders and headed towards the direction of the Black Scale tribe. 3 days later, at the White Scale tribe, it was noon, and the sun was shining brightly in the swamp compared to the hustle and bustle of the morning. The White Scale tribe has quieted down quite a bit. Looking into the tribe, you can see a large number of goblins playing and frolicking on the wooden walls. Behind the wooden walls, however, the tribe is relatively calm. Early in the morning, nearly half of the hunting team went out to hunt. Goblins don't have the habit of storing food. They eat wherever they go. Goblins don't consume much either. They can eat their fill for 3 days without getting hungry. In front of the largest thatched hut in the tribe, Goblin Chang looked at the foolish sitting in front of the door with a flattering expression. I want to see the boss. Listening to the movement inside the house, a hint of envy flashed in Goblin Chang's eyes. Foolish lowered his head and looked at Goblin Chang. Just like that. Sensing Foolish's gaze, Goblin Chang smiled awkwardly. It took 2 steps back and sat obediently on the ground, waiting. After a while, the commotion in the wooden house quieted down. Inside the wooden house, Li Chen looked down at Bai Ling beside him. He reached out his right hand and gently stroked Bai Ling's slightly bulging belly. Looks like you're pregnant. Li Chen's voice was not loud, but Bai Ling still heard it. Although Bai Ling couldn't understand the goblin language, she knew what the sentence meant through her heart speech skill. Her body trembled, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Giving birth to goblins is relatively easy. It won't be painful. The size of goblin babies is closely related to the size of the mother's body. If the mother is a mole, the goblin born will be very small. This is beneficial for the mother's delivery, so that the goblin doesn't die in the womb. The upper limit of goblins is closely related to their paternal bloodline, while the lower limit is closely related to the mother's body. The goblins born from mole mothers have the lowest lower limit. If the mother is a dragon, the goblin born will not only have strong attributes from birth, but may even evolve into a goblin king once it reaches adulthood. It will also have dragon lineage attributes, gaining some powerful skills. Of course, there shouldn't be any dragon lineage goblins in this world. After all, goblins are at the bottom of the food chain in this world. Although they can hunt powerful monsters through teamwork, there are also many monsters in the forest that prey on goblins. Dragons, on the other hand, are at the top of the pyramid of creatures. The two will not intersect, and even if they do, goblins are still ants. Faced with Li Chen's comfort, Bai Ling turned her head expressionlessly. She grinned, and Li Chen didn't care at all as he got up and walked outside. Li Chen didn't care about what Bai Ling was thinking. In the next year, Bai Ling had to reproduce for him. Boss, boss, outside. The sound of the door being opened suddenly woke up the waiting Goblin Chang. Goblin Chang quickly got up and greeted flatteringly. Li Chen, standing at the door, stretched and looked up, squinting at the clear blue sky. What's going on? The goblin greedily looked inside. Boss, give me a female. Li Chen's face turned slightly cold as he looked expressionlessly at Goblin Chang in front of him. Goblin Chang, you're the first goblin to actively ask me for mating rights. Faced with the boss's intimidating gaze, Goblin Chang's face turned pale. It fell to the ground in fear, kowtowing like garlic being pounded. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Watching Goblin Chang begging on the ground, Li Chen impatiently waved his hand. This won't happen again. Now get lost. Goblin Chang quickly turned around and ran away, rolling and crawling. Humph. Serves you right. This scene was seen by nearby goblins. Some goblins looked gleeful. That old thing is always hanging around the boss. It's about time it stepped aside. Goblin Day. You go challenge Goblin Chang. Get lost. I left its hunting team a long time ago. If I'm going to challenge anyone, it'll be the little boss. Listening to the mocking voices of his fellow goblins, Goblin Chang glared angrily. It clenched its fists, and a hint of killing intent flashed in its eyes. Wait and see. I'll take care of you once I evolve into a goblin warrior. Just then, a goblin hurriedly ran over from the front. Goblin Chang grabbed it. What's going on? There's a group of lizardmen approaching outside the tribe. In the northwest direction. A group of lizardmen approaching? Goblin Chang's eyes lit up, and it turned and ran towards the leader. Leave it to me. Boss, boss. Goblin Chang, who had just run far away, came running back. Goblin Chang slid and knelt several meters in front of Li Chen. Boss, the tribute has arrived. Li Chen's eyes brightened. He was about to go and take a look, but he thought better of it. Let them in. Bring a few key people to see me. Goblin Chang nodded vigorously. It was great that the boss entrusted this task to it. It meant that the boss still trusted it. Its position in the boss's heart was not something those foolish goblins could shake. Goblin Chang quickly got up and ran proudly into the distance. At the same time, in the swamp to the northwest of the tribe, a group of lizardmen were approaching the tribe along a shallow water area. Their figures were densely packed. There were at least 500 of them. Fear was evident on the faces of the lizardmen walking through the water. Even the person at the front had an unpleasant expression. The appearance of the fortress ahead made everyone's hearts tighten. Arriving here meant that they had no way back. Chief Gray Scale, I hope your decision with the White Spirit tribe is the right one. In the crowd, Gray Scale supported his wife as they walked through the water. Hearing the words of Chief Black Scale beside him, Gray Scale looked towards the distant White Scale tribe. I have sent people to the Black Mountain Swamp to seek help from the Black Mountain tribe. You should know how precious the bloodline of the High Priest is. The Black Mountain tribe will not refuse. Once the reinforcements arrive, it will be the day of our revenge. Black Scale turned to look at his wife, who appeared somewhat fearful. It sighed and didn't say much. The more comforting words it said, the more fragile his wife would become. It had no choice, and neither did the tribe. Either survive or become food for the goblins. Half an hour later, the group of lizardmen, who were offered as tribute, arrived from the northwest side of the wooden wall. Then they entered the tribe through the north gate. Goblin Chang greedily looked at the lizardmen entering through the north gate. Some of the lizardmen being watched by the goblins glared angrily, while others trembled in fear. The elders of the Gray Scale and Black Scale tribes looked nervous. They entered the tribe empty-handed, and once the goblins attacked, they would all die. Fortunately, the goblin from the West Zhou tribe only stared at them with greedy eyes. Chief Gray Scale, those weapons in the goblins' hands look like human bows and arrows. Since entering the White Scale tribe, Black Scale had been observing the goblins in the tribe. The weapons in the goblins' hands caught Black Scale's attention. Gray Scale also noticed that the goblins' weapons seemed to be made of iron. They look similar, but bows and arrows are not like that. Where did these goblins get iron weapons? This puzzled Gray Scale. We will find out. Black Scale raised its head slightly and looked at a goblin blocking their path. Follow me. The goblin blocking the path was Goblin Chang. Goblin Chang waved at the lizardmen in front of it. Although they couldn't understand each other's language, the body language conveyed Goblin Chang's intentions. With that, Goblin Chang turned and walked towards the depths of the tribe. The The group of lizardmen followed behind Goblin Chang. Before long, Goblin Chang led the group of lizardmen back to the largest thatched hut. Li Chen was still sitting at the door, and Bubu was still sound asleep. Bai Ling stood at the door, quietly watching the approaching lizardmen. It's High Priest Bai Ling. The presence of Bai Ling at the door caused a small commotion among the lizardmen. All the lizardmen looked at the High Priestess Bai Ling standing at the door with a complex expression on their faces. They never expected that the High Priestess Bai Ling would become a prisoner of the goblins. The lizardmen stopped about 20 meters away from the thatched hut. The goblin leader, Gob, ran towards Li Chen excitedly. "Boss, we brought the offerings." Li Chen glanced over the lizardmen and saw that there were quite a few of them, numbering in the hundreds. Li Chen pointed to the two leading lizardmen. They were the highest level, reaching level 47. This indicated that the status of these two lizardmen in the lizardmen tribe was not simple. Seeing the goblin leader pointing at himself, Grayscale and Blackscale's expressions changed slightly, and they looked towards the High Priestess Bai Ling. Faced with their gaze, Bai Ling nodded lightly. Seeing this, the two of them approached the thatched hut. "Bai Ling, what is the identity of those two lizardmen?" The goblin leader's question furrowed Bai Ling's brows. She lowered her head slightly and truthfully answered Li Chen. "They are the chieftains of the Grayscale tribe and the Blackscale tribe." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Chen's eyes. The leaders of the tribes actually stooped to become offerings. They do have courage. The identities of those leading lizardmen should not be simple either. Yes, they are the elders of the two tribes and the wives of the elders. Smirking, Li Chen understood what was going on. If the leaders did not lead by example, how could they convince their people? Submitting to the goblins would be a great humiliation for any intelligent race. Once the fire of anger was ignited, both tribes would fight to the death. The leaders of the two tribes preserved their tribes by sacrificing themselves. Grayscale and Blackscale stopped less than 5 meters away from Li Chen. Lowering their heads, they knelt on the ground with a face full of humiliation. Li Chen was satisfied with their submissive gestures. Although these lizardmen were only pretending to surrender and buying time, Li Chen didn't care about their little cleverness. After all, time was on his side. "Bai Ling, tell them that the male lizardmen will be under their control, and the female lizardmen will be under your control. We will return to the tribe tomorrow." Bai Ling spoke a few words in the lizardmen language to the two people kneeling outside, and they looked up at Bai Ling and nodded. With his mind-reading skill, Li Chen knew what they were talking about. However, he pretended not to understand. Soon after, the two of them got up and left. The lizardmen gathered in front of the thatched hut were also taken to other places to settle down. Time passed slowly, and the sun gradually set. Before it got dark, the hunting team that had gone out returned to the tribe one after another, bringing back a large number of swamp crab and swamp crocodile carcasses. That night, the Bai Ling tribe was bustling with activity. Moonlight spilled from the sky, dispersing the darkness slightly. In a certain thatched hut, it was crowded with lizardmen. Over a dozen people were whispering to each other. "Those goblins seem different from the ones we encountered before. Indeed, they are too rational. In the past, the goblins we knew were more like beasts, but the goblins today are truly intelligent beings. Is it because of that goblin?" The events of the day surprised everyone. They had prepared themselves for humiliation, but those goblins, although greedily looking at the females, restrained their desires. Were these the goblins they knew? Moreover, the atmosphere given off by that goblin was extraordinary. For now, we can only wait and see. Disperse, don't disturb the goblins. Grayscale did not let the topic continue. Afterwards, the people who had gathered in the darkness dispersed and went to sleep. Time passed slowly, and the night grew deeper. The next morning, when it was still dimly lit, the Bai Ling tribe became lively. The goblins rudely pushed open the door of the thatched hut, waking up the sleeping lizardmen, and drove them out of the Huta massive team marched out from the west gate and headed west. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that the team left the swamp and entered the forest. As they hunted, they made their way upstream. It took them until the afternoon of the fifth day to return to the tribe. "Is this the goblins' lair?" Grayscale wondered as he looked at the scattered wooden huts in the forest. Blackscale beside him was equally surprised. The goblin army that had attacked White Scale tribe was not small. There were at least 1,000 goblins, if not more. How could such a small place accommodate so many goblins? Were these 1,000 goblins the entirety of their forces? Before long, the massive team gathered in front of the largest wooden hut. The figures were densely packed. spreading throughout the forest. Li Chen stood at the entrance of the hut like a king, while outside stood a group of high-ranking goblins. After devouring a large number of lizardmen corpses, over 20 goblins successfully evolved into high-ranking goblins. There were even a few signs of high-ranking goblins evolving into goblin warriors. Even among the high-ranking goblins, they were still quite large. Boss, boss. Just then, Goblin led a group of goblins running out of the forest. Gasping for breath, it joined the ranks of the high-ranking goblins. Li Chen turned to White Spirit beside him. Separate them, females on the right, males on the left. White Spirit silently walked towards the lizardmen. When she reached the lizardmen, she loudly said something to them. The lizardmen looked at each other, fear evident on their faces. Some female lizardmen clung tightly to the male lizardmen for comfort. Seeing the lizardmen stubbornly refusing to separate, Li Chen's eyes flashed with impatience. He didn't have time to waste here with the lizardmen. Li Chen nodded towards the goblins surrounding the lizardmen. One goblin, who was paying attention to the boss, grinned and raised his gun, charging towards the lizardmen. Males on the left, females on the right. Separate, separate, the goblins shouted, poking the lizardmen with their guns. Although the lizardmen didn't understand what the goblins were saying, they knew it had something to do with the ritual spoken by White Spirit. Under the goblins' forceful expulsion, the lizardmen finally separated. Goblin, the male lizardmen belong to you. Let them help you with some labor. But remember, they are not food, Li Chen said. Goblin's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. Boss. Goblin smirked, hesitating to speak. It turned its head towards the female lizardmen, its face filled with greed. Goblin didn't want the male lizardmen. Come see me later. Upon hearing this, Goblin's heart leaped with joy and it quickly ran towards the male lizardmen. Follow me. And so, Goblin led the male lizardmen deeper into the forest. As they left, the male lizardmen kept looking back. They didn't know what awaited them next. Once the male lizardmen disappeared into the depths of the forest, Li Chen began to assign the female lizardmen. These are the mates of the elders from the 3 tribes. They belong to you. White Spirit returned to Li Chen's side with over 10 female lizardmen. As Li Chen looked at the female lizardmen behind White Spirit, a sinister smile appeared on his face. In a few months, he would have his own offspring. Only then could he truly control the tribe. Take them inside. White Spirit turned to the people behind her and said a few words. 13 female lizardmen followed White Spirit into the hut. Although Li Chen couldn't tell if the lizardmen were attractive or not, the mates of the elders were all quite voluptuous. They had a slight difference from ordinary female lizardmen. Their bodies were curvier and more graceful. Their ranks were also much higher. Ordinary female lizardmen were around level 20 and the companions of the elders are all over level 30. Bailing, you should call me master. When Li Chen walked to Bailing's side, he said coldly. Bailing trembled and lowered her head slightly. Master. This master made Li Chen smirk. He reached out and patted Bailing's plump buttocks. Bailing, with a face full of embarrassment, led her people into the house. Bailing did not enter the house, but stood behind Li Chen. Gobstrong, you performed bravely this time. I will reward you with 10 female lizardmen. Remember, they are not food. Before the rotation period comes, you must hand them over to me intact. If one is missing, you must give me an explanation, and I will punish you according to your explanation. Gobstrong nodded eagerly with a face full of joy. He knelt down on the ground. Flattering. Boss, I won't eat them. I promise. Li Chen waved his hand and glanced at the female lizardmen. Go and choose 10 female lizardmen. Gobstrong quickly got up and happily ran towards the female lizardmen. You. In no time, Gobstrong selected 10 female lizardmen and happily led them to his own wooden house. The other big goblins looked at Gobstrong with envy as he left with 10 female lizardmen. Gobta, Gobk, Gobki, Goblian. You all performed well in this battle. Each of you will be given 5 female lizardmen. The western big goblins called out and ran towards the female lizardmen. Looking at the group of female lizardmen, the big goblins showed greedy expressions. The female lizardmen trembled in fear. Gobbed, Gabu, Gobj. Each of you can choose 3 females. 2 of the 3 big goblins ran towards the female lizardmen with greedy expressions. Only Gobj didn't move. I refuse. Gobman, I challenge you. Gobj greedily looked at Bailing behind Li Chen. It fearlessly stared at Li Chen and provocatively pointed at him with its right hand. Gob's challenge to the boss startled the surrounding goblins, but it was followed by excited cheers. Gobj! Gobj! All the goblins in the forest shouted loudly, cheering for Gobj. Survival of the fittest is the truth that goblins have followed for thousands of years. Challenging the boss is a kind of honor that goblins can only admire. Even Gob Strong, who had gone far away, ran over and shouted loudly to cheer for Gobj. The cheers and support from their companions made Gobj excited. Ah! It roared to the sky. A stunning scene appeared. Gobj actually evolved. Its body made cracking sounds as it expanded at a visible speed. Its height, originally close to 1.8 meters, instantly grew to 2 meters. Its body also became stronger and taller. Gobj! Gobj! This scene made the goblins boil with excitement, roaring and shouting, Gobman! I am the boss! Gobj roared with the powerful force surging within its body. Its strong and powerful body rushed towards Li Chen like a heavy tonk. A huge fist punched towards Li Chen's head. Golbug's face showed excitement as he saw the boss so close. Once he killed the boss, he would become the boss. At that time, he would have everything the boss had. Just as the fist was about to hit Li Chen's face, Li Chen moved. His left hand suddenly swung up and slapped Golbug's arm with lightning speed. The tremendous force immediately knocked Golbug's fist away. This blow left Golbug wide open. Li Chen's right hand turned into a palm as he took a step forward and struck Golbug's chest. Li Chen seamlessly combined defense and offense in his moves. Bang! A blast of air exploded. Golbug's massive body flew out like a fired cannonball. It flew dozens of meters away and crashed into a tree with a loud bang. The trunk of the tree caved in, leaving a large dent. Golbug, on the other hand, was split into 5 pieces like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, staining the entire space red. This horrifying scene silenced the cheers of the goblins. All the goblins looked at the boss standing at the door of the wooden house with fear in their eyes. Bai Ling, who was behind Li Chen, had a pale face. She could feel the immense power contained in the small bodies of the goblins in front of her. Bai Ling couldn't believe that a big goblin could possess such terrifying strength. Li Chen, standing at the door of the wooden house, coldly scanned the goblin underlings. The goblins who met Li Chen's gaze immediately lowered their heads in awe. The remaining big goblins each chose 3 female lizardmen. The boss suddenly spoke, startling the big goblins. Over 10 big goblins instinctively knelt down. When they heard the boss's words, they quickly got up and excitedly ran towards the female lizardmen. After all the big goblins had chosen their mates, there were still over 100 female lizardmen left. Many ordinary goblins were about to evolve into big goblins, so they needed to leave some female lizardmen for them. Bai Ling arranged the rest of the people and let them take care of the pregnant female lizardmen. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling silently walked towards the tribe members. The actions of the goblins behind her frightened Bai Ling. They were too intelligent, making it hard to believe they were goblins. Allocating female tribe members was not something goblins would do. Soon, the goblins gathered in front of the wooden house dispersed. Before it got dark, Golbug returned to the tribe. Stupid! Is the boss inside? Golbug looked at the closed door with envy. It heard the noise inside the house. Clearly, the boss was inside. Dumb, who was sleeping soundly, sat up. It looked down at the tiny Golbug and then lay back down to sleep. Golbug smiled awkwardly and had no choice but to wait patiently. At this moment, Li Chen was venting his energy on a female lizardman beneath him. The other female lizardmen cowered in the corner, afraid. Among all the female lizardmen, only Bai Ling remained calm. She sat with her legs crossed near the door, closing her eyes as if dozing off. She seemed unaffected by the alluring sight beneath the animal skin. Ah! The female lizardman beneath Li Chen suddenly let out a scream. Her hands tightly gripped Li Chen's waist. Although she had a lizard head, her desire was evident in her eyes. Li Chen secretly smiled as he looked at the seductive female lizardman beneath him. In order to increase the chances of impregnation, the goblin's thing had an aphrodisiac effect. Despite hating him, once Bai Ling entered that state, she would be consumed by desire. At that time, not only would she not resist, she might even take control. It was precisely because of this ability that female creatures who mated with goblins often suffered from mental disorders. The intertwining of pleasure and disgust day after day could easily drive a person to the brink of madness after an unknown amount of time. The humming and buzzing sounds inside the house finally quieted down. Li Chen climbed up from the female lizardman's body. Standing up, he opened one side of the window. As the window opened, the room became much brighter. Bailing, why didn't they escape? Li Chen had a question in his mind about the submission of the Black Scale Tribe. The swamp was so big that if the Black Scale Tribe chose to flee, they wouldn't have bothered chasing after Li Chen. Not to mention the Black Scale Tribe. Even if the Gray Scale Tribe gave up their stronghold and fled, Li Chen wouldn't have pursued them, because the swamp was the Lizardmen's territory. Lizardmen were much faster in the swamp than goblins. Even if he wanted to chase after them, he couldn't catch up. Bailing, who was sitting at the door, opened her eyes and revealed her light golden pupils. She looked up at her master, who was standing naked in front of the window. Master, we swamp lizardmen like a damp environment and cannot live without water. If our bodies are not moisturized for a long time, our skin will crack and our scales will break. There are only 2 places in the Goblin Forest that are suitable for the survival of swamp lizardmen. One is the Black Mountain Swamp, and the other is the Northern Swamp where we are. Our roots are here, and once we leave the Northern Swamp, we will not be able to survive. Why not choose to return to the Black Mountain Swamp? Li Chen turned around and looked at Bailing, who was sitting at the door. His gaze lowered slightly, revealing Bailing's private parts under her animal skirt. It seemed that she noticed where her master's gaze was. Bailing slightly turned to the side and put down her leg. In the wooden house, Bailing's voice rang out again. The Black Mountain Swamp is deep in the Goblin Forest and is very far from the Northern Swamp. If the whole tribe migrates, the risk is too great, except for the young and middle-aged. Most women, children, and infants will probably die on the way. Although we are good with water, we cannot catch agile fish in deep water, and we are not agile enough on land to catch weak monsters and animals. Bailing's words made Li Chen suddenly realize, no wonder the Black Scale Tribe would rather submit to him than migrate as a whole. Actually, thinking about it carefully, he could understand the Black Scale Tribe's choice. Capturing monsters was not a simple task. Low-level monsters were not much different from ordinary animals. Even if they encountered weaker opponents, they would prioritize escaping rather than fighting. And the monsters that didn't run away often had great power. Swamp lizardmen were not agile enough on land, and their success rate in hunting low-level monsters was very low. Swamp lizardmen didn't have powerful claws like goblins. Even without tools, goblins could dig up the earth and dig out the groundhogs hiding in their burrows. Goblins were also small in size and could even crawl into groundhog holes to drive them out. And goblins also had night vision. This made goblins' hunting success rate very high. Swamp lizardmen had no advantage in hunting at all. In terms of survival ability in the forest, goblins completely surpassed swamp lizardmen. If there wasn't enough food on the migration route, it would be a disaster. Turning away from the window, Li Chen walked towards the door. With a creak, the door that had been closed for several hours opened again. Boss, boss. The sound of the door opening woke up the drowsy Gobug, who was sitting at the door. It jumped up in surprise and quickly turned around to look at the door. In Gobug's eyes, the boss walked out of the house. Gobug quickly greeted him with a flattering expression. Li Chen, who walked out of the house, stretched lazily. Bailing, take Gobug to select 5 female lizardmen. Upon hearing the boss's words, Gobug showed a look of joy. Bailing, wearing her animal skirt, walked out of the house. She glared at Gobug with disgust and then walked towards the direction where the female lizardmen were housed. Gobug, give half of the male lizardmen to Gobukiang. Go. Gobug nodded quickly and chased after Bailing, looking at the figure of Gobug and Bilan leaving. Li Chen glanced at the tribe. The tribe was still too small, and there were not enough and not big enough huts. Both the White Scale Tribe and the Gray Scale Tribe have well-built structures. It's just right to let the lizardmen expand the tribe. Build more and bigger huts. You, go find Gobukiang and let it come see me. The current Goburin should be busy making babies in the tribe. Li Chen said to a Goburin standing guard at the door. The hunting team of the tribe will not send out all of its members. 2 hunting teams will be left behind to protect the safety of the tribe. In addition to some patrol teams, there will also be Goburins standing guard at some important places. Yes, boss. The Goburin on guard quickly ran towards the direction of Gobukiang's hut. About 10 minutes later, Gobukiang arrived at the hut before Bilan. Boss, you called for me. Gobukiang ran over eagerly. Looking at the slightly breathless Gobukiang in front of him, Li Chen glanced sideways and looked towards the depths of the forest. In that direction, Bilan was walking towards them. Later, Gobug will give you some male lizardmen. You don't need to go hunting anymore. Your task now is to expand the tribe with the male lizardmen. Build more and bigger huts. Understand? Expand the tribe? Kobukiang's eyes lit up and nodded quickly. Boss, leave it to me. Its hut was too small. Only a big hut could provide more comfortable space. Kobukiang became excited. Soon, it would have a big hut. Go! Kobukiang turned around and ran towards the depths of the forest. Just as Kobukiang left, Balan also returned to Li Chen's side. After yawning, Li Chen turned around and hugged Balan's waist. Then, he hugged the expressionless Balan and entered the house. In the following days, Li Chen only did one thing. That is, making babies. No, making little Goburins. The other Goburins stayed in the tribe for 2 days before leading their hunting teams out for hunting. The male lizardmen also began their lives as slaves, cutting trees, building huts, mining, transporting clay. All the hard work was done by the lizardmen. Iron cave, underground riverbank. What are you looking at? Keep going. The bustling scene at the underground riverbank caught the attention of passing lizardmen. Grayscale wanted to get closer to take a look, but was stopped by the Goburins. Grayscale had to continue walking with a basket of clay on its back. There were many burning mounds on the riverbank. The source of the heat wave was those mounds. Many Goburins could be seen working around the mounds. Some Goburins were stepping on something, up and down. Some Goburins were using iron hammers to strike something red, making a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. Chief, what are the Goburins doing? The elder who was following Grayscale asked. I don't know. It's too far. Can't see clearly. The marsh lizardmen knew about human iron tools, but they didn't know how they were made. Even if they got closer to take a look, they wouldn't know that the Goburins were smelting iron. At the same time, another group of male lizardmen were also working in the tribe. Looking at the tribe, a large number of lizardmen were building huts. The sound of chopping wood in the distant forest had been going on for more than 10 days. With the efforts of the lizardmen, dozens of new huts were added to the tribe. The newly built huts were larger, and the space inside was more comfortable and abundant. Hena, in the tribe, a familiar figure appeared, causing Blackscale, who was carrying wood, to pause. It quickly dropped the wood on its shoulder and rushed towards its wife. Stop! The Goburin guarding in front of the female lizardman growled at Blackscale with bared teeth. The long spear and crossbow in its hands were pointed at Blackscale. Blackscale had to stop 5 meters away from his wife. Hena shook her head at Blackscale, who had a big belly. Are you okay? Looking down at his wife's round belly, Halen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. Hey Nana nodded, her face filled with disgust as she looked at her own big belly. I'm fine. Hey Lin, I just wanted to come and see you. The two of them exchanged glances, everything understood without words. I will put an end to these humiliating days. Please be patient. Their meeting and communication were observed by a nearby goblin. To be precise, it was a big goblin named Li Chen. Boss, is this okay? Goblin Chang asked with a flattering smile next to a huge beast pen. Li Chen withdrew his gaze and scanned the surrounding forest. There were many beast pens like this in the forest. Goblin Chang, are you interested in raising pigs? Raising pigs? Goblin Chang looked at his boss with a face full of curiosity. Li Chen glanced sideways at the beast pen with wild boars. Go and bring a wild boar, a male one. Although Goblin Chang didn't know what the boss wanted the wild boar for, he didn't dare to ask too much. He quickly ran towards the beast pen with wild boars, followed by more than 10 goblin minions holding bark ropes. The sound of grunting pigs could be heard. A male wild boar was brought over by more than 10 goblins. The male wild boar was quite large, standing at about 1.3 meters tall, slightly shorter than the goblins. It was also very strong, and the goblins had a hard time holding it back. The wild boar could easily make one of the goblins stumble with a struggle. Boss, the wild boar has been brought over. Goblin Chang struggled to hold the bark rope. The wild boar struggled fiercely, trying to move backward. With brute force, more than 10 goblins managed to pull the wild boar. Li Chen walked forward and approached the wild boar. Boss, it's dangerous. Seeing the boss approaching the wild boar like this, Goblin Chang quickly reminded him. Li Chen didn't stop. A magical scene unfolded. When Li Chen approached the wild boar, it suddenly became quiet. Its big eyes stared at Li Chen. Li Chen came to the side of the wild boar and caressed its neck. The wild boar seemed to enjoy Li Chen's touch and nuzzled against him. This scene surprised the surrounding goblins. How could a fierce male wild boar be so calm in front of the boss? Bring it over. After caressing for a while, Li Chen called a few goblin minions not far away. The goblin minions quickly ran over carrying a pig saddle made of animal skins. Li Chen dressed the wild boar with the pig saddle while surrounded by the goblins. Although the pig's saddle was crude, it was still usable. "Boss, what are you doing?" Goblin Chang muttered as he saw the boss dressing the wild boar. When the last piece of animal skin rope was tied, Li Chen pushed the pig's saddle. It was stable and sturdy. He patted the back of the wild boar and then mounted it. Humph! The weight on its back made the wild boar a bit uncomfortable. It shook its head and grunted a few times before calming down. "Go!" Li Chen commanded. The wild boar dashed out as if startled, running through the forest with grunting sounds. Its speed was extremely fast, disappearing into the depths of the forest in an instant. Li Chen bent down slightly on the back of the wild boar, grabbing its left ear. With a pull to the left, the wild boar running in the forest turned left. Goblin Chang could only see the boss riding the wild boar and heading towards the depths of the forest. Soon, the boss returned riding the wild boar. Under Li Chen's control, the wild boar carrying him ran wild in the tribe. "Get out of the way!" Seeing the wild boar charging towards them, several lizardmen carrying wood hurriedly fled. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with them, it suddenly turned and ran past them with grunting sounds. "What is the boss doing?" The goblins in the tribe looked at their boss riding the wild boar around with curiosity. The lizardman also looked puzzled. Only Bai Ling, standing at the door of the wooden house, had a look of uncertainty. After playing for a while, Li Chen returned to the animal pen. He flipped off the back of the wild boar and patted its neck. "Gobstrong, how about riding into battle on a wild boar?" Gobstrong's eyes lit up and he vigorously nodded. The boss looked so cool riding on a wild boar. With the boar's speed, they would be able to hunt those fast-running forest deer in the future. "Then let's raise pigs. Only male wild boars have strength and endurance. You guys need to develop a bond and understanding with the boars from a young age. If it weren't for the heart language skill, the boars wouldn't let him ride them." In the future predicted by the simulated life, he would form a wild boar cavalry. Forming a wild boar cavalry was also in line with the future. "Boss, I know what to do. After the piglets are weaned, I will have the guys raise them one by one." Li Chen turned around and untied the wild boar saddle. After removing the saddle, Li Chen patted the sturdy body of the boar. "This boar has good genes. Let's use it for breeding." And so, Li Chen's goblin army gained another goblin boar cavalry. However, training boar cavalry couldn't be done in a short period of time. The gestation period for wild boars was over 2 months. It took over 3 months for piglets to reach adulthood. In other words, the first batch of piglets would only become mounts after half a year. Watching the boss leave, Gobstrong looked full of admiration. The boss was really smart, not at all like a goblin. Li Chen returned to the wooden house and sat down at the door. He looked at the sleeping Bum Bum beside him and grinned. Bum Bum was almost becoming his door god. He raised his head slightly and looked at the dense treetops. Goblins didn't like staying in the sun for long periods of time. Therefore, the tribe's construction did not involve cutting down trees. The wooden house was also built with trees as load-bearing structures. "I wonder when the black robe will come." Li Chen thought of the black robe that appeared in the future predicted by the simulated life. He also didn't know what the sacrificial plate was, to be able to summon the barbarian god. But what exactly was the barbarian god? The gods of this world? Bai Ling, what is the barbarian god? The door behind him was open. Bai Ling was sitting behind the door against the wall. Although he couldn't see her, Li Chen knew she was there. Every race has their own worshipped gods. The god worshipped by the barbarians is called the barbarian god. Could it be that gods really existed in this world? Why don't goblins have a worshipped barbarian god? During the days in the goblin nest, Li Chen had never heard of anything like the barbarian god. Goblins are an ignorant and savage race. Their ugly nature means they don't think about anything other than eating and mating. Bai Ling didn't hide her disgust for goblins. Li Chen, sitting at the door, grinned and didn't pay too much attention. As Bai Ling said, goblins were indeed savage and ignorant. Other than eating and mating, everything else was unnecessary. The reason why their tribe seemed relatively normal was because they had him as their boss. He stood up and patted the dirt off his body. "I will leave the tribe for a while. Bai Ling, you must take good care of my bloodline descendants. If you harm them because of your hatred towards me, believe me, I will make all lizardmen beg for survival and not find death." Faced with Li Chen's threat, Bai Ling's face changed. Although the goblin's voice was calm, Bai Ling knew he was serious. This wasn't just a bluff. "Master, where are you going?" The goblin didn't respond to her, and Bai Ling only heard the fading sound of footsteps. Half an hour later, on the southern bank of the tribe's river, a black shadow flashed in the forest, and a figure darted out. The figure that ran out of the forest was Li Chen. It seems that the flood season has passed. Looking at the calm water surface, Li Chen thought to himself, compared to the turbulent waves when he crossed the river a few months ago, the current flow of the river was very slow. The water level had also dropped significantly. If I were to cross the river, the future should change, he thought. In the simulated future of his life, he did not return to the goblin lair after crossing the river. Yes, Li Chen planned to return to the goblin lair to challenge the goblin overlord. With his current strength, the goblin overlord was no longer his match. His bloodline also belonged to the goblin overlord's lineage, so he had the qualifications to challenge him. As long as he killed the goblin overlord, he would be able to obtain dozens of high-ranking goblins. With these dozens of high-ranking goblins joining, the tribe's strength would increase several times over. Without hesitation, Li Chen leaped into the river. A magical scene unfolded as he jumped into the water. Instead of sinking to the bottom, he ran on the water's surface. Wherever he passed, the water beneath his feet instantly froze. He crossed the hundreds of meters wide river in one breath. When he landed on solid ground, Li Chen stopped on the riverbank. Looking back at the frozen path across the river, Li Chen grinned. Magic was truly a wonderful thing, very practical. Under the washing of the river water, the frozen path quickly cracked and melted downstream. System, start simulating life. Consuming 10 second-tier magic crystals, life simulation begins. You crossed the river and returned to the goblin lair. You encountered the goblin overlord and issued a challenge to the goblins. You killed the goblin overlord and feasted on its flesh. Your territory quickly expanded, and your tribe grew strong. A human airship appeared above the forest near the goblin lair. Please make the following choice. 1. You are curious about the airship and choose to observe. 2. You are curious about the structure of the airship and decide to capture one for research. Choice 2. He had never seen a human before. Li Chen was very curious about what kind of tools humans had. You watched as the airship gradually disappeared and decided to create a weapon capable of capturing airships. After your research, you successfully created a giant crossbow. One day, a mysterious figure in a black robe appeared in the tribe and found you. You obtained the summoning plate of the savage god and crushed it in front of the figure in the black robe. The black-robed figure became furious, and you died as a time traveler. Your efforts ultimately turned into nothingness due to your arrogance. As the saying goes, weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Being low-key can make you live longer. Life simulation ends. Score, 40. Please make the following reward choice. 1. Level up by 1 for every 10 points consumed. 2. Increase 1 attribute point for every point consumed. 3. Increase 1 luck point for every 10 points consumed. 4. Increase the level of the physical regeneration skill by 1 for every 10 points consumed. Choice 4. Consuming 40 points. Physical regeneration skill level plus 4. Li Chen sat on the riverbank and stared blankly at the sky. What could be the reason for being so arrogant in front of the black-robed figure? It didn't seem like something he could do to crush the summoning plate in front of the black-robed figure. Am I really that foolish? Li Chen stood up and muttered to himself. Could it be that the goblin's body was making him more and more foolish? What a pity. The future of the airship is gone. Just the thought of an airship made Li Chen itch. Something that could fly in this world must be a good thing. Even if he couldn't replicate it, Li Chen wanted to explore how the airship could fly. I can only wait for the next month's life simulation, knowing that angering the black-robed figure would lead to death. Changing the future was not a difficult task. Li Chen turned and ran into the forest. The birds in the forest scattered in alarm, and the commotion spread deep into the forest. In the following days, Li Chen continued southward. Although Li Chen encountered some goblin hunting teams on the way, he did not engage with them. It only took him 5 days to reach his destination after half a month of travel. It was a new day. In the morning, in the forest outside the goblin cave, a dark figure flashed through the dim forest, disappearing into the depths in the blink of an eye. After a moment, in the forest outside the goblin nest, Li Chen leisurely walked out. It's Goblin. Goblin is back. Li Chen's appearance caught the attention of the playful goblins at the cave entrance. Seeing Goblin's return, they all showed surprise. The goblin hunting team led by Goblin Strong had disappeared for a long time. They didn't expect Goblin to come back today. Goblin, where is Goblin Strong? A big goblin approached Li Chen. None of your business. Get lost, Li Chen bluntly rebuked, causing the approaching big goblin to be taken aback. It instinctively made way for him. It was only when Li Chen walked past it that it reacted. Goblin, you've been gone for so long, the boss won't let you off the hook. The big goblin glared and roared. Humph, good, I won't let it off either. Li Chen's words made the big goblin's face freeze, showing a mocking expression. How dare a mere big goblin think of challenging the boss? It was simply seeking death. In the gaze of the goblins outside the cave, Li Chen entered the dim cave. The familiar environment and the familiar foul smell wrinkled Li Chen's brow. Goblins liked this kind of environment, but he didn't. Goblin, you dare to come back? Just as he entered the cave, a goblin warrior stepped forward. It held a stone axe in its hand, glaring angrily. The disappearance of the goblin's strong hunting team had made the boss very angry. These little minions of theirs were in big trouble. 3 goblin warriors had been eaten alive by the boss. How could Goblin not be angry? Ha ha, isn't this Goblin? You finally came back. At this moment, an excited laughter echoed from deep within the cave. The sound made Goblin tremble. It quickly stepped back and made way. On a stone platform not far away, Goblin Overlord still stood tall. Its gaze towards Li Chen was filled with excitement. Tell me, did you bring the humans back? Li Chen, who had arrived in front of the stone platform, looked up at the towering Goblin Overlord. When he first saw Goblin Overlord a few months ago, Li Chen was almost scared to death. But now, seeing Goblin Overlord again, he felt nothing. Li Chen's direct gaze made Goblin Overlord's brow furrow, and its eyes filled with anger. Goblin, how dare you look me in the eye? You trash born from a groundhog's belly, kneel before me. Goblin Overlord roared angrily, glaring. The surrounding goblins were scared and kept retreating. Even the goblin warriors knelt on the ground in fear. Faced with Goblin Overlord's furious roar, Li Chen grinned. Goblin Overlord, today this trash will challenge you. As soon as these words were spoken, Goblin Overlord's face froze. Ha ha, the cave echoed with Goblin Overlord's maniacal laughter. The goblins in the cave burst into laughter as well. Some goblins even rolled on the ground, holding their stomachs in laughter. All the goblins looked at Li Chen as if he were an idiot. After all, Goblin Overlord was their leader, and a mere big goblin dared to challenge the goblin leader. Ha ha, it seems that you idiots born from a groundhog's belly are getting dumber and dumber. Goblin Overlord laughed heartily, pounding its chest. Tears even flowed from its huge eyes. Goblin Overlord, do you dare to fight me? Li Chen burst out laughing. His voice was so loud that it sounded like thunder. Deafening. The laughter in the cave abruptly stopped. All the goblins looked at Li Chen under the stone platform with astonishment and uncertainty. Interesting, very interesting, Goblin. I will make you pay for your foolishness. Goblin Overlord grinned ferociously. It was truly angry the little goblin dared to challenge it without knowing its own limits. The goblin tyrant picked up the giant stone axe beside it. With a leap from the stone platform, its massive body landed firmly in front of Li Chen. In front of the goblin tyrant, Li Chen was just a tiny speck. Die! The goblin tyrant roared, raising the stone axe and swinging it down towards Li Chen. Before the axe reached him, a gust of wind arrived. The goblin tyrant's face twisted with ferocity. It could already imagine the scene of the goblin Mong being split in half by its axe. Li Chen didn't dodge, calmly watching the descending axe. With a heavy blow, the massive axe struck Li Chen's shoulder. Bang! In the instant the axe struck Li Chen's shoulder, the massive axe shattered, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. The tremendous force caused Li Chen's body to sink downwards. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and his feet sank into it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing Li Chen unharmed while the axe in its hand had turned into a mere wooden stick, the goblin tyrant was dumbfounded, wearing an expression of disbelief. It couldn't fathom how the goblin Mong could withstand its full force swing. The goblin tyrant looked as if it had seen a ghost, retreating repeatedly. The surrounding goblins were also stunned. What? You want to run away? Li Chen continued to watch the retreating goblin tyrant expressionlessly. Goblin Mong, you're asking for death. The goblin tyrant became furious, throwing away the wooden stick in its hand. It then raised its massive fist and charged towards Li Chen with several strides. With a swing of its massive fist, it aimed to strike Li Chen. Die! Li Chen snorted coldly. Stepping back with his right foot, he stabilized his body. Clenching his right fist, he simply punched to meet the goblin tyrant's fist. In that instant of punching, A wave of energy exploded from in front of Li Chen. Bang! The two fists collided heavily. Crack! With a sound of cracking, the goblin tyrant's hand twisted into an unrecognizable shape. Its tendons and bones were instantly shattered. Ah! The goblin tyrant let out a miserable scream. The tremendous force not only crushed the goblin tyrant's body, but also sent its massive body flying. It flew dozens of meters before crashing onto the stone platform with a loud boom. Li Chen followed closely, leaping up. His body was like a sharp arrow, charging towards the goblin tyrant. Die! With a loud burst, Li Chen's fist struck the goblin tyrant's heart. Sizzle! Li Chen's fist pierced through the goblin tyrant's chest. More than half of his arm was embedded in the goblin tyrant's chest. Pulling it outwards, Li Chen held a massive heart in his hand. Before the stunned goblin tyrant could wake up, Li Chen had already taken its life. The massive body slowly slid to the ground. Standing on the goblin tyrant's massive body, Li Chen raised the heart in his hand. His gaze was icy, his expression emotionless as he looked at the group of goblins in the cave. Faced with Li Chen's gaze, the goblins in the cave were filled with fear. Even the few brave goblin warriors retreated repeatedly. Come on, I accept your challenge. Li Chen grinned, roaring at the top of his voice. The tremendous roar startled all the goblins in the cave. Goblin Mong! Goblin Mong! The weakest of the big goblins immediately showed submission. They knelt down with a thud, shouting loudly. One goblin took the lead, followed by the others kneeling down. The goblin warriors followed, and then the goblin heroes. All the goblins knelt down, shouting in unison. Their deafening voices echoed in the cave. Facing the worship of the goblins, Li Chen smiled ferociously. Very well, with this, the superior goblins here would be his. Li Chen opened his sharp mouth and tore off a large piece of heart meat. Standing on the body of the goblin tyrant, Li Chen enjoyed the cheers and shouts of the goblins as he devoured the heart skill activation, devouring. Acquiring the skill Berserk, the system upgrade made Li Chen look down at the body of the goblin boss at his feet. The goblin boss was too careless. He was killed before he could even use the Berserk skill. Perhaps the goblin boss was just like him when he was killed by the Black Robe. Arrogance and confidence often bring disaster upon oneself. Li Chen leaped down from the goblin boss's body. I'll give you the corpse. Hearing this, the surrounding goblins showed greedy expressions. They rushed towards the goblin boss's body in a panic. Even the weakest goblin dared to compete with the goblin warriors for the goblin boss's body. Nearly 100 goblins crawled on the goblin boss's body, crazily fighting for food. Li Chen climbed onto the stone platform and sat down at the edge. He watched with interest the chaotic and bloody scene below. Skill activation, devouring. Acquiring the skill physical enhancement, with a thought. Li Chen opened the character panel. Name, Goblinman, race, Goblin, level, 15, strength, 825, defense, 759, agility, 341, magic, 86, charisma, 0, luck, 11, devour, chance to acquire opponent's skills by devouring the flesh of magical beasts, steel skin, 2, strength, plus 600, defense, plus 600. Agility plus 200, Windblade Technique, LV1, Physical Regeneration, LV5, Mind Speech, LV1, Ice Elemental Control, LV1, Berserk, LV1, Physical Enhancement, LV1, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Seeing the magic attribute value, Li Chen felt a headache. The magic attribute value was really difficult to improve. None of these many skills were related to the magic attribute. It would be a waste to use points to improve the magic attribute value. Shaking his head, Li Chen sighed and casually threw away the heart in his hand. The goblins below immediately fought over it. They ate for more than half an hour before completely devouring the goblin boss's body. You, come here. The three goblin warriors named by Li Chen under the body looked at each other. They took big steps and approached the stone platform. The goblin warriors were second only to the goblin boss among the upper-level goblins. They were huge, reaching a height of 5 meters. Their bodies were also very strong. Like bears, their muscles bulged all over, clearly indicating their strength. Gabushin, go blow the war horn and recall all the hunting teams outside. Gabushin looked at Li Chen on the stone platform with fear in its eyes. It nodded and turned to walk outside the cave. Gobuti, Gabushi, take all the goblins here and follow me. The ones left in the cave were the upper-level goblins. The worst among them were still goblin warriors. If this group of upper-level goblins were brought back to the tribe, the population would increase several times in less than half a year. The potential of newborns would also be greater. Boss, Where are we going? Gabuti asked from below the stone platform. Li Chen leaped down from the stone platform and landed steadily on the ground. Back to the tribe. Li Chen walked briskly towards the exit of the cave. Wherever he passed, the goblins respectfully made way on both sides. Gabuti and Gabushi looked at each other. Now Goblinman was the new boss, and they had to obey the boss's orders. The two goblin warriors followed behind Li Chen, while the other goblins followed Gabuti and Gabushi. Li Chen led the group of upper-level goblins and left the cave in a grand manner. On the mountaintop outside the cave, Li Chen heard a longhorn sound. He also saw Gabushin approaching. Gabushin, you stay and guard the goblin lair. When the hunting teams return, let them know who the new boss is. I'll be back soon. Gabushin nodded and cleared the way. Under Gabushin's gaze, Li Chen led the group of goblins into the depths of the forest. It took him 5 days to come, but it took him more than half a month to return. The team of nearly 100 high-ranking goblins walked intermittently. They hunted while on the road. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 17th day that they reached the riverbank. Keep up, quickly pass. Li Chen didn't stop at the riverbank and immediately stepped into the river. As soon as his feet touched the water, the surface instantly froze. This magical scene left the high-ranking goblins behind in awe. The boss actually knows magic? Looking at that small figure, the goblins showed fanatical expressions. That was magic. The ability that only the Goblin King was rumored to have a chance of awakening. But the magic power that the Goblin King possessed appeared in the small body of the big goblin. What are you standing there for? Keep up. Seeing the goblin minions dumbfounded on the riverbank, Li Chen's reprimand snapped them out of their daze. The swarm of goblins quickly rushed onto the ice path and followed behind their boss. In this way, Li Chen successfully led the group of high-ranking goblin minions across the river. Half an hour later, in the forest tribe, a large group of high-ranking goblins appeared from the forest, attracting the attention of the goblins in the tribe. It's the boss. The boss is back. When they saw that the leader was the boss, the goblin minions erupted in cheers. The high-ranking goblins following Li Chen curiously surveyed their surroundings. They could sense the bloodline descendants from those goblins. This indicated that the goblins here shared the same bloodline as them. Aren't those goblin earth and goblin stone? Yes. How did they appear here? Oh no! Could it be that goblin tyrant is coming? There were many goblins in the tribe who originated from the goblin hunting squad. They naturally recognized goblin earth and goblin stone. Boss! Boss! Just then, Goblin Strong came running over. When he saw the group of high-ranking goblins behind the boss, Goblin Strong stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Goblin Earth, Goblin Stone? The appearance of the two goblin warriors made Goblin Strong's face turn pale. If Goblin Earth and Goblin Stone were here, then... The thought in his mind caused Goblin Strong to collapse in fear on the ground. I have already killed Goblin Tyrant. Now I am the boss of the Bloodline tribe. Goblin Tyrant has already been killed by the boss? Goblin Strong, who was lying on the ground, was stunned. Then he showed a look of wild joy and crawled towards Li Chen. He prostrated on the ground and kissed Li Chen's feet. Boss is mighty. Boss, you're amazing. The surrounding goblins who heard this news also shouted with fanaticism. Goblin Mon! Goblin Mon! For a while, the clamor of goblins shouting echoed throughout the tribe. This caught the attention of some female lizard folk in the wooden huts. Many doors and windows of the huts were pushed open, and lizard heads popped out. After a while, the goblins' shouts finally quieted down. The tribe had undergone a great transformation in nearly a month. Larger wooden huts were scattered throughout the forest, as far as the eye could see. Boss, the new throne cave has been built, and White Spirit has moved in with the female lizard folk. In the tribe, Li Chen led the group of high-ranking goblins behind Goblin Strong. They went deep into the tribe and soon saw a huge wooden hut. The hut was built around a towering tree and looked like a mushroom. Its diameter was about 50 meters. At the entrance of the hut, White Spirit was standing obediently. In nearly a month's time, White Spirit's big belly had disappeared. This meant that she had given birth during the time he was away. Goblin Strong, arrange them all and then come see me. After saying this, Li Chen strode towards the wooden hut. Goblin Strong looked fearful as he faced the group of high-ranking goblins. Follow me. The appearance of so many high-ranking goblins made Goblin Strong feel a sense of crisis. It must do whatever the boss asks. Otherwise, it won't have a place by the boss's side anymore. At the door of the wooden house, Bai Ling stared fixedly at the departing group of higher-ranking goblins. Her expression was very unpleasant. The big goblin had been gone for half a month. Unexpectedly, he brought back so many higher-ranking goblins. There were even 2 goblin warriors. The arrival of these higher-ranking goblins made Bai Ling realize the seriousness of the situation. Master. Bai Ling's expression changed slightly as she saw her master approaching. She placed her hands on her abdomen and bowed respectfully. Li Chen grinned and circled around Bai Ling. This tail has grown. Li Chen curiously looked at the short tail that had grown out from under her animal skirt. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Bai Ling's small tail. It was a little cold and soft, as if it had no bones. Bai Ling's body trembled, and she let out a soft hum. Master, please, don't grab my tail. Bai Ling's eyes were seductive. With a flash of disgust, seeing Bai Ling's trembling body, Li Chen grinned. What's wrong? Very sensitive? Bai Ling tightly held onto her animal skirt and nodded lightly. With a wicked smile, Li Chen reached out and slapped Bai Ling's plump buttocks. Go, bring all the unassigned female lizardmen here. Bai Ling's face changed slightly, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Those clan members could not escape the fate of becoming breeding tools. Watching Bai Ling's departing figure, Li Chen grinned. He enjoyed seeing Bai Ling's humiliated and unwilling appearance. Li Chen sat down on the steps at the door. His gaze was fixed on Bai Ling as she walked away. He admired her voluptuous figure. Before long, Gobstron led a group of higher-ranking goblins over. Boss, their burrows have all been arranged. Li Chen scanned the group of higher-ranking goblins outside the wooden house. His gaze finally settled on Goblin and Gobstone. From today onwards, the task of the goblin warriors and goblin warriors is only one: to reproduce offspring. Reproduce offspring? The boss's words made the group of higher-ranking goblins show greedy and excited expressions. Reproducing offspring was ingrained in the goblins' genes. In the past, goblins could only fight for mating rights through force. It's the lizardmen. Female lizardmen. Just then, Bai Ling led a group of female lizardmen over. When they saw the female lizardmen, the group of higher-ranking goblins became extremely excited. Their greedy eyes greedily looked at the female lizardmen. Faced with the goblins' greedy gaze, the female lizardmen showed fear. You all can have mating rights. Remember, take good care of them. If one is missing, be prepared to be smashed into minced meat by stupid. These goblins all came from the goblin nest. Under the influence of Goblin Tyrant, they had become quite brutal, especially towards female creatures. They were very cruel. Merely reminding them was not enough. They needed to be intimidated as well. Stupid stood up on the side, holding a wolf-tooth club in his hands. He smashed it on the ground with a bang. A huge pit appeared on the ground. All the goblins looked at Stupid with fear. They had long noticed the big guy sitting at the door of the wooden house, because Stupid's whole body was wrapped in armor. The goblins didn't know what he was. It was only now that they recognized Stupid as an ogre. Goblin, Gobstone, do you understand what I said? Faced with the boss's expressionless gaze, Goblin and Gobstone involuntarily took a step back. The 2 goblin warriors vigorously nodded their heads. Boss, I understand. I won't eat them. Seeing the huge wolf-tooth club in Stupid's hand, Goblin swallowed his saliva. If he was hit by that, he would definitely die. Gobstone also quickly reassured Boss. I'll listen to you. Li Chen glanced at Bai Ling. Bai Ling, come here. Bai Ling silently walked forward and stood beside Li Chen. It was only then that Li Chen began to assign female lizardmen to the goblins. Gobdi, Gobshi, each of you choose 10 female lizardmen to bring back to the cave. Gobdi and Gobshi's eyes lit up. They quickly turned around and walked towards the group of female lizardmen. Faced with the approaching goblin warriors, the female lizardmen panicked and retreated. After a brief chaos, Gobdi and Gobshi each took away 10 female lizardmen. The female lizardmen followed behind the 2 goblin warriors with a look of despair. The stronger the goblin, the more ferocious it was. It was unlikely that they would have a good outcome. Bai Ling, standing beside Li Chen, also looked at the tribe members following the goblin warriors with a pained expression. She clenched her fists, and her sharp nails almost pierced through her scales. The distribution continued in front of the wooden house. The number of female lizardmen that could be assigned was based on the strength of the goblins. Goblin warriors could be assigned 10 female lizardmen. Goblin fighters could be assigned 5, and the big goblin could be assigned 3. Due to the shortage of female lizardmen, the number assigned to the big goblin was reduced to 2. In no time, over 100 female lizardmen were divided up. Each goblin left the wooden house with excitement. accompanied by a female lizardman. Li Chen stood up and brushed off the dust from his body. He glanced at Bai Ling, who was expressionless beside him. You should be grateful that you encountered me. Otherwise, your lizardmen would just be meat. Although it was difficult to discern the expression of the lizardmen, Li Chen could still see something in Bai Ling's eyes. You know better than me how ferocious goblins can be. Will they really obey your words? Li Chen grinned and forcefully lifted Bai Ling up. Bai Ling didn't struggle and stared at Li Chen intently. I am their boss. They will listen to me. That's what goblins are like. Li Chen's words silenced Bai Ling. Looking back now, it seemed that no tribe members had died from goblin attacks. Not only did no female lizardmen die at the hands of the goblins, they could even leave the wooden house and wander in the forest. They could go to the river to bathe. And the goblins didn't stop them. Even though the goblins looked at them greedily, they wouldn't forcefully mate with them. Goblins are indeed ferocious. They only think about eating and mating, but it is precisely because of this that as their boss, I can better control them. In the strictly hierarchical goblin society, my orders are even more important than their lives. This statement was both right and wrong. If the boss's orders were more important than life, Goblin Chang wouldn't have betrayed Goblin Ba. There was another condition that needed to be added, which was being the direct bloodline descendant. Goblin Chang's bloodline was from Goblin Ba's paternal line. Therefore, his loyalty to Goblin Ba was not higher than his own life. Li Chen was able to control the goblins in the tribe because of his strength. Powerful strength could also gain the loyalty of the goblins. Although this loyalty was not higher than life, the goblins dared not disobey Li Chen's orders. As he spoke, Li Chen carried Bai Ling into the wooden house. Upon entering, Li Chen rolled his eyes at the layout inside. Such a big wooden house, yet the space inside was not divided into separate rooms. There were only 1 or 2 pillars, and each pillar had a bed behind it. At the end opposite the entrance was a large bed. It was called a bed, but it was actually just animal skins laid on the ground. Seeing this, Li Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed that he also needed to study woodworking. Li Chen's arrival startled the female lizardmen inside the house. Many of them quickly put on animal skin chest wraps. Li Chen, holding Bai Ling, sniffed with his nose. The room was filled with a strong fragrance. Li Chen noticed the female lizard person sitting on the bed. She looked anxious, hiding something behind her back. What's behind you? Show it. Li Chen's words made Bai Ling tremble. Her expression changed, and she nodded towards the female lizard person. Only then did the female lizard person nervously take out a bamboo tube from behind. Li Chen put down Bai Ling and walked towards the female lizard person. Li Chen took the bamboo tube from her hand. Inside the tube was water, and Li Chen felt it moving. He glanced at the female lizard person who was looking down, then opened the stopper. As soon as the stopper was opened, a strong fragrance rushed into his nose. Li Chen looked into the tube and found that the water inside was white. Li Chen understood what was going on. He put the stopper back in place and returned the bamboo tube to the female lizard person. Bai Ling, who did you give it to? Li Chen glanced at Bai Ling's chest. It was then that Li Chen noticed that the fur chestcloth on Bai Ling's chest was wet. Bai Ling lowered her head slightly and answered Li Chen expressionlessly. I gave it to the needy tribe members. Li Chen grinned and grabbed Bai Ling's hand. Then he led Bai Ling towards the main bed. The main bed was elevated, with a few steps leading up to it, about a meter higher. Li Chen lay on the bed, with his hands behind his head. I approve of this matter. No need to hide. The tribe needs strong labor. Goblin babies don't have a nursing period. They can eat meat as soon as they are born. Giving the female lizard person's milk to the male lizard person was a way to make the most of it. After all, the male lizard people were doing all the hard work. Supplementing their nutrition with milk could give them more energy for their work. Looking at his master lying on the bed, Bai Ling's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect her master to agree to this. With the master's permission, they no longer needed to do it secretly. Bai Ling turned to the female lizard person in the room, and said a few words in the lizard language. The female lizard person's face lit up with joy, and she looked at the master in astonishment. Then each female lizard person took out the hidden bamboo tubes. Li Chen watched with interest. Due to the short gestation period of goblins, the female lizard people would be in the nursing period for a year. There were advantages and disadvantages to this. The advantages were for the male lizard people, while the disadvantages required providing more food to the female lizard people. Without enough nutrition, being in the nursing period for a long time would only weaken the female lizard people's bodies. Although he was currently just a goblin, he still valued his promises. In non-essential situations, he would keep his promises. Bai Ling, come. Li Chen, lying on the bed, looked at the voluptuous and enticing Bai Ling with a lewd expression. Faced with the disgusting gaze of her master, Bai Ling frowned slightly. She crawled over obediently. Soon, the wooden house became noisy. The female lizard people in the house secretly watched the master and Bai Ling, the high priest. The scent that filled the room made all the female lizard people restless and hot. Some of them tightly squeezed their legs and writhed on the bed. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that the wooden house finally quieted down. Li Chen stretched lazily on the bed, feeling satisfied. Looking around, all the female lizard people had collapsed on the bed and fallen asleep. What's your name? A sudden voice in her mind made the female lizard person lying tiredly on the bed startled. She looked at the big goblin next to her in confusion. Could it be that the voice in her mind was her master talking to her? I'm called Huina. Li Chen grinned, patted Huina's round buttocks, and then walked away contentedly. Among the many female lizard people in the wooden house, Li Chen only knew Bai Ling's name, and didn't know the names of the other lizard people as for the reason. It's obviously the language barrier. But now, Li Chen feels that there's no need to hide anymore. But then again, he doesn't really need to know the name of the female lizard person. Asking for Grey Nana's name was just a momentary whim for Li Chen. When his buttocks were attacked, Grey Nana's body trembled. She looked at her departing master with a complex expression. This goblin in front of her was somewhat different from the goblins she knew. His eyes didn't show the ferocity and madness of a goblin. He gave off a very rational and intelligent feeling. It was already afternoon when a creaking sound was heard. The entrance to the tribal throne cave opened. Li Chen walked out of the wooden house with a refreshed expression. He smiled when he saw the sleeping Bang Bang outside the door. Without waking him up, Li Chen walked towards the direction of the nursery. Boss, your bloodline descendants are over here. Led by a goblin, Li Chen entered a larger nursery. Instead of entering the wooden house, Li Chen stopped at the entrance. A group of little goblins were playing and frolicking inside the wooden house. There were over 100 of them, creating a noisy scene. When they noticed Li Chen at the entrance, the commotion abruptly stopped. All the little goblins panicked and crowded into a corner. The only thing in their eyes when they looked at Li Chen was fear. Little goblins instinctively felt a sense of danger when facing adult goblins. After standing at the entrance for a while, Li Chen turned and left. Goblins had no concept of family affection. Even the mother who gave birth to them was only seen as a female creature in their eyes. Once they reached adulthood, the mother was just a breeding tool to them. If a female creature didn't separate from the goblins she gave birth to in time, she might even become food for the little goblins. After leaving the nursery, Li Chen went to the carpentry workshop. Even before he got close to the workshop, he could hear the sound of wood being shaved from the wooden houses. Boss, why are you here? In the largest carpentry workshop, Li Chen found Goblin De. Looking at the busy goblins in the workshop, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although goblins were a bit foolish, they were obedient and hardworking. They might not have the ability to innovate, but their ability to imitate was even stronger than humans. I want to make a few big guys, so clear this place out for me. Soon, airships would appear in the sky near the goblin's lair. Li Chen didn't plan to do nothing about it. Simulating the future predicted by the game of life could also serve as an important source of information. In the following days, Li Chen studied the design of a large bed crossbow in the carpentry workshop. Goblin De and the other goblins assisted him. On the afternoon of the 7th day, outside the carpentry workshop, a huge bed crossbow was carried by goblins into the forest. The bed crossbow is an enlarged version of a crossbow, with little difference in structure from the single-person crossbows used by goblins. The only addition is a winch used to pull the bowstring. Boss, the arrows are here. 3 goblins carried a 1.5-meter-long crossbow arrow made entirely of low-carbon steel. The arrow had iron wings at the tail, which helped maintain balance and direction during flight. String it, Li Chen gave the order, and the 3 goblins quickly turned the winch forward. With a creaking sound, the bowstring was gradually pulled back. It took over a minute for the bowstring to be fully drawn. The goblin carrying the arrow then placed it in the bed crossbow's groove. Boss, we're ready. The steps before firing were all completed. The next step was to test the power of the bed crossbow. Li Chen aimed the bed crossbow at a large tree several hundred meters away. Whoosh! Li Chen pulled the trigger backward. With a click, sound, a sharp whistling followed. The massive crossbow arrow turned into a black streak as it shot through the air. In the dim forest, the black streak flew past, penetrating deep into the forest. Swoosh! In the forest over 200 meters away, a loud thud was heard. The huge crossbow arrow was deeply embedded in the trunk. The entire arrowhead was buried, while the tail trembled violently. Li Chen's eyes flashed with disappointment as he witnessed this scene. The power of the bed crossbow was too low, far below his expectations. The arrow started losing altitude after flying only 200 meters. This level of power was not satisfactory to Li Chen. Is it a problem with the materials and structure? Li Chen muttered as he looked at the bed crossbow in front of him. The materials had already reached their limits. There was no wood in the goblin forest tougher than ironwood. Spider silk rope provided the best elasticity and toughness for the bowstring. Looks like I'll have to find a solution in the structure. Li Chen turned and walked towards the direction of the carpentry workshop. Take the bed crossbow back. Upon hearing this, the goblin minions quickly rushed forward. They then carried the bed crossbow back to the carpentry workshop. In the following days, the workshop once again echoed with the sound of wood being shaved. Occasionally, there were also the sounds of hammering. Boss, boss. One afternoon, a goblin hurriedly rushed into the carpentry workshop. Li Chen was meticulously refining a massive bow body in the workshop. Boss, something bad happened. We found the pigmen tribe in the eastern forest. The goblin gasped for breath as he approached Li Chen. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's heart tightened. The pigmen tribe had indeed appeared. It had only been a little over a month since the appearance of the black robe. The timing should be correct. Do not engage in conflict with the pigmen tribe. If you encounter them, avoid them. The Sims predicted many possible futures. Those futures were known information. To develop the future according to his desires, Li Chen had to proceed cautiously. Boss, can't we eat them? The meat of the pigmen tribe is much tastier than wild boar. The goblin's face was filled with greed. It seemed that he was reminiscing about the deliciousness of the pigmen tribe, and even drooling. Now is not the time to wage war with the pigmen tribe. Inform the hunting team operating in the eastern forest to avoid conflict with the pigmen tribe. Go! Alright, boss, I'll go. Although disappointed, they still had to follow the boss's orders. The goblin turned around and happily ran off. The next day, in the morning, the silent carpentry workshop once again became lively. This time, a larger bed crossbow was carried out by over 10 goblins. Compared to the previous bed crossbow, this one was much larger. It was almost twice the size. Its structure was also more complex. The goblins placed the bed crossbow on an open space in the forest after carrying it. This time, the bed crossbow has 3 giant bow bodies. The 3 huge bow bodies are arranged with 2 facing forward and 1 facing backward. The bed crossbow in front of me was designed by Li Chen based on the structure of a 3-bow bed crossbow. However, there are significant differences in many details. Cock the bow. This time, the 3-bow bed crossbow has 2 winches. 6 goblins quickly operated the winches. The tremendous tension made the bowstring and bow body click together. With the assistance of the roller structure, the power of the 3 bow bodies was concentrated. It took more than a minute for the bowstring to be fully cocked. Li Chen raised the giant crossbow arrow, which was carried by 3 goblins, and placed it in the groove with one hand. This time, the crossbow arrow was larger, about 2 meters long. After the preparations for the shot were completed, the experiment officially began. Li Chen aimed the bed crossbow at a large tree hundreds of meters away. Li Chen took a deep breath. He stared intently at the nearby target tree. With a strong pull, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bed crossbow shook. The piercing sound of the bowstring reverberated through the forest. A black light shot out and rushed into the depths of the forest. Boom! Almost instantly, there was a loud noise in the depths of the forest. A large tree 300 meters away collapsed. The arrow pierced through the tree, and the tremendous impact force tore through the trunk. After piercing through one tree, the arrow continued its momentum and lodged into another large tree 100 meters away. 1/3 of the arrow was embedded in the trunk. The terrifying power left the goblin minions dumbfounded. The commotion here caused chaos in the tribe. Li Chen was also shocked by the terrifying power. The giant arrow had pierced through a tree that 3 people could barely hug together. If it were launched, its range would easily exceed 1 kilometer. But the bow body needs to be thicker. When the bowstring was cocked just now, Li Chen heard the bow body cracking sound. With the current strength of the 3-bow bed crossbow, the bow body would break after only a few shots. the limit lies not in the bowstring, but in the bow body. If the bow body is thickened, the power of the crossbow will be stronger because the power of the crossbow is related to the tension of the bow body. Very good. Well done. Take it back. In this way, Li Chen returned to the carpentry workshop to continue strengthening and adjusting the 3-bow bed crossbow. Time passed slowly, day after day. On the afternoon of the 5th day, in the carpentry workshop, "Boss, what do you think of this?" Gobug and a group of goblin minions found the boss in the carpentry workshop. Li Chen, who was assembling the 3-bow bed crossbow, put down his work. Li Chen took a harpoon crossbow arrow from the shoulders of 3 goblins. He weighed the weight of the crossbow arrow with one hand and nodded in satisfaction. Although the harpoon arrowhead was a bit rough, it could still be used. Very good. How many have you made? Gobug grinned and started counting on his fingers. When he reached 10, Gobug looked confused. All right, put them all down. It's enough. Gobug's face lit up, and he quickly told the minions to put down the harpoon crossbow arrows on their shoulders. Looking at the 3 huge bed crossbows in the wooden house, Li Chen smiled. With these 3 bed crossbows, they could set off tomorrow. About half an hour later, Li Chen left the carpentry workshop. "Benny, let's go." Benny was waiting at the entrance of the carpentry workshop. With Benny, Li Chen walked towards the direction of the throne cave dwelling. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Bailing? On the way back to the throne cave dwelling, Li Chen ran into Bailing. Bailing was walking towards the throne cave dwelling with the escort of several goblins. "Master." Seeing the master approaching, Bailing lowered her head slightly. At this time, Bailing was already pregnant with a big belly. In the 2nd week of returning to the tribe, the female lizardmen in the throne cave dwelling became pregnant one after another with Li Chen's efforts. Li Chen glanced sideways at the depths of the forest behind Bailing. "Did you go to the Iron Cave?" The expansion work of the tribe had already been completed half a month ago. Now all the male lizardmen are working over at the Iron Cave. Once the first lactation period begins, the female lizardmen will continue to lactate. Li Chen glanced down at the bamboo tube in his hand. He could smell the strong scent of milk coming from it. Clearly, Bai Ling had gone to deliver milk. Ever since Li Chen allowed the female lizardmen to deliver milk, it had become a daily routine for them. They would milk in the morning and deliver the milk to the male lizardmen in the afternoon, returning to their own dwellings before nightfall. Since the offerings were mostly couples, each male lizardman could drink his own wife's milk. As for who Bai Ling's milk was delivered to, it wasn't hard to guess. It was definitely given to the weakest male lizardman. Li Chen couldn't be bothered with the lizardmen's practice of huddling together for warmth. It wasn't a bad thing for the male lizardmen to have milk to supplement their nutrition and maintain their health and strength. Bai Ling nodded slightly. Li Chen didn't say much. The 2 of them walked together towards the direction of the throne dwelling. "Master, are they smelting iron in the cave?" As they walked, Bai Ling suddenly asked this question. Li Chen turned his head and looked at Bai Ling with a smile that was not a smile. "Why do you think it's called the Iron Cave?" Master's answer made Bai Ling's heart sink. A hint of incredulity flashed in her eyes. It wouldn't be strange for any barbarian tribe in the Goblin forest to smelt iron. But goblins smelting iron was something unimaginable. With the intelligence of goblins, how could they learn human iron smelting techniques? Even the swamp lizardmen knew nothing about iron smelting. "I've said before, I am a clever goblin, and there is nothing impossible with me." Bai Ling lowered her head slightly, unable to meet her master's gaze. A cold killing intent flashed in her lowered eyes. The big goblin beside her was a disaster for all the intelligent races in the Goblin forest. Although Bai Ling lowered her head, Li Chen could still sense the killing intent emanating from her. Looking down at Bai Ling beside him, Li Chen grinned wickedly. "You can try, and if you fail, I will let you watch as all your people are eaten alive." At these words, Bai Ling, who was pregnant, trembled. Her legs went weak, and she stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Li Chen stepped to the left and supported Bai Ling. "Master, Bai Ling dares not." Li Chen smiled and said nothing more. The 2 of them walked through the tribe with sinister intentions. In the following days, Li Chen did not rush to leave. The next morning, he went back to the carpentry workshop. Having the 3-bed crossbow was not enough, they also needed a means of transportation. Not only did the crossbow need a means of transportation, but the tribe's cargo transportation also required a means of transportation. The best means of transportation in ancient times was a wheeled carriage. Although there were no horses in the tribe, there were wild boars. The structure of a carriage was relatively simple, and the wheels were the most difficult part. Although carriages were not suitable for use in the forest, they could still be used. After all, the forest was not completely impenetrable. Many places were relatively flat and could accommodate the passage of carriages. With the expansion of the tribe's territory, it was necessary to build a fast and accessible road. 5 days later, in the carpentry workshop, making wheels is much more difficult than smelting iron. Looking at the rough wheel axle in his hand, Li Chen felt powerless. To make wheels, he needed some specialized tools. Using only a hammer and a wood carving knife took a lot of time, and the resulting product was also rough. Forget it, I'll study it properly when I come back. If he missed the floating ship because of studying carriage wheels, it would be a loss. Li Chen stood up and hurriedly walked out. In the afternoon, there was a commotion in the tribe. A large group of goblins rushed into the carpentry workshop and carried out the 3-bed crossbows with huffing and puffing. Each 3-bed crossbow required more than 20 goblins to transport. More than 70 goblins are carrying 3-bed crossbows with 3 bows. More than 30 goblins are carrying crossbow arrows. More than 20 goblins are carrying spider silk ropes. A team of over 100 goblins is heading south in a grand manner. What is that? The commotion outside caught the attention of Bai Ling. Bai Ling pushed open the door of the throne cave and walked out. Just as she stepped out of the doorway, Bai Ling saw a goblin team marching away in a grand manner not far away. The things being carried by the goblins piqued Bai Ling's curiosity. She didn't know what those wooden objects were, but they looked heavy and required more than 20 goblins to carry together. Bum Bum was also in the team. Its master was sitting on its shoulder. It seemed to notice Bai Ling's gaze. Li Chen, sitting on Bum Bum's shoulder, turned around and waved at Bai Ling. Faced with the gaze of her master, Bai Ling, standing at the entrance of the throne cave, slightly lowered her head. She turned around and entered the wooden house, closing the door behind her. Li Chen, who witnessed this scene, grinned. The team continued southward, leaving the tribe in a grand manner. Half an hour later, there was a commotion on the river. It's slippery. The water is rushing up. Hold on. Don't push this way. On the ice road connecting the 2 banks, goblins carefully carried 3-bed crossbows. The enormous weight caused the ice road to sink slightly. The river water surged onto the ice road. This made the goblins on the ice road sway. The commotion lasted for a long time. The goblin team on the ice road moved forward like turtles. Fortunately, the process was without incident. It took more than half an hour for the goblin team to reach the south bank. From then on, the goblin team continued southward. They traveled during the day, hunted in the first half of the night, and rested in the second half. It took more than half a month to reach the forest near the goblin lair. It was noon when they arrived at the goblin lair. Boss, boss! A goblin hurriedly crawled into the cave. It stumbled and knelt in front of Goblin Heaven. Goblin Heaven, under the stone platform, was gnawing on a big pig's head. Looking down at the little goblin at his feet, Goblin Heaven wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. It grinned and slapped at the goblin. The goblin screamed in fear. The boss's boss is here. Goblin Heaven's expression changed. He quickly withdrew his hand, stood up, and hurriedly walked out. Watching the boss leave, the goblin had a look of surviving a disaster. It almost became the boss's lunch. Boss, boss! Before he could run out of the cave, the roar of Goblin Heaven sounded from the cave entrance. Goblin Heaven rushed out of the darkness at the cave entrance. Just as he rushed out of the cave, Goblin Heaven quickly stopped. Looking at the goblins coming out of the forest, Goblin Heaven was full of doubt. What were those things carried on the goblin's shoulders? Ogres? Just then, a huge figure walked out of the forest. Although it was wearing armor, Goblin Heaven immediately recognized Bum Bum. Goblin Heaven let out a fearful scream. That was an ogre, the most terrifying creature in the goblin forest. That is, the boss? On the ogre's shoulder, Goblin Heaven saw a familiar figure. It was the boss, the one who killed Goblin Tyrant not long ago. The boss was sitting on the ogre's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Goblin Heaven was filled with fanaticism. The boss was truly amazing, actually taming an ogre. Goblin Heaven hurriedly ran over. Boss, what are you doing? Goblin Heaven, who ran up to Bum Bum, asked obsequiously. His huge face was almost squeezed into a ball. Li Chen leaped down from Bum Bum's shoulder. Goblin Heaven, from now on, you will send some goblins to spread out in the western area of the goblin lair. Let them keep an eye on the sky at all times and report to me immediately if there is any movement. I will stay here in the coming days. Although Gobu didn't know what the boss was up to, it didn't ask too many questions. It quickly turned around and ran back to the cave. And so, Li Chen began to wait patiently, hoping for the appearance of the airship. In order to expand the observable range, they had to increase manpower as much as possible. Hundreds of goblins were scattered in the forest west of the goblin nest. As per Li Chen's request, they climbed trees and mountains, observing the airspace of the west. Time passed quietly as Li Chen waited day after day. One afternoon, in the forest northwest of the goblin nest, which was a solitary peak surrounded by undulating forest land, one could only see the undulating mountains from a distance of over 10 kilometers away. In the dim forest, several goblins were perched on treetops, observing the sky. What are we supposed to be looking at? Boss? Birds? I don't know. Just look. Yeah, it's much more comfortable here than hunting. I want to go to the mountain peak and see. You can see further from there. You idiot. The mountain peak is cold at night. It's not as comfortable as here. You don't know anything. If I discover something first, the boss will be happy and reward me with mating rights. You're just trash. Talk about mating rights when you become a big goblin. Exactly. The offspring of a little trash is still trash. Ha ha. The goblins on the treetops laughed uproariously. The laughter filled the dim forest with joy. Humph. When I evolve into a big goblin, you'll all have to lick my bird. Just you. If you can evolve into a big goblin, then go ahead and lick. Another round of laughter erupted from the treetops. Look, what's that? Just then, a goblin on the outskirts suddenly shouted. It was pointing towards the northwest. In that direction, a ship flew over a mountain, almost skimming the peak. The ship wasn't large, about 30 meters long, with 2 conspicuous masts on the deck. Go tell the boss. The goblins who saw this scene were filled with excitement and joy. I'll go. You guys stay here. I'll go. The goblins on the treetops scrambled to slide down to the ground. Gobu, do you dare to compete with me? In the dim forest, several goblins ran desperately. One goblin pounced on another, knocking it down. It stepped on the fallen goblin's back and dashed forward. Gobu, I'm going to eat you. The fallen goblin roared angrily. The goblin running ahead turned around and made a face. Who eats who is still uncertain? Stop right there. The goblins in the forest ran towards the goblin nest in a frenzy. Boss. Gobu was the fastest runner and was the first to rush into the cave. It slid to its knees and knelt before the stone platform. At that moment, Li Chen was eating the heart of a wild boar on the stone. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Gobu panted heavily and slapped its chest. Boss, there's something flying towards us from the sky. It's not a bird. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up. He casually threw away the heart in his hand and leaped down from the stone platform. Stupid. Let's go. Li Chen's figure flashed as he rushed out of the cave. He didn't stop after leaving the cave, but ran into the forest. After a while, Li Chen's figure appeared on the treetop of a large tree deep in the forest. Standing on the treetop, Li Chen gazed at the distant sky. In that direction, an airship was flying towards them. So this is an airship? Truly extraordinary. It had no wings, and no visible propulsion system. There were no airbags that an airship would normally have, although the size of the airship is not very big. It is a miracle that it can fly. Li Chen put his finger in his mouth and blew the whistle. Shoo! The loud whistle echoed through the sky. It's the boss's signal. The goblins at the entrance of the cave heard the whistle. They hurriedly ran back into the cave. Soon, more than 100 goblins carrying 3-bed crossbows rushed out of the cave. The goblins, in a dense mass, entered the forest carrying the crossbows. The deployment positions for the 3-bed crossbows had already been rehearsed. There were 24 deployment positions in the forest west of the goblin's nest. Each deployment position had a small area cleared of trees. The goblin team carrying the crossbows split into 3 and headed towards their respective deployment positions in the forest. In the forest, the 3 sets of 3-bed crossbows were placed in a triangular formation, with each set positioned 100 meters apart from each other. Faster. Turn. The spider silk rope needs to be tied tightly. Wrap it a few more times. Under the scolding of the big goblin, the goblins at the 3 deployment positions began to prepare for launch. The goblin responsible for turning the winch started turning it. The goblin in charge of the harpoon crossbow tied the other end of the spider silk rope to the thickest tree. Some goblins even climbed up nearby trees to observe the airship. For a while, the forest was filled with noise. The goblins' loud cries echoed through the forest. Very good. It's flying over here. Li Chen grinned when he saw the airship approaching. The airship was at a height of about 700 meters and was still descending. This height was already within the range of the 3-bed crossbows. At the same time, in the sky not far away, another airship was flying. The airship was not moving fast, it was drifting with the wind. Looking at the deck, some soldiers wearing blue armor could be seen. There were only 13 of them. They were lying on the side of the ship, observing the forest below. Have you found the barbarian tribe? A soldier wearing more exquisite armor walked on the deck. He wore a helmet with a red plume. The helmets of the other soldiers were bare. The forest is very quiet. No discoveries so far. Captain, we should be almost there. A soldier stood up and rubbed his sore neck. The officer stopped behind him and kicked him in the butt. Don't be lazy. It's still early. We're at least 30 kilometers away from the border of the reconnaissance range. Captain, could the recent rumors be true? No way. There are many barbarians living in the Goblin forest. Those guys are not easy to deal with. It should have been done a long time ago. It's such a pity that such a beautiful land is occupied by the barbarians. The soldiers on the ship discussed the topic. The officer didn't stop them. His subordinates needed a topic to pass the time. Captain, it seems like we've found a goblin nest ahead. Just then, a soldier at the bow of the ship suddenly shouted loudly. This caught the attention of the other soldiers, who ran towards the bow to observe the forest ahead. There are animal bones at the entrance. It should be a goblin nest. The forest outside the cave is too quiet. Maybe it's an abandoned nest. Let's make a note of it and let the adventurers handle it. Scribe, record this location. There were not only soldiers and officers on the deck, but also 2 scribes wearing blue and white robes and a low-ranking temple priest. The scribe held a piece of parchment in his hand, on which magical energy flowed smoothly. The low-ranking temple priest was on the rear deck, controlling a crystal that emitted a blue magical glow and functioned as a rudder. At the same time, in the forest ahead of the airship, Boss, the monster in the sky is getting closer. In the forest, the goblins on the treetops constantly reported the position of the airship. Li Chen, stationed in his deployment position, controlled the triple crossbow and aimed at the sky. Once the airship appeared in his line of sight, he would pull the trigger. Come on, my airship. Li Chen grinned as he looked at the azure sky. If he succeeded in hunting, maybe he could shed some light on airship technology. Although the possibility was slim, he had to give it a try. This was a world of magic, and the ability of airships to fly must be related to magic. Li Chen, lacking knowledge of magic, was not confident that he could replicate an airship by destroying one. But regardless, it wouldn't hurt to try. Time ticked away, and Li Chen patiently waited. After a moment, an airship slowly appeared in the forest above his deployment position. Got you! Li Chen's eyes lit up as he grinned ferociously. He put his finger in his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. Shoo! The piercing sound of the whistle echoed through the depths of the forest. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a sharp whistling sound rang out in the forest. 3 harpoon arrows with long tails shot out from the forest, soaring into the sky. They stopped just short of 500 meters. One of the harpoon arrows missed, grazing past the bow and heading towards the higher sky. The other 2 harpoon arrows successfully hit the hull of the ship. Boom! A loud boom resounded as wood chips flew everywhere. The 2-meter-long harpoon arrow pierced through the ship's hull and shot out from the deck. Ah! A cry of agony was heard as wood chips flew. One unlucky soldier on the deck was hit by the harpoon arrow that shot out from the deck. The tremendous impact caused the harpoon arrow to pierce through the soldier's body. The soldier's body flew high into the air for over 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the deck. The violent impact caused the airship in the sky to shake violently. What's happening? What's going on? The sudden impact on the airship caused chaos among the soldiers on the deck. We're under attack. The harpoon arrow that grazed the bow pierced through the sail, entangling with it as it fell. The spider silk rope instantly tightened. The pulling force from below caused the airship to shake violently. Ah! Another cry of agony was heard. This time, the cry lasted for a while. A soldier fell from the deck. The sight of the harpoon arrow firmly lodged in the deck horrified the soldier lying on the deck. The soldier who was pierced by the harpoon arrow was in a gruesome state. Under the immense pulling force, blood flowed on the deck. Since the harpoon arrow had pierced his abdomen, the soldier did not die immediately. He continued to struggle, seeking help from his comrades. Blood gushed out from his mouth due to the pressure on his internal organs. Lower the sail. Stop moving. Quickly. The officer was the first to react. He rushed forward and threw his sword. The sword spun and flew out, slicing through the spider's silk rope. As the spider's silk rope snapped, the bow of the ship, which had been tilting downwards, immediately returned to its upright position. Listening to the creaking groans of the ship's hull, the soldiers on the deck's faces turned pale. If they continued like this, the airship would surely disintegrate. The soldiers struggled to their feet and rushed towards the mast. At the same time, in the forest below, 2 ropes emerged and connected the airship in the sky. It was like flying a kite. The 2-finger-thick spider silk ropes tightened with a crack sound. Just then, the airship's sail suddenly descended. With no power, the airship floated silently in the sky. As the airship regained stability, the soldiers on the deck quickly ran to the side of the ship, scanning the forest below for enemies. With a quick glance, they soon spotted the goblins in the forest. "Captain, it's goblins! The goblins attacked us." "What? Goblins?" The officer couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly leaned over the ship's railing to observe the forest below. Sure enough, the officer spotted goblins. There were 3 small spaces cleared in the forest, where some goblins were operating some kind of weapon. "Is that a siege crossbow?" The officer was incredulous at the sight of the massive contraption in the forest. Siege crossbows were military siege weapons, and there were only a dozen or so in the entire kingdom, mostly on the walls of the capital city. How could goblins possess such military-grade siege weapons? "Quick, cut the rope!" 3 soldiers hurriedly rushed to their comrade who had been pierced by a crossbow bolt. He was already dead, having bled out. The entire deck was stained red with blood. "Your Excellency, are you all right?" The officer shouted towards the rear deck. "I'm fine, but the ship won't hold much longer. Hurry!" At that moment, a soldier who had hastily entered the cabin found a harpoon crossbow bolt and noticed the thread connecting it. He swung his sword, attempting to cut the thread. Bang! But just then, splinters flew from under his feet. With a loud bang, a crossbow bolt pierced through the ship. The soldier was lucky, as the bolt narrowly missed his nose. However, he was also unlucky. The ship beneath his feet suddenly disintegrated, and he fell down. Ah! The intense feeling of weightlessness caused him to let out a scream of terror. The screams quickly faded away, disappearing without a trace. The crossbow bolt that hit the airship first pierced through the hull. The tremendous impact sent the soldiers on the deck tumbling. Damn! What the hell is going on? Even if it's a siege crossbow, the power is too great. The airship was at least 500 meters above the ground. How could it have such immense power from such a distance? One final shot. Fall. In the forest, Li Chen, who was operating the massive triple-bed crossbow, grinned at the sky. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air shot into the sky. The enormous bolt turned into a black streak and shot into the sky. The distance of over 500 meters was covered in an instant. Boom! This strike hit the airship's keel. With a thunderous boom, splinters flew. The airship in the sky suddenly disintegrated, splitting into 2 from the middle. The broken bow and stern of the ship fell towards the ground. If one listened carefully, they could still hear the screams of terror. If one looked closely, they could see figures falling along with the wreckage. So, those are humans? Li Chen in the forest gazed at the sky, enjoying this scene of utter devastation. It's falling! It's falling! The fall of the airship caused the goblins in the forest to erupt in cheers. The goblins on the treetops danced and shouted with excitement. After falling for more than 10 seconds, the wreckage of the airship finally crashed deep into the forest. Let's go! Let's go take a look! With a flicker, Li Chen rushed towards the depths of the forest. He clumsily took giant strides, chasing after the direction where their leader had gone. The goblins in the forest also swarmed towards the crash site of the airship. About 700 meters northwest, Li Chen found the wreckage of the airship. The wreckage of the bow and stern were separated by over 100 meters. Indeed, they are humans. In the dim forest, Li Chen kicked the body lying on the ground with his foot. As the body turned over, what came into Li Chen's view was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. He resembled the people of Europa on Earth, but only to some extent. The hair and eyes were similar, and the facial features leaned towards a mix of Eastern and Western. The skin was pale, and he had a scruffy beard. They are humans. Humans! Figures flickered in the surrounding forest. Goblins emerged from the dark depths of the forest. When they saw the bodies on the ground, greed flashed in their eyes, but with their leader present, they could only watch from the sidelines. Bring all the bodies over and put them together. The boss's order immediately attracted the goblins in the surrounding forest. Hundreds of goblins searched the nearby forest for human corpses. Before long, more than 10 human bodies were laid out in front of Li Chen. Looking at the neatly arranged human corpses, Li Chen's face showed curiosity. They were all humans, but their hair colors were different. Some had golden hair, while others had black or brown hair. Their facial features were similar, indicating that they belonged to the same race. Due to their deaths, Li Chen couldn't see their information. Boss, there's a human still alive. Just then, a goblin hurriedly ran over. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Where? Lead the way. This way, this way. The goblin led the way with a fawning expression. Li Chen followed the goblin and headed north. After running for about 100 meters, they found a person under a large tree. A person wearing a white robe. He was still alive, but barely hanging on. More than 10 goblins surrounded him, their greedy eyes fixed on the scent of blood emanating from him. They wanted to approach, but were afraid, their drool almost dripping. The boss is here. The boss is here. With a loud shout, the goblins scattered away from the human. They ran far away, looking at Li Chen with fear. Crystal Apostle, level 31, strength 17, defense 14, agility 15, crystal magic power 267, crystal magic, non-consumable, crystal magic, non-consumable, crystal magic, non-consumable. Looking at his information, Li Chen's face showed a strange expression. Strange, why are all his skills marked with question marks? Clearly, he is a human. So why is the system calling him a crystal apostle? Boss. Just then, a goblin ran over, bouncing with excitement. It held a crystal emitting a blue glow in its arms. The crystal was not small, just slightly smaller than the goblin's head. I found this in the wreckage. It's very beautiful. Li Chen took the crystal from the goblin's hand. Crystal magic power, 113, 147. The information about the crystal surprised Li Chen. The magical power contained in this crystal was as high as 113, 147. Could it be that the reason the airship can fly is because of the drive of crystal magic? Li Chen looked down at the crystal in his hand, pondering. If that's the case, then the crystal is truly a valuable item. However, for some reason, Li Chen inexplicably shivered when holding the crystal. Why does it feel like an ominous object? Li Chen raised the crystal high, observing it carefully, muttering under his breath. It was very beautiful, extremely beautiful. The blue magical glow formed beautiful particles of light. If it were on Earth, this thing would definitely be priceless. Goblin, take your dirty hands off the crystal. You're unworthy. At some point, the unconscious human woke up. He glared angrily, his eyes filled with disgust. Li Chen looked down at him and grinned ferociously. Eat him. The goblins around showed ecstatic expressions. They eagerly rushed towards the human, clamoring and tearing at his warm flesh with their hands and sharp teeth. The human had no strength left to scream, only able to watch helplessly as he was torn apart and devoured. The warm blood was flung onto Li Chen's face by the goblin's claws. Li Chen stuck out his tongue and licked it, grinning. Human flesh and blood were truly delicious. Li Chen took a few steps forward and pulled out a blood-soaked cloth from the feasting goblin horde. He then wrapped the crystal in the cloth. Humans truly lived up to their name. This cloth was made of an unknown material, smooth and soft. It felt very comfortable to the touch. What a waste! Li Chen shook his head as he looked at the torn cloth in his hand. That human has a lot of skills, but unfortunately cannot be devoured. In the following time, Li Chen also investigated the wreckage of the floating ship. He searched high and low but couldn't find the magic device. The wreckage of the floating ship was made of ordinary wood and had nothing special about it. Strange, it can't be without anything special. Looking at the wreckage of the floating ship in front of him, Li Chen was confused. He searched for several hours without any results. If he hadn't seen the floating ship flying in the sky with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this pile of wood could fly. These wreckage were just ordinary wooden ships, nothing special. Could it be? His eyes lit up, and Li Chen quickly rushed into the wreckage. After rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, wood chips flying everywhere? A few minutes later, Li Chen came out holding a long and thick curved wood. Indeed, looking at the long curved wood in his hand, Li Chen grinned. This curved wood was a broken section of a dragon bone. The dragon bone was made of a certain kind of purple wood. It had some very peculiar patterns carved on it. looking very mysterious. Forget it, it's too complicated. Li Chen threw away the dragon bone in his hand with a regretful expression. Obviously, the dragon bone was the magic device, but the patterns on it were too complex. Just by taking a glance, Li Chen knew that it was impossible to replicate. Thinking about such a brainless thing gave Li Chen a headache. The chaos in the forest lasted for a long time. It wasn't until the sunset that the forest finally quieted down. Goblin, bring some goblins with me back to the tribe tomorrow. That night, the cave was pitch black. Goblin quickly turned over and knelt on the ground. Boss, I'll go with you. Goblin knew that the boss had established a new tribe elsewhere. It had also heard that there were many female lizardmen in the tribe. From now on, you will be the boss here. I will tell you what to do and what not to do. Boss, I don't quite understand. You don't need to understand. Just do as I say. Boss, I understand. I will listen to you. Time passed slowly, and the night grew deeper. The quiet cave was filled with the snoring of goblins. The next morning, when the sky was still dimly lit, the goblin cave was bustling with noise. A large group of goblins rushed out of the cave and into the northern forest. The 3-bed crossbows were not taken away by Li Chen, but were left in the goblin cave. There were many powerful monsters in the goblin forest. The 3-bed crossbows had great killing power against monsters below the 5th rank. If they encountered a powerful monster, they could use the 3-bed crossbows to shoot it down, instead of having to avoid it like before. The goblin nest was a good place, and Li Chen would not give up on it. As the tribe's hunting area expanded in the future, the goblins could not gather together. They had to spread out and establish one goblin tribe after another. Each tribe would be responsible for a hunting area. They would develop independently most of the time, and only gather when needed. This would avoid wasting too much time on back and forth journeys for the hunting team. By establishing scattered tribes, the demand for food would also be greatly reduced. The next day, when noon arrived, the dim forest was filled with the sound of footsteps and moving figures. Hundreds of goblins were scattered throughout the forest, moving in groups. Among the many green-skinned figures, there was a larger figure. Li Chen, sitting on the shoulder of the clumsy, was like a moving metal mountain. Sitting on the shoulder of the clumsy, Li Chen yawned. System, start simulating life. The floating ship being shot down indicated that the future had changed. The Sims begin. You walk through the dark forest with your goblin companions. You return to the tribe and patiently wait for the appearance of the black robe. One day, the black robe appears. You obtain a sacrificial plate that can summon the barbarian god from the black robe. Signs of activity from the pigman tribe are discovered in the eastern forest, but you choose to ignore it. The rotation period is approaching. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Allow the rebellion of the lizardmen in the northern marsh. Option 2. Gather all the goblins to intimidate the lizardmen in the northern marsh. Option 3. Advance towards the northern marsh. Exterminate the black scale tribe and the gray scale tribe, and kill all the male lizardmen. Option 4. Summon the barbarian god. Li Chen, sitting on Bangan's shoulder, showed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The future information predicted by the Sims is too brief. Without details, it is easy to miss the side quests that can affect the future. He must proceed cautiously and change the future based on the known intelligence. How should I choose? Li Chen focused his attention on the 4th option. Options 1, 3, and 4 are not viable. If he had known that the lizardmen would rebel, he would not have turned a blind eye. If left unchecked, the combined male lizardmen from both tribes would number over 1,000. This is a force that cannot be ignored. The 3rd option goes against Li Chen's original intention of subduing the lizardmen in the northern marsh. As for the 4th option, it goes without saying. Only someone with a mental illness would choose the 4th option. Option 2. You gathered all the goblins. The large number of them intimidated the lizardmen. You took Bai Ling to the Iron Cave. The rotation period has arrived, and Bai Ling returned to the White Scale tribe. The Black Mountain Lizardmen tribe launched a large-scale attack, but retreated without fighting, and Bai Ling was captured. One day, an adventurer team appeared in the forest near the goblin's lair. The goblin heaven was killed by the adventurer team, and the goblin's lair was completely destroyed. The goblin land and goblin stone led the goblin army to pursue the Black Mountain Lizardmen tribe. You went to the south coast and confronted the adventurer team alone. You encountered the adventurer team in the forest where the wreckage of the floating ship was located. You achieved victory, killing all the men and capturing 2 female humans. From the captives, you learned some information about the human Elysis kingdom. You caught up with the goblin army and led them to continue pursuing the Black Mountain tribe's army. In a forest, you led the Goblin Boar cavalry to catch up with the Black Mountain Tribe's army. You defeated the Black Mountain Tribe's army and killed them all. The Black Mountain Tribe, fearing the complete annihilation of their army, summoned the barbarian god Akuya. The Black Mountain Swamp was contaminated by the barbarian god and became a wasteland, where all life was refined into slaves. You chose to withdraw and led the goblin army back to the tribe. Due to the need for food, you taught the Lizardmen about fish farming. Your tribe grew strong. One day, a man in full armor appeared in the forest near the goblin's lair. One day, he found the goblin tribe. On that day, you used the tactic of overwhelming numbers to kill that man, causing heavy casualties to the tribe. One day, a woman appeared in the forest near the goblin's lair. One day, she found the goblin tribe. On that day, the tribe was engulfed in flames, and you died, and the tribe was completely destroyed. As a time traveler, you cannot change the fact that you were played by the goddess of fate. Your efforts ultimately turned into nothingness, but your life was valuable, marking the beginning of the goblin forest turning into a wasteland. The simulation of life ends. Score, 60. Please choose one of the following rewards: +1 level for every 10 points consumed, +1 attribute for every point consumed, +1 charm for every 10 points consumed, +1 level for the fury, skill for every 10 points consumed, +1 level for the steel skin, skill for every 20 points consumed, +1 level for the heart whisper, skill for every 10 points consumed. Is this a case of the old being replaced by the new? The man and woman who appeared at the end were clearly powerful individuals among humans. Otherwise, that man wouldn't have been able to use the tactic of overwhelming numbers to kill him. This indicates that the man is much stronger than him, and that woman, she actually caused the complete destruction of the tribe. Such formidable combat power is likely at the top of the human pyramid. Could it be that the adventurer team has the relatives of that man and woman? Li Chen thought of this possibility. This possibility is very high. Extremely high. Otherwise, it cannot explain why that man and woman would appear. It seems that destroying the floating ship triggered a chain reaction. Li Chen frowned, his expression thoughtful. If they hadn't destroyed the floating ship, would that adventurer team not have appeared? Without that adventurer team, the man and woman at the end wouldn't have been attracted. How can I avoid the worst outcome? Li Chen pondered while sitting on Bumbum's shoulder. The options given to him by the system are too few. Li Chen suspects that the frequency of lucky values is related to the frequency of options in the simulation of life. If the options were more frequent, he would have more future options. He wouldn't have to stick to one future line after making a choice. However, his luck is not bad this time. With 3 skill options as rewards, choose to increase the level of the steel skin skill. Consume 60 points. Steel skin. Skill level +3. It's here. It's here. The familiar pain sweeps through the whole body. Sitting on the clumsy shoulders, Li Chen's body crackles and pops. The twisted shin bone is deformed, as if it has been crushed by some force. The whole face twists into a ball and is forcibly pulled apart. After a while, Li Chen's body returns to normal. Clumsy turns his head curiously to look at the boss on his shoulder. When Clumsy looks over, the changes in Li Chen's body have already ended. Li Chen looks down at his hands and smiles. He has become stronger again. Li Chen can feel the immense power hidden in his body. At this moment, Li Chen finally understands why he was so arrogant in front of the black-robed figure. With a thought, Li Chen opens the character panel. Name, Goblin, race, Goblin, level, 15, strength, 1675, defense, 1659, agility, 591, magic, 86, charisma, 0, luck, 11, devour, chance to obtain the opponent's skills by devouring the flesh and blood of magical beasts, steel skin, LV5, strength +1500, defense +1500, agility +500, windblade technique, LV1, physical regeneration, LV5, mind speech, LV1, ice elemental control, LV1, frenzy, LV1, physical enhancement, LV1, strength +50. Agility +50, the attribute bonus of the steel skin. Skill is really amazing. As the attributes on the panel become more and more exaggerated, Li Chen also realizes one thing. That is, goblins are really weak. Even the Goblin King's panel attributes are probably only 200 or 300. I wonder how high the panel attributes of those 2 men and women are. He has such high panel attributes and is still no match for that man. This shows that the man's strength far surpasses him. In the following days, Li Chen travels with his goblin minions, hunting and heading north. It takes half a month to finally reach the tribe. Gobshin. Stay in the tribe for a month and then go back. Send someone to pick up your offspring when they come of age. Before entering the throne cave, Li Chen made arrangements for Gobshin. Gobshin nodded, looking curiously at the tribe. It didn't expect the boss's lair to be in the forest. It didn't expect the boss to build some strange cave dwellings like lizardmen. Gobk, take Gobshin to choose a cave dwelling first, and then take it to the iron cave. Gobk, who is stationed in the tribe today, quickly nodded. Then Gobk took Gobshin and the other goblin minions and left. Watching Gobshin's departing figure, Li Chen sighed. The worst outcome has already appeared. Now he must find a way to change the future. Li Chen turned and looked at the white spirit at the door. A month has passed since he left. The white spirit's big belly has disappeared. Even at the door, Li Chen can smell a faint scent of milk. Looking at the plump figure of the white spirit, Li Chen thinks of his own bloodline descendants. The first batch of goblin children have grown up. They are learning how to hunt with the hunting team. Calculating, the number of his bloodline descendants has exceeded 200. In less than a year, the number of his bloodline descendants will exceed 500. If there are more female lizardmen, the growth rate of bloodline descendants will be even faster. This is the horror of goblins. Even the reproduction speed of groundhogs is far inferior to goblins. Only food can limit the number of goblins. Li Chen walked towards the white spirit expressionlessly. He doesn't have enough bloodline descendants. As his panel attributes increase, the potential of his bloodline descendants will only get higher. Only his bloodline descendants can improve the quality of the tribe's goblins. Whether he likes it or not, he must do his best to reproduce offspring. As a goblin, in this world, he can only rely on goblins. Everything is just for the sake of survival. When she saw the terrifying goblin approaching, Bai Ling's heart trembled. She quickly lowered her head, unable to speak. They hadn't rested for months. She wanted to beg the goblin in front of her to let them rest for a few months, but as the high priest, her pride wouldn't allow her to bow down to a goblin. Li Chen strode over to Bai Ling. He embraced her waist and led her into the wooden house. Soon, there was some commotion in the house. The goblins outside looked envious. The commotion in the wooden house lasted for a long time. On the afternoon of the third day, the closed door finally opened again. Li Chen walked out with a refreshed look on his face. Inside the throne dwelling, all the beds were pushed together. The beds were filled with graceful and exhausted female lizard people. High priest, how are you? Grey Nana weakly sat up, looking worriedly at the high priest lying on the bed nearby. Among all of them, the high priest had been the most tormented by the master. Bai Ling, lying on the bed, moved slightly. She sat up and took a deep breath. I'm fine. I'm good. Gradually, the other female lizard people also recovered. They got up one by one, searching for their animal skin skirts. Li Chen outside the door heard the whispers in the room. He grinned and leisurely walked towards the direction of the carpentry workshop. Although these female lizard people despised him from the bottom of their hearts, the sound was still crazy when they were immersed in desire. Boss, why are you here? Seeing the boss, Goblin De hurriedly greeted him. In the carpentry workshop, a group of goblins were busy. The corner of the wall was filled with crossbows without strings. In another corner, there was an unfinished 3-bow bed crossbow. How is it? Is the 3-bow bed crossbow done? Goblin De shrunk his neck and smiled awkwardly. He glanced at the half-finished 3-bow bed crossbow in the corner. For goblins, the process of making a 3-bow bed crossbow was too complicated. Alright, continue learning from me. Seeing that the boss wasn't angry, Goblin De nodded quickly. In the following days, Li Chen continued to teach Goblin De how to make the 3-bow bed crossbow. Half a month passed without them realizing it. In the morning, in the carpentry workshop, Goblin De, after I come back, I will inspect the 3-bow bed crossbow. If it doesn't meet the standards, you know the consequences. Goblin De vigorously nodded at the door. Without saying much, Li Chen turned and left. Watching the boss's departing figure, Goblin De slapped his own face in fear. He couldn't forget this time. Goblin De turned around and looked at the other goblins in the room. Did you all see clearly? Faced with the boss's gaze, the goblins in the carpentry workshop looked at each other. One goblin hesitated and nodded. The other goblins quickly followed suit. It didn't matter if they remembered or not, as long as the other goblins remembered. Very well, let's get started. Goblin De smiled excitedly. It didn't matter if he remembered or not, as long as his subordinates remembered. In the tribe, Li Chen walked slowly with Bame Bame. Bame bame, wait for me in the tribe. I'll be back soon. Remembering something, Li Chen hurriedly ran towards the depths of the forest. Bame bame shook its head and didn't follow. Instead, it walked towards the direction of the throne dwelling. After leaving the tribe, Li Chen followed the current and headed east. Sometimes, he climbed to the top of tall trees to observe the surrounding terrain. Sometimes, he climbed higher to overlook the mountains and rivers. The next day, on the top of a mountain about 10 kilometers north of the river, Li Chen climbed up a tall tree and looked into the distance from the treetop. Li Chen tightly clamped the tree branch between his legs, holding a wooden board in one hand and a piece of charcoal in the other. He would occasionally use the charcoal to draw on the wooden board. Looking at the board, you could faintly make out a map. From now on, let's call it Goblin River. Standing high and looking far, the river in the forest meandered forward. A song extended to the end of the line of sight. Li Chen, perched on the treetop, put away the wooden board and swiftly slid down the tree. As soon as he landed, Li Chen's figure flashed and he ran downhill. For the next few days, Li Chen only did one thing, drawing maps of both sides of the Goblin River. Another day arrived. In the forest on the south bank of the Goblin River, in the dim depths of the woods, Li Chen walked leisurely. He held the wooden board map in his hand, making modifications with the charcoal. After a few days of going upstream, Li Chen had gained a lot. He remembered the mountains and rivers on both sides of the Goblin River. It's a smell I've never smelled before. Li Chen, strolling through the forest, suddenly stopped. He raised his head slightly, his nose twitching. With his sensitive nose, he sniffed the unique scent in the air. Could it be a high-level monster? Li Chen looked towards the depths of the forest, thinking to himself. The tribe was located on the northern edge of the Goblin Forest. It wasn't easy to encounter high-level monsters, even in areas where the barbarians lived. It was difficult to come across high-level monsters. The barbarians would consciously drive away or hunt high-level monsters. Although high-level monsters were powerful, their lack of intelligence was their biggest weakness. This meant that even the strongest monsters could become targets for hunting. Let's go and take a look. Curiosity prompted Li Chen to walk towards the source of the scent. After walking for only 300 meters, a space bathed in sunlight suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly hid behind a large tree. Concealed behind the tree, Li Chen cautiously peeked outside. With just one look, Li Chen's face froze. Outside was a lake in the forest. The lake was not very large, only about 2,000 square meters. The water was shallow and clear, with a visible presence of round, translucent little things. Water slime, level 1, strength 1, defense 1, agility 1, magic power 3314, elemental affinity, LV3. The bizarre panel attributes made Li Chen, hiding behind the tree, look incredulous. All attributes were 1, even the level was 1. But the magic power value was as high as 3314. Such a high magic power attribute value, yet no attacking magic skills. This was too bizarre. I didn't expect it to be a water slime. Li Chen, hiding behind the tree, greedily looked at the water slime in the lake. Its skill was exactly what he needed. With the skill elemental affinity, the problem of insufficient magic power could be perfectly solved. Li Chen lowered his head and scanned the ground. He bent down and picked up a fist-sized stone. He weighed the stone in his hand. Li Chen looked towards the lake outside, searching for a target. It's you! Li Chen locked onto the nearest water slime, hiding behind the tree. Li Chen made a throwing posture. With a strong throw of his right hand, the stone left his hand. Crack! The stone instantly crossed a distance of over 20 meters and hit a water slime. With a crack sound, the body of the water slime burst open like a balloon. Its remains quickly melted into the water. Seeing this scene, Li Chen's face froze. At the same time, the death of their companion startled the water slimes. All the water slimes quickly turned into water and disappeared without a trace. Seeing all the water slimes disappear into water, Li Chen, hiding behind the tree, was dumbfounded. How am I supposed to catch them? Li Chen walked out from behind the tree, looking speechless. Looking at the calm lake, Li Chen felt a bit at a loss. I don't believe you won't come out. After a while, Li Chen turned and left the lakeside, hiding in the forest. Time passed slowly, hour after hour. 3 hours later, in the lakeside forest, Li Chen, hiding behind a big tree, peered at the lakeside. It had been so long, but there was still no movement in the lake. Are they not coming out? Helpless, Li Chen had no choice but to continue waiting. Another hour passed. Another day passed. 3 days later, at noon, in the lakeside forest. Damn it, come out. Li Chen walked out of the forest angrily, holding a huge rock. The rock slipped from his hand and fell into the water with a plop. Come out, come out. Li Chen, frustrated, picked up a stone from the lakeside and threw it into the lake. The water splashed and created ripples on the surface. You're not coming out. Ha, let's see how long you can hide. After 3 days of waiting, Li Chen had lost his patience. He walked quickly to a huge rock on the lakeside, hugged it with both hands, and pulled it out forcefully from the mud. I'll smash you. Li Chen threw the several-ton heavy rock. It flew tens of meters and crashed heavily into the water. With a loud bang, a huge water column shot up into the sky. The water surface rippled violently, forming small waves that rushed towards the shore. After venting his frustration, Li Chen lay on the lakeside, panting heavily. You little cuties, you really know how to waste my time. Li Chen cursed as he crawled to the water's edge and drank the lake water. Pa, what the hell is this? It doesn't taste like anything. After taking a few sips, Li Chen spat out the lake water in disgust. Successful activation of the devouring skill. Obtained the skill Elemental Affinity. The sudden prompt from the system made Li Chen's face freeze. Damn, is this even possible? Li Chen was astonished. He had been waiting for 3 days without success, but he didn't expect to obtain the Elemental Affinity skill in this way. Could the water in this lake be the body parts of water slimes? The water in the lake had no taste, clearly not water. If it wasn't water, then what was it? With a thought, Li Chen opened his character panel. Name, Goblin, race, Goblin, level, 15, strength, 1675, defense, 1659, agility, 591, magic, 1086, charisma, 0, luck, 11, devour. Devouring the flesh of magical beasts has a chance to obtain their skills, steel skin, LV5, strength plus 1500, defense plus 1500. Agility plus 500, Windblade Technique, LV1, Physical Regeneration, LV5, Mind Speech, LV1, Ice Elemental Control, LV1, Berserk, LV1, Enhanced Limbs, LV1, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50, Elemental Affinity, LV1, Magic plus 1000. The magic attribute had indeed increased. It had surged by 1000. Could it be that the water in this lake is a liquid formed by magic? Realizing this possibility, Li Chen quickly crawled back to the water's edge and drank several mouthfuls of lake water. As it turned out, Li Chen had overthought it. The magic attribute value didn't change at all. It seems like I was overthinking it. Li Chen smiled wryly and stood up. Humph, I'll spare you this time since I'm in a good mood. Li Chen had originally planned to freeze the lake. Since he had already obtained what he wanted, there was no need to do so. He then walked happily towards the depths of the forest. In the following days, Li Chen continued to go upstream. He traveled through mountains and rivers, stopping and resting along the way. 5 days later, on the northern bank of the Goblin River, about 20 kilometers away from the Goblin River, there was a mountain. Standing on the cliff halfway up the mountain was a green-skinned figure. That figure was Li Chen standing high, looking far. The forest at the foot of the mountain is in full view, but the forest is not quiet at this time. It is bustling. The forests on both sides of a tributary of the Goblin River are being logged. The forest is filled with creatures with pig heads and human bodies. They hold stone axes and are busy chopping down trees. They are much larger than goblins, with an average height of about 1.9 meters. They look chubby and have a sense of solidity. They resemble humans more than pigs. The pig heads, apart from their big noses and ears, are more human-like. The pigmen have been living here for some time. On both sides of the small river stand newly built thatched houses. Although the structures are simple and somewhat rough, they provide a decent shelter from wind and rain. In the tribe, you can also see some smoking campfires. The presence of campfires indicates that the pigmen are a tribe that uses fire. Finally found you, Li Chen murmured to himself as he looked at the distant pigmen tribe. One of his other purposes for going upstream was to find the pigmen tribe. After a month, he finally found them. The pigmen tribe is not small, and the number of pigmen visible is no less than 2,000. If Li Chen hadn't seen some undecomposed feces in the Goblin River, it wouldn't have been easy to find the pigmen tribe. Li Chen glanced sideways and looked south. The end of this tributary is the Goblin River. At the confluence, the Goblin River winds southward, deep into the Goblin Forest. The location of the Pigmen tribe is about 70 kilometers away from the tribe. It's not close, but it's not far either. Li Chen took charcoal and recorded the location of the Pigmen tribe on a wooden board. It's time to go back. Li Chen didn't forget about the black robe. But the black robe shouldn't appear so soon. Although the future information predicted by the simulation of life is very brief, it doesn't indicate when the black robe will appear. But some information can also predict the approximate time. Before long, the green-skinned figure at the edge of the cliff had disappeared, coming and going, sometimes going to the south bank, sometimes returning to the north bank. It took more than a month. When returning to the tribe, Li Chen only took 5 days. In the afternoon 5 days later, Li Chen returned to the tribe. Boss. The return of the boss made the goblins guarding the entrance of the throne cave extremely excited. 2 goblins looked at the approaching boss with flattery. Go find Gobug and ask him to bring some clay. Li Chen instructed the goblin minions who approached. One goblin quickly turned around and ran towards the direction of the iron cave. Where's Bumpy? Li Chen looked around towards Shizhou, but didn't see Bumpy's figure. Boss, Bumpy left half a month ago. Don't know where he went, and hasn't come back yet. Bumpy left? This news surprised Li Chen a bit. He didn't pay too much attention to it, but he believed that Bumpy would come back. Is no one here? When he entered the throne cave, Li Chen found that the female lizard people were not there. Where did they go? Li Chen knew in his heart. They must have gone to the iron cave to deliver milk to the male lizard people. Li Chen didn't stay in the throne cave. Seeing that there was no one inside, he turned around and left. I wonder how Gobu is doing, Li Chen thought to himself as he walked through the tribe. It had been over a month, and he hoped Gobu wouldn't disappoint him. Not long after, Li Chen saw the carpentry workshop. The boss is here. The boss is here. Seeing the boss, the goblins at the entrance acted as if they had seen a ghost. They turned around and ran into the carpentry workshop, closing the door behind them. This scene gave Li Chen a bad feeling. As he approached the door, Li Chen heard the sound of running inside the carpentry workshop. Gabuda, what the hell are you doing? Li Chen shouted as he pushed open the door. The sound of running inside the room abruptly stopped. All the goblins looked at their leader at the door with fear in their eyes, especially Gabuda, who was tinkering with a 3-bow bed crossbow in the corner. Not bad, very good. When Li Chen saw the 3-bow bed crossbow in the corner, his eyes lit up. He walked towards Gabuda with a satisfied expression on his face, praising him generously as he walked. Gabuda smirked and greeted him with a flattering smile. Boss, why did you come back so soon? It's been over a month, and you call that soon? Li Chen glared at Gabuda and walked up to the 3-bow bed crossbow. Gabuda's neck shrank as he anxiously watched the crossbow. Li Chen nodded repeatedly as he looked at the crossbow in front of him. Although it wasn't strung, it looked like it was almost there. However, the craftsmanship was really crude and rough. Both the bow and the bed frame were full of pits and bumps. It's alright, not bad for all the time I've taught you. Li Chen was already quite satisfied with what they had achieved. Now it was time for Gabuda and the others to practice and become proficient. With this in mind, Li Chen reached out and supported the slightly crooked bow. Clang! With a touch, the 3-bow bed crossbow suddenly fell apart. Its components scattered on the ground with a clattering sound. Li Chen's outstretched right hand froze in midair, his gaze vacant. Boss. Gabuda took 2 steps back in fear. It wanted to escape, but its body couldn't move. Gabuda, you idiot! A thunderous roar echoed in the carpentry workshop. The loud roar startled the goblins in the tribe. They looked towards the direction of the workshop with astonishment. In the nearby forest, a group of female lizard folk was returning to the tribe. High Priestess, it sounds like that goblin's voice. Hui Nana trembled, her expression filled with doubt. Their master had been missing for over a month. They had just given birth not long ago, and now their master had returned. The frequent pregnancies had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Bai Ling's heart sank, and she remained silent. The other female lizard folk's eyes flashed with fear. In the following days, Lucky Gabuda used up all his luck. The carpentry workshop was filled with Li Chen's curses and the goblin's screams. The screams lasted for 5 days before finally quieting down. Another day began, and the goblins in the carpentry workshop faced another fearful and busy day. Li Chen stood in the corner, coldly observing. He held a long whip in his hand. The goblins trembled as they processed the wood with their carving knives. Occasionally, their eyes would sneak a glance at their leader in the corner. Thinner, The pillow needs to be 2 fingers thicker. Li Chen scolded and swung the whip. With a loud crack, the whip struck a goblin's back over 10 meters away. Ah! The goblin screamed in pain. Boss, I know I was wrong. The beaten goblin quickly begged for mercy. The bow needs to be thicker. Don't carve too much. Another crack of the whip. The long whip struck another goblin's body. Meanwhile, Gabuda watched with glee as his subordinates screamed in agony. Crack! The sound of the whip being swung again. The long whip lashed across Gabuda's body. Ah! Gabuda screamed and retreated. Gabuda, you're their leader. You have to watch over them. Guide them. As the leader, your responsibility is not to stand by and enjoy their suffering. Li Chen swung the whip again, striking Gabuda's body. Gabuda winced in pain, letting out a cry. Ah! Boss, please stop. Please stop. Gabuda quickly stepped forward, pretending to inspect his subordinates. Li Chen glanced at the goblins inside the room, a sinister smile on his face after a few days of training. Li Chen finally understood one thing. Goblins do have strong imitation abilities, but they have a tendency to be perfunctory. They must be forced to cram new knowledge into their brains. Keep working, and I'll inspect it when you're done. Gobu, if you fail this time, I'll show you what I can do. The fierce gaze of the boss made Gobu shrink his neck and smile obsequiously. Boss, don't worry, I won't fail again. Humph, you better not. With a cold snort, Li Chen threw away the whip in his hand and left the carpentry workshop. Seeing that the boss had finally left, Gobu breathed a sigh of relief. It wiped the wounds on its body, grimacing in pain. What are you looking at? Hurry up and work. Gobu ran forward and picked up the boss's whip. It swung the whip and hit the nearest goblin minion. Ah! The goblin minion screamed in pain. It's all your fault that I got beaten by the boss, you bunch of idiots. For a while, the carpentry workshop was filled with Gobu's angry roar and the goblin's screams of pain. On the other side, Li Chen returned to the throne cave after leaving the carpentry workshop. There was a pile of barren soil and several buckets of water-filled bamboo buckets at the entrance of the throne cave. There were also some green branches and leaves. Come and help. Li Chen called the goblin minions guarding the entrance of the throne cave. The goblin minions quickly ran over. In the following time, Li Chen busied himself at the entrance. It took a while before he entered the throne cave with 2 buckets of clay. By the afternoon, all the female lizardmen were present. They looked at Li Chen, who was busy on the ground, with curiosity and confusion. Li Chen ignored the female lizardmen in the room and focused on his own work. Before long, under Li Chen's kneading, the clay turned into various mountains. He would occasionally look at the map on the wooden board. Time passed bit by bit as Li Chen busied himself. On the 3rd day, Bai Ling finally realized what her master was doing. Master, are you making a map? Looking at the lifelike sandbox map in front of her, Bai Ling felt complicated. Her master was indeed an anomaly among goblins. His intelligence exceeded her understanding. His every move was beyond imagination for a goblin. This is a sandbox. Clay was used to make mountains and the earth, while branches and leaves were used to make forests. After 3 days of busy work, the sandbox map was 70% complete. It covered an area of about 10 square meters. Although Li Chen was not a perfectionist, he pursued excellence. The models of the mountains were almost identical to the real ones. Even the shapes of the peaks and some boulders on the mountains were carved out. The other female lizardmen also gathered around. They looked at the sandbox map with curiosity. They had never seen anything like this before, but they knew what it was at first glance. Master, is this the northern marsh? Huinana pointed to the uneven muddy ground and asked cautiously. There was even a miniature thatched hut on the uneven muddy ground, which was very similar to the tribe's architecture. Huinana, he can't understand what you're saying. Seeing Huinana communicating with the master, Bai Ling was speechless. The master didn't understand the language of the marsh lizardmen, and it was difficult for goblins to pronounce the language of the marsh lizardmen. Bai Ling's words made Huinana look at the high priest with a puzzled expression. Yes, that place is indeed the northern marsh. The master's answer beside her made Bai Ling look astonished. He could understand the language of the marsh lizardmen? High priest, the master has often communicated with us, don't you know? The other female lizardmen also nodded. The master had communicated with them during mating. This is impossible. Can you understand goblin language? Bai Ling looked surprised and lost for words. For a moment the female lizards looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. We don't understand, but we know what our master meant. Gray explained, reminding White of its own ability. Since childhood, it has had the ability to communicate with other creatures telepathically. Could the master also have this ability? What a clever goblin. Suddenly, a strange voice appeared in the room. It wasn't goblin language or swamp lizard language, but everyone in the room understood it. The appearance of the voice made all the female lizards look towards the door. Standing at the door was a figure in a black robe. The entire body was shrouded in the robe, making it impossible to see the true face beneath. You came fast. Li Chen knew who it was without even looking. He just didn't expect the black robe to come so quickly. He stood up and turned to look at the door. Apostle of God, Saint, level 1, strength 1, defense 1, agility 1, magic 1, divine magic, divine magic, divine magic, divine magic, divine magic, divine magic, divine magic. The information on the black robe made Li Chen furrow his brows. Judging from the figure in the robe, it was most likely a human from this world. It could also be a humanoid barbarian of similar size. But what exactly were the humans in this world like? Why couldn't the system detect their power? And the black robe clearly concealed its power. Could it be that curiosity got the better of him and he was killed by the black robe? Who are you? Li Chen looked up and down at the black robe, asking. The black robe politely bowed to Li Chen. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I am a friend who brings you power. Friend? Li Chen grinned and showed his sharp teeth to the black robe. We goblins don't have friends. The black robe remained silent. Whether we become friends or not doesn't matter. What's important is that you will gain the power to summon divine spirits from me. As he spoke, one of his hands emerged from the black robe. In his hand, he held a silver plate about 10 centimeters in diameter. Although small, Li Chen could feel the mysterious aura emanating from the silver plate. Your faith will receive a response from the divine spirits, so call out to them loudly. A strange scene unfolded. In the eyes of everyone in the room, the black robe at the door disappeared into thin air. The silver plate in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Playing tricks, Li Chen thought to himself as he witnessed this scene. The guy's aura was still there, indicating that he hadn't left. The reason his body disappeared should be due to some kind of magic skill or related to his black robe. For the sake of his own life, Li Chen couldn't afford to act too out of the ordinary. Awesome! Grinning, Li Chen excitedly shouted and ran towards the door. He couldn't wait to pick up the offering plate from the ground. Li Chen raised the offering plate high and shouted excitedly. He looked as if he had obtained some incredible treasure. Seeing their crazy master, the female lizards in the room looked at each other. White's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. The appearance of the black robe and the presence of the silver plate gave White a bad feeling. After a while, Li Chen suddenly quieted down from his excited shouting. His face turned slightly cold as he exerted a little force in his hand. Crack! A metallic groan was heard. Li Chen had squeezed the offering plate into a ball of metal. Then, he casually threw it out of the window. After doing all this, Li Chen returned to the map sandbox and continued making models as if nothing had happened before. His sudden change in attitude left the female lizards feeling somewhat puzzled just a moment ago. The master was happy about obtaining the silver plate. Why has his attitude changed so drastically now? Destroying the plate? Only Bai Ling looked at Li Chen with fear on her face. At this moment, Bai Ling realized the terrifying existence of this elder goblin in front of her. Its intelligence gave Bai Ling a chilling feeling. In its presence, Bai Ling felt nothing but despair. Can they really seek revenge? The next thing to do is to avoid the Black Mountain tribe summoning the barbarian god. Li Chen, squatting in front of the sand table, looked pensive. The matter with the adventurer team and the couple can be easily resolved. As long as the adventurer team is not disturbed, there won't be any further events triggered. It is obvious that the adventurer team is here to investigate the fallen airship incident. They won't even think that the goblins are related to the incident. As long as the goblin sky avoids that adventurer team, the incident will end here. The future trouble lies in the Black Mountain tribe summoning the barbarian god. It seems we have to avoid a large-scale war with the Black Mountain tribe. Li Chen thought to himself as he kneaded a lump of clay in his hands. The Black Mountain tribe should be far from the northern swamp. Otherwise, the Lizardman army wouldn't have arrived in the northern swamp a year later. Such a long distance won't cause territorial disputes with the tribe in a short period of time. He doesn't need to fight the Black Mountain tribe to the death. He can let it go for now. Glancing sideways, Li Chen looked at Bai Ling, who had already returned to the bed. Bai Ling's experience in the simulated future made people ponder. Although the Black Mountain tribe retreated without fighting, they captured Bai Ling. This shows that Bai Ling holds a special position among the swamp lizardmen. Time passes bit by bit, and days go by. The appearance of the Black Robe was just a small episode for the tribe's development. In the following days, Li Chen focused on refining the map on the sand table. Another day has passed, and it is now afternoon. The throne cave is empty, with only Li Chen and a few goblins busy. Not long ago, Bai Ling led a group of female lizardmen to the Iron Cave. This is their daily routine. They go there every day. Alright, that's it. Looking at the map on the sand table, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Go and call all the goblin warriors and goblin fighters in the tribe. The group of goblins in the Goblin Cave have been staying in the tribe to reproduce for the past few months. The total number of their offspring has already exceeded 1,000. If we include the underage children, the total number is close to 3,000. Boss, I'll go. A goblin turned around and hurriedly ran out. Throw away all these miscellaneous items. The remaining goblins began to clean up the trash in the throne cave. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard outside. As a series of huge figures entered the wooden house, the goblin group arrived. Boss, did you call us? When they saw the boss inside the house, the goblin group greeted him obsequiously. Stop, don't move. Seeing the goblin running over eagerly, Li Chen quickly stopped it. The boss's reprimand made the goblin group immediately stop in their tracks, and under their feet was the sand table. If the goblin takes one more step forward, it will step into the sand table. Look at the ground. Be careful not to damage it. At this moment, the goblin group entering the house noticed the sand table on the ground. Gather around. Don't step on anything on the ground. The group of goblin leaders cautiously gathered around. Looking at the sand table on the ground, the goblins' eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Chen's gaze swept over the goblin subordinates around the sand table. 2 goblin warriors and over 30 goblin fighters made the throne cave seem a bit crowded. Goblin Stone. I have a task for you. Task? Goblin and Goblin Stone's eyes lit up. They looked at the boss eagerly, nodding vigorously after staying in the tribe for so long. They were already tired of it. Under your feet is a map sandbox. This is the Goblin River, which means the big river in the south. Li Chen pointed to the river that ran through the sandbox with a wooden stick in his hand. Gobland, what do you think this is? Li Chen pointed to a small cluster of wooden houses in the forest and asked Gobland. Gobland touched his head. Boss, is it here? Li Chen grinned and was pleased that Gobland could understand the map sandbox. Very good. It seems you have realized what the map sandbox is. The boss's praise made Gobland smirk. Gobstone, on the other hand, glared angrily. It quickly stepped forward and pointed to a mountain not far from the tribe in the sandbox. There was a cave at the foot of the mountain, and a forest outside the cave. Boss, is this the Iron Cave? As soon as the words fell, Gobstone raised its head and provocatively stared at Gobland. Its huge body bumped into Gobland, pushing him aside. Gobland became furious and unceremoniously bumped into Gobstone with his shoulder. Gobstone didn't back down either. The two of them pushed each other by the sandbox. What are you doing? Don't break my sandbox. Seeing the two big guys in conflict, Li Chen scolded. This scolding made Gobland and Gobstone startle. They separated and lowered their heads obediently. Gobland, I want you to take your bloodline descendants and half of the goblin warriors to establish a new tribe here. Li Chen pointed to the forest on the north bank of the Goblin River, about 50 kilometers away from the tribe, with a wooden stick in his hand. Gobland nodded. Although he didn't know why the boss wanted him to establish a new tribe, Gobland didn't think too much about it. Whatever the boss asked him to do, he would do it. Gobstone, you too. Lead your bloodline descendants and half of the goblin warriors to the forest on the south bank to establish a new tribe. Gobstone touched his bald head, although it didn't understand why the boss wanted it to establish a new tribe. If Gobland had such a task, it should have one too. Boss, can I take the female lizardmen with me? No, the female lizardmen must stay in the tribe. Li Chen refused Gobstone's request. The female lizardmen had to be controlled by him. This would help him control the population of the tribes. Although a rapid increase in population had its benefits, it could also lead to various problems. Get ready. Leave as soon as your bloodline descendants return. Adult goblins would learn how to hunt with the hunting teams. Goblin's bloodline descendants were scattered among various hunting teams. It would take at least a week to recall all of them. Then Goblin and Gobstone each took their little brothers and left the throne cave. Li Chen, standing at the door, watched the Goblin little brothers go far away. This way, there are 2 layers of insurance. With new tribes, there were new choices. From now on, his tribe would not be at risk of being wiped out. Being alive was the most important thing. Everything else could be sacrificed. As long as they were alive, they would have everything. In the following days, Li Chen stayed in the tribe honestly. There was Gobstrong's pig farming business, Gobda's carpentry workshop, and Gob's iron cave. These 3 places needed Li Chen's attention. He would inspect the tribe during the day and make little goblins with the female lizardmen at night. He was quite concerned about reproducing offspring. On the 5th day, Goblin and Gobstone each took their little brothers and left the tribe. Gobski had already returned to the goblin nest half a month ago. It was a new day, and it was already afternoon. Boss, it's done. There won't be any problems this time. Outside the carpentry workshop, Gobda greeted the boss with a flattering smile. The carpentry workshop was still the same. As soon as he entered the door, Li Chen saw a 3-bow-bed crossbow at the entrance. It is obvious that Gabuda was deliberately placed here. After the lesson from last time, Li Chen wouldn't rush to praise Gabuda. Li Chen walked forward and began to inspect the 3-bow-bed crossbow. First, he grabbed the crossbow and shook it. Although there was some noise, the modules fit together quite well. Li Chen then touched the bow. Although the craftsmanship was crude, the quality of the bow was not low. Li Chen then turned the winch. The workshop echoed with a creaking sound. Although it was a bit loose, it didn't affect its use. Seeing that the boss remained silent for a long time, Gabuda started to panic. Very good. Not bad. At this moment, Li Chen praised. It was already quite good to achieve this level. The next step was to improve the goblin's proficiency and then optimize and enhance the craftsmanship of the 3-bow-bed crossbow. The boss's praise made Gabuda grin. Great! Gabuda cheered. The goblins in the workshop also cheered. They had been whipped by the boss for these days. The boss's satisfaction meant that they probably wouldn't be whipped again. But it's still not good enough. It's only truly good when the 3-bow-bed crossbow doesn't make any noise when shaken. The boss's words made the excited Gabuda wear a bitter expression. Get a new batch of goblins. I'm going to teach you how to make something new. When Gabuda heard that they were going to make something new again, it trembled inside. Its mind was about to explode. It couldn't fit anything new anymore. It really wanted to say this to the boss, but Gabuda didn't dare. It could only annoyedly drive away the goblin brothers in the workshop. Go, leave, call the goblins from the other workshops. There were 5 workshops in the tribe. It's just that the other workshops didn't have a big workshop like this one. The boss's scolding made the goblins in the workshop shrink their necks. They ran away as if escaping. Although the boss didn't have a whip in his hand, the whip was placed in a corner not far from the boss. They didn't want to be whipped by the boss again. It was painful. Soon, another group of goblins entered the workshop. Like this, Li Chen continued to devote himself to the development of the carriage wheel. Time passed bit by bit, day after day. The goblin's daily life was monotonous and boring, either on the hunting road or on the way back to the tribe. It was a new day again, and it was already afternoon. Boss, is this the new thing to be made? In the workshop, the first carriage wheel was successfully completed. Looking at the big wheel in front of the boss, Gabuda was full of curiosity. It couldn't understand what use this round thing had. Li Chen lifted the wheel and inspected it up and down. The height of the wheel was close to 1.2 meters. The outer rail of the wheel was not a whole piece, but assembled from multiple modules. The modules were fixed with iron nails. Then, a layer of iron skin was wrapped around to reduce the friction of the wheel. In order to prevent the wheel from deforming, there were load-bearing pillars between the axle and the outer rail. The axle had a linear groove, inside of which were small steel balls. Some animal grease was poured in as lubrication. The steel balls and grease effectively reduced the friction between the bearing and the axle. It took Li Chen nearly 2 months to make this wheel. He constantly experimented and redid it. Finally, he settled on the design of the finished product. Just the steel balls inside the axle kept Li Chen in the iron cave for half a month. Very good. It's perfect. Li Chen was very satisfied with the finished wheel in front of him. Although it took a lot of time, it was worth it. With the sample, making the second and third wheels would be relatively easier. Gabuda, you make the second wheel. As soon as Gabuda heard the boss's words, it trembled. In order to teach the goblins how to make wheels better, Li Chen modularized the wheels. Let every goblin learn to make different parts. Then let the goblins teach other goblins. This way, teamwork can help the goblins expand their minds. Goblin Da was asked by Li Chen to learn the final assembly task. What? I've been teaching you for so long. You can't say you don't know, right? Faced with the cold gaze of the boss, Goblin Da took a step back in fear. I know, boss. I remember everything. Goblin Da nodded vigorously. I'll come to check in 3 days. After saying this, Li Chen leaned the wheel against the wall and walked away. Leaving the carpentry workshop, Goblin Da chased after him and secretly watched the boss's figure as he left. When it saw that the boss had really left, it breathed a sigh of relief. It quickly turned around and ran back into the carpentry workshop. You come here. Goblin Da called the other 3 goblins over. Have you all learned what the boss taught me? The 3 goblins looked at each other. Seeing the boss's fierce gaze, they could only nod. Wow, great. The boss will definitely be satisfied. Goblin Da danced excitedly. Don't be lazy. Wheels. I want wheels. At the same time, in the tribe outside, listening to Goblin Da's strange cries from the carpentry workshop behind him, Li Chen smiled. How could Li Chen not know about Goblin Da's little tricks? While teaching Goblin Da, there were 3 goblins eavesdropping nearby. Li Chen simply allowed Goblin Da to play his little tricks. For goblins, a little cleverness is not a bad thing. Boss. Shortly after leaving the carpentry workshop, there was a loud noise in the tribe. 5 wild boars rushed out of the forest from the west and charged towards Li Chen. Each wild boar had a goblin riding on its back. The noise and momentum of the wild boars running were great. It was like a pile of meat mountains pressing towards them. The goblins on the backs of the wild boars screamed. Just about 20 meters away from Li Chen, the wild boars suddenly stopped. The hooves of the westernmost boar slid several meters on the ground. Looking at the 5 huge wild boars in front of him, Li Chen's eyes lit up. It was about time for the first batch of wild boars to reach adulthood. Although they were much smaller than their father, they were still about 1.3 meters tall. The longer the wild boars lived, the larger they grew. In another year or 2, reaching a shoulder height of 1.5 meters would not be a problem. Goblin Chang flipped off the back of the wild boar. It ran up to Li Chen with a flattering expression. Boss, you're amazing. We raised these wild boars from a young age, and they're so obedient. Li Chen walked towards the forest wild boar that Goblin Chang was riding. He reached out his right hand and touched the tusks of the forest wild boar. Although forest wild boars were classified as monsters, they were only first-tier monsters with limited potential. Although they had magic crystals, it was unlikely that they would comprehend any magic skills. However, the existence of magic crystals allowed the wild boars to have a physique far superior to ordinary animals. The wild boar being touched by Li Chen was very obedient. Its gentle eyes stared at Li Chen, and it occasionally made a humph sound. Goblin Chang, what kind of weapon do you guys like to use? Li Chen was considering what kind of weapons to equip the goblin boar riders with. According to common sense, cavalry should be equipped with lances. However, using a lance required a certain level of skill to unleash its power. It was difficult for goblins to learn lance skills. Moreover, long weapons were difficult to use in the narrow spaces of the forest. Goblins were actually better at chopping than stabbing. Equipping them with long spears was a last resort. The iron production in the iron cave was limited. It required much more iron to forge weapons than spearheads. Boss, I like using crossbows. It was then that Li Chen noticed that the other goblin boar riders were all holding crossbows. They had no other weapons besides crossbows. Li Chen looked down at the tusks of the forest wild boar, his face showing a thoughtful expression. The lance was used to break through enemy lines. It was a disposable weapon. The tusks of the wild boar were good at impact and could completely replace the lance. Mounted archery could also disrupt the enemy's formation. He could freely switch between charging and shooting from horseback. He could also carry a knife to supplement his close combat abilities. Moreover, the wild boar's shoulders were wide, making it difficult for the lance to attack enemies directly in front at a 90-degree angle. Li Chen nodded and smiled. Then let's use crossbows. Gobstrong. How many adult male wild boars are there now? Wild boars are very fertile, so there shouldn't be too few in number. Boss, there are many adult ones, and even more young ones than adults. Gobstrong's answer made Li Chen facepalm. He suddenly remembered that goblins couldn't count at all. They didn't care about numbers. They cared even less about how many goblins were in the hunting team. As long as they could eat their fill during the hunt, they could reproduce and have new members join. If they couldn't eat enough, they couldn't reproduce. Alright, let's go to the animal pen. Li Chen then walked towards the direction of the animal pen. Before it got dark, Li Chen figured out the number of forest wild boars. There were 137 female wild boars, half of which were just reaching adulthood. There were 481 young male wild boars and 281 young female wild boars. Gobstrong, how many little goblin brothers do you have now? Next to the animal pen, Li Chen asked Gobstrong beside him. Gobstrong scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It didn't know how to answer the boss. As soon as the question came out, Li Chen knew he shouldn't have asked. Li Chen turned around and looked at the wild boars in the animal pen, which were crowded and squealing. Gobstrong, how do these many wild boars find food? The animal pen was full of unweaned piglets. The piglets would only be adopted by goblins after they were weaned. As for the number of adult male wild boars, Li Chen didn't know. Gobstrong's little brothers had all gone out hunting. Only about 30 goblins came back with it. Boss, wild boars eat everything: weeds, mushrooms, plant roots and stems, berries, leaves. They can eat anything except soil and stones. They also eat meat and gnaw on bones. They are easy to feed. Hearing this, Li Chen understood. No wonder Gobstrong could raise over 1,000 wild boars without any pressure. Looks like I need to take the time to count the population, Li Chen thought to himself as he looked at the squealing wild boars in the animal pen. Since the tribe was established, Li Chen had witnessed the explosive growth of the population, but he hadn't counted the exact number. However, he could estimate based on the number of female lizardmen. There were a total of 253 female lizardmen. Half a year had passed, and now the pregnant female lizardmen were on their 4th pregnancy. Each litter of goblins would not be less than 10. Even if it was less than this number, it wouldn't be much less. 253 female lizardmen could give birth to over 2,000 goblin babies in one litter. The 4th pregnancy would be nearly 10,000. Therefore, the population of the tribe was around 10,000. Even if it wasn't exactly 10,000, it wouldn't be much different. Are there really 10,000 goblins? Li Chen made a rough estimate in his mind. The resulting number shocked him. With so many goblins, how was food being solved? It should be noted that goblins were carnivorous creatures. How many creatures had to be slaughtered to fill the goblins' stomachs? Where did so much food come from in the nearby forest? Gobstrong, is it more difficult to obtain food recently than before? Gobstrong didn't understand the meaning of the boss's words. It shook its head and scratched its head. No, with the crossbows, hunting has become easier. Are you hunting in faraway places? Gobstrong vigorously nodded in response to the boss's question. Boss, there are too many hunting teams around here. You can find more prey in farther places. Gobstrong's response confirmed what Li Chen had in mind. No wonder Gobdi and Gopshi waited in the tribe for 5 days before leaving. The hunting team now needs to go further to fill their stomachs and bring back food. No wonder he was able to find signs of goblin activity in the forest near the Pigman tribe. The hunting area of the tribe has expanded to more than 70 kilometers east. Alright, you have nothing to do with it. Go play by yourself. Li Chen waved his hand at Gobstrong and left. Li Chen did not restrain his goblin subordinates too much. As long as they can bring back food, they can do whatever they want. They can even lie around in the tribe for a few days. After all, they all have their own subordinates. Let the subordinates do the work. They can also have fun. As for whether the subordinates will rebel, it has nothing to do with him. When Li Chen returned to the throne cave, the sky had gradually darkened. The group of female lizardmen led by Belan had already returned to the tribe. Looking at the place where Bum Bum used to sleep at the door, Li Chen frowned slightly. I don't know where Bum Bum went. It's been over a month and there's no sign of him. With a slight sigh in his heart, Li Chen pushed open the door and entered. Soon, the sound of came from the wooden house. Time passed bit by bit, and the night grew deeper. In the following days, Li Chen began to count the population and weapon distribution of the tribe. The only thing to do every day was to wait for the return of the hunting team. Half a month later, one morning, in the tribe, in the throne cave. Have all your subordinates returned? The 5 big goblins in the room nodded quickly. Boss, they have all returned. Gobmo, Gobgo, Gobi, Gobshang, and Gobshang. These 5 big goblins are Li Chen's blood descendants. Their names are also derived from Li Chen. They are the first batch of goblins born. It only took half a year for them to evolve into big goblins. Each goblin is nearly 1.8 meters tall. They are just one step away from evolving into goblin warriors. Li Chen waved his hand slightly and dismissed the 5 big goblins. Go! Although they are his children, goblins have no concept of family. In their eyes, he is just a strong member of the goblin tribe. Bloodline only enhances their loyalty to the paternal line. Li Chen will not treat them as his own children. The goblin barbarians are too weak. In the future, even the goblin chief will only be a cannon fodder role. All green-skinned goblins are expendable. The group of female lizardmen in the room silently watched the departing big goblins. In their eyes, all goblins look the same. They cannot distinguish whether their own children are among the 5 big goblins. Even if they are, they cannot give those goblins maternal love. They shudder at the thought of the appearance of goblin infants when they are born. They are so small, about the size of a fist. They can crawl around looking for food as soon as they are born. If they can't find food, they will attack their mothers. Many female lizardmen have been injured because they did not separate from the little goblins in time. Li Chen's face showed a pensive expression as he watched the departing figure of the 5 big goblins. After half a month of statistics, the population and weapon distribution data of the tribe had come out. Although it was not possible to obtain precise numbers, the difference would not exceed 2 digits. The population of the tribe is about 9,000 goblins. Subtracting the underage ones, there are more than 7,000 goblins. This is the terrifying aspect of goblins. It only takes less than a year for the population to skyrocket from a few hundred to 10,000. Among the adult goblins, only 5,000 goblins are equipped with spears and crossbows. There is still a gap of about 2,000 in weapons. Belan, come with me, Li Chen said as he walked outside. Calculating the time, there are still more than 3 months until the rotation period. Unknowingly, 9 months have passed since he took control of the swamp. Belan, who was sitting on the bed, stood up. It walked forward silently, following behind Li Chen. Master, where are we going? In the dim forest, the two walked one after the other. Bai Ling's belly had grown bigger, but not too big, to the iron cave. About half an hour later, the two appeared in the forest outside the iron cave. Bai Ling, who was following behind Li Chen, looked towards the cave entrance not far ahead. She came here every day and was already very familiar with this place. Bai Ling, High Priestess? Just then, a group of male lizardmen carrying several logs emerged from the eastern forest. They saw Bai Ling and Li Chen outside the cave entrance. When they saw Li Chen, the faces of all the male lizardmen changed. They quickly lowered their heads and dared not speak. They hurriedly carried the logs into the cave. Although they had milk to drink every day, the bodies of the male lizardmen were visibly thinning. Bai Ling, do your swamp lizardmen need to eat fish to stay strong? The tribe provided ample food for the male lizardmen. Even if they couldn't eat their fill, the male lizardmen would not go hungry. The iron cave had an underground river, and they were given an hour of bathing time before resting. However, even so, the bodies of those male lizardmen were visibly thinning at a noticeable rate. Without a rotation period, those male lizardmen would die from exhaustion in no more than 2 years. Fish in the water is our main food. We also eat the meat of other monsters, but not too much. Bai Ling's answer confirmed Li Chen's speculation. Let's go in. Li Chen kept this question in mind. He would solve this problem, but not now. The rotation period was approaching, and a series of major events would occur in the next 6 months. The appearance of the adventurer team, as well as the invasion of the Black Mountain tribe. To change the worst outcome, preparations had to be made early. Afterwards, Li Chen led Bai Ling into the iron cave. As soon as they entered the cave, a wave of intense heat hit them. It felt like being in an oven, making it hot and unbearable. The cave was also bustling with noise. The sound of metal clanging filled the air, accompanied by the loud cries of goblins. Looking towards the riverbank, the cave was as bright as day. Dozens of 5-meter-high furnaces stood on the riverbank. Behind the furnaces were densely packed bonfires. The goblins who were closest to the river were busy forging iron in groups. They swung their hammers vigorously on the anvil. Each strike would send sparks flying. In the deeper parts of the cave, faint knocking sounds could be heard. It was clear that there were many male lizardmen carrying iron ore in bamboo baskets. In the shallow part of the river, some male lizardmen could be seen bathing. The high temperature in the cave made the skin of the male lizardmen prone to cracking. They needed to bathe frequently to replenish water and relieve this process. Boss, why are you here again? As soon as they entered the cave, Gabug, who had received the news, hurriedly ran over. What? Can't I come? Li Chen glared at Gabug. Gabug shrank his neck and smiled obsequiously. Boss can come whenever he wants. Enough nonsense. Prepare a furnace for me. I want to smelt iron. Gabug vigorously nodded his head. Then he turned around and led the way. Boss, this way. Following Gabug, Li Chen and Bai Ling went deeper into the cave. Finally, they stopped in front of a furnace. Boss, this is it. Li Chen took a leather apron made by Gabug and put it on. The apron not only effectively blocked the splashing iron, but also the sparks during forging. Bai Ling, you stay in the river. Bai Ling couldn't withstand the high temperature near the furnace. She would faint after 2 hours at most. Bai Ling silently walked forward and stepped into the cold river water. Then she sat down in the shallow part of the river, about 1 meter deep. A head appeared above the water, watching the big goblins on the riverbank at this time. More than 10 goblins ran over to assist Li Chen on the riverbank. In the following days, Li Chen busied himself around the blast furnace. It wasn't until the next afternoon, when a batch of molten iron was poured out, that Li Chen entered the blacksmith mode. Li Chen stood by the water, holding a huge iron hammer in one hand. He crazily pounded a long weapon on the anvil. Sometimes he quenched it, sometimes he tempered it, sometimes he pounded it. Every strike echoed with a crisp metallic sound in the cave. The sound was the loudest, drowning out all other noises. They say that steel is forged through 100 trials, and to obtain good steel, it must be hammered and refined 1,000 times. Is he smelting iron? Bai Ling observed the goblin on the shore from the river. Since arriving at the iron cave yesterday, it had not paid any attention to her. Bai Ling was no stranger to the iron cave. She had been here hundreds of times before. Although she could never get close to these furnaces, she knew what the goblins were doing from a distance. The swamp lizardmen were not hostile towards humans. Despite being a barbaric tribe, Bai Ling had even communicated with human adventurers before. She was familiar with iron weapons. On the third day, the loudest metallic pounding in the cave finally ceased. Bai Ling, what do you think of this weapon? The call from the owner on the shore made Bai Ling step by step out of the water. She came ashore and stood in front of the owner. Looking at the long-handled weapon in the owner's hand, Bai Ling's pupils contracted. Master, this weapon looks mighty. The weapon in the owner's hand had a long handle and blade, almost as tall as the owner. The weapon was entirely iron gray and had a very smooth surface. The blade shimmered with a chilling light under the fire. When the owner held the weapon, his aura became stronger. This is at Mo Dao. Li Chen swung the Mo Dao with both hands a few times. His figure flashed and he rushed towards a giant rock not far away on the riverbank. Slash! In an instant, he stopped 20 meters away. Li Chen held the Mo Dao in both hands and made a powerful downward slash, combining his waist and body into one. Boom! A thunderous roar was heard. The Mo Dao split the nearly 2-meter-high giant rock in half like cutting tofu. The tremendous impact even caused the rock to split into 5 pieces. The commotion startled the goblins nearby. This scene shocked Bai Ling greatly. What a sharp weapon! It actually cut such a large rock in half. Satisfied with his strike, Li Chen nodded. He picked up the Mo Dao and examined the blade. Upon closer inspection, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The blade had no visible damage, but it was slightly distorted. His strength was too great, exceeding the limits the Mo Dao could bear. The phenomenon of blade warping was unavoidable with cold weapons. Shaking his head, Li Chen threw away the Mo Dao in his hand. Bai Ling, go back into the water. Bai Ling looked at the owner, then at the Mo Dao discarded on the ground. She silently turned around and returned to the water. Li Chen on the riverbank resumed his work on the blast furnace. The next morning, another batch of molten iron was poured out. Li Chen on the riverbank began to swing the large iron hammer again. Every swing caused sweat to splash off his body. The scorching heat made Li Chen drenched in sweat. In the cold underground river water, a white figure flashed by. Moments later, water splashed on the surface of the river. Bai Ling emerged from the water, holding a black rockfish frozen into an ice stick. Bai Ling dragged the black rockfish back to the shallows. Sitting in the water, she quietly watched the big goblin on the shore hammering the iron. These past few days, Bai Ling had figured it out. The reason why the owner brought her here was for intimidation and warning. It was to tell her that goblins with iron smelting skills were an unshakable presence for swamp lizardmen. Time passed bit by bit. The daily routine of the iron cave remained unchanged with Li Chen's arrival. The next day, in the afternoon, it's done. On the riverbank, Li Chen held a large iron rod in his hand and pounded it into the ground. The iron rod was about 2.5 meters long with a diameter of 5 centimeters. For Li Chen now, the iron rod was a bit too long and thick, but once Li Chen evolved into a goblin warrior, the iron rod would be very handy. Looking at the large iron rod in his hand, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the weapon he forged for himself. Compared to sharp-edged weapons, Li Chen felt that blunt weapons were more suitable for him. Originally, Li Chen wanted to forge a long-handled wolf-tooth club, but after careful consideration, he gave up. The weight distribution of the wolf-tooth club was unbalanced, making it unsuitable for close combat. When fighting against strong opponents, every move had to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Any slight mistake could become a fatal weakness. When facing weaker opponents, any weapon would do. Even without a weapon, Li Chen could kill enemies with his fists. How about calling you the Rui Golden Cudgel? The large iron rod in his hand reminded Li Chen of his human memories. Forget it, you're not worthy. Let's just call you the Big Iron Rod. How could a single iron rod deserve that name? Even though the iron rod came from his own hands, Li Chen felt that it didn't deserve it. Bailing, let's go back. Li Chen took off his apron, hoisted the large iron rod, and walked outside. Bailing, who was in the shallow water of the river, stood up. She followed behind her master as they left the iron cave. They returned to the throne dwelling, and Li Chen didn't say much to Bailing. It was as if bringing Bailing to the Iron East cave was just a whim. That night, the throne dwelling was quiet. Since the female lizardman became pregnant, Li Chen hadn't bothered them anymore. Goblin's sexual desire was somewhat different from humans. Goblin's sexual desire was based on the desire to reproduce offspring. Although their bodies could experience pleasure, it wasn't as intense as humans. Goblins wouldn't mate just for the sake of sexual pleasure. Whenever the female lizardman was pregnant, Li Chen would enter a state of saint and have no desire to mate with her. But when he saw a non-pregnant female creature, his desire to mate would erupt like a volcano. Li Chen lay on the main bed in the house, lost in thought. Bailing lay beside him, breathing slightly faster. This indicated that Bailing was awake and not asleep. System, start simulating life. Li Chen didn't know if the future had changed. The simulation for this month hadn't been used yet, so there was no reason not to use it. Simulating life begins, late at night. You lie on the bed in the wooden house, lost in thought. Your tribe is growing strong. Seemingly nothing happening, but it's the calm before the storm. The rotation period has arrived. Please choose one of the following options. Option 1, send Bailing back to the northern marshland. Option 2, break the promise and keep Bailing in the tribe. Option 3, advance to the northern marshland. Lie in wait, and wait for the arrival of the Black Mountain tribe's army. The appearance of the third option made Li Chen understand one thing. That is, the previous simulation had become valid information for this simulation. The system knew that he wouldn't choose the predicted future from the previous simulation and would change the future based on the information. How should I choose? Li Chen turned slightly and looked at Bailing's snow-white and graceful body. The third option was tempting, but it would likely lead to a deadly battle with the Black Mountain tribe's army. The Black Mountain tribe was new to the area and completely unaware. If they didn't make contact with the Lizardman tribe in the northern marshland to exchange information, the Black Mountain tribe's army would likely launch a mindless attack. Once the battle started, it would be a fight to the death. At that time, neither side would agree to retreat. But choosing the battlefield in the marshland wasn't a good strategy either. Even if they ultimately won, the losses would be significant. If it weren't for the Pigman tribe, the losses wouldn't matter much. It would be a good opportunity to eliminate the weaker goblins in the tribe. But with the pig-headed people around, we must do our best to preserve our forces to deal with the threat of the pig people. Leaving Bailing in the tribe a year ago only changed one possible future where the pig people and lizard people cooperated to attack the tribe. It doesn't mean that the threat of the pig people has been eliminated. The threat of the pig people still exists. It's just that the outbreak has been delayed. Li Chen ruled out the third option. The first option? After thinking about it, Li Chen also denied the first option. The first option would return to the previous future line. The Black Mountain tribe would retreat and Bailing would be taken captive. If Bailing is left alone, it might be possible to avoid conflict with the Black Mountain tribe. the Black Mountain tribe would not summon the barbarian god, but the result would be that the lizard people in the northern swamp would disappear. Without the lizard people in the northern swamp, how could the tribe go to war? Choose option 2. The rotation period has arrived, and you forcibly left Bai Ling. Angering the lizard people in the northern swamp, the lizard people launched a rebellion and successfully escaped from the river. You gathered a goblin army and marched towards the northern swamp, led by the lizard people. The Black Mountain tribe's army landed from the southern river bank of the tribe. The lizard army raided your tribe and destroyed it. Goblin led the bloodline heirs to escape into the iron cave. The lizard army broke into the iron cave. Goblin led the bloodline heirs to hide deep in the cave, knowing that the lizard army attacked the tribe. You angrily withdrew and returned to the tribe. One night, Bame Bame returned to the tribe with a group of ogres and fought against the lizard army. The lizard army was repelled. Taking Bai Ling and hastily retreating from the river, you returned to the tribe. Angrily looking at the ruins of the tribe, you lost the tribe and also lost Bai Ling. Please make the following choices. 1. Continue to march north to seek revenge in the swamp. 2. Do nothing and rebuild the tribe. 3. In anger, you charge alone towards the northern swamp. Am I really that strong? The third option made Li Chen show a strange expression. Could he be powerful enough to fight thousands alone? So many lizard people. Even if he's exhausted, they could still overwhelm him. But how to choose has stumped Li Chen. Option 1 would most likely result in failure. By the time he led the goblin army to the northern swamp, the lizard people would have already fled. Option 2 would mean a big loss for him, but this loss was unavoidable. The result should not be much different from option 1. The lizard people who betrayed him would definitely not stay in the northern swamp. They would most likely leave the swamp and merge with the Black Mountain tribe. Just because he didn't trouble the lizard people in the northern swamp for now doesn't mean he won't trouble them in the future. Since he couldn't defeat them, they only had the option to migrate. Options 1 and 2 were both bad choices, so he could only choose option 3. Choose option 3. In anger, you charge alone towards the northern swamp. One night, you rushed into the White Scale tribe and found that Bai Ling's tribe had already disappeared. One night, you rushed into the Gray Scale tribe and found that the Gray Scale tribe had already disappeared. One night, you rushed into the Black Scale tribe and found that the Black Scale tribe had already disappeared. You return without any achievement and go back to the tribe. You start to rebuild the tribe. You go to the Goblin lair. One day, an adventurer team appears in the forest near the Goblin lair. You follow the adventurer team to the crash site of the floating ship. The adventurer team continues north. You suspect that the adventurer team can sense the crystal's location. You return to the tribe and throw the crystal into the Goblin River. One day, the adventurer team finds the crystal from the river. You follow the adventurer team downstream, heading west. One day, you are discovered. Please make the following choices. 1. Avoid the battle and escape. 2. Fight against the adventurer team. Li Chen lying on the bed rolled his eyes while all 3 options have the same result. How should I choose between the 2 new options? Option 2. He followed the adventurer team westward. There's a high probability that they have already left the hunting area of the tribe. Killing that team of adventurers poses little risk. Even if it attracts those 2 men and women, it doesn't matter. At that time, the male and female duo definitely won't be able to find the killer. They won't even suspect that a weak goblin could kill the adventurers. Last time, the tribe was found by those 2 men and women. It must be related to those 2 human women. Those 2 women must have something with a positioning function or something. You chose to fight the adventurer team and successfully killed all the adventurers. You devoured their hearts but did not gain any new skills. You returned to the tribe, which thrived and grew. The lesson from the ambush made you decide to strengthen the tribe's defenses. The tribe now has walls, watchtowers, and a large number of triple-bow-bed crossbows. One day, Bai Ling returned to the tribe with a message. The Black Mountain tribe was attacked by a mysterious pair of powerful human men and women, summoning the barbarian god Akuya. To fight, the powerful human men and women fell, and the Black Mountain swamp was contaminated by the power of the barbarian god. The Black Mountain swamp gradually became desolate, and all living beings were refined into slaves. One day, you discovered that the Great Desolation was expanding, and the swallowed land lost its vitality. One day, a fleet of human ships appeared in the Goblin River and sailed upstream. The 3-year time limit has passed. As a time traveler, you used your wisdom to survive. Even though you are just a goblin, your future is full of endless possibilities, and your rise is unstoppable. The simulation of life is over. Score, 100. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Level up by consuming 10 points. 2. Increase 1 attribute by consuming 1 point. 3. Increase luck by consuming 10 points. 4. Increase the skill level of Wind Blade Technique by consuming 10 points. 5. Increase the skill level of Mind Speech by consuming 10 points. 6. Increase the skill of Berserk by consuming 10 points. Fortunately, I don't need to rush to upgrade any of these skills. Let's increase the level instead. Choose 1. Consuming 100 points. Level plus 10. Current level, 25. Here it comes. The familiar intense pain once again engulfed his body. This time, the pain of leveling up was even more intense than before. Li Chen's body on the bed was undergoing strange distortions. All the shin bones were dislocated, making cracking sounds. It was as if an invisible giant hand was kneading Li Chen's body. Li Chen's ugly face twisted into an even more deformed shape. His skull suddenly protruded outward, as if something was about to crawl out of his brain. The crisp crack sound startled Bai Ling next to him. She turned to look at her master. With one look, Bai Ling's face froze. Her master, who was still small in size, suddenly grew larger. He was already over 2 meters tall. With a more robust physique, he emitted a rolling white heat from his whole body. Some parts of his skin even turned fiery red. Master, what happened to you? Li Chen stood up and looked down at his hands, which had grown larger. I have evolved into a goblin warrior. Strength. Li Chen felt the immense power within his body. Now, he was a muscular man comparable to Tyson. Of course, only in terms of physique, as even 50 Tysons couldn't match his strength. Li Chen lay back on the bed. Sleep. With a thought, Li Chen opened the character panel. Name, Goblin. Race, Goblin Warrior. Level, 25. Strength, 1925. Defense, 1859. Agility, 871. Magic, 1551. Charisma, 0. Luck, 11. Devour. Chance to gain opponents' skills by devouring their flesh. Steel skin, level 5. Strength plus 1500. Defense plus 1500. Agility plus 500. Windblade Technique, level 1. Physical regeneration, level 5. Heart speech, level 1. Ice elemental control, level 1. Berserk, level 1. Physical enhancement, level 1. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 50. Elemental affinity, level 1. Magic plus 1000. Looks like my guess was right. The panel attributes with hundreds of points confirmed Li Chen's guess. The higher the panel attributes, the higher the attribute bonus when leveling up. Li Chen still remembered when he was leveling up from level 1 to 10. He only gained single-digit attribute points with each level. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Li Chen remembered the future lines predicted by the simulation of life. Li Chen didn't expect Bai Ling to come back on her own in the end. And why did those two human powerhouses go to the Black Mountain Tribe again? Could it be that the place where the adventurer team was killed is close to the Black Mountain Tribe? No, that's absolutely not possible. Although Bai Ling didn't tell him the exact location of the Black Mountain Tribe, she said that it was deep in the Goblin Forest, far away from the northern swamp. Even if they took the water route, it would take the Lizardmen more than 3 months to get there. He couldn't have followed the adventurer team for months to get near the Black Mountain Tribe. This is strange. Could it be that the future of summoning the barbarian god by the Black Mountain Tribe cannot be changed? None of the 3 future lines could change the behavior of the Black Mountain Tribe summoning the barbarian god. This made Li Chen deeply worried about his own future. And what is the Illusus Kingdom doing here? This is the Goblin Forest, the paradise of the barbarians. It would definitely not be a good thing for the Illusus Kingdom's fleet to appear in the Goblin Forest. Maybe that fleet is the worship of the Illusus Kingdom. Well, let's take it step by step. Li Chen felt a headache from receiving too much information all at once. Too many things were happening too quickly. Li Chen had no clue how to change the future. Time was passing bit by bit, and the night was getting deeper. I've got it. The next morning, Li Chen suddenly sat up in bed, startling the sleeping female lizardmen. They all got up and sat, looking at their master in confusion. Li Chen got up and hurriedly walked outside. Bai Ling also woke up. She looked at Li Chen's hurried departure with some confusion. Summon Gobmo and Gobgo. Outside the door, Li Chen woke up the sleeping goblin minions lying on the ground. The boss's voice made the bodies of the sleeping goblins tremble. They jumped up in surprise and quickly stood up. One of the goblins quickly picked up the spear on the ground and hurriedly left. Boss, you've evolved into a goblin warrior? When their gaze fell on the boss, all the goblins were shocked. In just one night, the boss had evolved from a big goblin to a goblin warrior. The goblin minions looked fearful. They shrunk their necks and quickly stood up straight. Soon, Gobmo and Gobgo hurriedly ran over. From a distance, Gobmo and Gobgo saw the boss outside the throne cave. The tall and strong figure of the boss made the two big goblins look at each other in surprise. The boss had actually evolved into a goblin warrior? Gobmo quickened his pace, while Gobgo ran ahead, surpassing Gobmo. Boss, that's great. You finally advanced to a goblin warrior. Gobgo ran up to Li Chen with a flattering expression. Gobmo, who was a few steps behind, glared at Gobgo. Boss, is there something you want us for? The goblin looked obsequious, but it was smarter than the other goblins and immediately asked about the matter. Follow me. Li Chen left the entrance of the tribal cave and walked towards the depths of the forest. The goblin and the high goblin quickly followed. Li Chen went deep into the forest until he was several hundred meters away from the tribe before stopping. Goblin, high goblin, your task from now on is to build a wooden wall around the tribe. Now, what you need to do is to clear a buffer zone around the tribe by cutting down trees. Li Chen held a large iron rod and struck the ground. The end of the iron rod sank deep into the soft soil. Then he forcefully drew a large circle. The width of the buffer zone should not be less than 500 meters. Li Chen swung the iron rod and pointed to the large tree beside him. It should be about the width of 10 tall trees. Understand? The goblin and the high goblin looked up and glanced at the tall tree beside them. How tall were 10 trees? Boss, how many are 10 trees? Li Chen rolled his eyes when he heard the goblin's question. All right, he should teach the goblin brothers how to count. They needed to know what 1, 2, 3, 4 meant. You first arrange the goblins to cut down the trees. I will teach you on site. There are axes and saws in the warehouse. Go! The goblin and the high goblin nodded and hurriedly left. Li Chen watched the two goblin brothers disappear into the forest. Only when they were out of sight did he retract his gaze. He glanced around the forest and smiled. Since attacking doesn't work, let's defend. Li Chen used to think that there was no need to build a wooden wall. He believed that it was better to take the initiative to attack rather than passively defend. Although the wooden wall could effectively protect the tribe, it would also bring some troubles. Once the goblins were in a situation of passive defense, failure was not far away. Now, Li Chen had changed his mindset. Why choose? He wanted both defense and offense. Soon, there was a commotion in the tribe. The goblin and the high goblin led a large group of goblin brothers towards this side. Some goblins carried axes, while others carried saws. At a glance, there were no less than 500 greenskin figures. Before long, the sound of chopping would echo in the depths of the forest. Occasionally, there was the sound of trees falling. In the following days, Li Chen began to teach the goblin brothers some basic counting. On the 5th day, the forest had undergone a drastic change. A blank area appeared in the forest, several hundred meters away from the tribe. The blank area was 500 meters wide and 600 meters long. The bare ground was filled with wooden stakes and layers of branches and leaves. A large number of logs were scattered all over the ground. The blank area was not straight, but curved. Soon, the blank area would enclose the tribe. What is this? In a place in the blank area where logs were piled up, Li Chen held 3 wooden sticks in his hand. The goblin and the high goblin, along with a group of goblin brothers, obediently sat on the ground. Some hunting teams had joined the team to build the wooden wall after returning. Now, the number of goblin builders had exceeded 1,000. Li Chen pointed to the high goblin. The question from the boss made the goblin brothers shrink their necks. Their eyes were somewhat evasive. High goblin, you answer. The high goblin stood up, scratched its head, and then looked down at its hand. Its eyes lit up, and the high goblin said a number. 3, it's 3. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You got it right. The high goblin grinned, excited. What does 3 mean? Li Chen continued to ask. The high goblin. Gobu looked down and glanced at the ground. He bent down and picked up 3 small stones. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Gobu's answer satisfied Li Chen. After his teaching these past few days, the goblin brothers finally understood the meaning of numbers 1 to 10. Numbers are the foundation of knowledge. Although this cannot change the fact that goblins are stupid, it will allow him to command the goblin brothers more effectively in the future. Very good. Gobu. Gobu High. Do you know how to build a wooden wall now? A small section of wooden wall had already been built on the edge of the nearby blank area. The wooden wall had 2 layers with a hollow center. It was about 7 meters high and 5 meters wide, with a 15-meter-high watchtower built every 50 meters. The trees in the forest were very tall, with an average height of about 70 meters. The wooden wall could be built higher, but the amount of work required for anything over 7 meters was too large. It would also be more troublesome to construct. After all, it was not easy to erect 7-meter-tall logs. Fortunately, there were already many goblin brothers in the tribe. With them around, handling 7-meter-long logs was not a problem. Gobu and Gobu Hai nodded quickly. Very good. I leave this to you. You must work hard and not be lazy. Faced with the gaze of their leader, the goblin brothers all shrunk their necks. They didn't say anything else, and Li Chen threw away the wooden stick in his hand. Then he turned and walked towards the direction of the tribe. Go find Gobu 1, Gobu Zhang, and Gobu Shang, and have them come see me. As he walked, Li Chen waved his hand to the goblin brothers following behind him. The goblin brother behind Li Chen quickly ran towards the tribe. Gobu 1, Gobu Zhang, and Gobu Shang remained in the tribe. Their task was to guard the tribe. It was already afternoon, and the scorching sun was high in the sky. When Li Chen returned to his cave dwelling, the wooden house was empty. At this time, the female lizard people had all gone to the iron cave. Why aren't goblins omnivorous creatures? Smelling the strong scent of milk in the house, Li Chen couldn't help but complain. The scent of milk was indeed pleasant, but unfortunately, he couldn't drink it. It's not that he couldn't drink it, but the taste was strange. Could it be that plain milk doesn't taste good? When he was still a human, Li Chen had heard that human milk wasn't good, but he had never personally tried it. After all, adult men only had the chance to drink it after getting married and having children. Boss, boss. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. In the next moment, 3 tall figures rushed into the house. Boss, you called us? Gobu Shang pushed aside Gobu 1 and Gobu Zhang in front of him. It approached the boss with a flattering expression. Looking at the 3 big goblin brothers in front of him, Li Chen nodded. In another half-month, Gobu Mo and the others would probably evolve into goblin warriors. Li Chen's gaze fixed on Gobu Shang. Gobu Shang, go to the iron cave and bring all the male lizard people here. Gobu Shang grinned, nodded, and turned around, running out. Li Chen's gaze then turned to Gobu 1 and Gobu Zhang. Gobu 1, Gobu Zhang, gather all your brothers and prepare to accompany me to the northern swamp. The boss wanted to take them to the northern swamp? Gobu 1 and Gobu Zhang were excited. Finally, they could go hunting with the boss. Gobu 1 and Gobu Zhang quickly turned around and rushed out, looking at the backs of the 2 big goblin brothers pushing and shoving each other. Li Chen smiled grimly. 3 more months. There's still time. Li Chen already had a plan in mind on how to change the future timeline. For the future of the tribe, he absolutely couldn't lose the lizard people in the northern swamp. Although Bai Ling would eventually come back in the future timeline, there were probably very few lizard people left who could escape from the Black Mountain swamp. Half an hour later, at the Iron Cave. No, no, the lizard people are mine. All mine. At the entrance of the Iron East Cave, Goberg glared angrily at Gobshang. Today I must take all the male lizardmen. They belong to me. Gobshang was not willing to back down either. He roared loudly, opening his sharp mouth. Gobshang, when the boss took me as his little brother, you were still in the boss's nest. How dare you try to steal from me? Goberg smirked, looking disdainfully at Gobshang. Are you giving them to me or not? Gobshang stared angrily. Goberg stared back with the same anger. The goblin minions on both sides of the cave looked at each other. Fight! Fight! Someone shouted loudly. All the goblins' eyes lit up, and they cheered excitedly. Fight! Fight! The chants grew louder and louder. The cheers of the minions filled Gobshang and Goberg with excitement. Ha ha ha! Gobshang, come on! Today I will make you crawl. Goberg laughed excitedly, taking off his apron. Gobshang, however, was not swayed by the cheers of the minions. It snorted coldly, with a mocking expression on its face. Humph, the boss called me here. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Goberg's face abruptly disappeared. The goblin minions behind both sides also stopped cheering. The 2 sides stared at each other at the entrance of the cave. Gobshang, why didn't you say so earlier? You wait for me. I will definitely tell the boss. Goberg glared at Gobshang in annoyance. Then he turned around and ran back into the cave, followed by his group of goblin minions. Gobshang, on the other hand, listened disdainfully to the commotion in the iron cave. Humph, I can take on 10 of you, you little trash. Meanwhile, in another tribe, it was already afternoon, and suddenly there was a commotion in the tribe. A large number of goblins gathered in the forest outside the throne dwelling. They had originally been patrolling various places in the tribe. The boss's command made them leave their posts and gather in front of the throne dwelling. What are they up to? The female lizardmen hiding in the wooden huts secretly observed the scene outside. They saw a large number of goblins gathering in front of the largest hut. The goblins' chattering echoed throughout the tribe. Boss, they're all here. Gob, with a flattering expression, approached the boss. Li Chen, standing at the door, smirked. His eyes narrowed, scanning the numerous goblin minions. There were nearly 1,000 goblins inside. 40% of them were his blood descendants. 30% were his grandchildren, and the rest were the descendants of his offspring who had submitted to him. Just then, there was suddenly a commotion on the outskirts. Bai Ling walked over with a group of goblin guards. Wherever she went, the goblins made way for her. The gazes directed at Bai Ling were filled with curiosity and greed. Master, what do you want to do? Where are you taking the male lizardmen? The commotion in the iron cave made Bai Ling hurriedly return to the tribe. Seeing that the rotation period was approaching, Bai Ling had a bad feeling. Bai Ling approached Li Chen with a sense of urgency. The anxiety in her heart prompted her to question Li Chen. Li Chen looked at Bai Ling, and their eyes met. Smack! Li Chen slapped Bai Ling in the face with a wave of his hand. The tremendous force sent Bai Ling flying. Her plump body crashed heavily into the wooden wall. Humph! Bai Ling groaned in pain as she lay on the ground, unable to get up. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The boss's sudden action startled the goblins outside. Gob 1 and Gob Zhang, who were closest to Li Chen, retreated in fear. They sensed the anger emanating from the boss. Li Chen grinned ferociously at the fallen Bai Ling and walked towards her. Bai Ling tried to get up, but Li Chen has stepped on her head. It seems that I have been too gentle in my daily life, making you forget your identity. Li Chen looked down at Bai Ling without expression. With a crack sound, the wooden board under Bai Ling's face shattered. It can be seen how powerful Li Chen's kick was. Bai Ling, who was being stepped on by Li Chen, was full of fear. She felt the madness and killing intent from her master. Master, I was wrong. Spare me. Bai Ling's eyes flashed with humiliation. She couldn't die yet. If she died, what would happen to her people? She had to stay alive. She had to live well. Only by staying alive could there be hope. Seeing Bai Ling begging for mercy, Li Chen smiled playfully. This female lizard person was quite submissive. Li Chen moved his foot away from Bai Ling's head and turned to face the group of goblin minions outside. Bai Ling, remember, I am a goblin, and you are a goblin slave. The reason you can still live is because I still need you. Don't attempt to test my limits. Otherwise, you will no longer be slaves, but meat. Wow, haha. Li Chen, standing outside the door, burst into laughter. His loud voice echoed in the tribe. Looking at the boss suddenly laughing heartily, the goblins looked at each other. Wow, haha. Goblin 1 and Goblin 2 followed suit and burst into laughter. They were filled with excitement and joy, as if they had heard the funniest joke. Wow, haha. The other goblins also joined in, dancing and laughing. For a while, the tribe was filled with the goblins' laughter. For a while, the tribe was filled with laughter and joy. But this laughter and joy belonged only to the goblins. Other races would feel a chill down their spines when they heard it. At this time, figures surged in the nearby forest. Goblin Shang led a group of male lizard people and walked over. Seeing the goblins laughing heartily in front of the throne cave, it also laughed. Wow, haha. It couldn't control its laughter. Its minions also followed with wow, haha, laughter. The male lizard people looked at the goblins laughing heartily with a puzzled expression. What had happened? Why were these goblins so joyful? After a while, the laughter that echoed in the tribe finally stopped. Almost in that instant, all the sounds disappeared, because the boss in front of the throne cave was no longer laughing. Boss, they are all here. Goblin Shang hurriedly ran over. With a flattering expression, Li Chen glanced at the male lizard people not far away. Let them bring all the axes and saws. Let's go. Head to the northern swamp. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen strode forward and walked outside the tribe. Wherever he passed, the goblin minions avoided him one after another. They looked at the tall figure of their boss with awe. Nearly 1,000 goblins followed Li Chen like a wave, sweeping towards the outside of the tribe. Bai Ling, who was lying on the ground at the gate, got up. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The female lizard person who came back with her quickly supported her. They are heading to the northern swamp? Bai Ling thought to herself as she watched the group of goblins leaving. She had heard what her master said just now. She was sure that her master's destination was the northern swamp. Why did her master want to go to the northern swamp at this time? Could it be that the reinforcements from the Black Mountain tribe have arrived? This possibility made Bai Ling happy. But what followed was worry. Unless the Black Mountain tribe attacked with their entire clan, there was no possibility of defeating her master. High priest, go back and rest. Two female lizard people supported Bai Ling and entered the wooden house. The noise in the tribe only lasted for a short while. Soon, the tribe quieted down. In the following days, Li Chen led the team westward. They traveled along the way, stopping and resting. They traveled during the day, hunted in the first half of the night, and rested in the second half of the night. On the third day, in the forest on the north bank of the Goblin River. Where is the goblin taking us? In this direction. Are we going to the northern swamp? In the dim forest, a large group of lizardmen headed west. Goblins could be seen all around, chattering away. The forest was filled with small and large green figures. The gray-scaled and black-scaled lizardmen exchanged glances. The changing of the guard was approaching, giving them a sense of unease. Time passed slowly, day after day. On the afternoon of the fifth day, in the forest east of the northern swamp, we've indeed come back. The lizardmen on the shore looked at the vast swamp before them, exchanging glances. After nearly a year, they had finally returned. This was the place they were familiar with. They could escape the goblins' control as long as they dove into the water. But they dared not, and could not do so, because their families were still in the hands of the goblins, because their home was in the northern swamp. Wah wah! Just then, a group of goblins came running, shouting loudly. They snatched the axes and saws from the lizardmen's hands. They began cutting down trees in the forest by the shore. Another group of goblins poked the lizardmen with long spears, driving them to cut down trees. The sound of chopping echoed through the forest. Occasionally, there was the sound of trees falling. On the other side, Li Chen led a group of goblins into the swamp. In the vast swamp, Li Chen led his goblin companions deeper into the west. On the third day, in the afternoon, on the eastern shore of a piece of land that had not been submerged by water, Li Chen and his goblin companions stepped onto the land. This place is not bad. Stepping on the soft land, Li Chen looked into the distance. They had encountered many similar islands along the way these past few days, but those islands were either too small or had rugged terrain. The island before them was a flat expanse of land. There was a risk of being submerged during high tide. Such a place was most suitable for the lizardmen to live. This is it. We will build a wooden fort here as our base. Goblin 1, Goblin Zhang, and Goblin Shang behind Li Chen's back showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. They had thought that their leader was taking them out to fight and engage in battles. They didn't expect to be doing manual labor. Goblin 1, you know where the Gray Scale tribe is, right? The map in the throne cave clearly marked the locations of the three lizardmen tribes. Although the goblins were simple-minded, they had a good sense of direction and would never forget a place they had been to. Goblin 1 looked around and pointed to the southwest. Leader, it's in that direction. Very well. Go there and bring all the lizardmen from the Gray Scale tribe. Li Chen grinned wickedly. If they resist, kill them until they can no longer resist. Goblin 1 grinned, holding his wolf-tooth club on his shoulder. All right, leader, I will bring them back. Then Goblin 1 hurriedly led his goblin companions towards the southwest. The goblins on the island watched as Goblin 1 disappeared into the distance. Goblin Zhang, you go to the Black Scale tribe and bring all the lizardmen here. Goblin Zhang nodded and continued walking forward. The goblin companions behind it quickly followed. Goblin Shang, you immediately return to the forest and bring the wood over. It was much more convenient to transport wood to places with water. After all, wood floated. Goblin Shang reluctantly turned around and walked back in the direction they came from. Once the three goblin leaders left, Li Chen was left with just over 10 goblin companions. We still have 3 months. There's still time. Li Chen took a deep breath. He had a look of intoxication as he inhaled the swamp's air, filled with the scent of decay. The purpose of building the wooden fort was simple. It was to gather all the lizardmen from the three tribes in one place. In this way, the Black Mountain tribe army lost the possibility of contact with the northern marshes. Even if they found the wooden fort, it didn't matter. Li Chen didn't mind having a defensive battle with the Black Mountain tribe army. He had enough troops to defend the wooden fort in the northern marshes and the tribe. Li Chen's goal was not to eliminate the Black Mountain tribe army, but to make them retreat and return without any achievements. At the same time, He couldn't push the Black Mountain tribe too hard to avoid them summoning the barbarian god Akuya. As for the powerful human couple, it was easy to prevent them from appearing. The line of the adventurer team was the easiest to solve. Just let them complete their mission and leave obediently. As long as that adventurer team wasn't disturbed, it wouldn't trigger any subsequent events. Perfect plan. Li Chen grinned with satisfaction. With the simulated life system, it was relatively easy to avoid dangerous future scenarios. Releasing the adventurer team won't cause any unknown events, right? Li Chen suddenly thought of a word: butterfly effect. Releasing the adventurer team didn't mean the events would end there. It could also lead to even bigger events. I can only wait and see. Solve the current troubles first. Shaking his head, Li Chen muttered to himself. He was not a perfectionist. The most perfect ending was not so easily achieved. For now, he could only proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. Time passed slowly, day after day. In the following days, construction began in the wooden fort in the northern marshes. The Lizardmen were responsible for cutting down trees in the forest on the east bank. The Goblins were responsible for transporting the large and small pieces of wood to the wooden fort. On the island, the wooden wall was being built starting from the east bank. On the first day, only 30 meters of the wooden wall was built. With a start, the progress on the second day accelerated. 50 meters were built on the second day. 70 meters were built on the third day. 3 days later, the daily construction length of the wooden wall did not fall below 70 meters. On the fifth day, in the morning, Boss, Gobo is back. A goblin ran over to Li Chen excitedly. Li Chen, who was observing the construction of the goblin minions from a distance on the island, brightened up at the report from the goblin minions. Finally, they're back. Li Chen turned and walked towards the northwest shore. He hurriedly arrived at the shore and looked into the distance towards the marshes. In that direction, a massive army was approaching. The dark figures stretched as far as the eye could see, big and small. The small ones were goblins, and the big ones were lizardmen. Although there were far more lizardmen than goblins, the lizardmen were obediently walking alongside the goblins. Both sides were peaceful, going their separate ways. It took over an hour for the massive army to approach the island. Boss, I'm back. Seeing the boss waiting on the shore, Gobo ran towards him from a distance. Gobo panted heavily as he reached the shore. He vigorously shook his body, shaking off the water on his fur. Li Chen glanced at the lizardmen army not far away. Are they all here? Gobo nodded and grinned. They don't understand what I'm saying. I gestured for a long time before they understood. Some lizardmen didn't want to follow us and started attacking us, but we ate them, and then they were willing to follow us. Gobo burst into laughter. Boss, those lizardmen are so stupid. We won't eat them. Li Chen's gaze shifted to the lizardmen army that was coming ashore not far away. There were quite a few of them, close to 800. Most of them were women, children, and infants. The number of adult male lizardmen would not exceed 300. It was very easy to distinguish between female and male lizardmen. The bodies of female lizardmen were much smaller than those of males. How many male lizardmen died? Gobshang looked down at his fingers. There were 33. The number Gobshang mentioned made Li Chen smirk. Not bad, good job. Only 33 male lizardmen had died, which was within Li Chen's acceptable range of losses. Gobshang grinned greedily, his eyes fixed on the plump female lizardmen. Boss, look. Li Chen knew exactly what Gobshang's perverted expression meant. Now is not the time for that. Let them work. Gobshang, take your men and go fishing. Bring the female lizardmen with you. They are good swimmers and can assist you effectively. As for the male lizardmen, let them build the wooden fort base. With more and more lizardmen arriving, the demand for food would only increase. Li Chen was worried about sending the lizardmen out to hunt. If they took the opportunity to escape, it would be a great loss. One or two running away didn't matter, but a whole group running away was unacceptable. Seeing Gobshang unmoved by his stern expression, Li Chen's face turned cold. What? Do I need to say it again? Gobshang's heart raced as he met the boss's gaze. Boss, I understand. Gobshang's instinctive fear made him tremble. He took a step back in fear and then turned and ran towards the team not far away. Under Gobshang's scolding, the team of lizardmen on the shore was forcibly divided into two. Although the male lizardmen were angry, they didn't dare to resist too fiercely. There were goblins all around, and their wives and children were here too. If a fight broke out, it would affect their families. And so, with the arrival of the Black Scale Tribe's Lizardmen, the small island became more lively. The abundance of manpower also made the island bustling. With the male Lizardmen, the goblins began to slack off. They went from being laborers to supervisors. The next afternoon, on the busy construction site of the small island, a goblin was slacking off. It leisurely lay on a log, basking in the sun. Although goblins didn't like the sun, they preferred it to hard labor. A passing elder goblin gave it a kick. The kick sent it flying, landing on the ground with its butt in the air. "Don't slack off. The boss's boss is watching," the elder goblin scolded. This startled the goblin, and it jumped up in surprise. It smiled ingratiatingly and knelt down at the feet of the elder goblin. "Boss, I wasn't slacking off. I was watching these male lizardmen work." The elder goblin looked around the western week. There were indeed many male lizardmen working. "You're not lying to me, are you?" The elder goblin looked down at the goblin at its feet. The goblin quickly shook its head. "No, I wouldn't dare." The goblin nodded vigorously. The elder goblin grinned at its subordinate. Suddenly, its right hand swung up and slapped the goblin's face. "Ouch!" The goblin screamed in pain, flying several meters away and landing on the ground. "Do you think I'm stupid? I am the elder goblin. You are indeed slacking off. Now go back to work." The elder goblin glared at the fallen goblin. Although its face hurt, the goblin scrambled to its feet in a panic. It crawled and ran towards the working team. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding male lizardmen. They were happy to see the infighting among the goblins. "What are you looking at? Get back to work." Seeing the male lizardmen around them watching, the elder goblin roared. Although the male lizardmen couldn't understand what the goblin was saying, they could sense the scolding from the elder goblin's expression. The nearby lizardmen quickly buried their heads and got back to work. The elder goblin is still obedient." Li Chen observed this scene from not far away. Li Chen nodded repeatedly on the shore. He was very satisfied with the performance of his older brother. Goblin. The higher the rank of the goblin, the smarter it becomes. Ordinary goblins are like big fools who can't concentrate. Although they are obedient, they are easily distracted by other things. They tend to be negligent when Li Chen is not around. If you ask a goblin to go somewhere, it will go, but when it will arrive is uncertain. Various things along the way will delay its arrival at the destination. Boss, the goblin is back." Just then, a goblin hurriedly ran over. "Oh, finally back." The wooden stronghold is located north of the central part of the northern swamp. It is closer to the Black Scale Tribe and farther from the Gray Scale Tribe. It is normal for Goblin to return later than Goblin Zhang. At the same time, deep in the swamp southwest of the small island, a large group of figures were approaching the wooden stronghold on the small island under the scorching sun. What are the goblins doing? It seems like they are building a new tribe. Can goblins survive in the swamp? I don't know. The damp environment of the swamp might be too much for them. From a distance, the lizard people could see the wooden structures on the island. Although the scale is not large, the construction scene is amazing. From a distance, goblins and lizard people can be seen working. It seems like people from the Gray Scale Tribe. The characteristics of the lizard people from the three tribes are still quite obvious. The scales of the lizard people from the White Scale Tribe tend to be grayish-white. The scales of the lizard people from the Gray Scale Tribe tend to be dark gray. And the scales of the lizard people from the Black Scale Tribe tend to be dark black. People from the Gray Scale Tribe are here too? This discovery caused chaos among the lizard people from the Gray Scale Tribe. They were brought here by the goblins and their fate was uncertain. The presence of the lizard people from the Black Scale Tribe at least proved that they were safe. Many anxious lizard people relaxed their tense expressions after hearing this news. Half an hour later, a large group of people landed on the west coast. "Goblin 1, you're so slow. I came back long ago." As soon as he landed, Goblin 1 saw the person he least wanted to see. It was Goblin Zhang, the big goblin who was walking towards him with a mocking smile on his face. "I'm far away. What are you so proud of?" Goblin 1 snorted and ignored Goblin Zhang. It looked out at the flat island. "The boss is over there." Goblin Zhang grinned and moved aside a bit. It deliberately blocked the direction where the boss was. It wanted to make it difficult for Goblin 1 to find the boss. With this move by Goblin Zhang, Goblin 1 immediately found the boss. Seeing this, Goblin 1 glared at Goblin Zhang and hurriedly ran towards where the boss was. Boss, I'm back." Goblin 1 ran to the boss with a flattering face. "Everyone is back. Li Chen's gaze turned to the lizard people not far away. Goblin 1 grinned and nodded. Not a single one is missing. All the lizard people from the Gray Scale tribe have been brought back. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Well done. It seems that Goblin 1's actions went smoothly. The lizard people who stayed in the Black Scale tribe had never seen goblins before. Their resistance was bound to happen. But the Gray Scale tribe was different. The Gray Scale tribe only submitted to the goblins after being defeated by them. The lizard people who stayed in the Gray Scale tribe had seen goblins and witnessed their strength. Therefore, they would not easily rebel. With Goblin 1 bringing back the lizard people from the Gray Scale tribe, the small island where the wooden stronghold was located became more lively in the following days. Once the population increased, the demand for food also increased. Although goblins can eat enough for 3 days without getting hungry, lizard people cannot. In order to meet the food needs of more than 2,000 people, the lizard people and goblins divided their tasks. Male lizardmen are responsible for building wooden fortresses. 2/3 of the goblins and 2/3 of the female lizardmen go out hunting. The remaining goblins stay at the wooden fortress, while the remaining female lizardmen take care of the lizardmen's offspring. Under Li Chen's command, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Time passes slowly, day after day. It's a new day. Morning. Off target. Off target. Yes, that position. On the north shore of the island, Li Chen is commanding the lizardmen to build wooden walls. The fact that the goblin warrior can communicate with the lizardmen is no longer surprising to them. Communication is not a bad thing. With communication, they can know what they should do. Boss, boss. Just then, a goblin hurriedly ran from a distance. It ran and shouted. The loud shout caught the attention of many lizardmen. Soon, the goblin, panting heavily, ran up to Li Chen. Boss, we're in trouble. Trouble? What happened? Li Chen looked down at the goblin brother who had run up to him. Faced with the boss's gaze, the panting goblin shrank its neck. It instinctively took a step back. It's the Swamp Crocodile King. That guy is really powerful. We can't beat him. Swamp Crocodile King? Li Chen's eyes lit up. He became interested. Let's go. Let's take a look. Li Chen grabbed the goblin brother by the back of his neck, like picking up a chick, and held him in his hand. Li Chen turned around and rushed out, running wildly on the island. The speed was so fast, like a gust of wind passing by. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. Boss, boss, my head hurts. In the goblin's screaming, Li Chen, who was close to the water, leaped up and plunged into the water. He crossed a distance of tens of meters before landing heavily on the water's surface. As soon as he entered the water, the surface instantly froze. On the water, Li Chen continued to run wildly. The speed was so fast that the ice on the water's surface spread northward at a visible speed. This scene was seen by the goblins on the island. Boss is really amazing. The goblins on the island exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, an excited goblin patted the shoulder of the goblin next to him. Due to exerting too much force, the goblin being patted on the shoulder fell to the ground. Damn it, did you hit me? I didn't. I just patted you. You did hit me. I didn't. You did. You damn goblin. You're asking for death. The goblin who had gotten up pounced on the other, knocking him down to the ground. No, I didn't. I really didn't. You're the one asking for death. The two goblins fought on the ground. This attracted the attention of nearby goblins, who gathered around to watch the commotion. 3 hours later, on the edge of a water area, Boss is here. Boss is here. From a distance, Li Chen saw a group of goblins on a small island. The island was not large, only about 200 square meters. The highest point from the water surface was only 1 meter. Seeing the boss coming, the goblins on the island cheered. Seeing this, Li Chen ran towards the direction of the island. When he was about 50 meters away from the island, Li Chen leaped into the air and soared into the sky. With a loud thud, he landed on the island like a grasshopper. His tall figure exuded a strong sense of oppression, causing the goblins and lizardmen around him to retreat. Li Chen put down the goblin brother in his hand and scanned the water area in front of him. There's a smell of blood. Very faint, the smell of lizardmen's blood. Boss, it's in the deep water ahead. 2 female lizardmen who went underwater to catch fish were eaten. Hearing this, Li Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the dark water area. No wonder he could smell the faint scent of lizardmen's blood. It seems that the swamp is not a completely safe place for the lizard people. Even when they go out hunting, they encounter danger. they are both hunters and prey. After a while, Li Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the female lizard people on both sides. Finally, he locked onto a fairly plump female lizard person. Li Chen walked towards her. No, no! The female lizard person seemed to realize what Li Chen was about to do. She shook her head in fear and took steps back. Li Chen grinned and approached her. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the female lizard person's shoulder. Then he forcefully threw her into the deep water. Ah! A terrified scream was heard as the female lizard person flew out. The tremendous force sent her flying over 100 meters away. Splash! The female lizard person plunged into the water, creating a huge water column. The female lizard person on the shore looked at the goblin warrior with fear, afraid that she would be the next bait. Li Chen handed over the baton with his left hand and swung the large iron rod with his right hand. At this moment, the female lizard person struggling violently in the water. The impact of entering the water left her in a semi-conscious state. Her body instinctively struggled in the water, and her struggle attracted the attention of a massive creature in the water. Looking down from the sky to the water's surface, a huge shadow appeared beneath the female lizard person. Ha ha ha, I found you! Li Chen on the shore suddenly burst into laughter. His figure flashed and he shot out like a bullet. Stepping on the water, the surface instantly froze. Li Chen, running on the water, raised the end of the large iron rod into the water. A white mist dispersed and rolled forward. Wherever it passed, the water surface instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, the water surface within 100 meters of the female lizard person was frozen. Boom! Just as the water surface was frozen, the ice where the female lizard person was shattered with a loud noise. A huge and ferocious mouth broke through the ice. The female lizard person fell into the monstrous jaws along with the shattered ice. Ha ha ha! I wanted you to show up. Li Chen grinned ferociously and his figure flashed. Bang! The tremendous force from his foot shattered the ice beneath him. Li Chen's strong body shot out like an arrow. In an instant, he crossed a distance of tens of meters and kicked the lower jaw of the giant mouth. Bang! A muffled sound was heard as a wave of air burst forth. The ice shattered, and a huge figure was kicked out of the water by Li Chen. It was a swamp crocodile, 5 times larger than usual. Its body was nearly 10 meters long, and its huge mouth could swallow a small car in one bite. Freeze! Li Chen landed on the ice, raised his right foot high, and stomped down. A roaring white mist rushed out, turning into a wave that swept over a large area of water. Wherever the white mist passed, everything was frozen. Before the kicked swamp crocodile king fell into the water beneath it was already frozen. Li Chen suddenly reached out his left hand and caught the falling female lizard person. Meanwhile, the giant swamp crocodile king fell heavily on the ice several tens of meters away. It slid on the ice for tens of meters before finally stopping. Swamp crocodile king, elite, level 31, strength 617, defense 711, agility 458, magic 391, water bomb LV7. How can this guy have such high attributes? Li Chen's face showed a look of astonishment at the information of the swamp crocodile king. Level 31 with such terrifying attributes. Could it be related to the elite suffix? Li Chen thought of a possibility. Perhaps after reaching level 100, it becomes elite level, and the level starts from 0 again. At this moment, the female lizard person in Li Chen's arms woke up. She was still a bit confused and shook her head. Li Chen let go of her. Go back to the shore. A voice in her mind made the female lizard person pause. She snapped out of her daze and became clear-headed, hastily turning around, limping and hobbling towards the direction of the small island. At this moment, not far away, the swamp crocodile king turned over and climbed up. Roar! It turned around, opened its huge mouth, and roared at Li Chen. It was angry, very angry. Its huge pupils were completely red. Facing the roar of the swamp crocodile king, Li Chen grinned. He waved the big iron rod in his hand and pointed it at the swamp crocodile king. Since coming to this world, he hadn't had a proper fight yet. The swamp crocodile king was not strong, but not weak either. It was an excellent sparring partner. Come on, big crocodile. The huge pupils of the swamp crocodile king contracted. Ugly goblin born from a groundhog's belly. You're looking for death. The swamp crocodile king roared again. Li Chen grinned ferociously and provocatively swung the big iron rod. The heart speech skill was really useful. Even though the Warcraft didn't have high intelligence, they could still communicate. In the eyes of outsiders, the swamp crocodile king was just roaring, but in Li Chen's ears, It was a language. To be precise, the roar of the Swamp Crocodile King contained its thoughts. Goblin, I will turn you into minced meat. The Swamp Crocodile King opened its huge mouth. It seemed to be laughing at Li Chan's arrogance. In the mouth of the Swamp Crocodile King, a blue magical light flickered. A frenzy of water balls emerged. The Swamp Crocodile King sprayed out, and a huge water ball shot out. It was so fast that it made a whistling sound as it broke through the air. Ha! Faced with the oncoming water ball, Li Chen burst out laughing. He swung the big iron rod like a bullet shooting out of a barrel. In that instant, a circle of shockwaves exploded. The ice beneath his feet cracked with a caw sound. Li Chen turned into an arrow and dashed on the ice. He swung the big iron rod in his hand. With a whoosh sound, a transparent wind blade shot out. The visible wind waves swept across the Western Zhou dynasty. In the sky tens of meters away, the wind blade collided with the water ball. The water ball shattered with a loud noise, turning into countless raindrops falling on the ice. This scene stunned the Swamp Crocodile King. It didn't expect the water ball to be shattered. Roar! The Swamp Crocodile King roared in anger. Its huge mouth opened wider. Finally, the blue magical light flickered. Water balls shot out like bullets from a machine gun towards Li Chen. What the F***CK? Is this for real? The terrifying speed of the water balls startled Li Chen. His wind blade technique couldn't be released as quickly as the Swamp Crocodile King's. Running on the ice, Li Chen dodged left and right. The water balls hit the ice behind him, and water columns soared into the sky. Fortunately, the speed of the bullets isn't too fast. Dodging the water balls, Li Chen still had the mind to think randomly. Water balls were kinetic attacks, so their flight speed wouldn't be too fast. Li Chen on the ice seemed a bit embarrassed, but he was actually quickly closing the distance with the Swamp Crocodile King. Crack! Li Chen stomped hard while running. The ice instantly shattered and sank deep into the water. His body shot up like an arrow, charging towards the Swamp Crocodile King. Seeing Li Chen leaping towards it, a hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of the Swamp Crocodile King. It raised its head and opened its huge mouth, aiming at Li Chen. Finally, water balls emerged, spinning around. Faced with this confident attack from the Swamp Crocodile King, Li Chen grinned ferociously. He suddenly threw the big iron rod towards the Swamp Crocodile King. With a bang sound, a circle of shockwaves exploded. The large iron rod turned into a black light and instantly crossed a distance of several tens of meters. It charged into the mouth of the Swamp Crocodile King. Shie! The large iron rod deeply penetrated the throat of the Swamp Crocodile King, almost completely. Woo! The Swamp Crocodile King let out a mournful cry. It shook its head and swayed its huge body, trying to shake off the large iron rod in its mouth. But it was useless. The large iron rod was firmly stuck in its throat. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Li Chen leaped down and landed heavily on the ice. With a crack, the ice shattered. The control of the level 1 ice elemental was still too weak, resulting in the ice not being strong enough. It was only slightly tougher than natural ice. As soon as he landed, Li Chen rushed out again. He took a quick step closer to the Swamp Crocodile King. He swung his right fist and punched the Swamp Crocodile King in the face. The Swamp Crocodile King's huge body staggered, and the immense force caused it to roll on the ice. The large iron rod in its throat seemed to be causing it great discomfort. It couldn't even make a sound. Li Chen raised his hand and waved, causing a wave of energy to explode in front of him. A wind blade shot out, heading straight for the Swamp Crocodile King. It was just a few meters away. The wind blade struck the scales of the Swamp Crocodile King with a chi sound. The wind blade that hit the Swamp Crocodile King dissipated. The defense is pretty good. You should know that the wind blade technique can cut down a tree that requires 2 people to hug, but it couldn't leave a trace on the Swamp Crocodile King. Hey, big alligator, do you want to be my little brother? Looking at the huge figure in front of him, Li Chen was very tempted. With the Swamp Crocodile King as his little brother, many things would be easier to solve. In the future, he would be able to walk sideways in the swamp. Even if the Black Mountain Tribe's army came, it wouldn't matter. With the Swamp Crocodile King's assistance, the Black Mountain Tribe was nothing to worry about. Could this be the turning point that changes the future? Li Chen grinned, feeling excited, but on second thought, something seemed off. Wasn't there any information related to the Swamp Crocodile King in the future timeline? What's going on? Delusion. You monster born from a groundhog's belly. The Swamp Crocodile King flipped over and crawled up. It endured the discomfort and pain in its throat and charged towards Li Chen with its head. Alright, it seems that even the Warcraft despises goblins. Li Chen's figure flashed as he jumped back. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the Swamp Crocodile King's huge tail. Then I'll just have to smash you to death. Li Chen exerted force with both hands and his waist, swinging the Swamp Crocodile King's huge tail. The Swamp Crocodile King's massive body was instantly thrown by Li Chen and heavily smashed onto the ice. Boom! The thick ice instantly split into 5 cracks. The Swamp Crocodile King was dizzy from the impact. The large iron rod in its throat seemed to be even more firmly stuck. Seeing that the ice was a bit fragile, Li Chen grinned. He held onto the Swamp Crocodile King's huge tail and dragged it towards a nearby small island. See that patch of land? There's a sharp big rock on it. I'll use your body to smash that big rock, and you'll be smashed into a bloody mess. After you die, I'll gut you and the goblins will devour you completely, not even leaving behind your feces. If you were to die like that, it would be too easy for you. Li Chen turned around and grinned at the Swamp Crocodile King behind him. How about this? I won't let you die. I'll let you watch your own body being gutted and devoured by the goblins before you die. I'll try my best to let you live until the end, watching your body being slowly devoured by the goblins. That would be very interesting. This wasn't a bluff. It was Li Chen's last chance for the Swamp Crocodile King to live. It would be best if it submitted, but it didn't matter if it didn't. The Swamp Crocodile King's corpse was a good thing. Gobstrong has limited potential. They need to rely on the flesh of higher-level Warcraft to evolve themselves. Li Chen still intends to cultivate these 3 little brothers. Li Chen's intimidation finally made the Swamp Crocodile King show a hint of fear in its eyes. Death is not scary, but being alive is scarier than death. You are strong. I can submit to you, but I have one condition. Li Chen thought the Swamp Crocodile King would hold on for a while. After all, it is a Warcraft, and Warcraft doesn't have a brain. If everything could be solved through communication, then why would there be so many wars among humans? But he didn't expect the Swamp Crocodile King to not hold on at all. It compromised as soon as the intimidating words were spoken. Li Chen paused his steps and stopped moving forward. Li Chen grinned while standing on the ice. It's good to have conditions. It means the deal is done. Speak, what's the condition? Li Chen let go of the tail of the Swamp Crocodile King. He turned around and looked at the Swamp Crocodile King, which had regained its freedom and was crawling on the ice. I don't want to mate with goblins. I don't want to give birth to little goblins. The Swamp Crocodile King turned its head in pain and looked at Li Chen with a pleading gaze. The condition of the Swamp Crocodile King left Li Chen speechless. It seems that even Warcraft can't stand goblins. Alright, it's settled then. Open your mouth. This is not a condition at all. The Swamp Crocodile King is so huge that anyone who goes in would be like a toothpick in the ocean. Even the big-headed goblin leader is not suitable. Boss, it's settled then. You can't go back on your word. What? You don't trust me? I don't trust goblins. Li Chen grinned and slapped the Swamp Crocodile King's chin. Indeed, I am a goblin, but I am a goblin who keeps promises. The Swamp Crocodile King reluctantly opened its mouth, not fully believing. Although it is not very smart, it knows how to survive. Grinning, Li Chen climbed into the Swamp Crocodile King's mouth without any hesitation. Then, he crawled along its tongue into its throat. He found the stuck iron rod in the sticky throat. Ah! The Swamp Crocodile King on the ice roared in pain. After a while, Li Chen climbed out of the Swamp Crocodile King's mouth with the iron rod in hand. It stinks! The foul smell on his body made Li Chen roll his eyes. Holding the iron rod, Li Chen poked the ice with a crack sound, splitting it into 5 pieces. He lunged forward and plunged into the water with a splash. The huge body of the Swamp Crocodile King followed and crawled into the water. This scene was witnessed by nearby goblins and lizardmen. When they saw their boss crawling into the mouth of the Swamp Crocodile King, the goblins were startled. But soon, their boss crawled out of the Swamp Crocodile King's mouth again. They looked confused, not understanding what had happened over there. At this moment, the water not far from the shore rippled. An ominous shadow appeared underwater. Suddenly, the boss's head emerged from the water. First the head, then the neck, then the body, and finally the feet. And under the feet was the enormous Swamp Crocodile King. Let's go! It's time to go back! Li Chen leaped down from the Swamp Crocodile King's head and landed steadily on the small island. The lizardmen and goblins on the island looked at the Swamp Crocodile King in shock. They retreated in fear, but the Swamp Crocodile King did not attack them. Its huge body crawled in the shallow water, following behind the boss. The boss has recruited new little brothers. The goblins may be foolish, but they are not stupid. Soon, they realized what had happened. The goblins on the island were excited and shouted in excitement. The female lizardmen beside them looked astonished. The Swamp Crocodile King actually submitted to that goblin? The Swamp Crocodile King is the most terrifying Lord Warcraft in the Northern Swamp, although it is only a 5th level magic beast. Its strength is actually stronger than most 6th level magic beasts. In the Northern Marshlands, the Swamp Crocodile King is the true king of the marsh. And now, the king of the Northern Marshlands has submitted to that goblin warrior. Amidst the cheers of the goblins on the island, Li Chen gradually moved away with the Swamp Crocodile King. Boss, you can sit on my back. That way we'll go faster. You're too slow. The Swamp Crocodile King following behind Li Chen grumbled unhappily. The boss's speed was too slow, which made it uncomfortable to follow. Li Chen stopped and turned around, walking towards the Swamp Crocodile King behind him. Then he climbed onto its back using its feet as a ladder. As soon as Li Chen sat down, the Swamp Crocodile King accelerated. It crawled through the shallow waters with a splashing sound. Wherever it went, water splashed. Sitting on the back of the Swamp Crocodile King, Li Chen looked up at the sky. The sun had not yet set, but the half-moon was already high in the sky. From now on, I'll call you UAE. You and Crocodile are homophones, and the Swamp Crocodile King is also female. Li Chen felt that UAE was a suitable name for the Swamp Crocodile King. Boss, you can call me whatever you want. And so, the Swamp Crocodile King had a new name. UAE, can you still evolve? Although UAE looked very big, she was indeed very big. She was nearly 45 meters long and about 4 meters tall at the shoulders, but the length of her tail accounted for almost half of her body length. Yes, consuming magic crystals can make me stronger. When magic beasts die in the forest, magic crystals are eaten first. This is the innate ability of magic beasts. Low-level magic crystals shouldn't be of much use to you, right? UAE was a 5th level magic beast, so 1st and 2nd level magic crystals should not have much effect on her. They are useful, just eat more. Does a large quantity bring about a qualitative change? Li Chen thought of the magic crystals carved on the rock walls in the goblin nest. Although most of them were 1st level magic crystals, they were perfect for feeding UAE. UAE, why do you only know one magic skill? UAE was indeed powerful, but she only had one magic skill. Li Chen instinctively felt that UAE's talent was not that great. Boss, I'm a genius. I've never seen any of my kind who can use magic like me. Is having only one magic skill also considered a genius? Li Chen, sitting on UAE's back, rolled his eyes. But then again, magic beasts with magic skills are indeed rare. Most magic beasts only have enhanced skills and their fighting style leans more towards melee combat. Several hours later, at the wooden fort on the small island. Oh no! The big crocodile is coming! Suddenly, panicked shouts came from the north shore of the island. A goblin ran towards the boss as if he had seen a ghost. Nearby goblins looked over, and their faces changed when they saw the huge creature from the depths of the northern marshlands. Oh no! The big crocodile! The big crocodile! A stone creates 1,000 ripples. The goblins were in chaos, running around the island. They wanted to run but were also afraid. They ran a distance and then ran back. More goblins ran towards their boss. What are you afraid of? Stay by the water. The goblin boss, hearing the commotion on the north shore, walked over quickly. It kicked over a goblin that was screaming and crying. The boss's arrival gave the nearby goblins a backbone. They gathered behind the goblin boss. It's not a big crocodile. It's the boss's boss. Boss, it's the boss's boss. A brave goblin by the water danced and cheered. What are you talking about? The goblin boss was confused. When he looked into the distance, his pupils contracted. It was the big crocodile. It was the boss. The boss is riding the big crocodile back. The goblin boss fighting by the water shouted excitedly. It was only then that the goblins on the island noticed the boss on the back of the big crocodile. The boss's boss is back. The boss is back. The goblin hurriedly ran to the shore and shouted excitedly. The commotion on the north bank caught the attention of the lizardmen. They looked curiously towards the depths of the swamp in the north. Upon seeing it, all the lizardmen looked incredulous. In the depths of the northern swamp, a giant swamp crocodile was approaching. The noise it made while running was very loud, splashing water everywhere. Is this the Swamp Crocodile King? How could the Swamp Crocodile King submit to goblins? Only the Swamp Crocodile King had such a huge size. The lizardmen living in the swamp were familiar with the Swamp Crocodile King. The Swamp Crocodile King was the sacred beast worshipped by the 3 tribes of lizardmen in the northern swamp. Offering oneself as food to the crocodile was the fate of all elderly lizardmen. Although the sacred beast was dangerous, it was also the guardian deity of the northern swamp. With the Swamp Crocodile King present, there would be no other high-level monsters in the northern swamp. But today, they actually saw the Swamp Crocodile King becoming the mount of the goblins. This is impossible. How could this happen? The lizardmen found it hard to accept that mere goblins could achieve such a thing. Mere goblins actually managed to make the Swamp Crocodile King submit. Goblin! Goblin! As Li Chen rode Moonlight closer to the small island, the goblins on the shore shouted excitedly in unison. They looked at the boss on the back of the giant crocodile with fanaticism in their eyes. Listening to the goblins' enthusiastic shouts on the shore, Li Chen grinned. It liked the goblins' enthusiastic cheers. Under their fervent gaze, Li Chen felt a very strong sensation. It felt like a certain power awakening within its body, gradually making itself stronger. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Li Chen rode the giant Swamp Crocodile King onto the shore. The goblins on the shore looked at Moonlight, which resembled a mountain of flesh, with fear in their eyes. Although they were shouting loudly in excitement, their instincts compelled them to retreat repeatedly. Li Chen, sitting on Moonlight's back, stood up. He raised the large iron rod high with his right hand. Wow, haha! Li Chen burst into laughter. The loud laughter echoed on the small island. The goblins' shouts also changed. All the goblins burst into laughter, saying wow, haha! The goblins on the shore surrounded Moonlight and laughed heartily. Their laughter was filled with joy and a hint of madness. Some goblins rolled on the ground in laughter, while others held their bellies and laughed. Looking at the small goblins around, Moonlight's eyes flashed with confusion. It didn't understand what these goblins were doing. The nearby lizardmen silently watched and listened. The size of the crocodiles on the shore confirmed the identity of the Swamp Crocodile King. After a while, the laughter on the north shore of the island finally subsided. Li Chen leaped down from Moonlight and landed steadily on the ground. He patted Moonlight's huge forelimbs. Moonlight, go play nearby. Goblins and lizardmen are all my subordinates. Don't harm them. Moonlight's huge eyes glanced at the boss beside it. Then it turned its massive body and slowly crawled towards the water. Boss, you're amazing. Seeing the big crocodile leave, Gobshang quickly ran forward, but Gobshang was faster than it. Gobshang slid to his knees and bowed down at Li Chen's feet. It kissed Li Chen's instep with a flattering expression. Boss, you're so strong. I'm about to ejaculate. As it spoke, Gobshang's body suddenly trembled. Li Chen, speechless, kicked Gobshang over. All right, everyone get to work. The goblin, who was kicked to the ground, crawled and ran away in a panic. The surrounding goblins scattered in all directions and went their separate ways. In this way, the noisy little island became relatively quiet. In the following days, everything in the northern swamp returned to normal. The construction of the wooden stronghold in the wooden village is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Every day, there are noticeable changes on the island. The wooden walls surrounding the island are enveloping the small island at a visible speed. Time is passing, and day after day goes by. It's a new day again, with the sun shining brightly in the northern marshland. In the forest on the eastern coast of the northern marshland, a large area of trees near the shore has been cut down. A large number of lizardmen and goblins are working in the forest. Although the two races cannot communicate with each other in language, their long hours of working together have developed a sense of understanding. Goblins are good at chopping, so they take on the task of logging. Lizardmen are good at pulling, so they take on the task of sawing wood and turning fallen trees into logs. Grayscale, did you find out anything? In a messy open space, Grayscale and Blackscale are sawing wood. The sound of the saw being pulled by the two can be heard. Grayscale glanced at the swamp to the west and shook his head. The goblins won't let us leave here, so we can't get any news from outside. Blackscale's face darkened, and he remained silent. It has been almost a month, and even a fool can sense that something is wrong. So much wood has been transported to the depths of the swamp. The goblins must be up to something unknown. Just be patient. The rotation period is coming soon. Grayscale's reassurance made Blackscale take a deep breath. Yes, the rotation period is coming soon. Then they will be free. Once they return to the tribe, things will be much easier. Blackscale, do you think the Black Mountain tribe will come? Grayscale's expression is complicated. It hopes that the Black Mountain tribe will send a large army to support the northern marshland, but at the same time, it doesn't want the Black Mountain tribe to appear. The goblins in the forest are too powerful. If they fail, there will be no living space for the lizardmen in the goblin forest. They will come. They definitely will. Blackscale firmly believes in whether the Black Mountain tribe will come or not. Goblin forest, northern marshland, wooden stronghold. Time flies, and 2 months have quietly passed. The construction of the stronghold has made the small island in the marshland disappear. In its place stands a huge wooden stronghold. The stronghold is about 900 meters north to south and about 700 meters east to west. A nearly 7-meter-high wooden wall stands tall in the marshland. 15-meter-high watchtowers stand on the wooden wall. There is a watchtower every 50 meters. Looking up at the wooden wall, one can see a large number of goblins on guard and patrol. Although the watchtowers are empty for now, it won't be long before a 3-crossbow bed will be placed on top. It's a new day again, with the sun shining brightly in the northern marshland. On the wooden wall watchtower on the north bank of the stronghold, has Goblin 1 not returned yet? Li Chen, standing on the watchtower, looks out over the space inside the stronghold. The construction of the stronghold has been 80% completed in the past 2 months. Looking into the stronghold, there are small and large wooden houses everywhere. There are dwellings, where they live, and warehouses, where miscellaneous items are stored. To facilitate water collection, 2 ditches have been dug inside the stronghold. Goblins don't like this kind of environment because of the humid air in the marshland. After this incident is over, there won't be a large number of troops stationed in the stronghold. Only a small number of goblins will be stationed. Boss, Goblin 1 hasn't returned yet. Goblin Shang responded to the boss. It turned its head and looked at the marshland to the south. Goblin Shang and Goblin Zhang were standing behind Li Chen. 5 days ago, Li Chen sent Goblin 1 to the White Scale tribe. Since the White Scale tribe only had a group of women, children, and infants left, Li Chen didn't rush to bring the Lizardmen from the White Scale tribe over. Li Chen turned to look at the marshland to the south. With a pensive expression, the 3-crossbow bed is on its way and will arrive in half a month. The Black Mountain tribe's army will not appear for at least another 2 or 3 months. There is still enough time. No need to rush. Although the future predicted by the simulation of life does not have time information, but the Black Mountain tribe arrived in the northern swamp after the rotation period. The time of their arrival can be estimated fairly accurately. It was on the afternoon of the 2nd day when Gob returned. Accompanying him were hundreds of lizardmen, including women, children, and infants. The arrival of the White Scale tribe lizardmen caused a commotion in the wooden fort. It's the White Scale tribe. What does Gob want by gathering us here? The long line of lizardmen entered the wooden fort through the south gate, catching the attention of the lizardmen from the other 2 tribes. For a while, the lizardmen in the wooden fort were in a heated discussion. Now that all 3 tribes had gathered, one couldn't help but wonder what Goblin's intentions were. Boss, I'm back. On the other side, Gob excitedly climbed up a watchtower. From a distance, he could see the boss on the watchtower. Hearing Gob's panting voice behind him, Li Chen smiled. Good, Gob. Gob's hang. Gob Shang. I leave it to you to watch over those lizardmen. The rotation period was approaching, and he needed to go back and make some preparations. Boss, where are you going? Gob asked curiously. Li Chen turned and looked at the towering wooden structures in the wooden fort. Of course, I'm going back to the tribe. Li Chen had originally planned to have them stock up on more food, but he gave up on the idea. The food brought back by the hunting team was all corpses. It would start to rot after 3 days at most. Goblins had a strong digestive system and didn't mind. They could even eat meat that was highly decomposed and infested with maggots. In this world, goblins were similar to hyenas on Earth, but lizardmen couldn't digest it. They had to eat fresh food. The production of dried meat and fish would have to be postponed. If the future tribe wanted to go on an expedition, they couldn't hunt and travel at the same time. It would take too much time. There had to be a type of food that could be stored for a long time and easily carried. I'll be back soon. With that, Li Chen turned and leaped down from the watchtower. The ground was soft, and Li Chen landed on the ground from a 15-meter-high watchtower without making any sound. Steadily on the ground, Li Chen rushed into the water. Wherever he went, the water beneath his feet froze. For a while, an ice path appeared in the water of the swamp, extending into the distance. Heading east, Li Chen saw the forest on the east bank in less than 3 hours. It would take goblins 2 days to travel the same distance that Li Chen covered in 3 hours. It showed how astonishing his speed was. Li Chen didn't stay in the forest on the east bank and continued upstream. In the afternoon, Goblin River, the forest on the north bank. The forest was dim and quiet. In the dense goblin forest, survival was an art. The first thing life needed to learn to survive was to be quiet. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in a bush. The branches and leaves swayed slightly. In the next moment, a white figure rushed out of the bush. It was a white rabbit. Judging from its size, the rabbit was just an ordinary animal. It hopped and stopped in front of a colorful mushroom. It sniffed with its nose. The strange fragrance emitted by the mushroom made it drool. It opened its mouth and was about to bite into the mushroom when a black shadow suddenly flashed past the rabbit. The little rabbit immediately jumped up. Before the little rabbit could react, a ferocious mouth bit off its head in one bite. The sound of crunch echoed in the forest. The bones are so crispy. Li Chen, running in the forest, smiled. Compared to monsters, ordinary animals were extremely delicious. Even the bones were crispy, and the crunchy taste was wonderful. Several hours later, in the forest to the west of the tribe, a tall green figure walked out of the forest. Not bad. Li Chen, who had emerged from the forest, looked out at the tribe in the distance. It was not far. Only about 300 meters away. The existence of the blank zone makes the tribe like a solitary island in the middle of the forest. Dense trees can still be seen behind the wooden wall. The tribe is enveloped by the towering wooden wall. Looking up at the wooden wall, one can see numerous green-skinned figures standing guard. On a watchtower 50 meters away, a huge triple-bobed crossbow can be seen. The boss is back. The boss is back. Li Chen's appearance caught the attention of the goblins standing guard on the wooden wall. Upon closer look, the goblins realized it was the boss. A goblin on the wooden wall shouted loudly. This caught the attention of the other goblins. The goblins who were dozing off on the wooden wall suddenly became alert. Li Chen entered the tribe through the west gate. As soon as he entered the tribe, a strong smell of pig manure hit him. Li Chen frowned as he walked through the tribe's forest. It seems that I need to quickly make the goblins move out and build a new pig farming tribe. Li Chen had planned this a long time ago. He didn't want his headquarters to become a cesspool. Even though he had become a goblin in this world, Li Chen still valued cleanliness. There were a large number of dry toilets in the tribe, each equipped with a septic tank. Although the structure was simple, it effectively treated the feces. It only needed to be cleaned every few years. Boss. Before he could leave the forest, Goblin Mo and Goblin Gao hurriedly ran over. Boss, you're back. The two big goblins ran up to Li Chen with flattery on their faces. Nothing happened in the tribe while I was away, right? Goblin Mo and Goblin Gao quickly shook their heads. Boss, everything's fine. Nothing happened. Goblin Mo smiled flatteringly and quickly responded. Good. Go inform Goblin D and Goblin Sure. Let them lead all the goblins to gather at the throne tribe. Hearing this, the eyes of the two big goblins lit up. They turned around excitedly and ran towards the outskirts of the tribe's forest. They soon disappeared without a trace. Compared to 2 months ago, the tribe hadn't changed much. Apart from the addition of a wooden wall on the periphery, there were no new buildings in the tribe. As he walked, Li Chen arrived at the throne cave. Looking at the majestic building, Li Chen grinned. He remembered Bubu, the one who liked to guard the entrance. According to the simulation of the future in The Sims, Bubu would bring back a group of ogres to the tribe. This meant that Bubu had gone to find his own kind. Compared to goblins, Li Chen preferred the silly ogres. Because they were simple-minded, they were more reliable. Belan, I'm back. Li Chen kicked the door as he arrived. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open by Li Chen. This startled the female lizardmen inside the house. The female lizardmen were gathered together, chatting about something. The familiar and terrifying figure made them scatter in a panic. Li Chen strode into the throne cave. His gaze swept over the female lizardmen. Upon seeing this, Li Chen's face showed a strange expression. Without the male lizardmen, their lives seemed to be difficult. Each female lizardman had wet patches on their chests. The wooden house was filled with a strong scent of milk. When Li Chen saw Belan on the main bed, he grinned. He walked over to her in big strides. Seeing the owner approaching, Belan's eyes flashed with fear. Master, the mating season is coming soon. It would be the mating season in a month. Belan was reminding the owner that time was running out. Li Chen, who had arrived in front of the main bed, did not bully Balan. He climbed onto the bed, turned over, and fell into a deep sleep next to Balan. Seeing the owner sleeping soundly beside her, Balan breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the goblins around her was becoming greater and greater. Balan, you should know about the Swamp Crocodile King, right? Li Chen, with his eyes closed, suddenly asked a question. Balan lowered her head and nodded as she looked at the owner beside her. The Marsh Crocodile King is the sacred beast we worship. It is naturally ferocious and difficult to communicate with. I promised it various conditions before it agreed to protect the northern marshland. Once high-level monsters invade, it will go into battle. Bai Ling's response made Li Chen's expression change slightly. Indeed, the northern marshland is the territory of the Marsh Crocodile King. In theory, there is no space for lizardmen to survive. However, the Marsh Crocodile King coexists with the Lizardmen. Although they are both hunters and prey, the Marsh Crocodile King does not actively attack the Lizardmen's tribe. Li Chen opened his eyes and looked at Bai Ling, who was voluptuous beside him. I met it not long ago, and now it is my little brother. I named it Jui. This is impossible. Suddenly, Bai Ling exclaimed in the wooden house. She looked at her master with an incredulous expression. Seeing Bai Ling's somewhat disoriented state, Li Chen smiled. Nothing is impossible. This is a fact. Bai Ling hesitated to speak, her expression changing. Although she said it was impossible, she still believed it in her heart. Because her goblin companion beside her had no reason to deceive her, it would be meaningless. Bai Ling, do you think the Black Mountain tribe will invade the northern marshland in force? Hearing this, Bai Ling's face turned pale. Her plump body swayed, almost collapsing. Bai Ling appeared somewhat panicked and couldn't face Li Chen's gaze. Li Chen smiled and lay down on the bed. He rested his hands behind his head. I said, I am a clever goblin. I know everything. You must be curious why I led those male lizardmen to the northern marshland 2 months ago. Bai Ling trembled and stared at her master. A hint of fear flashed in her eyes. She was afraid of hearing news from the goblin beside her that would make her collapse. They are all alive. Seeing Bai Ling's expression, Li Chen knew what she was thinking. He remembered that night, the night when the male lizardmen of the White Scale tribe were exterminated. That night, the despair on Bai Ling's face made him see it on a lizardman's face. It should be noted that it is quite difficult to discern facial expressions on a lizardman's face, although it is relatively round. Bai Ling took a deep breath. She weakly supported herself on the bed, panting heavily. The intense emotional changes made her body go weak. She was truly scared just now. I built a wooden fort in the northern marshland. The Black Scale tribe, Gray Scale tribe, and White Scale tribe lizardmen have all been relocated to the wooden fort. That's what I've been doing for the past 2 months. Bai Ling didn't have much of a reaction to this news. She got up and sat on her knees. She leaned forward slightly, kneading Li Chen's legs with her hands. This sudden action from Bai Ling made Li Chen smile contentedly. After running all day, his legs were indeed a bit sore. Being relieved by Bai Ling like this, the soreness and numbness felt very comfortable. Since the master has already tamed the Marsh Crocodile King, there is no need to worry about the threat from the Black Mountain tribe. Bai Ling knows better than anyone the power of the Marsh Crocodile King. If the Marsh Crocodile King is willing to follow the master's orders, the Black Mountain tribe will have no way to deal with it unless they launch a full-scale attack. Are there any strong warriors in the Black Mountain tribe? Bai Ling shook her head lightly. I'm not sure. The White Scale tribe hasn't had any contact with the Black Mountain tribe for a long time. Since Bai Ling said she didn't know, Li Chen didn't ask further. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. What matters is that Li Chen already knows the outcome. If the Black Mountain tribe had strong warriors, they wouldn't have been forced to summon the barbarian god Akuya. The retreating Black Mountain tribe army wouldn't have taken Bai Ling with them in a panic. Even if there were strong warriors, their strength would not change the outcome of a war. Time passes little by little, and days go by one after another. In the following days, Li Chen didn't go anywhere. He honestly stayed in the tribe. Occasionally, he would go to the carpentry workshop to teach the goblins more woodworking knowledge. He also went to the iron cave a few times. Goblin must quickly master the knowledge of smelting high-carbon steel and low-carbon steel. Without the lizardmen as laborers, the iron smelting efficiency in the iron cave was somewhat affected. Goblin had to assign the little brothers to mine and cut down trees to make charcoal. Half a month later, Goblin and Gobstone finally arrived at the tribe. It was a new day, and it was already morning. The tribe was bustling, with goblins shouting and making a mess. nearly 2,000 goblins gathered outside the throne cave. The dark green figures covered a large area of the forest. The group not only consisted of goblins but also female lizardmen. A year had passed, and only 13 female lizardmen had died. The cause of death couldn't be said to be unrelated to the goblins, but it wasn't a big deal either. 11 of them died from illness, and their deaths had reasons. Their bodies were worn out due to continuous pregnancies. This was related to the food provided by the goblins. The main food for lizardmen was fish. Only fish in the water could provide the necessary nutrition for their survival. Eating only monster meat couldn't meet their nutritional needs, and they fell ill over time. One of the remaining 2 died from drowning. It accidentally slipped and hit a stone while bathing in the river. It fainted at that time and was washed away by the river. When the goblins caught up, it had already drowned. The last female lizardman was accidentally killed by a large stone that fell in the iron cave. Li Chen stood at the gate and waved his hand. "Let's go!" Li Chen shouted loudly, his voice deafening. For a while, the tribe was filled with the sound of thundering footsteps. The goblins crowded around the lizardmen and headed west. Looking at the goblin little brothers who were leaving in the distance, Li Chen grinned. "Now, it's time to deal with the adventurer incident." When Goblin and Gobstone arrived at the wooden fort in the northern swamp, the total garrison force would reach several thousand. With the assistance of UAE, there would be no room for failure. System, start simulating life. Li Chen opened his arms and took a deep breath. He believed that the future had already changed. Since he led the goblin little brothers to the northern swamp, the future had already changed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered Yue. The beginning of simulated life. You stand at the entrance of the throne cave. Full of confidence in the future, you bring the crystal to the goblin's lair. Waiting for the arrival of the adventurer team, Goblin and Gobstone lead the goblin army to the wooden stronghold in the northern swamp. One day, a human boat sails upstream and lands on the south bank. One day, the adventurer team appears in the forest outside the goblin's lair. You follow the adventurer team all the way west. Watching them board a boat and sail downstream, the Black Mountain tribe launches a major attack and flees in panic. Your tribe grows strong. Bailing unifies the various tribes of the northern swamp lizardmen, and the new tribe is named Moon Tribe. You withdraw from the wooden stronghold, which becomes the headquarters of the Moon Tribe. Your tribe grows strong, and you teach the goblins how to make jerky. One day, a group of pigmen attacked your hunting team and were killed. One day, you received news that the pigmen were swarming out. You received news from the Moon Tribe in the northern swamp that a large fleet of humans was sailing up the Goblin River. The Illusus Kingdom's pioneering army is attacking. Please make the following choices. 1. Gather superior forces to eliminate the threat of the pigmen. 2. Withdraw all goblins from the subtribes and defend the throne tribe headquarters. 3. Divide the troops to garrison the Moon Tribe and defend together. 4. Gather forces to ambush the human fleet passing through the north bank of the Goblin River. The Illusus Kingdom's pioneering army? Li Chen, who was sitting on the steps at the door, bent over. The adventurer's safe departure made the Illusus Kingdom's army appear ahead of schedule. The fourth option has its advantages and disadvantages. The first option requires pursuing a time difference. If the pigmen are not resolved as soon as possible, the Moon Tribe will not receive timely support. Since it is called the pioneering army, all the barbarians in the Goblin Forest are the targets of the human pioneering army. Li Chen cannot guarantee that the human pioneering army will not attack the Moon Tribe. The second option is too passive, although it can repel the pigmen with minimal losses. Option 2 undoubtedly abandons the Moon Tribe. The third option is to do everything. However, dividing the troops easily leads to a situation where both places lack sufficient troops. The risk of the fourth option is too great, and there is also a lot of room for operation. Relying on the headquarters to defend against the enemy while ambushing the human pioneering army in the necessary place. A slight mistake could lead to a complete collapse. Choose one. The first option is the most secure. Defeat the pigmen in one fell swoop and then plan slowly. Whether it is to support the Moon Tribe or ambush the human pioneering army, there is still time. You choose to gather superior forces to counter the pigmen in a forest in the east. Your goblin army battles the pigmen. You win and the pigmen are repelled. You lead the goblin army to the forest on the north bank of the Goblin River in the northern swamp and set up defenses. You attack the fleet of the Illusus Kingdom's pioneering army. You win. Dubu and UAE die in battle, and your goblin army suffers heavy losses. With only 1 in 10 surviving, the fleet of the Illusus Kingdom's pioneering army is completely destroyed, causing shock among the human countries. You lead the remaining goblin army back to the tribe. Your tribe is struggling, but recovering quickly. One day, A ghost orc claiming to be the commander of the demon clan appears outside the west gate of the tribe. It challenges you. Please make the following choices. 1. Accept his challenge. 2. Reject his challenge. Commander of the demon clan? Li Chen, sitting at the door, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Since there are demons, there must be a demon king, and where there is a demon king, there must be a hero. Li Chen grinned, feeling interested. Option 1. You accepted its challenge. You defeated it, and the demon, beast, and orc centurion fled in panic. Your tribe thrived and grew. The deaths of Bengon and Yue made you hate this world and humanity even more. You unleashed an infinite power, causing the female lizard people to wail day and night. Your bloodline expanded like a swarm of locusts, expanding your territory. Your hunting team began to attack non-bloodline kin. Your rapidly expanding territory gradually bordered human territory. Your hunting team began to attack human villages. One day, you received news that the Black Mountain tribe had summoned the barbarian god Akuya. The 3-year deadline has arrived. As a time traveler, you have gradually adapted to your new identity and started your life in this different world. You know the cruelty of this world and you want to become stronger and strive for this goal. The simulation of life is over. Score 100. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Every 10 points spent plus 1 level. 2. Every 1 point spent plus 1 attribute. 3. Every 20 points spent plus 1 charm. 4. Every 10 points spent. Ice element mastery. Skill level plus 1. 5. Every 10 points spent. Mind speech. Skill level plus 1. 6. Every 10 points spent. Berserk. Skill level plus 1. Bengon and Yue will die? Li Chen frowned, lying on the ground at the door. Looking at the dense canopy, Li Chen's face showed a thoughtful expression. Knowing the outcome of Bengon and Yue, Li Chen naturally wouldn't let it happen. From today onwards, he must proceed cautiously. What is the Black Mountain tribe? Thinking of the Black Mountain tribe, Li Chen felt speechless. He thought he had successfully stopped the Black Mountain tribe from summoning the barbarian god Akuya. This time, unexpectedly, he ended up going in circles and returned to square one. His actions only delayed the time for the Black Mountain tribe to summon the barbarian god Akuya. Could it be that the Black Mountain tribe has encountered an unbeatable enemy again? At this moment, Li Chen realized how troublesome the Black Mountain tribe was. He stood up and took a deep breath. Never mind. Let's think about what reward to choose. There are a total of 6 reward options, and this time his luck is not bad. However, when he looked at the skills, Li Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. Only the Ice Element Mastery skill seemed somewhat useful. Berserk skill is also powerful. It can unleash one's potential and greatly increase strength in a short period of time, but the side effects make it unacceptable for Li Chen. The first 3 options cannot effectively enhance his strength. I choose the 4th option. Spending 90 points. Ice Element Mastery. Skill level plus 9. The increase in magic skill level doesn't have a very noticeable feeling. If there is any feeling, it is almost non-existent. Li Chen extended his right hand and with a thought, white mist emerged from his palm, instantly condensing into a 3-foot ice cone. The ice cone was transparent and emitted a chilling aura. It's truly amazing. Every time Li Chen uses magic, he feels incredulous, especially the skill Ice Element Mastery. It is much more advanced than magic skills like Wind Blade Technique. It allows him to freely manipulate the power of ice. Li Chen raised his hand and flicked it towards the depths of the forest. The small ice cone shot out, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, and hit a large tree. Chi! With the sound of chi, the ice cone pierced through the tree. The ice cone that pierced the tree continued its momentum and hit another large tree. Crack! Sitting at the door, Li Chen snapped his fingers. The ice cone that pierced the second tree suddenly shattered in midair. It turned into a rolling white mist, sweeping towards the West Zhou dynasty. Wherever it passed, everything was frozen. In almost an instant, that small space was completely frozen. This terrifying scene made the nearby goblins who had not yet left look at each other. Even though they were far away from the frozen area, they could still feel a chill coming towards them. Goblin Mo and Goblin Gao looked at their leader with fanaticism. The power has indeed become much stronger. Li Chen, who saw this scene, nodded in satisfaction. He stood up and entered the wooden house. When he came out, he had a package around his waist. Goblin Mo. Goblin Gao. You continue to guard the throne tribe. Goblin Mo and Goblin Gao nodded quickly. They didn't say anything else, and Li Chen walked out of the tribe. Looking at the back of their leader leaving, Goblin Mo and Goblin Gao were filled with doubt. Why does the leader always leave the tribe? Can't he give them, his subordinates, something to do? And he always goes alone, without even bringing his subordinates. Half an hour later, on the north bank of the Goblin River, Li Chen walked out of the dense forest at a leisurely pace. Standing by the water, Li Chen looked out at the vast Goblin River. Ha ha ha, freeze! Li Chen burst into laughter and stepped onto the water. Crack! The sound of freezing could be heard. Rolling white mist rushed out. It seemed like 1,000 horses galloping and spreading on the water's surface. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter wide ice path appeared on the hundreds of meters wide river surface. I always feel like something is flowing away from my body. Could it be magic power? Li Chen thought to himself as he looked at the ice path in front of him. Without thinking too much, Li Chen grinned and stepped onto the ice path, walking towards the opposite bank. Elysis Kingdom, Border Territory, Goblin Forest. The Goblin River, winding like a long dragon, flowed through the mountains and ridges. It was July, in the middle of summer. On the Goblin River, a small boat was sailing. There were 5 people on the boat, one steering and the rest rowing against the current. The boat was not big, about 10 meters long. 2 of the men were wearing armor, and there were swords, shields, and battle axes on the boat. The other person was wearing leather armor. He had a hood on his head and a bow and arrows by his side. The 2 women were wearing robes, one in white and one in black. They both had staffs adorned with blue crystals by their sides. It's too hot. Odyssey, this is the route you chose. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, making the girls on the boat sweat profusely. The sticky feeling on their bodies made the girl in the white robe glare angrily. Odyssey, who was steering at the stern, smiled awkwardly. Marcia, Eileen, don't blame me for this. Taking the water route is the safest and fastest way. If we go by land, you would be even more tired, and it would take almost twice as long. Can you bear it? Marcia and Eileen wore a bitter expression and continued to row. Pei-Shing and Rachel beside them also rowed with their heads down. If only we had rented an airship from the Crystal Temple. Eileen sighed in frustration. Forget it, we don't have that kind of money. Odyssey's words provoked the anger of the Westerners. The culprit of their lack of money was right in front of them. Faced with the gaze of their teammates, Odyssey smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. The Westerners remained silent and continued to row the boat on their own. Captain, even if you donate a lot of money, it won't reach those children's hands. After a while, Rachel broke the silence on the boat. Rachel's words furrowed Odyssey's brow. Rachel, what do you mean by that? Odyssey looked at Rachel with a puzzled expression. Rachel, who was rowing, hesitated for a moment. She didn't know if she should tell the captain the truth. As a crystal paladin, the captain was inexperienced and unaware of the cruelty of the world. The other 3 also looked at Rachel with curiosity. They supported the captain's sponsorship of the orphanage. After all, those children were the descendants of adventurers as adventurers. How could they remain indifferent? In the end, Rachel decided to reveal the truth. Captain, you should know that I come from a mercenary background. During my years as a mercenary, I experienced many things, some of which you may not be able to imagine. But what I'm about to say is the truth. Things that I witnessed with my own eyes. Rachel's words sparked a hint of curiosity in the eyes of the others. They were eager to hear what Rachel would say next. Do you know why the orphanage in Locktown only adopts girls? Martha raised her hand. I know. Because the boys are all adopted by the Volunteer Army. The Volunteer Army is a militia organization in various human towns. It is an armed group sponsored by local merchants and nobles. Although it is affiliated with the regular army, it is not under the jurisdiction of the Lord. Its main responsibility is to guard the safety of the local towns. Rachel's face darkened as he paddled the oars forcefully. That's what it seems like on the surface, but behind the scenes, it's a different story. During my years as a mercenary, I once saw girls from the orphanage in Locktown in a slave trader's caravan. Some of them were already adults, while others were just children. This can't be true. Rachel's words left the others in astonishment. Martha immediately retorted, glaring at him. The head of the orphanage is Sister Tataru, who comes from the Crystal Temple. How could she do such a thing? As a crystal priestess? Martha would never allow anyone to defile the Crystal Temple. Rachel, could it be that you were mistaken? Odyssey also couldn't believe that Sister Tataru would do such a thing. In Odyssey's mind, Sister Tataru was a kind and gentle lady. Perhaps, Rachel didn't argue with his companions. He knew that it would be hard for them to believe this. Sometimes, unless you see it with your own eyes, you won't believe what others say. The boat fell silent for the rest of the journey. Only the sound of the oars splashing in the water echoed. Each of the 5 had their own thoughts on their faces. Although the others didn't fully believe Rachel's words, they knew him well enough to know that he wouldn't make things up for no reason. They also knew that Rachel, as a crystal hunter, had a much richer life experience than them. After a while, Martha turned to look at Rachel behind her. "Rachel, I'm sorry. I will investigate this matter thoroughly." The 3 who heard Martha's words smiled at each other. "Martha, when you go back, investigate this matter thoroughly." Before Eileen could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly stopped. She stood up and looked at the river behind the small boat with a look of surprise and uncertainty. The other Westlanders seemed to have sensed something as well, their faces changing slightly. They quickly put away their oars and picked up their weapons. "Don't move. Keep rowing." Odyssey's face darkened as he whispered. The Westlanders continued to paddle the oars calmly. "Captain, what is that?" Martha seemed nervous. The rhythm of her rowing became somewhat chaotic. Rachel, who was behind them, lowered his head and glanced at the black shadow that flashed in the water. It should be swamp lizardmen. Looking down from the sky to the river, a large number of black shadows swam in groups from under the boat. This process lasted for half an hour. After half an hour, the movement in the water finally disappeared. "Captain, could it be that we encountered migrating swamp lizardmen?" Perkins wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, the swamp lizardmen had no time to pay attention to them. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble with so many lizardmen. "Captain, look over there." Just then, Eileen exclaimed. The Westlanders looked in the direction of her voice, their brows furrowing. There was a larger expanse of water on the north bank ahead. It was an endless swamp. There was movement at the junction of the swamp and the Goblin River. A large number of lizardmen emerged from the deep water and entered the swamp, wading through the water. The swamp was filled with a dense crowd of lizardmen, heading north in groups. Meanwhile, more and more lizardmen continued to emerge from the deep water. 5 people on a small boat watched silently. "These lizardmen are armed. It doesn't seem like a migration. Could it be a tribal war among the barbarians? It's none of our business. Row faster and leave this troublesome place." Rachel was the first to react. It was not the time to just stand and watch. Getting away from this troublesome place was the right thing to do. The captain's reminder made the Westerner react as well. He quickly paddled the oars with force. The speed of the small boat suddenly increased, going against the current. As the 5 people on the boat observed the lizardmen in the swamp, the lizardmen in the swamp also observed the small boat on the river. "They are human adventurers. Elder Red Scale, should we deal with them?" Among the lizardmen army that had come ashore, 3 lizardmen were looking out at the river. One of them stood out with its bright red scales, which contrasted with the other lizardmen. "Human adventurers are troublesome and strong. Now is not the time to create more trouble. Let's go. Don't forget our purpose." Red Scale withdrew its gaze from the river without expression and followed the army. The other 2 lizardmen quickly followed suit. Looking down from the sky, the marching lizardmen army in the swamp appeared like a dark cloud moving northward. Their numbers were no less than 5,000. 5 days later, in the morning, Gray Scale Tribe, the Black Mountain Tribe's army entered the tribe from the northwest, and the small tribe was instantly engulfed by the sea of people. "Elder Red Scale, they are all empty. They have been vacant for a long time." Red Scale stood in the tribe, surveying the surrounding water huts. "Elder Red Scale, the Gray Scale Tribe." The lizard man beside Red Scale hesitated to speak. "Go to the Black Scale Tribe." Red Scale walked expressionlessly towards the outside of the tribe. The few lizard men behind quickly followed. "Elder Red Scale, should I take some people to the White Scale Tribe?" "No need. According to the information we obtained, the White Scale Tribe was the first to be attacked by goblins. If something happens to the Gray Scale Tribe and the Black Scale Tribe, the White Scale Tribe won't fare well either. We know nothing about the situation in the northern swamp. We can't divide our forces." At this time, it was almost noon. The Lizardmen army that had just entered the tribe continued to march northeast without stopping. The huge army left the tribe in a grand manner. The next day, at the wooden fort base in the northern swamp, it was noon, and the sun was shining brightly on the wooden fort base. The hot sun made the goblins on the watchtower feel a bit restless. After more than a month, the goblins had successfully evolved. The goblin leader, Goblin Shang, had grown to 2 meters tall and become more muscular and powerful. The two Goblin brothers, Goblin Yi and Goblin Zhang, could only stand behind Goblin Shang. Goblin Shang had become the leader of the wooden fort base. Boss, they're here, they're here. Just then, a goblin climbed up the watchtower excitedly. Be clear, what's happening? Goblin Shang glared at the goblin, who was about to kick with his strong right leg. It's Lizardmen. A lot of Lizardmen are here. Upon hearing this, Goblin Shang's eyes lit up. He retracted his leg that was about to kick. Wow, haha. Goblin Shang on the watchtower burst into laughter. It took a while for the laughter to fade away. Great! Those Lizardmen have indeed arrived. Gobs hang. Go find that white female lizard person and have her send all the male lizard people out to hunt. Oh, and make sure the news of the lizard people's arrival is spread by the white female lizard person too. Gobs hang nodded and climbed down from the watchtower, running towards the wooden village. As he looked out at the swamp, Gobs hang grinned. Although he didn't understand why the boss wanted them to do this, he didn't bother thinking about it. He just had to do as the boss said. Gobs hang turned and looked at the 3-bed crossbow beside him, a wicked smile on his face. Come on, let me shoot you all to pieces. Just thinking about that satisfying scene made Gobs hang shiver with excitement. Soon after, in the largest wooden house in the village stronghold, under the call of Bai Ling, the high priestess, the elders of the tribe gathered together. The Black Mountain tribe has indeed arrived. The news from Bai Ling, the high priestess, left the elders in shock. Revenge! Revenge! This is our chance! One lizard elder exclaimed with excitement. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the wooden board. Hatred and excitement were the only things in his eyes. Having lost his wife, revenge was all that remained in his life. The resentful voice caught Bai Ling's attention, and she glanced at him. Revenge? With what? Even the swamp crocodile king has been tamed by that goblin. It's too terrifying. We must consider it carefully. It's a freak among goblins, a nightmare for all the savage tribes in the goblin forest. We can't risk the survival of our tribe. I would rather die standing than live in humiliation. What took you so long? You didn't say that before we went to the goblin tribe. As they argued, the elders in the wooden house became more and more heated. Quiet, quiet. In the end, it was Black Scale who stopped the elders' incessant arguing. Black Scale looked at Bai Ling, the high priestess, and lowered his head slightly. High priestess, please say something. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders looked at Bai Ling, the high priestess. Faced with the gaze of the elders, Bai Ling sighed inwardly. At this moment, she had no choice. Before arriving at the village stronghold, she had already lost the courage to resist her master, because she knew all too well what the outcome of resisting her master would be. They didn't have the power for revenge. Resistance would only make the lizard people of the northern swamp disappear completely. The surviving female tribe members would become breeding tools for the goblins. Their situation would be 100 times more miserable than it is now. Bai Ling extended both hands. Those who agree to submit to the goblins, go to the right. Those who agree to seek revenge, go to the left. The elders in the room looked at each other. No one moved. Everyone was waiting for someone else to act. Just as the elders hesitated, Grayscale made a move. He stood up and stood on the right side of Bai Ling, the high priestess. Grayscale's choice brought different expressions to the faces of the lizard elders. Black Scale was the second to stand up, walking to Grayscale's side. The two chieftains had made their choices, and the elders no longer hesitated. Some lizard elders stood on the right side, while others stood on the left. The final result soon became clear. There were not many lizard elders willing to risk the survival of the tribe. Cowards, a bunch of cowards. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. There were a total of 9 lizard elders standing on the left side. They looked at the lizard people on the opposite side with hatred and disdain. The leading lizard elder even shouted loudly. Bai Ling, sitting in the main seat, remained unmoved. She looked up at the lizard elders on the left side. This is our choice, and it is your own choice as well. The Black Mountain tribe's army has already arrived in the northern swamp. If you can let go of your wives and children, leave while they are out hunting and never come back. Bai Ling knew that keeping these people would be a disaster. Who knows when they would rise up in rebellion against their masters as a goblin. The master would not have the patience to give them a second chance, unless one day it has the power to obtain freedom. Otherwise, it would never risk the survival of the tribe. Instead of forcing them to stay in the tribe, it is better to let them leave. Humph, White Spirit High Priest. I hope you won't regret today's decision." The leader of the Lizardmen sneered. It disdainfully glanced at the tribe members who were living in humiliation just to survive. Then it turned around and walked away. The other Lizardmen elders quickly followed. But 2 Lizardmen elders hesitated at the door. In the end, they did not leave the wooden house and chose to stay. The next morning, there was a commotion in the wooden outpost. Male Lizardmen hunting teams left the tribe through the western gate to go hunting. The departure of the Lizardmen hunting teams also silently brought about some changes. That night, on the south bank of the Goblin River in the forest, the silver moonlight spilled onto the earth, blocked by the dense canopy. The forest was quiet, pitch black, but in the darkness, there was a flickering fire. Looking into the depths of the forest, a bonfire was burning. 5 people sat beside the bonfire. The adventurers. "Captain, are we almost there?" Eileen asked the captain with some boredom. Odyssey took out a magic map from his pocket. "Almost there." The mark of the airship disappeared not far from the southeast direction of the forest. Hearing this, Eileen's eyes lit up. "Captain, does that mean we will find the crashed airship tomorrow?" Odyssey shook his head and put away the magic map. "It's hard to say. We might have to search in that forest for several days." "Eileen, if there are crystals nearby, you should be able to sense them, right?" Martha suddenly asked Eileen. Eileen nodded and picked up her staff, waving it. "Well, as long as they're not too far away, I can sense them." Martha smiled slightly and threw a piece of firewood into the bonfire. "There should be a fairly large crystal on the airship." The Westerner's eyes lit up at Martha's words. The 5 people sitting by the bonfire smiled at each other. It seemed that they would soon complete their mission. "Rachel, have you ever ventured deep into the Goblin Forest before?" Martha asked Rachel curiously. She had never ventured so deep into the Goblin Forest before. Rachel shook her head and glanced at the pitch-black depths of the forest behind her. When she turned her head back, Rachel adjusted her hood. The Goblin Forest borders the southern wasteland to the west, the Elysis Kingdom to the north, and the sea to the south and east. The territory of the Elysis Kingdom used to be part of the Goblin Forest hundreds of years ago. Although I haven't ventured deep into the Goblin Forest, I still have some understanding of it. The most common barbarians in the Goblin Forest are goblins. They are the most disgusting creatures in this world, especially for women. Rachel's words made Martha and Eileen blush. They naturally knew about the peculiarities of goblins. In their years as adventurers, they had encountered many tasks related to goblins. Fortunately, they are weak. Even rookie adventurers can take on 10 of them. However, don't underestimate goblins because of that. Rachel extended a hand. 1. Goblins usually appear in groups. Don't let yourself be surrounded. 2. Never chase goblins into dark caves. 3. Don't think you can completely eliminate goblins. They can't be killed cleanly. 4. Prepare more magic essence. 5. Goblin ears are not valuable. Suitable for beginners to transition. 6. The biggest mystery in the world. Humans always like to ignore the existence of goblins. Rachel talked a lot about goblins, which helped the others understand them better. "Rachel, why do we need to prepare more magic essence?" Aaron asked curiously. Rachel picked up a piece of firewood and threw it into the campfire. He clapped his hands and looked at Aaron beside him. "Aaron, you're a mage. What would happen if you were surrounded by goblins and ran out of magic?" Rachel's question made Aaron's face turn pale. She knew exactly what would happen. No wonder Rachel had said never to let oneself be surrounded by goblins. However, the 5 of them were unaware that there were eyes watching them from the depths of the darkness. In the depths of the forest, less than 20 meters away from the 5 of them, a faint black shadow could be seen behind a large tree. The hidden figure behind the tree was Li Chen. It's a bit like the sword and magic professions in the fantasy novels. Li Chen secretly observed the human adventurers by the campfire and thought to himself. 2 men were wearing armor, with swords and shields or large axes by their sides. They were probably knights and warriors. The last man was wearing a brown leather armor and a hood. There was a delicate short bow beside him, with a small blue crystal embedded on the bow. The other 2 women were wearing black and white robes. The white-robed mage was probably a priest or something similar, as indicated by the religious decorations on her chest. The black-robed mage was probably the common magician seen in fantasy novels. Both of them had crystals embedded on their staffs. Li Chen secretly observed the panel information of the 5 people in the forest. Crystal Apostle, Elite, Level 59, Strength 517, Defense 719, Agility 481, Magic 161, Crystal Magic? Crystal Magic? Crystal Magic? This was the panel attribute of the knight. His panel attributes were almost on par with the Swamp Crocodile King. Crystal Apostle, Elite, Level 51, Strength 769, Defense 417, Agility 609, Magic 371, Crystal Magic? Crystal Magic? The warrior's strength was also formidable. Crystal Apostle, Elite, Level 71, Strength 214, Defense 171, Agility 811, Magic 887, Crystal Magic? Crystal Magic? Crystal Magic? Crystal Magic? The human man in leather armor was the strongest among the five. His panel attributes were focused on agility and magic. Crystal Apostle, Elite, Level 39, Strength 13, Defense 9, Agility 11, Magic 1273, Crystal Magic? Mages are indeed fragile, Li Chen muttered to himself when he saw the panel attributes of the black-robed female mage. Finally, Li Chen looked at the female priest. Crystal Apostle, Elite, Level 21, Strength 9, Defense 11, Agility 8, Magic 917, Crystal Magic? 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 This woman had learned too many skills. The series of crystal skills learned by the priest made Li Chen unable to help but complain. No wonder they dare to venture deep into the goblin forest. They are indeed strong. While amazed by the strength of the five people, Li Chen deeply felt the weakness of the goblins. Among the higher-ranking goblins, only the Goblin King was an elite rank. The other goblins were all ordinary ranks. Above the elite rank, there must be even stronger ranks. Li Chen remembered the rank saint mentioned in the black robe. The strength of the saint rank was obviously many times stronger than the elite rank. Damn! How can anyone play like this? Li Chen felt a headache at the thought of there being humans who were many times stronger than the elite ranks. Regardless, let's first test the way humans fight. When the car reaches the mountain, there must be a way. For now, we can only take it step by step. There will definitely be a battle between the future tribe and the Elysis Kingdom's expeditionary force. There will surely be crystal apostles, similar to adventurers in the human army. It is necessary to gather information on the battles of the crystal apostles. In advance, in the darkness, Li Chen quietly retreated into the depths of the forest. Time passed slowly, and the night grew deeper. The campfire in the forest did not go out, and a song was burning. Not all adventurers were asleep. 5 people took turns keeping watch. The Westerner slept on the spot, while one person was responsible for vigilance. Lykel sat by the campfire, holding a bow and arrow in his arms. He was wiping the bow with a soft cloth. Suddenly, Lykel's expression changed as he wiped the bow and arrow. He stood up and stared intently into the depths of the forest. Time passed by, and the forest remained silent. Is it a small animal? Lykel muttered softly by the campfire. No. Lykel's face changed. He raised his bow and pulled the bowstring. In the moment he released the bowstring, a gust of wind erupted. Tiny wind blades shot out with a piercing sound. The visible transparent wind blades rushed into the depths of the forest. Wow! In the next moment, cries of pain echoed from the depths of the forest. A goblin lay on the ground, screaming in agony. Its entire right hand had been cut off from the shoulder. The screams of their comrade made the nearby goblins in the forest furious. Wow! The depths of the dark forest suddenly resounded with the goblins' cries. Get up! It's goblins! Hearing the familiar wow roar from the depths of the forest, Lykel quickly woke up his companions. The Westerner was startled awake and jumped up. Whoosh! Just then, there was a dense sound of breaking through the air from the depths of the forest. Captain! Lykel shouted. He pulled the bowstring multiple times in an instant. Magic wind blades arrows flew out, rushing towards the depths of the forest. Several goblins in the forest were suddenly split in half. Some goblins had their heads separated, while others were cut in half at the waist. Where the wind blades passed, half of the bushes were cut off. I'll handle this. The sound of breaking through the air in the forest made Odyssey's face change. He took a quick step forward and raised his shield. Solid wall. A golden light wall suddenly spread out from the shield. It formed a magic light shield that was 5 meters long, 3 meters high, and wide. The appearance of the light shield also dispelled the darkness of the Western Zhou. black rays shot out from the forest, crashing into the light shield. The crossbow arrows that hit the light shield were all deflected. These are crossbow arrows? Lykel's face slightly changed as he looked at the crossbow arrows falling to the ground. Not good. Marcia, defend from all directions. As soon as Lykel spoke, there was a sound of breaking through the air from the other 3 directions in the depths of the forest. Marcia waved her staff in a fluster. Seeing that it was too late, Eileen waved her staff. Akanoha, a spell-like rebuke resounded through the forest. Suddenly, a hurricane surged around the 5 people of the Western Zhou. The visible hurricane swept up a large amount of withered leaves and dust. The crossbow arrows that flew from the west were blown away by the hurricane. I'll handle this. Lykel bowed and aimed at the sky. Blue magical light radiated from the stretched bowstring. It quickly condensed into a blue water arrow. Whoosh! Lykel released the bowstring. With a whoosh sound, a blue stream of light shot up into the sky from the eye of the hurricane. At a height of about 500 meters in the sky, the water arrow suddenly burst open. It turned into a rain of arrows that rained down on the Western Zhou's forest. Crack! The forest of the Western Zhou immediately resounded with the sound of cracking. The rain of arrows pierced through the trees and the bodies of the goblins. Wow! In the depths of the forest in the Western Zhou dynasty, there was a scream. The small rain arrows pierced through the goblin's body like steel needles. The non-lethal attack made the goblin scream in pain. As for the unlucky ones who were hit in the head and heart, they had already met their demise. Marcia, the wind is dispersing. Aaron's reminder brought Marcia back to her senses. She raised her staff high and uttered a sacred incantation. Alu, Korea, Alan. The dazzling blue light shone from the crystal at the top of the staff. In the next moment, a white light curtain suddenly spread out from the crystal. It almost instantly enveloped the space where the 5 of them were. At the moment the light curtain formed, the outside hurricane disappeared. Without the obstruction of the hurricane, dozens of crossbow arrows flew from the western forest. Many arrows struck the light curtain and were deflected. Rachel, Pexings, go deal with those long-range goblins. Aaron, don't act yet. Seize the opportunity, and try not to make too much noise. Aaron was a magician, and once she acted, it would surely be earth-shattering. As the captain, Odyssey took on the responsibility of commanding the team members. His role was to coordinate the abilities of his teammates. Rachel and Pexings nodded. They almost simultaneously rushed out of the light curtain. Rachel was the fastest. His figure moved left and right, agilely entering the forest. Pexings, on the other hand, seemed more savage. He wielded a large axe, charging into the forest like a heavy tank. The crossbow arrows clanged against him. Sparks flew in all directions. Some arrows were deflected, while others pierced through his armor and stuck to it. As soon as the 2 entered the forest, the sound of breaking through the air suddenly disappeared. In the depths of the dark forest, there was only the sound of rustling. Rachel, Pexings, don't pursue too deep. The distant commotion in the forest let Odyssey know that the goblins had escaped. He quickly shouted towards the depths of the dark forest. Soon, Rachel and a frustrated-looking Pexings emerged from the darkness. Those goblins are really boring. They just ran away. Pexings sat down by the campfire. He took off his helmet, his expression full of dissatisfaction. At this moment, Marcia had already removed the light curtain. Captain, what do you think this is? Rachel came to Odyssey with several crossbow arrows in his hand. Odyssey lowered his head and looked at the crossbow arrows in Rachel's hand. He reached out and took one to examine it carefully. Captain, the crossbow arrows are very powerful. They can easily penetrate my armor. At this moment, Pexings, by the campfire, spoke up. This made everyone look at him. It was then that they noticed Pexings was covered in crossbow arrows. Pexings, are you okay? Marcia hurriedly ran towards Pexings. Pexings shook his head and patted his chest. I'm fine, although the crossbow arrows pierced through my armor. They didn't quite manage to hurt me. Are you really okay? Marcia looked up and down at Pexings, who was by her side. I'm really fine. I'm good. Marcia reached out and pulled out one of the crossbow arrows from Pexings. Seeing that there was no blood on the arrowhead, she finally felt relieved. Pexings, if you're injured, you have to let me know. Pexings grinned, nodded his head. At this moment, the 5 of them returned to sit by the campfire. Captain, should we change our location? Erin looked somewhat apprehensive as she glanced at the depths of the forest behind them. Although goblins were weak, their numbers were vast. Fighting against goblins at night was very disadvantageous for them. Humans couldn't see well in the dark, but goblins could. Odyssey shook his head and put down his shield. If the goblins have really targeted us, changing our location won't help. Rest up. I'll take the night watch for the second half of the night. Odyssey volunteered to take on the task of guarding the camp for the second half of the night. Rachel, sitting by the campfire, looked down at the crossbow arrows in his hand. The crossbow in his hand gave him a bad feeling. How could a goblin have a crossbow? And judging by the number of arrows, the goblin must have quite a few. Meanwhile, about 100 meters deep in the forest, humans are indeed strong. Li Chen was amazed by the adventurer's fighting style. The skillful use of magic showed that humans had a deep understanding of magic and had developed various magical abilities. No wonder they can wipe out the goblin nest with just 5 people. Looking at the fire in the depths of the forest, Li Chen felt a bit itchy. They were indeed juicy and tender, and the smell of human flesh could be smelled from afar. The familiar taste made Li Chen's heart race. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. The instinct of the goblin's body made him have a desire to devour humans. No! Li Chen slapped himself on the face. Smack! The sound of a crisp slap echoed in the dark forest. It was strange. He had seen humans before and didn't react like this. Li Chen rubbed his face and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, by the campfire deep in the forest, Rachel! What's wrong? Rachel suddenly stood up by the campfire. His gaze was fixed on the forest to the east. After looking for a while, a flicker of doubt flashed in Rachel's eyes. It's nothing. Probably just the sound of branches falling to the ground. Odyssey smiled at the words. He knew that the goblin attack just now had made Rachel a bit sensitive. Just a few goblins. No need to worry too much. Odyssey never thought that goblins could pose a threat to the 5 of them. At worst, they could leave. If they wanted to go, a few goblins couldn't stop them. Time passed slowly, and the night grew deeper. The next morning, Odyssey led his teammates to continue south. In the afternoon, in a dim forest, the 5 of them silently watched as the floating shipwreckage in front of them was gradually swallowed by vegetation. Eileen, where is it? It's inside. Very close. I'll go. Rachel went forward and squeezed into the cabin through a narrow gap. Soon, there was some movement in the cabin. After a while, Rachel came out of the gap. When he went in, his hands were empty, but now he had a crystal in his hand. Captain, how do you think the airship crashed? Odyssey took the crystal from Rachel's hand. Then he looked curiously at Rachel in front of him. Rachel, did you find something? Perhaps Rachel had discovered something in the cabin. Rachel turned and looked at the wreckage of the airship. There are many gaps in the wreckage, obviously pierced by some kind of weapon. Some kind of weapon pierced the hull? Rachel's words made the others examine the wreckage of the airship. There were indeed many places on the wreckage that had been pierced. A weapon? Could the airship have encountered a powerful flying beast? Perkins thought that some flying beasts could cause such damage. Now that we have confirmed the airship's crash, our mission is complete. Let's go! The result of the airship crash had lost its meaning for further investigation. Several months had passed. In a place like the Goblin Forest, all traces would have been erased. The people on the ship had long been eaten by the monsters in the forest. Next, Odyssey led his companions deeper into the forest they came from. Very well, let's go quickly. Don't come back again, or you won't be able to leave next time. At this moment, Li Chen, hiding in the depths of the forest, was peeping at the adventurer team. When he saw the team leave, Li Chen grinned from his hiding spot in the tree. If it weren't for the fear of attracting the powerful couple, he wouldn't have let the adventurer team leave so easily. The current Li Chen just wants the adventurer team to leave quickly. He wants to focus on solving the series of events that follow. So, for the next 2 days, Li Chen followed the adventurer team from a distance, to avoid being discovered. On the morning of the 3rd day, on the south bank of the Goblin River, in the forest, the Odyssey 5 pushed the small boat hidden in the woods into the water. Rachel, standing on the shore, looked suspiciously into the depths of the forest. Rachel, what's wrong? Get on the boat. The Westerner had already boarded the boat and was waiting for Rachel. I'm coming. Rachel turned around and hurriedly boarded the boat. As the oars moved, the small boat gradually drifted away with the current. Captain, it seems like something has been following us in secret for the past 2 days. As the boat moved further away from the shore, Rachel finally took a deep breath. Something had been following them in secret? The Westerner and the others looked at each other, while Odyssey had a thoughtful expression on his face. Just as the small boat was gradually disappearing on the river, A sturdy green figure walked out of the forest where the five had entered the water. Li Chen grinned as he watched the direction the boat was heading. Very good. Those troublemakers are finally gone. Li Chen had already figured out how to change back. As long as he accelerated the timeline, he would have enough time to deal with any threats. Before long, the figure on the shore had disappeared. In the afternoon, in the goblin lair, Li Chen hurriedly walked out of the forest and entered the cave. Boss, what about that group of adventurers? Goblin Tian eagerly approached as soon as the boss returned. Thinking back to the recent battle with humans, Goblin Tian's face showed a greedy expression. Human flesh was so delicious. Once you tasted it, you would never forget. They have already left. They are not easy to deal with. Even 10 of you would be asking for death. Goblins were useless except in numbers. When Li Chen first arrived in this world, he thought the goblins were strong. They should have been at the top of the world's power. Now he realized that what he thought was the top was only the starting point of this world's strength. Goblin Tian shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. It had also watched the battle from a distance that night. The strength of human adventurers was indeed formidable. In just a moment, they killed 10 of its little brothers. Goblin Tian, take down all the magic crystals on the wall and send them to the throne cave. Goblin Tian nodded quickly. Although it didn't know what the boss wanted those shiny things for, Goblin Tian didn't ask. After all, those things on the wall were useless. I have to go back. Goblin Tian, you should stay in the throne tribe for a while. The number of goblins in this lair must be maintained at around 2,000. The goblin lair still controlled a large hunting territory. There was no problem feeding 2,000 goblins, and the current number of goblins in the goblin lair was less than 700. Goblin Tian nodded excitedly. Li Chen didn't stay in the goblin lair and left shortly after. Several hours later, before it got dark, on the south bank of the Goblin River. Ha! It still hasn't melted? When Li Chen walked out of the forest and saw the scene in front of him, he was surprised. So many days had passed, and the ice road was still there, and there was no sign of it melting at all. Due to the lower water level in the past few days, the ice layer was suspended above the water surface. The two banks became the only points of support. But even so, the ice road still didn't collapse. The skill upgrade is indeed powerful. It was worthy of a skill with the word king in it. Grinning, Li Chen stepped onto the ice road and walked towards the opposite bank. Northern Swamp. Afternoon. Wood Fort Base. With the arrival of the Goblin Earth and Goblin Stone leading reinforcements, the Goblin forces stationed at the Wood Fort Base reached 1,000. Coupled with the 2,000 Lizardmen, the total population of the Wood Fort Base reached 6,000. This made the Wood Fort Base crowded. The afternoon was originally the quietest time at the Wood Fort Base, but at this moment, the goblins' wow cry suddenly sounded on the wooden wall in the south. Woo! The deep war horn followed closely. The sound of the horn caused a commotion in the wooden fort. It was like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan. The entire wooden fort was boiling. A large number of goblins rushed out of the small and large wooden houses, screaming and rushing towards the wooden wall in the south. At this time, deep in the southern swamp, in a deeper water area, ripples appeared on the water surface. Looking into the water, you could see fleeting black shadows. On the boundary line of the deep water area, the figures of a large number of lizardmen emerged from the water. They stood up from the water and waded through it. In no time, the lizardmen on the shore appeared densely packed. At a glance, the black lizardmen kept emerging from the water. Before long, a large army appeared in the southern swamp of the wooden fort. Nearly 5,000 lizardmen formed an unbroken line. Their figures covered nearly a kilometer of water. Although they didn't have a neat formation, they emitted an infinite momentum when standing there. They finally came. At this time, on a watchtower on the southern wooden wall of the wooden fort, the goblin grinned and excitedly watched the overwhelming lizardmen army outside. It had been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, it finally brought the lizardmen army. Elder Red Scale. This is the wooden fort. In the lizardmen army outside, a group of lizardmen gathered together to observe the wooden fort 500 meters away. The lizardman next to Red Scale looked at the wooden fort with anger. Its hatred for the goblins made it a guide, even hiding the existence of the swamp crocodile king. Red Scale looked solemnly at the wooden fort in the distance. It didn't expect the goblins to build such a large wooden fort in the swamp. What were they planning? Although it was a bit puzzled, Red Scale was not afraid. Red Scale nodded to its companions beside it. Let the battle begin. The The lizardmen beside Red Scale ran off at the words. Ah la la! They shouted loudly, waving their stone axes. All the lizardmen raised their weapons and shouted loudly. The loud and bustling sound echoed in the sky and the earth. The lizardmen inside the wooden fort also heard the commotion outside. The familiar shouts made all the lizardmen leave their wooden houses. They looked at the wooden wall on the outskirts with anticipation. It's so noisy. Shoot them! The loud shouts of the lizardmen army made the goblin a little impatient. It roared and picked up the war horn beside it, blowing it urgently. The rapid sound of the horn sounded again. This was the command to attack. The goblins on the watchtower, controlling the 3-bed crossbows, looked excited. They pushed the 3-bed crossbows and aimed them at the distant lizardmen army. Bang! Only the sound of the bowstring reverberated, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Large arrows flew out, charging towards the lizardmen army 500 meters away. Boom! The lizardmen's formation was too dense. More than 10 arrows plunged into the lizardmen's ranks. With loud bangs, the lizardmen were thrown into disarray. The huge arrows pierced through several lizardmen and hit the water. For a while, water splashed everywhere and the lizardmen screamed in pain. The sudden attack startled Red Scale. How did the goblins attack them from such a distance? Everyone, charge! We've come this far. We can't retreat. Red Scale raised its large axe and shouted loudly. It took the lead in charging towards the wooden fort, wading through the water. Kill them! Ah la la! Red Scale's movement was followed by the surrounding lizardmen. The massive lizardmen army surged towards the wooden fort like a bursting dam. Ah! Another loud bang accompanied by screams one after another. Giant arrows plunged into the lizardmen's ranks. Everything in their path was destroyed. The tremendous impact would send even those grazed by the arrows flying. The massive lizardmen army, like a tidal wave, swept towards the wooden stronghold. Boom! Just then, a deafening sound suddenly erupted from the right side of the lizardmen's formation. In the right flank of the lizardmen's formation, a massive column of water shot up into the air. Before the water column rose, the lizardmen in that area instantly turned into minced meat. The rising water column sent a large group of lizardmen flying. And it didn't end there, as giant water bombs came from the right flank. Each water bomb accurately landed in the midst of the lizardmen. The lizardmen that touched the water bombs were instantly torn apart. The water bombs that hit the ground exploded with a boom. The splashing raindrops pierced through the lizardmen within a radius of tens of meters like steel needles. The right flank of the lizardmen's formation was filled with screams of agony. It's the Swamp Crocodile King! It's the Swamp Crocodile King! The lizardmen on the right flank quickly identified the culprit attacking them. In the nearby swamp, a gigantic monster was staring at them. The monstrous creature opened its ferocious mouth and spat out water balls. Under the attack of the triple crossbow and the Swamp Crocodile King, the lizardmen suffered heavy casualties. Even before reaching the wooden stronghold, the death toll had already reached several hundred. The appearance of the Swamp Crocodile King filled the lizardmen with fear. They couldn't understand why the Swamp Crocodile King would help the goblins. How could there be goblins where the Swamp Crocodile King was present? Damn! What's going on? Red Scales grabbed the neck of the lizardman leading the way. The lizardman caught by Red Scales showed no signs of fear. It laughed maniacally. Kill them! Kill them! Hurry! Kill them! The lizardman's madness in Red Scales' hand furrowed his brow. You madman! He cursed under his breath and threw away the lizardman in his hand. Retreat! Retreat! Red Scales shouted, turning around and running back in the direction they came from without looking back. The appearance of the Swamp Crocodile King caught Red Scales off guard. It wasn't fear, but rather the realization that the army lacked the means to deal with the Swamp Crocodile King. They were not prepared for this. Continuing the fight would only be a futile waste of their people's lives. Red Scales' retreat caused the charging lizardmen to hesitate. The lizardmen around Red Scales were the first to react to his command and started running away. The lizardmen further away saw their comrades fleeing and joined the escape. In this way, the charging lizardmen were defeated and fled in panic. Along the way, screams of agony filled the air. The sound of arrows and water bombs echoed in the sky outside the wooden stronghold. The lizardmen who made it back to the edge of the deep waters plunged into the water. After abandoning nearly 1,000 corpses, the lizardmen army fled in panic. Wow! Wow! Seeing the lizardmen army fleeing, the goblins on the wooden walls excitedly cheered and danced. The wooden stronghold was filled with noise and excitement. Meanwhile, the lizardmen inside the wooden stronghold wore disappointed expressions. Run! Run! At the entrance of the largest wooden house, Bai Ling stood outside the door, gazing at the wooden wall to the south. She muttered to herself, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. From now on, her people would live in the shadow of the goblins. Before long, the fleeing Lizardmen army disappeared into the swamp. A bunch of cowards. They ran away so quickly. Ha ha ha. Seeing the Lizardmen army vanish, the goblin on the watchtower burst into laughter. They were amused by the Lizardmen's cowardice and their foolishness. They were also amused by the fact that they emerged unscathed. The laughter on the watchtower continued for a long time. The next day, inside the largest wooden house in the wooden stronghold, didn't they say that the Lizardman army retreated without fighting? Li Chen looked at Gabi, who was reporting yesterday's battle with great enthusiasm, with a puzzled expression. How did the fighting start? Li Chen muttered to himself, his face showing a thoughtful expression. It seems that the retreat without fighting. In the simulation of life, predicting the future is not the kind of retreat he imagined. Fortunately, the casualties were not significant. The only thing worth celebrating is probably this. Li Chen didn't want to see the future line looping back and forth again. If the expeditionary army suffered heavy casualties, it would summon the barbarian god Akuya. For the Black Mountain tribe, Li Chen remembered this future line very well. Shaking his head, Li Chen raised his hand to stop Gabi from continuing to talk. You did a good job on this matter. Well done. I am satisfied. Gabi and Gobshi, the two big guys, grinned. The praise from the boss made them very excited. Li Chen turned his head and looked at Bai Ling and the other Lizardman elders on the other side. I'll give you two options. 1. You each return to your own tribe, and the goblins will station here. 2. The three tribes merge into one, and this place will be the headquarters of the new tribe, and the goblins will withdraw. Since the new tribe is destined to appear, let him take the initiative to speed up the timeline. The key to changing the future lies in time. Hearing this, Bai Ling looked surprised. It didn't expect the master to ask the three tribes to merge into one. Master, we need some time. Li Chen raised his hand to interrupt Bai Ling's words. Discuss it here. I need an answer. Your choice will affect what I will do later. Li Chen's words made Bai Ling feel a little uneasy. It didn't dare to be careless and quickly turned around to discuss with the elders. Dozens of lizardmen gathered together and whispered. This aroused the curiosity of the goblins in the house. Soon, Bai Ling and the Lizardman elders reached a decision. Bai Ling turned around and faced the master again. Master, we choose to establish a new tribe and name it Yuezhi. The two words Yuezhi made Li Chen's eyes flash with surprise. The future predicted by the simulation of life is indeed the real future line. Very well, prepare the tribute. I will withdraw tomorrow. Also, to avoid casualties due to food, from now on, you will provide the food for the tribute, and I will take care of transportation. Li Chen was not worried that the Yuezhi tribe would escape. Those tributes are hostages, and the Yuezhi tribe has nowhere else to go after leaving the northern swamp. Although the Black Mountain Swamp is an excellent choice, the Lizardmen in the northern swamp all come from the Black Mountain Swamp. The reason why the Lizardmen in the northern swamp left the Black Mountain Swamp must have something to do with the Black Mountain tribe. Unless absolutely necessary, the Lizardmen in the northern swamp will not return to the Black Mountain Swamp. Bai Ling lowered its head slightly. Yes, Master, I will prepare the tribute. In the following time, Bai Ling became busy. Preparing the tribute was just a sentence, but it would encounter many difficulties in implementation. The cries of the Lizardmen echoed in the wooden fort throughout the afternoon. It wasn't until nightfall that the wooden fort gradually quieted down. Tonight, the wooden fort was quiet. The weather was good, with a full moon in the sky. The silver moonlight sprinkled on the earth, slightly dispelling the darkness. At the entrance of the largest wooden house, Li Chen looked up at the full moon in the sky. Is it a bit too twisted? Recalling the scene of Bai Ling selecting the tribute in the afternoon, Li Chen savored it. For the Lizardmen, it was a scene of unimaginable horror. But Li Chen couldn't empathize. Instead, he felt an indescribable excitement. The stronger the negative emotions of the Lizardmen, the more he felt pleased. Blame it on encountering a clever goblin like me. He is now a goblin, no longer a human. Li Chen had long accepted this fact. If he, as a goblin, still acted like a human in the past, he would probably have become a pile of shit on the ground by now. You can at least stay alive, while I struggle to stay alive. Li Chen did not compromise with the guilt of human consciousness. Bathed in moonlight at the door, he turned and entered the wooden house. Bai Ling was inside the wooden house. but Li Chen didn't touch her. The only difference between Li Chen and the goblins was his excellent self-control. It is possible to satisfy desires for reproduction, but only if necessary. If there is no need to satisfy desires, he would rather sleep. Time passed slowly, and the night grew deeper. Early the next morning, when the genius was just beginning to brighten, there was a bustling noise in the wooden fort. The goblin army stationed at the wooden fort began to retreat in an orderly manner. The watchtower was not dismantled and still stood on the wooden wall. However, the 3-bed crossbows on the watchtower had been dismantled. The wooden fort could be given to the Moon tribe, but the 3-bed crossbows must not be left to the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen, who were offered as sacrifices, were also bidding farewell to their loved ones. After this parting, they would not meet again until a year later. When the dawn rose from the eastern sky, the noise in the wooden fort reached its peak. A huge army marched out of the eastern gate of the wooden fort. The densely packed figures formed a moving black cloud in the swamp. However, after a while, the huge army scattered like loose sand. It was impossible to meet the food needs of thousands of people marching together. Therefore, they had to spread out and divide, hunt while returning to the tribe. It was not until 5 days later that the scattered army began to return to the tribe one after another. The northern swamp incident came to an end. The development of the tribe returned to normal. It was another day. In the morning, on the second day of returning to the tribe, Li Chen became busy again. Early in the morning, Li Chen crawled out of the pile of female lizardmen. Although Bai Ling was no longer there, the matter of reproduction could not be neglected. There were 13 beds in the throne cave. Therefore, Bai Ling selected 13 lizardmen from the new batch of offerings. They were all daughters of the elders. With a click, the door of the throne cave was opened. Li Chen stretched and walked out of the wooden house. "Go find Gobo and let it come see me." The goblin guarding the door hurriedly ran towards the depths of the forest. Soon, there was some movement from behind the wooden house. The female lizardmen inside the wooden house had already woken up. They silently picked up the scattered animal skin skirts from the ground and put them on. They had been tossed around enough last night. They felt weak all over, and their limbs were sore. Some female lizardmen lay on the bed, wagging their tails and unable to get up. "Boss, boss!" Suddenly, there was a loud cry outside the wooden house. Gobo came running from the depths of the forest. "Gobo, do you still remember the place where we cut down trees and gathered wood to build the wooden fort?" Gobo nodded quickly. "I remember, boss. Do we need to go there to cut down trees again?" "Yes. You and your offspring go to that place to build a fort. The fort will be built by the water and will have a dock. The Moon tribe will transport the food needed for offerings to the fort by water. Then the goblins at the fort will deliver the food to the tribe. The fort should be built by the water and have a dock for small boats to dock." In the following time, Li Chen explained to Gobo what a dock was. He also gave instructions on the scale and style of the fort.